in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slants picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
And I thought Brad Sham was going to say, that will do it.
That will do it. Wow. I don't even know what to say.
That made it 27-0, and we are in studio. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What was your feeling of silence, stun, shock, and for how long yesterday, and has it worn off?
You know, there was a couple of, moments in that game where it was like, all right, yeah, you know, they'll wake up eventually. And that pick six, I don't like, and Sarah gets so mad at me because I have zero emotion when I'm watching sports. Like, I don't, make noise. Maybe at a Tennessee game every now and then, but, I'm just basically just watching. And I'm very focused, and I'm, I don't want to upset the – when that interception happened, I screamed out, you've got to be – oh, my God, you got to be kidding me. It's what else? What else do I have to expect? What else do we have to go through? It's what it is. It's what else? Nothing surprises me anymore with this team. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Be careful if you're driving out there. I don't know. Normally, I'm like, okay, hall pass, do the show from home. Excited about it. That's fine. I don't know whether it's because my kid is going to be home and I'm already sick of him over the past few days. But I was like, I want to come in studio for this. I know no one's going to be on the road. Let us know if you're out there, and be careful above all else if you hit us up on the chartwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Calls throughout the entire show, and maybe we'll even be home tomorrow, and we'll get to the winter weather report coming up. Maybe we'll check in with Dan Brunoff downstairs, News Radio 1080 KRLD. But I did not want to do a Monday Massacre morning show from home, so we made it in. And hopefully you are with us for the Cowboys' first home loss in nearly 2 years. They gave it the most points in the history of their franchise in the postseason. They are the first team to lose to a number 7 seed since the NFL started the newer bracket. And
was it 2021 or something? And
Ed Werder had the note, but first team to win 12 games 3 years in a row.
And never reach a conference championship. That's the tough one. That's the tough one to take.
Cows stink.
Cows lose, cows stink.
Where is this one amongst the playoff losses that you have experienced? We've been together 12, 13 years. You've been here longer than me. Everyone talks about 07. Yeah. Jerry Jones yesterday with no answers. He just sat there like a dead body answering questions, and he's like, I can't comment on the game. I can't comment on the game. And I haven't put 1 second into the future of Mike, which is, we all know, a total bunch of BS. But where is this one? Where is this one before we dissect and break down with star up, star down?
So for me, number one is still 07. You were the 1 seed. You had already beat Green Bay that year. I think you beat them by 10. There was a Thursday game. If I'm not mistaken, it was a Thursday. You beat them by 10. That's right. It was the Bryant Gumbel game where he was the play-by-play. That was the Bryant Gumbel experiment. So you had basically you'd beat the Giants twice that year in the regular season. You had beat Green Bay already, and the games were going to be at home. You were the 1 seed. And Texas Stadium was, they hadn't moved obviously into Jerry World yet. That was it. That was the one that still stings the most. I mean, you literally, all you had to do was beat a team that you had dog walked twice that year. That was not very good. The Giant team, they won the Super Bowl, but they had good players at the defensive front, and they had Plex going. They had good players, but they were not anywhere close with the Cowboys are. That bothered me the most. I knew at the end of the day they were not going to go to San Fran and win.
Is this second or Dez catch?
This is second.
Because the pain of being so close in Green Bay? Look, the Seattle game was tough because they should have won that with the Romo fumble. Oh.
because that was, they had an extra point to win the game and move on, and they would have beat Chicago. They would have beat Chicago the next week. That was up there. This one's right there though. This has got to be, I think, number 2, because you got, not only did you lose, you got embarrassed. You got embarrassed, and then your next game would have been at home against a team you already beat. Now, Detroit was out; they're out for blood, so who knows what would have happened with them? But you're better than Detroit, I think, on paper.
And everything that we said last week, everything had to result in a perfect storm for Mike McCarthy job talk. We caught a lot of heat for having Mike Flory on many times to talk about Bill Belichick. It had to be this exact type of game. This exact thing had to happen in order for maybe anything to happen this week and moving forward, and it did.
Well, look, if you wanted Mike out of there, you got your perfect scenario. You did.
There were some people calling yesterday a win-win. Now, I don't know for round 2, if you're no, McCarthy's not the guy, Bobby with his questions. If you lose by 3 to Detroit, maybe it doesn't happen. If you lose in the second round by 3, maybe it doesn't happen. So you're kind of stuck in the middle there of a decision and maybe even leaning towards keeping everybody around. This is not that.
Right. If your loss was to the Lions by 3, a team that played you relatively even, I don't think anyone's going to, you're going to be upset, but no one's going to lose their mind and overreact outside of some major clock blunder, coaching blunder, whatever. This, all bets are off when you lose like this to Green Bay, who's just, they're a hot team, sure, but look, the Rams were hot going to the playoffs, and Detroit handled business.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of, Houston was the underdog to Cleveland. The whole world picked Cleveland other than Bobby, and boy, did they handle business.
Peyton, you worked this game. What was it like behind the glass with Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys pre and post?
Oh, man. Just because the game itself, after that Darnell Savage pick, we were like, okay, it's over. It just, it got to the end of the third, and I was like, we still have a whole nother quarter here. And I just knew, really. And I knew post game was just going to be a nightmare. Every caller came in, they're already cussing. I had to tell them, me and Ross back here, guys, you got to calm down, please. I don't want to be stressing over here for 3 hours. 'Cause that's how long a post game is. It's a 2.5, 3 hour post game show. But the callers were fine. They're just upset, depressed. Zach, Walchuk, Broadus just had no answers. Bobby came on, Brad Sham, no answers at all. And it was a team. We bought the hype again.
Fury from Brad and Babe, or patience? We'll see what they do. Because Babe came on here Thursday at 8:40. I'm not calling him out, but I'm just repeating what he said. He goes, all this McCarthy talk, it's ridiculous. All this McCarthy talk is insane. Just like Greg Olson said yesterday on the TV broadcast. Anything particular from Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg?
Nothing really. Babe wasn't on the post-game show this time. It was just Bobby.
But during the game?
Oh, yeah. During breaks, he was just like, he was stunned.
Because the post-game started early.
Yeah. Oh, look, I heard the call. I heard the call coming in on the end of the fourth down play at the end of the third quarter. And Brad was like, last play of the third, and Babe's like, if they miss it, last play of the game. And he's right.
Well, they were previewing San Fran and Green Bay in the third quarter. They knew it was over. We all knew it was over. This team had no gut, no heart to come back. We knew it was over.
A totally. It's not just gutless. It's not just cowardly. It's bizarre. That's the thing that's so shocking about this. It's from Dak to Lamb to McCarthy running early to Dan Quinn playing soft offensively. It's like they went in and someone bet them, can you win this game being totally opposite of what everyone thought? Go ahead and try it, and we'll give you $3 million a piece if you do. Something really, really, really bizarre happened yesterday, Choppy, not just in terms of the effort, but the planning.
Dude, if you're a proponent, a conspiracy theorist, that the NFL is a script.
Yes.
Yesterday is Exhibit A. It is Exhibit A for that, man. It was a very odd. It was like they were trying to, at the beginning, the first couple of drives was like, all right, was there a game plan literally to just not make any mistakes and just say we could just run the ball and we could beat Green Bay just by showing up, and if we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, they're not going to be able to handle it. And then you look up and it's like, oh, no, it's 14 zip.
Yeah.
And we're backed up to our 7-yard line.
Yeah.
And now we got to throw the ball to Cooks, and there's an interception.
And they were backed up to their 7 playing defense with all these zone looks. Greg Olsen was totally bewildered. Yeah. He's like, I'm not.
Very soft coverage.
I'm not understanding on third downs as well.
Yeah.
Playing so far back, not sticking to what you were as a man-to-man team. It's just very hard to come up with the emotion.
Yeah.
A mixture of anger, shock, confusion, and we're here for it up until 10 o'clock. Hopefully you're with us. Be careful out there if you get on the roads. We'll get you a weather update. Let's go inside the locker room. Jerry Jones was asked all the questions you would think. What's going to happen with Mike McCarthy? You packing Dan Quinn's bags for him? You getting that pen out for Dak's extension? Phone calls, text messages. Bobby will join us at 6 o'clock for Star Up, Star Down. It's Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next...
is in the gun. They'll hand it inside to Jones. Close for a first down. Close to the goal line. Touchdown. Aaron Jones. The Packers, aided by 2 penalties, take the opening possession and drive for a score.
And over to the sidelines, they'll put on the shades to further humiliate you. Aaron Jones a Texas guy. Red hot at the end of the regular season. The gaping holes. I don't know who had more room to work with. Dobbs, the receivers, or Aaron Jones right up the middle of this soft, overrated, loud, barking, talking defense. Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for waking up with us. K-Mess tweeted, my daughter woke up early. I'm sitting here holding her while she sleeps with AirPods, ready for Sean and RJ to absolutely rip these group and collection of bums. We're here to do it in studio. Roberto will join us in 15 minutes. We got Pepe. We got Ryan live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Star up, star down, star down, star down is coming up at 6 o'clock, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. The fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Let's go inside the locker room. Mike McCarthy after losing to his former team.
Number one, we're very disappointed to a man. I don't think anybody saw this coming. I mean, you got to give Green Bay credit. They came in there hot, and this what you saw on film over the past month, they executed and we didn't. So we didn't get any of the phases. And then, we're hurting. We're disappointed. Every man.
Yeah, you better be disappointed. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I don't know how that. I don't know what happened over the week. Like, what happened this week?
Yeah.
Like that, that's. Look, and again, we talked about this on Friday. Even if you give the Cowboys a 75% chance of winning, which is about what it was, right? It's still, that means Green Bay wins 1 out of every 4 times. There's a difference between winning 1 every 4 times and then winning by 30. And forget the score. They won by 30.
Oh, yeah.
That was not a 48-32 game. I don't care about the last 16 points. They were 48-16, man. They won that game by 30. And that's a completely different animal. I was never in the, if Mike loses this game, he needs to go camp. You get embarrassed like that. I mean, it's just a different feel this morning than it was just the thought of losing. When we thought this team, there's a slight chance of a loss. Nobody thought that. That is a different game. That's a different result.
Shout out to Tolo J. I left the earbuds at home. I'm here, but currently creating my own content, blasting the speaker in Lifetime with the gym. Mikey B was hitting me up late last night. He is up already at 5:35. This is worse than the other playoff games, the other playoff heartbreaks, because you got blown out. When does Bobby come in? This is all from Mike. Is Dak mentally strong enough to overcome this? Is he talented enough to ever lead this team to a playoff run? I think he is, and he isn't. Next regular season will be the most meaningless regular season in my lifetime for the Cowboys. I'm watching on YouTube. So good morning to Mikey B. Cannot wait for him to get in here as well. Let's hear from Dak Prescott on the frustration of this one after another 12-win regular season.
Yeah, I mean, frustrated. As you just said, is the great word for my play. The way that we came out here and we started this game and then just shocked, honestly. From the beginning of the game, we got beat. There's no other which way around it, no way to sugarcoat it. Obviously, I didn't play well, and shock.
Shock.
And the bewilderment goes to him being rattled.
Yeah.
It's very tough for us in sports talk radio. I think a lot of times we lean away, and it's the right thing to do. We lean away from saying that guy's soft. You never know what they're going through with an injury. And it's very hard also to measure choking, right? Very serious label that you throw around. Someone looks rattled. There's no confusion over that here, Chop. There's no second guessing as to looking at Dak Prescott and knowing that he was pressing and knowing that he was either shook, overwhelmed, all of the above, no idea. But that's a terrifying performance from your quarterback because of this extension talk that we have moving forward.
Right. I mean, it's like, look, I mean, you you know what he's going to do. He's going to get you 12 wins a year or something like that. But then, you don't know. You might get a performance like this.
But I equated this to the Tampa game, though. I'm like, I'm not worried about nerves and all that stuff and all the pressure. They had pressure last year, first round. They were expected to win. Now, you were going up against Tom Brady and retiring him and all that. But I was like, don't forget last year, first round, Dak Prescott playing like a superhuman. So I wasn't worried about that. And then it happened.
Yeah, and I wonder, part of it is they got down early, and this team's just different when they get, their record is what now, 3-6 when they don't score first, and they were 2-6, and they were 10-0 when they do score first. So that's just kind of they are a play from ahead team. They're a front runner. They just are
finesse front runners.
And you hate to look at did he choke? Was he rattled? It looked like he was. It looked like he was rattled for whatever reason. Whether they got down early and he was rattled because of that, and then look, the fact that you just punt on the first possession that you have, and then they come down, they score again, and all of a sudden, holy crap, it's 14-zip. Now we're really rattled, and then there's an interception, and it just snowballs like that. Because there's you could lose a playoff game and look poor, and not be rattled.
Yeah.
Like over the weekend, I don't know, was Flacco. Tua, was Tua rattled in that game mentally, or was he from Hawaii and he was cold?
Right.
I think he can't play in that kind of wind. He was from Hawaii.
Jerry Jones trying to come up with any words. I understand Jerry's saying, I have nothing to say about Mike McCarthy's future and the coaching. Jerry said that also about the actual game that just took place.
Didn't see that coming at all. The point is that I didn't expect that. You actually could have told me that if we had 32 points scored, but we all know how we got them and when we got them. But if you'd told me we'd scored 32, I thought we'd have won it. So a lot of things that to reflect on, but I haven't done that at all, and haven't reflected at all on anything about coaching or any of that, and we just are amazed that we're sitting here without another game this coming weekend. I am.
Roberto walking in studio, pimped out in the fan gear. I love that you just wrote back, Peyton. No, we're all in studio.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
Yeah, thanks, RJ. Yeah. I see that. Thanks.
Peyton said, is anyone staying home? Let me know so I can connect the equipment. RJ, 3 minutes ago, says, no, we're in studio. Maybe he thought that was from Bob. Bobby, good morning.
Carpe omnia, my brothers. How are y'all? Boy, it's cold. I almost thought about texting back, too, just to freak all you out and just be like, sorry, I just woke up. I'll connect the Comrex now.
But I don't think we would have freaked out.
I think you would have been mad.
No, look, days like this, I know I'm the big pain in the ass up here.
Oversleeping you would have been mad at, is what I'm saying. I would have said I just woke up. That would have made you mad.
Yeah. What was it like standing out there? So NFL Network goes to the overhead view shot of the media waiting for Jerry Jones, as I think you were talking with Patrick Walker.
I was.
Thought I saw Nick Eatman in there. Thought I saw Tim Collins, assistant program director. What was that scene like?
It's just everybody whispering to each other, so do they fire him tonight? Do they fire him tomorrow? Are they going to fire him at all? If they do fire him, who do they hire? Is this going to be Bill Belichick? Would people want to work with Bill Belichick? It was just a lot of that sort of thing. But no, everybody out there agreed. Somebody said to me last night, and I 100% agree with it. It may not be the actual reality. It may not be the case. That looked like a team that was trying to get their coach fired. That's what that looks like. Like, that kind of performance is the one you put out there when it's like, we don't care what this guy has to say. We don't care what this guy. And again, it may not be the case that that's actually what happened, but that's what it looked like, because that was the most uninspired, underprepared, just could not give an S performance I've seen them give since probably the COVID year. One of those games where Dak was out or something like that. It looked like the middle of 2020 without Dak. That was the type of energy they had.
We're all now in studio, the morning family here for the carnage and the dissection. Hopefully you're with us as well. We're going to have phone calls at 6:20. Star down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg as we start to take this whole thing apart next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Man in motion, third down. They do blitz. He pumps. He throws it in the end zone. Touchdown over the top of Gilmore. Dontavian Wicks. And the Packers are up 3 scores.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station. It's time for Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. And that was the fan replay sponsored by Ciroc Vodka. We are all in studio for this Stormageddon Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I had one person hit me up last week on my Facebook page. Are you done slobbering over Jordan Love? You loving Jordan Love all year? Do you see why now? Not that I thought that was going to happen, and obviously dead wrong another year about the team that I wanted. When they got San Francisco first, I remember, yes, San Francisco, Jimmy Garoppolo in AT&T, take advantage. Wrong. All last week saying this team is going. Book it. We're going to Santa Clara for the NFC Championship game. Dead wrong, but I liked Jordan Love early on in the season. And I'm a big mechanics guy. I love watching athletes. I'm like, who does that guy look like? Kobe Bryant was the exact mirror of Michael Jordan technique-wise. He shot like him. He had moves like him. The fadeaway was like him.
He even said the word finals like him.
He tried to stick his tongue out like him.
Yeah.
He had the armband on the left.
Everything.
The left elbow like him. Jordan Love is Aaron Rodgers. Period. From the mechanics to the flick of the wrist, to the quick release, to the freak throws that he can make. And we were talking in the break, we're like, would that have been even worse against a team like San Francisco? And I said, no quarterback on earth was going to play as well as Jordan Love did yesterday. And what he did in shredding Dan Quinn's defense, 16 of 21 for 272, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. The QBR was a 99. The QBR was a 99, and he just missed the perfect quarterback rating at 157.2. Jordan.
Oh, man, 'cause he was 158.3 late in the game.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize the 99 QBR. Like, that was a playoff. Not obviously not a legacy game, because it's like his career's all ahead of him. His legacy could be over. But that was just a tremendous effort. You don't see quarterbacks win in their first start. In the playoffs. You just don't. We saw 2 over the weekend.
Let's keep it to the defense, Bob, with the star down. Dan Quinn playing zone, some surprising wrinkle. First game all year, I heard Wolchuk say in the Post they did not register a sack. Stephon Gilmore got left. Deron Bland. Jordan Lewis, effort issues. Trying to get Marquise Bell off the field, for God's sake. The J-Ron Curse crap, I'm so sick and tired of. The discipline, the penalties. There's a point in the game, right, where Greg Olsen, and he was right, he said, it doesn't matter if the Cowboys offense gets going. It doesn't matter what they do when this defense can't stop squat.
Yeah, there was at one point we were in the dining area of the press box, and somebody was I don't remember who it was.
They have cheese. They have a lot of random cheeses because they like to.
They did not. They didn't. No, they just had a burger as the halftime meal. So there wasn't a troll meal up there. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe that was the jinx. There was somebody had walked up to us. I can't remember who, but I was standing there with Clarence Hill and John Machota, and somebody was like, "Come on, Dak's got to make a play." And Clarence goes, "Yeah, Dak's got to make a play." He's like, "But like, what does it matter right now? The defense is not going to stop anybody. There's absolutely nothing going on." That touchdown to Musgrave.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's nobody within 30 yards of him. That just is a great example of how lost that team was yesterday. The Packers did a lot of things really well. That's great. The Cowboys went out there and on both sides of the ball just showed no effort. It felt like were a complete schematic mess, had no clue what they were doing. And it was just, again, it was the dumb penalties. Look at the first drive. That game started off, all right, 3 plays, and they're all 3 for losses.
Idiotic.
It was, you get a tackle for loss from DeMarcus Lawrence, you get a sack on Love that gets undone because of the Deron Bland illegal contact, and then you get a 2-yard loss on Aaron Jones on the next one. And it feels like, oh, okay, they're swarming today. This will be good. And then it was all downhill from there. They were
Sam Williams. There. Don't forget that genius. The walking personal foul.
Oh, my gosh.
Sam Williams. And some Cowboy fans started trying to make excuses. Oh, what an acting job. Oh, he didn't even make contact.
Sure.
And
Don't be there, though.
And all the excuse making quickly stopped.
Yeah, I mean, look, yes. Did he flop? Yeah, probably. You shouldn't be. I always wonder, why do they try to brush right? They rub him. All right, they go right up against him. Why? Well, just give the guy space. Don't be in a position where the referee could make a call.
I think the idea is that if you get right up on him, like you're rattling his nerves, he'll drop it. You can scoop it up.
Fine, but you can get right up on him without running through him.
Was the Musgrave touchdown? What was the most embarrassing play of the game? If we go around the room,
I don't know.
The most embarrassing.
I don't know. It was just like a 15-yard run. I can't remember what it was, but Aaron Jones just had a run. I remember watching, and I was going like, nobody's running, like nobody's trying. And I mean, they tackled him, but ultimately, like you're watching it and it's like, this is, you got halfway to first base, and then you like kind of turned around and started going to the dugout. Like that's what all of them were doing. It was just.
I really do want to see the yards of separation stats from this game. I really do. I want to know closest defender to Aaron Jones on his runs. I know they probably don't even have that as a stat. And I got to see the yards of separation for Romeo Doubs and Musgrave on that touchdown. There were points. Fox had to go to the overhead view for the Musgrave touchdown to find a Cowboy defender, to find anybody close. And Aaron Jones was walking through the middle of this defensive line.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me yesterday with the team, they're like, this is the C.J. Anderson game. This is that Rams game in the playoffs where there was just
I was there.
Where everybody's just like, where's the effort? Where is this is so inexplicable. I mean, look, we can come in here and there's going to be, I know when we take calls later today, there's going to be plenty of people who go like, what are you talking about? This is the team we've known all year. They choke in the playoffs. They do this and that. I'm sorry, you cannot with a straight face tell me that is the same football team we've seen all year. You can't tell me that's the same football team we've seen for the last 4 years. Well, you can tell me that's the same team we saw in 2020. When they would do stuff against Arizona where they're just getting run after Dak gets hurt. When they go into Washington and they're just not defending Andy Dalton and they're getting crushed. That was the football team that I saw on the field yesterday. And they went into the game like that. It's not even like they need to be taken out of the game. They went into the game with no energy. And
I never like saying, sorry, Bobby, you go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, and then to hear Mike in the postgame show, and I don't know if they played the clip coming in here, but to hear Mike in the postgame show, and it's like, what was with the energy? He's like, well, I thought our energy was great. They just made more plays than us. Okay. Try and save your job. I don't know that quote's going to help.
I think when Mike and Dan say that type of stuff, it's a double-edged sword. It's, hey, we're players, coaches. It is a tremendous benefit if your guys love you, and you're never going to throw them under the bus. You're never going to take shots. I think the negative side of that is sometimes people can take advantage of you being nice. We all have it in our everyday lives and relationships. How many times have you said to your spouse or yourself, we're just too nice. We're just too nice. No one appreciates it. No one takes it, and people just take advantage of it. And I wonder, when Mike and Dan and Jerry never through the media drop the hammer, guys think they can get away with stuff. You know, that's just a personality psychology thing. And the other thing I don't like to do is come in here most times and say, totally had them unprepared. Totally. That's a Philadelphia sports call take. You can say it today. Everything is on the table today. From Dan Quinn and Dak Prescott being on the take with the way that they played and planned, to Mike McCarthy, no preparation, to them quitting, wanting to get someone fired. Anything. That game was that awful. That game was that all-time bad. Anything that you bring up is on the table, and I don't think I'm going to say, come on now, don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think anything's on the table in terms of not just that, like immediate post-game reaction, but I mean, anything is a valid discussion for the offseason at this point. Like for instance, I will obviously, because I believe in the player that he is, I'm going to argue for Dak Prescott. The conversation about like, you've got to figure out a way to get away from Dak Prescott is the most valid it's ever been today. Like that's the most valid time to bring up the talk and go like, this is a legitimate question that you can talk about. I have a feeling about it, and I would come to a quick conclusion about it, but that's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate question about Dan Quinn. It's a legitimate question about Mike McCarthy. Everything about you want to ask about whether you need to reset something or blow it up is legitimate, because what they did yesterday is toxic
Yeah,
and completely unsustainable if you want to be a contender in the future.
If you asked me to power rank who was worse yesterday between Quinn, McCarthy, and Dak, I don't know who I'd have number one. They were all atrocious. Every single one of them.
Take it to start down with Mike McCarthy. These runs, the plan.
I mean, I thought the plan was as bad as it gets. I mean, you're going to run.
Warren Sharp was annihilating Mike McCarthy online.
Like, they came out and ran on 4 of the first 5 plays. Now, one of them was a pass that Dak ran it on. It was designed to be a pass. It was a scramble. But they, on second down, like second and 10, second and 8, second and 9, second and 11. I mean, they're running the ball. They're getting 1.5 yards a carry, or a play, I should say, on those plays. It was just unconscionable that they would go out there and do that. And these are scripted plays. These are their first 15. And it's because of that they're down. And all of a sudden, there's that one, you find yourself back inside your own 10-yard line, and you throw a pass to Cooks and it gets picked. It was just the whole plan, the entire plan from start to finish, both offensively and defense. I don't know what the hell that defensive plan was. Running zone coverages out there, soft coverages.
How did they both go into their meeting rooms and come out with this? Not one, but two.
It was the most.
Two.
They were playing a very safe game plan. We're not going to take risks on defense. We're going to make Jordan Love pick us apart. He did. We're not going to take risks on offense and throw the ball over the field because Dak throws interceptions, Sean, apparently, according to Mike. All right? So we're not going to – he did yesterday. So we're not going to let him throw, and we're going to run the ball. Green Bay's not good enough to beat us unless we beat ourselves. That's the only thing I can think of because that game plan makes no sense.
Warren Sharp, numbers guy on Twitter. Mike McCarthy is hilariously bad. There have been 6 second downs, 5 run plays, 8 total yards on 5 plays. 1.6 yards a carry. Meanwhile, the one pass gained 22 yards. Second down plays, run. Pollard sets up third. Run. Rico sets up third. Run. Lamb sets up third. These are the scripted early plays. McCarthy is a disaster running heavy on early downs.
Look,
877-881-1053. We're going to open up the phone calls at 6:20.
Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard. Mike wants to run the damn ball. All right, he went with what he really wanted to do when it mattered most. This is, I mean, look, when we talk about not just the scripted plays, there was I can't remember what it was, somewhere in the second quarter, I think it was, where it's 3rd and 4, and they have Musgrave lined up out wide, the tight end, and they have Bland playing 15 yards off of him on 3rd and 4, and Musgrave just went to the sticks and stopped and turned around, and Bland cannot, it doesn't matter how Bland reads it, Bland can't like drive on the ball that fast and get there to make a play if that's what they're calling. And they put themselves in these weird positions where they wanted to, and look, running the ball on second down, did it kill you so much? Because you went 10 of 16 on third down, star up to your third down efficiency offense. Great job there. Did it kill you in that sense? No, but like just in general, the idea of like, we're going to go in here with a mode of attacking them with the run. It's like, well, Pollard got us here. We really got to ride him home now. Like we got to continue to do things. The entire way that you got to this point was by unlocking the passing offense, and the biggest vulnerability on Green Bay this entire week was the passing offense and the middle of the field, and they refused to go there.
That's all we talked about last week is Green Bay's secondary, Green Bay's pass defense. That's all we talked about.
You could feast on them.
Now, did McCarthy know that Dak was off early? And he was. Dak Prescott missing not slight misses. 4-yard overthrows. Even the completions, it felt like Ferguson had to go high. There were 3 other picks that could have taken place. He was awful. He was abysmal. He looked shook. He looked terrified. He was pressing, but he was off to mix all of it in together. It was bad. It was really bad. And maybe McCarthy's like, he's off. I still, after it's not working early and not running the football that much.
I mean, look, like I said already, like I still believe like what Dak can do, but I mean, he's completely earned the moniker at this point. This is a pattern now. He's earned the moniker of, you could say, playoff choker. Like that's what there's no other explanation for the complete collapse and the almost just the rattled nerves that we see in the postseason each year. It's not just coincidence where it's like, well, okay, there's this or that. There's no context explanation for what we saw there other than the stage was big. That's the only other difference that you can see there. That's the only thing that was different yesterday.
I was sitting there saying, is something wrong in their personal lives? Did some awful tragedy take place? Did Dak and CD have a Jason Kidd, Jimmy Jackson type squabble? What is why are they fighting when they had an historic connection throughout the entire year? Why are you bitching and early? I texted. We'll get into it. I want to get to the Tolos to unleash on the D&M leasing hotline. As Peyton asked you last night in the post, try not to curse so we don't wear out the dump button. Let's hear from you as early as we've ever done on this show with the Cowboy phone calls at 877-881-1053. Everything is on the freaking table next.
pretty big 3rd and 5. At the Dallas 13, Prescott is back, rushed, throws it left. Ball is intercepted at the 20-yard line. Jair Alexander down the right sideline, and he is in for the Green Bay touchdown.
Ruling on the field is an interception by Green Bay. The runner was down by contact at the 19-yard line. It'll be Green Bay's ball, 1st and 10 at the 19.
I picked the Cowboys to win by double digits like a lot of people. I said they would walk to the NFC Championship game. The only thing I said, the way that this could go wrong is like all these little ifs and 50-50s that Green Bay was talking about when we were previewing last week all hit. Like Jordan Love, he struggled early on in the season. Should they actually pay him? But then he got hot. Is he going to remain hot? Check. Aaron Jones totally effed my fantasy team throughout the entire year. I even had the backup Dylan who did not play yesterday. He gets red hot. Most yards in the league over 3 games. Will that continue? Check. Matt LaFleur. Is he a bum? Is he just a product of Aaron Rodgers? Or is he this young whiz kid who's going to do it to Mike McCarthy? Old school, new school. Check. Jair Alexander. Nut job. Crazy nut job. Who rolled his ankle jogging off a walkthrough. Is he going to play? Well, I saw from Jane Slater's freaking video yesterday in the pregame, he for damn sure is going to play. Got the interception right there. Check. The Cowboys going to butcher some type of game plan. Is Dak just going to be this total opposite guy? All the things happen. All the things happen resulting in what went down yesterday. We're about to take your Cowboy phone calls on the D&M Leasing Hotline 4832 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, every negative about this football team.
Brandon Aubrey missing a 43-yard extra point.
Every negative about this football team hit yesterday. Like everything we've seen through them in pockets throughout the year all happened in one day.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the classic Dak tunnel vision interception where he doesn't see somebody there. You get the classic Sam Williams, dumb penalty. You get the missed assignments. You get the
effort,
the CeeDee Lamb body language. Like everything that was a negative for a game or two at different points in the season, it all happened again on this one day.
All right, let's get to the Tolos. Earliest we've taken phone calls throughout this season. What?
I'm just the phones just
Liddy
at 6:24 in the morning
on a day like this.
On a day like today,
on a frozen Martin Luther King holiday
with the weather and a federal holiday. Wow.
Mike in KC. Mike, start us off. You're live on the Fan.
Hey guys, well, as cold as it is there, it's minus 13 here in Kansas City.
All right.
Still just boiling hot over this performance last night. The only word I've heard that describes this team is toxic. They're all hype. They're all sizzle. They're no substance. And, where are you going to go here? I mean, you've got problems everywhere. You've got a terrible defensive line. You've got terrible safeties. You've got terrible linebackers. You've got cap problems and a quarterback that just can't do anything in the postseason. So, I mean, what is a person supposed to do as a fan? Just quit on the team? Well, I mean, what else is there left? I mean, it doesn't seem like that anybody in the decision-making positions are making a decision that can save themselves. So that's it. Stay warm down there, guys. We'll keep the faith up here up north.
Great
Thanks.
call, brother. Thank you. Be safe. Matt in Fort Worth. Matt, you're up next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Just want to give a shout out to Peyton Russell. He can take great calls, unlike Alex Medford.
That's right. Come on. Yes.
Hey, Sean, man, you're wrong, bro. This team was prepared. This team was prepared for the wrong game plan. They looked like two game plans, one offensively, one defensively. Defensively, they couldn't stop the run. I mean, Greg Olson said it. Why are they playing two high safeties if they beat you over the top?
Yeah.
Offensively, they should have had some play calls with players out in space. Bobby just referenced it. After Dak's first read, he kind of just took off. He looked scared, missed a couple open players. After last year and the year before, with the whole Zeke in the center and all this, I'm like, man, there's no way McCarthy's going to get fired after 12 5 seasons. And then they come out and they do this. This team is just awfully prepared. no heart. I mean, even the onside kick, they couldn't even do that right.
Oh my God, I
thought they were going to get that one. It went right to the guy's hands.
The lack of effort. I have. I always make a separate category for stupid when it comes to this football team. Schoonmaker not getting out of bounds late. Like when Green Bay was starting to sweat and the floor is like, all right, we're going to put in Jordan Love again. And he had that moment of exhale with the defensive coordinator. Like when it looked like it could be 2 scores, Schoonmaker doesn't even get out of bounds. Dumb. Sam Williams, known for nothing but dumb plays. DeMarcus Lawrence on 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7, he jumps. Aaron Jones touchdown. Dumb. Deron Bland penalty on the 2nd down sack on the first drive. Dumb. They got 2 penalties that wiped out the 2-point conversion that set up the Aubrey extra point miss. Dumb. And they're dumb every year. We asked McCarthy on Friday, how do you feel about the little things? When it comes to all the little things, and of course he's like, we just had a session day. It doesn't go away. It permeates. It is there. It's embedded with this team.
Are you embarrassed?
Travis in Fort Worth. Travis, you're next up here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, this is exactly what the insufferable Cowboy fans such as Bobby Belt deserve. Everybody that really knows football has been trying to tell all of these delusional Cowboy fans like Bobby that Dak Prescott is not it. The Cowboys cannot beat a good team. And, yes, they have played like they did earlier this year, against the Niners, against Buffalo, other good teams.
Strong call. Bobby, your retort.
I mean, there's literally no, regardless of the margins were the same. If you say you've seen that exact game put on tape, you are either lying or dumb.
This year?
Yes.
No, not this year.
They have not done that this year.
No, they haven't done this year, but and I think with the people are talking about, they talked about it last week.
And specifically at home, by the way.
Yeah. But they were talking about it. There was a couple of people in the fan text that were saying, like, y'all are really confident in a Cowboy team that never lives up to what they're supposed to.
Right.
And, I mean, yes, that was a fair criticism of our confidence going into last week.
Yeah.
Like, nothing should surprise you with this team. Nothing should. Nothing should surprise you when it comes to what happens in the offseason, when Jerry speaks, what he says. Nothing should surprise you with the coaching staff, with the quarterback. It doesn't matter. Nothing should surprise you.
Look, we were wrong, but I'm not going to pick them to lose every first-round playoff game for the rest of the time.
No. Of course not.
Like, I was like, okay, this is set up. That's the other thing. They were perfectly set up for the NFC Championship. The only thing that's making me feel, and I'm extra furious at them because they effing ruined the rest of my playoffs. I was mentally prepared for winning 2 games, lose NFC Championship, then we can watch one more game while being in Vegas at the Super Bowl. They effed up last night for me. They're totally ruining my Monday. I didn't even... I don't even. This Philly enjoyment has been zapped.
Oh, there's no enjoyment.
Zapped.
No. There's no enjoyment anymore. You can't. It would be very disingenuous of us to spy on Philly tomorrow.
Right.
That ship sailed.
Might be spying on us.
That ship sailed. Like, we can't do that. Like, that's just we are the laughing stock. Like when you have your team lose, and every fan's like this. When your team loses a big game, national televised, playoff game, whatever. You want something to, like, be bigger.
Yeah.
To take the attention away.
It's like a scandal in the news.
You need a scandal, whatever. There is nothing. There is nothing that could take the attention away. The Cowboys are the big group. They're the big dog of the block.
Yeah.
Like Stephen A. Smith, I don't know if he's working today or not.
Oh, yeah, he is.
But he is now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
He recorded the videos.
No, like, it's I don't even, like, he's got the clout today to say it. I mean, we can't stand on anything right now.
I see this video here. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Did you see Rich Bisaccia?
Yes.
Well, he said that with his chest.
Yeah.
Which is funny because he was hugging everybody on the field.
Did he leave here poorly?
I think he wanted to stay longer.
Former Cowboys special teams coach.
Yes, who's now the special teams coordinator in Green Bay. No, I don't know about poorly, but he I think wanted opportunities here that didn't come to fruition.
How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys? He said it with some attitude, too. Darius in Dallas, you're next up here on 105 through the Fan. Go ahead, D.
Man, how you guys doing, man? I listen to y'all boys every morning. I do a great job.
Thank you.
I got 3 quick points.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 quick points. First of all, the NFC least strikes again, all right? Winning this division doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, Philadelphia, they're going to end up losing anyway, so that'll be a wash. That'll be the only thing we can take out of this that will make us feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Besides that, I'm a football coach by trade. That was the most discombobulated football team that I have ever watched play football, offensively and defensively. The defense, the game plan was just comedy. I cannot believe how many times they were playing off, giving them easy access, easy passes, not getting up and challenging what we knew was a very young receiving corps, making it that much easier for our defensive line to be able to get to the quarterback. But no, we played soft, we played zone, we allowed him to have time, pat the ball, and just throw it all over. And then lastly, I don't know how much a home football game brings to Jerry Jones' pockets, but I'm sure it's well in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Somebody's head has got to roll. All right, I'll let you boys go.
Great phone call. Discombobulated is a fantastic word. Romeo Doubs didn't have a 100-yard game in his career. I was sitting there yesterday going, man, did I do a bad job of praising? Green Bay grows receivers. Pittsburgh grows them. Green Bay grows them.
Not when Rodgers was playing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they did.
They
Randall
grew,
Cobb, Devontae Adams,
right.
guys who were not
but
first
they were
round
never
picks.
like first-round picks for the most part.
And I'm like, did I do a bad scouting report on like studs that they have? Because all my buddies who follow the Packers, like, we don't have a true one. And then Wicks had the 20-yard touchdown. And Romeo Doubs, I mean, Christian Watson didn't even do anything. He had 3 touchdowns against us at Lambeau. He gutted out and played. Romeo Doubs didn't have a 100-yard game in his career. 6 for 151 yesterday, 25 a catch.
Yeah, I took him in some daily fantasies this year, Doubs. He was just a good value, but he never, you were like, okay, if you need somebody that's going to be really, really dirt cheap, he might get a touchdown, but it was never 6 for 1. It was never something remotely close to that. It was like, he might get you 4 for 80.
And, dude, how wide open was he in the middle of the field?
Wide
open!
It felt like, so that first, over the middle pass that he had, I think it was a third down.
Yeah,
that they converted. He had that same catch like 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
And it was just there. And then it was there down the right side. It was that kind of that catch that he had near his feet. He was wide open. A lot of these, there was no coverage.
It's like they were playing with 9 on the field. Really?
Yeah.
If you told me there were 9 on the field for half the game, it looked believable. The calls are too good. Let's continue. Help us. Help us help you. 877-881-1053 with Christian, Drew, Matthew, Justin, Rick, and all the other Tolos. Could something happen today? Could something happen during this show? Could something happen this morning? We continue with your Cowboy calls for the 6 a.m. club on Sean and RJ. But something could happen on the
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Snap to Prescott, third down. Throws it in the end zone. That's a touchdown to Ferguson at the post. 2 touchdown catches for Ferguson today.
Babe was saying during the game that they should have taken the horn out. He said, fourth quarter, get rid of the horn. You're getting blown out, take the horn out. It's disrespectful.
I've never heard Brad so nonplussed by a touchdown.
Play it again.
It's like sounding like sinking a putt.
Snap to Prescott, third down. Throws it in the end zone. That's a touchdown to Ferguson at the post.
Star up to Jake Ferguson. And if I told you last week that their best offensive player would be Michael Gallup.
Man, he was.
There was a point when he caught like a couple different passes. I was like, oh, snap, Gallup came to play. This
Gallup
isn't
had a better
upside
first
down.
half than CD.
Not even close.
He had a really good. I get like first last game as a Cowboy. He had a really nice night. Like if somebody was watching that game, because he's got. I mean, there's talent there. Like if somebody's watching that game,
all of Gallup's issues I don't think are physical. I think Gallup just the last couple of years has been in a bad headspace.
6 for 103 for Gallup, my favorite player on the team. The only one with a lot of bit of heart. Jake Ferguson, 10 for 93 and 3 touchdowns. Who else did I have for star up before we get back to the Cowboy calls? I had Dak running on the first drive on 3rd and 3. Micah finally getting a hold, ending the 46-quarter drought. I had Ferg and Gallup. I wrote Pollard ? And then refs. Cowboys got some breaks in this game. There was no whining and crying about the officials. Kenny Clark did you a favor on 3rd and 2 with that face mask to start the third quarter. There's a phantom horse collar on Pollard, and Tyler Smith did have a false start before on the touchdown. Matt LaFleur, I was like, what is he upset about? What's he ticked off about? Fox went back to it. Tyler Smith didn't move. Cowboys got the breaks from the officials.
What did you make of the...
And Bobby's going to tell you what he's hearing about changes coming up at 7 o'clock. I would not miss that if I were you all. What Roberto is hearing, Cowboys Insider, about what could happen quickly or slowly, 7 o'clock.
What did you make of the interception, the Alexander pick?
So Cole Beasley destroyed Brandon Cooks on Twitter. He said, what a horse-ass route. That's the great thing. That double-edged sword. Because you're like, okay, Dak led him too much. Dak was
leading guys a little bit too much early.
Yes.
The CD there.
Yes.
He was high.
Yes. Absolutely. But then you get a football player who totally knows what's going on, and it's like, oh, man, how many things do we get wrong in watching? Because he said that was an awful route by Brandon Cooks, and I was really surprised by that.
Yeah.
My initial blame was right towards Dak. Throwing it out in front too much. Were you going to ask, did I think Jair
Did you think it was
interfered?
a hold? Yeah, because I know Blandino and Olsen said that's not a hold. That's good defense.
I was fine with it. I'm like, let him play.
I don't think that's interference. What I think that's more, and I'm not trying to bail anybody out here. I think that Cooks just got like out muscled.
Yeah.
I think Cooks just needs to finish that route.
By the way, and Dak was horrific. For all this talk about Green Bay's pass defense, they showed a lot of replays. They were glued to Cowboy receivers. What was up with that, Bobby? Like, CeeDee Lamb was blanketed on a lot of different plays with good, physical, tight coverage.
I think that's probably part of it, is that they just played them really physically and they didn't, I mean, I know Mike says they're a physical football team. Maybe we can go back to Friday. If I could get a time machine, I'd like to go back to Friday and see if Mike would actually answer that question about their toughness now. But... it looked like they just struggled with a lot of the physicality. I'll be interested to go back and look at it. I want to see how many things Dak, because I thought yesterday, like, Dak was obviously really bad, and I thought part of what was bad was he just got such tunnel vision, which is when he plays his worst. When he starts pressing and tunnels in, that's the biggest problem. I got to look, but I think the throw to Cooks, the deep shot to Cooks in, like, the second quarter that was just over, like, his head on the sideline, I'm pretty sure Ferguson was pretty open 20 yards down the seam. And so there were just some times where he just locked in. It looked like he missed stuff.
Back to the Tolos. Drew in Keller, you are live as part of the 6 a.m. club on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Drew.
Good morning, gentlemen and Bobby. Long time solo here, and I just want to see how long it is before y'all hang up on me because I'm a huge Packers fan. And all I got to say is that was so good to watch, man. But real quick, I'm a Cowboys hater from birth. But we sit here and we listen to y'all talk about Dak, and you can't question his leadership, you can't question his poise. And you can question both of those after yesterday because I've never seen a game from Dak where he just looked like a crybaby. Like, after every play going up to CeeDee Lamb, like, I don't know if they were reading inside-outside leverage differently, but Dak wasn't throwing good balls. Like, if you're putting it on the money and CeeDee's having brain farts, yeah, go get on him. But that was not a good look from Dak.
I agree.
They were not. They didn't know something was going on with those two.
What's up? We got to the bottom of the San Francisco sideline tantrums, and CeeDee ended up being right. Pissed off, not involved, into McCarthy's office, and the whole season changed. Was that just early? Because I was like, this is too early. I texted Bobby. I said, I'm
first series.
Like McCarthy goes to Lamb on the bench. And then how are he and Dak miscommunicating?
Very odd.
What was that?
I don't know where the disconnect is. I will say the body language thing, I have less of a problem with their tense interactions because Dak told CeeDee Lamb after the San Francisco game, they both talked about it publicly, that CeeDee gets frustrated about things and CeeDee tends to just kind of like step off by himself and isolate. And he and Dak talked and cleared the air, and he's like, look, Dak told him, I don't care how the optics look. You cannot worry about how people view it. If there's a problem, you need to talk to me about it now so we can fix it now. So come up to me. Doesn't matter if you're upset. Doesn't matter how it looks to people. So I think that's why when you see those instances occur, it's the stuff you would normally have happen in locker conversations. And Dak has just told him to do it publicly so they don't waste time.
Christian in Austin. Christian, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, brother.
Morning, guys. Hey, I just think there's a lack of being physical there. I mean, and even on the defense, we couldn't even stop the run. I mean, at some point you had Gallimore and you had Hankins all trying to stop the run and nothing was happening. I think at this point, really, if you're not 300 pounds and you shouldn't be on the line, we need a wall. We need something that can stop. We need something that can give, the quarterback some time to really just, throw the ball and make plays. So I love to hear from y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for the call, Christian. Yeah. Aaron Jones. That was my biggest laugh out loud moments. I didn't laugh, but my LOL type vibe was when Aaron Jones was running untouched and no one on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like he had the Great Wall of Dallas in front of him. It was comical. Yeah. It wasn't comical, but it was comical.
Who is like, I mean, this has reached to me, like the Aaron Jones thing has reached Randy Moss levels of just like he crushes them. He absolutely destroys them. He heading into this game, this is every game he's played now. He has rushed for at least 118 yards now. 118 yards. He's averaging, for his career now, he has 9 touchdowns in 4 games against them. His scrimmage yards averages like 150 in 4 games. They have no answer for him, regardless of what iteration of the defense it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, their run defense was not good yesterday. It wasn't good all year. It hasn't been good. Their run defense is one of those things. It's not a problem until it's a problem. Because when you're ahead.
Yeah,
it's not a problem. It's
right.
What the problem becomes is that
all the analysts yesterday said, Teddy Bruschi was like, I'm watching the first quarter. Like, who scores first? Like, people boiled it down and simplified the Cowboys that much.
Right, because if this team gets down, their run defense is not good enough to be able to get stops. It's like if that other team decides they want to just kind of lean on the run and salt this one away, they're going to be able to do it. So run defense is not a problem when you're playing from ahead. And that's why this team doesn't lose when they're ahead. Because the other teams can't come. Their pass defense is good.
Matthew in Dallas, you're up next. Matt, you're live on the Fan.
By 10 o'clock today, McCarthy should be gone. Dak, 35 to 40 million. That's all he get, and it better be very friendly. And this is an unpopular opinion. Micah as well. He does not deserve Bosa, T.J. Watt money. He disappears too much. Some have to give, and I'm ready for Trey Lance era if Dak doesn't take a pay cut. Trey Lance era.
Thank you for the call. So when we said everything is on the table, Micah Parsons' name has not been brought up as of this morning. What was he like after, Bobby?
I'd love to know. He left before the locker was open. So
That's
he took
cool.
off with a lot of the injured guys. So typically they let the injured guys and the practice squad guys get their stuff and leave before open locker room starts. And he snuck off with them. So
Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and I have some strong opinions on the guys to bring back or not. The players. You're not going to hear me. I don't want to spoil it too much because we have to basically do this same show tomorrow with nothing but darkness out there on the roads. But I'm not letting Micah Parsons walk. But if you want to go at Micah Parsons, go at him. It's deserved. If you want to talk about a no-show, if you want to talk about being dramatic, being a crybaby, a lot of talk, a lot of bark, a lot of bite, all that stuff, podcast, it's on the table today for damn sure. Justin in Dallas. Justin, you are up next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Laughable, guys. That's one word to describe the game. I laughed more in this game with hurt feelings about just watching Aaron Jones run booty butt naked down the field, untouched. It was unbelievable. Watching Dak's brain turn to absolute pudding was something that just hurts. It hurts me. It hurts to watch this team just fall apart every year. It's disappointing. It breaks my fandom almost to see this over and over and over again. It really just has to make you wonder what's going on, what's happening. Are we really cursed? Something's going on, man. Something's got to give.
It's a great phone call and a great recap of Wolchuk said in the post, and this is my wife sitting next to her. She's like, what are you upset about? She grew up here, Oak Cliff, born and bred. She's like, this is what it is. And she can be ruthless, as Bobby knows.
Oh, gosh.
And she's like...
that's why I go to therapy.
She's like, what are you crying about? What are you shocked? She just chuckles. And she loves the Cowboys, but Zach Wolchuk said this feeling is just all too familiar. It's disturbingly familiar. And he's right. Rick in Dallas. Rick, you are next up on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I've watched the Cowboys for decades now, so I'm really not surprised about this. But I'm just curious. I'm not going to put everything on Dak, but as far as the defense, that was just a horrible performance. DeMarcus Lawrence not showing up as usual. I'm ready for him to go. The whole linebacker in the secondary needs to go. So I'm just curious. Do y'all think any changes are going to Bobby? Do you think some things are going to change? Because I personally don't think so. We'll be back here talking about 2024 as the year for us.
Well, that's setting up a perfect tease, my friend. Thank you, Rick. That's my one disagreement within the show of DeMarcus Lawrence had a fantastic year. That I got to challenge. That I got to push back on, right?
I think DeMarcus Lawrence, I noticed as a unit they were not trying. I didn't notice individual. I noticed Lawrence trying at times last night. Lawrence made a couple plays behind line. He made the very first play on the very
but those two. So I heard you in the post, and I went back and watched it. Those first couple of plays, that was like Green Bay discombobulated, in my opinion. DeMarcus's back fell into. You can give him credit for a push and a force. Green Bay was tripping over themselves in that first series, in my opinion.
Sure.
And then the Cowboys aided it with DeRon Bland's penalty, and then Jordan Love turning into Aaron Rodgers.
But I didn't think DeMarcus Lawrence loafed it yesterday. He didn't stand out to me as somebody who was not giving effort.
I mean, look, they couldn't run to the left side early on. They couldn't run to his side.
All right, let's look at that shot. That was the perfect shot. That, if it was opposite, that would have been what I posted on social media with the Cowboy kid, Cowboy jersey, head in his hands, and the Green Bay kid celebrating next to him. What is Bobby hearing about possible changes? Next on the home of the Cowboys, right after this.
Let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slants picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
Was that night game over for you, Bobby, or before?
Yeah, it was over there. I don't want to out somebody's take, but I'm gonna have to do it. So we're walking to the Brad Sham radio booth when this happens, and brought us at 20-0. Brian goes, I think they're gonna come back and win this game. He's like, it's coming. I think they're gonna come back and win this game. And then the pick six happened, and then Brian had gone to the bathroom during the pick six and came back and he goes, they're gonna lose.
Now he was salty at you in the last Love of the Star for you disrespecting the Packers and none of us giving them a chance. Was there a lot of "I told you so"?
No, there was none of that, because my whole thing the entire time, it's what we talked about the other day. If Green Bay won, like, Green Bay can play good football, but if Green Bay won, you would need Dallas to do kind of what they did yesterday. Like, that's how you win. I'm not saying that they didn't have their hand in it and played really well and made things tough on Dallas, but a lot of that was just Dallas doing the dumb Dallas things they've done all year.
Well, it's interesting because I have 2 emails from 2 separate people, listeners. Make sure you get Bobby's smug butt for saying Green Bay's wide receiver core was below average.
I did not say they were below average.
Well, 2 people said you did.
Okay, well, 2 people don't know how to effing listen. What I said in the pregame show, we can go pull it if you like.
I heard it.
What I said in the pregame show was that they don't have, I was giving Jordan Love credit for doing what he did without having that number 1 stud, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb type. I said they have good receivers, just not a number 1.
And by the way, you said for a day like this, Martin Luther King Day and the freeze, a ton of Tolo texts.
Tons.
Thank you all.
They're awake, and they maybe didn't go to sleep.
Oh, Bassick didn't. He said, I'm having a hard time sleeping. I may come in and co-host.
My son, when I woke up this morning, his light was on in his bedroom. And I was like, and now he sometimes will fall asleep with the light on. And I went in there, and he's awake. And I was like, what are you, my 11-year-old, I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, can't sleep. Can't sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, go to bed, brother.
Y'all, please stick with it. Misery loves company. And I'm about to be miserable. I'm sorry. Apologizing in advance. I'm about to be miserable until the Super Bowl. Not just today or tomorrow. The rest of these playoff games, like today, they just, I wanted to go home, figure out something to cook, give myself a little project. I think my kid's school is open, so he won't be around to annoy me. Early doubleheader, Buffalo weather game. Monday night, Eagles get eliminated, and it's all ruined. All of it's ruined because of these freaking cowards.
Yeah, it's because a lot of times when you lose, either you do one of 2 things. You either just go away from the sport, any sport, whatever it is, or you pick another team to follow.
Yeah. I couldn't enjoy last night. Last night was a hell of a game. Props. I'm happy for the Lions. Happy that we got that pick right over Bobby after he got us with.
Yeah, I was gonna say careful. Don't flex too hard.
Why? You got 1 loss. We got 1 loss.
Yeah, exactly. But
no,
we have 2 losses.
We have 2 losses. All of us.
We still have the Philly game tonight. For me to flex on you.
Did you pick Tampa? You picked Tampa. Right?
We didn't pick it on Friday, but yes, I'm picking Tampa.
Oh, okay.
What about the future now? What could happen? Jerry Jones afterwards outside the locker room on the future of Mike McCarthy and a possible coaching change would have happened sooner rather than later.
When I think about it, which I haven't thought 1 second about it, I know how hard, how much it meant to our fans to advance. What this loss to me means, again, I opened up by saying not how, why, who didn't do what, all of that kind of thing. The only thing that was on my mind almost this entire game was not an analysis of our strategy, not an analysis of the play. It was, do we get to play here again next week? And we can't. And that could have happened by a point, or it could have happened the way it happened out there. And that's all I'm thinking about, and that's all I've thought about. And it is real, and we'll dismiss our group, our team tomorrow. That's as real as it gets.
All right, let's go to Ian Rappaport live, NFL Network, McCarthy future.
Hold on, I got ESPN pulled up. Give me 1 second.
Oh, Peyton.
Oh, Peyton.
Just said he had it.
I guess Peyton did take off today.
So
you know what network Ian Rapp works for?
You got it? Go.
Disastrous defeat. He is going into a contract year this coming year, 2024. Generally, that means organizations have to make a decision. Do I re-up a coach for his next 4 or 5 years or however many it is, or do I move on and say it is not working? That is the situation that the Jones are tasked with today. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of angst. There's a lot of uncertainty. Talking to people on that staff, I think they really wonder, is this it? Is this the end for Mike McCarthy? Fair to say no one knows a firm decision for the Dallas Cowboys, but it's not looking great. And when you consider that many other organizations, 7 actually right now, are undergoing their head coaching searches, if the Cowboys did, they'd be a little behind. Plus consider that a coach like Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, I mean, there's some very big name, very successful coaches out there. If the Cowboys are going to make this decision, it would behoove them to do it sooner rather than later.
All right. Jim Harbaugh, by the way, meeting with the Chargers today. So this whole patient thing that Jerry did with Jason Garrett, it may burn him, Choppy, if he ultimately decides to make this McCarthy change.
Right, because Jason's last year, they missed the playoffs, right? They missed the playoffs.
Yeah, that was the 8-8 year where they had like a record point differential for a team that didn't go to the playoffs.
7 openings with a free agent coaching class that we may not have seen before.
It's a very good free agent coaching class. How's the free agent quarterback class, though? How's that?
Look, I will say, by the way, the caller last hour who was like, Dak needs to take 35. You guys got to realize, regardless of how he played last night, he still has all the leverage in negotiations right now. They still are going to have to work something to figure this out.
Because I do believe, whether or not you want to get rid of Dak or not, he is an attraction to another head coach. Because the idea of going into a situation with Dak or with an uncertainty at the position,
yes,
I still think the Charger jobs were attractive because of Herbert,
and Kellen,
right? But this one is right there. You know, there's a couple of options if you wanted to go with it. Are you going to go with, if you want the Dan Campbell clone? Well, that's Mike Vrabel. Or do you want the coach that's going to make sure that everything is buttoned up? Well, that's Bill Belichick. And do you want the one with the Cotton Dockers? That's Jim Harbaugh.
What are you hearing, or what did you gather yesterday at the stadium during this disaster?
I mean, I think the sense from a lot of people who work there right now is that I think a lot of people think that McCarthy is out. I think that's the assumption. And I think that's an assumption most people have right now. I don't think nobody I talked to yesterday or heard from or chatted with thinks like, oh, this is done, or has said something like, oh, yeah, I know this is done. But there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I think this is probably time's up, because this is a bad look when you go out there. I think there's a big expectation that after what happened last night, a lot of people think that Dan Quinn's going to get offered the Seattle job, and it doesn't sound like this year the Cowboys are going to do what they've done in the past to really try and back up the Brinks truck and keep him around. So I think that there is a real potential, especially if McCarthy and Quinn are both out. There's a real potential this is an entire staff reset. Like, I mean, that could happen.
And the news came out late last week. Will McClay is staying.
Will McClay is staying. Yep, that broke Friday afternoon that he's going to stick around, not take any of those jobs, not take any of those interviews. And I wonder
I think Archer broke that.
I wonder if that is indicative of the fact that Quinn could be going to Seattle. Because we've heard that, like, hey, Quinn and McClay may partner up somewhere together. That might be something that they'd look at. So if Quinn's going to go to Seattle, well, John Schneider's not going anywhere. That's the job that would be the GM job.
We took a lot of crap last week for having Mike Florio on and covering, which in my opinion is our jobs, the what if factor. Well, the what if happened 1,000,000% yesterday. Did any people that you talked to kind of send you I always ask Bobby, I'm like, what do your media friends say about us? Are they insulting us? Are they saying you guys are clowns? Or how do you get along with Sharif? Is he really, this much of an unreasonable prick? All that stuff. You can look at Peyton, just dump me. No one's out there, Pepe. Did anyone give you that type of message? What are y'all doing talking about Belichick? Why are you guys entertaining this? It's a joke. It's not happening.
No, I think everybody out there understood that Mike very easily, depending on how this game went, Mike could lose his job. And so because of that, I think it's reasonable to then fill in the blanks and say Belichick would be part of that discussion. So I don't think anybody did. Look, you want to, I know everybody, there were a lot of people who yelled at us for that. You want to yell at somebody for speculating on what ifs? Well, right after you won the division, the owner and general manager stood up there and said, we'll take it game by game. He speculated on it, essentially.
Yeah. Slater, did you hear that? As you're front and center in front of Jerry yesterday asking all of McCarthy fire questions, you were...
Slater was pressing him yesterday, Jerry.
She was.
She went
but
after
when
him.
we had Florio on, she tweeted, how is this good for anyone?
I think she was
how
talking
is this
about...
good? Let me finish.
Okay.
I know she's your girl. I don't care. But she wants to tweet and question what we're doing. So I got the microphone at the end of the day here. And she's like, how is this benefiting anybody? The culture is as good as it's ever been. And she's front and center in front of Jerry asking when Mike and if Mike could go.
I think
I think that's rich.
I think she was addressing, personally, I didn't ask her, but I think she was addressing Florio, not us interviewing him. I think she was addressing Florio's idea.
All right, well, sorry, Jane. All right, Dak Prescott, by the way, this to me is the key, can be a key to the whole thing. Dak was asked about McCarthy's job status. How genuinely true and authentic is this response?
I don't know how there can be, but I understand the business. In that case, it should be about me as well, honestly. I mean, that guy, I've had the season that I've had because of him. This team has had the success that they've had because of him. And I understand it's about winning the Super Bowl, and that's the standard of the league and damn sure the standard of this place. So I get it, but add me to the list in that case.
That statement and the authenticity, accuracy, and truth of it, if they're going to keep Dak and give him the extension, RJ, that statement, we need to figure out how 100% legit that is. If he really feels like Mike McCarthy unlocked something in his game. Look, for all the Dak talk, and we're going to have a lot of it throughout the week, he's going to finish third in MVP.
Maybe second.
He's going to finish top 2 or 3 for MVP. Did Mike McCarthy really bring something different offensively to the table that allowed that to happen with a hell of a season? That's something you have to factor in and weigh into the conversation.
Yeah, you do. Look, I mean, maybe you could say the approach that, hey, he already unlocked it. So now it's already locked. So let's just, Dak can use what he has moving forward.
Yes.
Because Dak would not be the first quarterback to lose a coordinator, a coach. Tom Brady, how many coordinators does Tom Brady have?
Yeah.
All right. How many coordinators does Peyton Manning have? How many, now Mahomes is not a new coordinator. And that doesn't mean that, that I'm comparing him to those guys, but there are plenty of quarterbacks. Great, generally what happens is if you have a good year, your coordinator generally becomes a head coach.
Yes.
And you're just going to have...
Tom lost a lot of those guys to promotions.
Yeah, and that happens. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to lose coordinators to promotions. It shows that you had a good year. And this is why, great quarterbacks are able to withstand that. And it's up to Dak now to do that if you were to lose him.
Michael Irvin goes ballistic, says everyone has got to go. Des Bryant telling Jerry who to fire as well. And where does this one rank on the all-time sting list in DFW? Not for all the teams in town. The Cowboys playoff list of losses. Where does this one rank with Michael Irvin and Des going off on this football team next? But first, let me go.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Glove with a play fake, boots back to
Wide
his left,
open.
throws back down the right side. Musgrave's all alone at the 15, down the sideline, to the pylon. Touchdown, Green Bay.
More Cowboy phone calls throughout the entire morning here. Thank you for sticking with us on a miserable, shocking Monday. Following what happened against the Green Bay Packers. Got the entire squad in studio. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How was it for y'all driving in, by the way? We're going to get Dan Brunoff with the DFW weather report at 8:20 this morning.
It wasn't terrible. There was maybe a spot or two where it was a little slick. In Roanoke, it was. I noticed I took the dog out this morning when I woke up.
Well,
and I was like, "Oh boy, here we go." And I sent y'all a text. I was like, "What's going on?" And I see as I'm driving east, I got in a grapevine. I was like, "Okay, now it's getting a little bit worse." I thought that it was lake effect snow from the great Dan Brunoff, and then bad in Irving was bad. Like it was like I could not see out of my windshield very well, but it wasn't terrible.
Speaking of Irv, well, how was it for you?
I slipped on one spot going up a bridge, but for the most part, it was clear. The more difficult thing was the amount of lake effect snow around Irving that was just like flowing into my windshield. You couldn't see.
Pepe?
I was on the couch back here, so I was afraid of the roads.
You and
but
Mackenzie
so
fight?
yeah, basically. She kicked me out of our house now.
Whoa!
I'm joking. Stop it. No, but I did not see the roads. I did not go outside, so I don't know if they're good, bad, ugly. But it sounds like they're not perfect.
Surprisingly okay for me. I didn't have any slippage coming in. I'm looking out here on 75, and it does not look like it's covered with anything. So they look clear. Hopefully that's the case. We'll see what happens with the freeze later on and for tomorrow.
Yep. I mean, it's not going to get warmer until what, about Wednesday?
Yeah.
Wednesday.
We'll get the latest from Dan Brunoff. Speaking of Irvin, you guys were talking about Irvin.
It was a stretch.
Yeah, it was a stretch. Michael Irvin putting this locker room on blast on his social media after.
When I got here, I understood the men before me. They built the Dallas Cowboys. They made this America's team. They put a championship on the table before I got here. My job while I was here is to match what they have done because they built it. They handed it to me. Put my damn championship on the table. That's all we ask. Put your damn championship on the table and you couldn't do it. All the asses gotta go.
Woo!
Wow.
Mike!
Carpe omnia.
All the asses got to go. That was a playmaker going off. Des Bryant, who I think was betting in game, said somebody getting fired after he heard Jerry in the post, and he also went to Dan Quinn. I mean, he torched Dan Quinn, saying Dan Quinn already packing up for Seattle. Get his ass up out of here. And I'm paraphrasing because I can't repeat exactly what the middle 88 said. Look, you want to speculate about playoff Seattle distraction? Fine. It's on the table today. That's how stupid that game plan looked. That's how inadequate that performance was. You want to come up here with a theory and say, Dan Quinn, he was thinking about replacing Pete Carroll? Fine. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to argue with you whatsoever. Normally, I don't subscribe to it, but that is how brain dead that strategy seemed.
Yeah.
And Mike McCarthy doubled it up on the offensive side with running the football as much as he did, especially on second down.
I was really surprised at the number of people who were suggesting on social media and the people that were talking about it, behind the scenes, that just this thought for some folks that not distracted by the Seattle job, almost that like trying to get out of there. Like, well, I got to get to Seattle, so let me put a bad game plan out here on purpose. Like, consciously do it. That was a weird suggestion that I saw a lot of people dropping out there yesterday.
Dez tweeted exactly, Quinn was ready to leave Dallas, fire his ass, Jerry, and give him his wish.
Somebody from around the league texted me yesterday, Quinn should be fired too, likely knew he was getting the Seattle job and was horrible.
You think he purposely tanked this thing just so he
I don't. I think it's an odd suggestion. No, I think it's complete.
The draft picks.
No, I think it's a completely weird suggestion, but people are suggesting it for some reason.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. I put out the poll question. It got 7,700 responses. 7,774 Tolos. Head coach of the Cowboys poll question. Keep McCarthy. Promote Dan Quinn. Belichick, Harbaugh, Vrabel, or other. How do you think the Tolos voted? What a mighty, mighty fall for someone on this list. Oh, my Lord.
They wanted the D.
You think that they want
They
Dan
voted
Quinn?
D. No, they voted D.
Very nice, Chris Rose. The Belichick, Vrabel, Harbaugh, I think wins easy.
Belichick is in his own category.
Is in his own category.
Then you got Harbaugh, Vrabel, other.
I think Belichick wins.
Belichick is in second at 27%. 60% of the near 8,000 Tolos have voted for Harbaugh, Vrabel, other.
Ring me up, Peyton.
For Jim Harbaugh.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Harbaugh is the guy that I would love. I would love for them to go get Jim Harbaugh.
Why Harbaugh over some of the others?
Because if you want to talk about
Harbaugh versus Vrabel.
Because I think Harbaugh is a push you over the edge guy who's shown like an ability to do it at a higher level in the NFL than Vrabel has. And so, I mean, I think he's got a good idea of personnel. And I think Harbaugh would be really good. I would not.
Does Harbaugh or Trent get the San Fran roster credit?
I think that it's not Harbaugh getting a majority of it, but I think Harbaugh absolutely has a good eye for talent. I think that ultimately,
you don't think he was like totally hands off?
No, I think that there was guys like Scott McLuhan and people there who really impacted it. But I do think he's got a good eye for talent. He's the one who got Richard Sherman to Stanford or got Richard Sherman out of Stanford, and I mean I think he's a good talent.
I wouldn't have a problem with Harbaugh. I just like the difference in him. Vrabel. They went he went one round further than Vrabel did. It's not like this. Like Vrabel never made it anywhere.
You mean like to the Super Bowl versus
the AFC Championship game? Like I mean, I think I'd be happy with. I mean, either one. I think they're both good coaches.
I would not be upset with Vrabel. Like initially, I will say this: if Vrabel would come in here and try to dictate certain concepts on offense as a defensive player coming out by I would not be in favor of that. But I mean, I think Vrabel would be good for their culture and toughness and everything else.
This is for RJ Choppy.
Yes, sir.
Because he normally tries to be the most consistent one in terms of stability, not in his own life, but for coaching. He's not quick trigger fire this guy. You've said, 12 win seasons. What's the stat now? This is the first time in NFL history, first off, that a number 17 won in the playoffs. And the first time ever that a team has won 12 games in 3 consecutive years has not at least made it to the conference championship game. You have been a proponent of keeping the coach who does that. Where do you stand right now this morning at 7:30 a.m. Central Time? RJ Choppy.
On the dot, you said it.
On the dot. That's
literally 7:30 on the dot.
I'm that good of a host. 7:30.
He hit the post.
No, it was total luck. Where do you stand on Mike McCarthy?
Today's the day to get me. If you want me to, today would be the day. I am as open to change as I ever will be after that. And I'm not usually like that. And tomorrow I probably will okay, we take a step back here.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like I need some days to breathe on it.
Yeah, and I think Jerry will too. I honestly, I don't think if Jerry makes a decision, I don't see it happening until Wednesday at the earliest.
Why though?
Because that's his MO.
No. Why do you need it to breathe?
Because I do think winning 12 games first, and Olsen talked about this yesterday.
Let's play Olsen real quick. This is Greg Olsen in the second half when they had quit, arguably saying getting rid of McCarthy is cuckoo talk.
I'm going to be the first to go on record. I think the conversation about replacing Mike McCarthy is crazy talk. So let me just preface it by saying that. But I always think the best exercise is if you let go your coach, would anyone else hire him? I think the answer with Mike McCarthy is clear. I think teams would jump over themselves to hire him to have this level of consistent success. So if the answer to that question is yes, that answers it.
I think he would get hired again. I don't know how you don't hire a coach who A, has a Super Bowl, and B, in his second stop, won 36 games in 3 seasons. That's pretty impressive. I get it. I understand the drawbacks. I get it. But yeah, I mean, like, I do think winning 12 games in 3 straight years is a valuable thing. Like, he obviously
it's a great achievement.
He obviously fits with this quarterback, with this team, with this organization. But I also understand, like, you know, and teams had to make tough decisions. The Rams had to make a tough decision on Jared Goff. There are teams who had to make tough decisions on certain coaches out there. The Falcons had to make a tough decision with Dan Quinn. I mean, they went to a Super Bowl with Dan Quinn. They won playoff games with Dan Quinn. They had to make tough decisions. The Seattle just had to make one with Pete Carroll.
Give me the percentage that you feel confident that Mike should not be back.
Should not be or will not be?
Should. Your feeling.
If I was making the decision today, right now, knowing what's out there, I'd probably make a change.
What's your percentage?
100. I mean,
no.
Honestly, nope. And look, I mean,
see, I think you have to.
Tomorrow I'll change my mind.
Okay.
I think that, and look, some of this is there's certain things that are in poor taste, I think, to discuss when somebody's actively trying to do a job or get a job done. And that in retrospect, I think are fair to say, hey, here are the things that you can lay out and say it was time for a change. Like here, if people are like, why did this happen? Then you go, okay, well, look, if you're having trouble understanding it, here are the reasons why it probably should have happened. So I think some of that exists. That's probably in poor taste to talk about until Mike is potentially fired. But I will say that I think that pretty clearly they've been good enough to play with the contenders for 3 years now. They've been talented enough to hang with those teams.
Hang with them straight up?
No,
or in the standings?
No, to end up in the same place these teams did.
Yes.
You ended up in the same spot. You ended up in the same pool of competition with those teams. And consistently, they are losing in ways that feel like they come down to preparation and details and the things that would be on not just Mike McCarthy, but that would be on all of the coaches on that staff.
It's like that's the problem, you know. But here's the flip side of that is
when coaching becomes a difference, a true difference, they lose.
Right. But and listen, you got it. We all have to own this one too. Not Sean, but Linehan wasn't good enough. Callahan wasn't good enough. Jason wasn't good enough. Kellen wasn't good enough. Mike ain't good enough. Like, sooner or later, it's the damn quarterback.
Who said Kellen? But that's the thing.
So seriously, like, no, you can't keep changing coaches on the offense to fix the quarterback, and then the quarterback never get fixed, and then you realize, oh crap, here we are 10 years down the road. We got to make a change. Stop shopping at Dollar General for your quarterback and pick one in the first round.
Do we have an issue with the offense? Like
yesterday we did.
Okay, yesterday we had an issue with the offense. But again, what we're talking about is issues of preparation and details, not schematic or like execute. It's the stuff that is all laid out in front of you. Kellen Moore, they had the number one offense. Again, I've said it over and over again. Kellen and Dak together during their time when Kellen was the coordinator and Dak was the quarterback. In those games that they played, they had the number one offense in the NFL, and that's during the Mahomes era of everything that they've done. It's during the Josh Allen Bills era. There's nothing broken in a macro sense about the offense. The offense is really, really good, and it continued to be really good this year after the first 5 weeks when Mike tried to derail it. Since then, it was great, and they found their rhythm. The problem in these games is always we're talking about things that go beyond just like Dak's ability as a quarterback. Dak was awful yesterday, and you have to start asking questions less about Dak's ability as a quarterback over 18 weeks and more about Dak's ability to step up to the pressure in a 4-week window. That's what you have to start asking more about, I think. But to say that it's like, oh, we got to change that. No, Linehan, are you going to argue for Scott Linehan, Chop?
I'm not.
Are you going to argue for Linehan?
I'm not arguing for him.
Argue for Garrett. You didn't want to argue for Kellen Moore, so I don't know how you're going to say well, it can't be all these guys. You can, if you agree that those offensive minds were guys that should have been pushed out. I don't know what we're talking about here. And you just said that if it was you would also fire McCarthy. So you're in favor of firing all these people
again,
too.
I'm not. I don't have a problem with that, and I only would fire him because hey, I get Belichick. I would not fire him for Mike Vrabel. I don't think Vrabel's just he's a goofball.
I think in the coming I think in the coming days we're going to find out that there are real problems with that culture.
I can't
our
hire
culture with this culture, and I think we're going to and look, whether he's back or not, whether the Cowboys choose to move on from him or not, there needs to be.
But what could be wrong with the culture? Jane Slater, your cohort, said, I thought she was our cohort. We can't get her on any of the shows.
Settle down.
But she said that the culture is as good as it's ever been. But what does that mean? I know there's certain things you can't say right now.
I just think that.
But chemistry-wise, we haven't heard zero. Like, I compare and I'm just throwing out observations. This looks to be the total opposite of Philly's meltdown with the bickering and the bitching and the finger pointing. Now, we didn't lose 6 games in a row like them, but this looks to be the total opposite. We haven't had any of that here.
No, but I think that
quarterbacks seem to love each other.
As good as it's going to get with those two, right? They loved each other.
When you see the issues of details and effort and everything else, so culture can mean a lot of things. Culture can mean your interpersonal relationships between the players, how you manage personalities. It can be about the culture that sets in place expectations for how when an entire football team shows up to a playoff home game looking unmotivated on both sides of the ball. That is a culture that seems to set up guys that don't know how to work the way they're supposed to.
So, but they were motivated for 17 weeks.
Yeah.
And then they all of a sudden got unmotivated. So
with the playoffs on the line, that doesn't make sense.
What were the biggest games of the year? What were the absolute biggest games of the year?
Buffalo.
The hype games we're talking about. Buffalo, road game Philly, road game San Francisco, playoff game. What did they do? 0-4, and in all 4 of them had massive problems. And in 2 of the 4, they had, issues with body language. They had guys afterwards who were just seemed disinterested in it. I'm not saying that it can't be salvaged. It's just whenever you have, if you're overseeing an unruly classroom, like at some point it's like, well, you've got to kind of take control of it, even if you don't have problem children. But if you just have an entire classroom that you're overseeing, well, it's like, okay, well, teacher, you got to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dak played well against Philly.
Sure, that's why I don't think that it's just strictly about offensive, like how's the offense executed. This decision comes down to more than that. This decision comes down to that's the same question that they're going to wrestle with in Philly with Sirianni. Is their culture broken? Culture, like a cancerous, toxic culture, is the quickest way for a team to go, we've got to reset here.
But, okay, so let me ask you this. Why did, no matter where he went, why did Tom Brady never have a bad culture? Why is there never talk about bad culture with certain players?
There was. I mean, in 2019, that was considered
after 20 years. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
After 20 years.
Right. But what I'm saying, winning cures a lot. So if you have somebody who's consistently locked in like Brady's, and by the way, if you'll notice, a lot of the people who are some of the most toxic coaches, it's the people who have left New England. McDaniels was considered ridiculously toxic.
Right.
Patricia
was. It worked because nobody stepped out of line with Tom.
Right. Because Tom is that, the way that Tom plays, the way that Tom levels up, the way that they win titles. You got to remember, when they won titles initially, they were underdogs. They weren't supposed to be anything. Yep. And then after that, they just sustained success.
Mike McCarthy on his job security last night, quote, I don't think anyone saw this coming. I think the biggest thing is we are disappointed. I have not thought past the outcome of this game. Here's where I sit on it right now, and I'm trying to be a little bit patient and not react in the moment. I'm leaning towards you can't bring Mike back. Because how are you going to go through another regular season? How are you going to go through this again? Right? How are you going to go 11-6, 12-5, and not have everyone thinking the same exact thing? You didn't lose in the NFC Championship game to the 49ers. You got waxed against a team who barely got in. The first 7 seed ever. Was Jordan Love out of his mind? Spectacular. Would Jordan Love have put it on Baltimore yesterday? Maybe. But you still lost to what was supposed to be this was supposed to be a cakewalk. Cakewalk first game, you're going to be favored in the second game, and then you can lose in the NFC Championship game, and maybe that would not be enough. How are we going to just go through the regular season next year and feel like it's going to be any different, or the first sign of things? This is what they're going to be asking in Philadelphia right now. How are we going to do this next year? When A.J. Brown isn't happy, the first sign of that. When CeeDee and Dak are crying to each other and for some reason miscommunicating with each other, Like, how are we going to run this back? That's my biggest hiccup and hurdle right now, and that would lead towards replacing Mike. Pepe, where do you fall on it?
I mean, I would get rid of Mike right now. I mean, you have to, because it's the same old. He struck out 3 times. The first year, 2020, Dak got hurt. It doesn't count. But you have 3 straight 12 and 5 years. It's going to happen again. Because I put my hand up. I already looked at next year's schedule. I said, 11-6, 12 and 5, 13 and 4 maybe. But it's going to be the same old. It doesn't matter if you get a home game or not. You're still going to lose. You're still going to fail every single time. It's ridiculous. Someone else has to be in charge.
I just don't know how it's like when you get in a fight with your significant other, right? And you've had a lot of ugly fights, and then the next fight's coming, and it's like, God, here comes another 2 days or a week of misery. Like, all these feelings I think are going to creep back. It's easy to say the morning after, but the doubt and here we go again, and the repeat factor and the question marks that you have in your own mind, I don't know how you get away from that. And that's with a 12-win season.
Yeah.
Imagine if this is 10-7. We're talking like we are
3 straight
the
12
Chicago
wins.
Bears.
Yeah, 3 straight 12 wins.
3 straight 12 wins.
Yeah, tough decisions do have to be made at some point with a lot of teams, be it the coach, the quarterback, certain players. There's no doubt this is one of them. They put themselves in this position. If they lose a close game, I think you could deal with that, right? Football is a one-possession game most of the time anyway. When you're down 30 at home to the 7 seed, that was literally, for me coming in, that was literally the only situation where I would even remotely advocate for Mike not to be here anymore.
Yesterday had to happen for this discussion to happen. Right. The discussion may have happened if you lost to Green Bay regardless, if it was by 1 or 30.
Right, but if you have 3 fumbles,
yeah,
which isn't on the head coach, right? It's not on the head, right? Fumbles, if you had 3 fumbles, and they had short fields, and they wind up winning by a little bit. All right, you know what? That's football, man. I could deal with that.
Yeah.
You lose by 32
with those game plans, RJ,
and you looked lifeless. And I hate to do that. I hate the emotional. That's such a Philadelphia sports take. But they looked lifeless yesterday. They looked like they had no desire to be there at all. Yeah, and that's part of the coach. It's part of the players. It's part of the organization, and the culture starts. You can say the culture starts with the quarterback. You say it starts with the coach. It also can start with the owner. You can start with any of those guys, and that was just an organizational disaster.
I mean, part of the entire coaching staff, again, not just one person, the entire coaching staff is there's personal responsibility among the players, but the coaching staff oversees the interpersonal relationships, the social dynamics, the locker room structure. They oversee that, and so if that has flipped or if that falls short, somebody's got to answer for that. You can't in good faith run it back.
I agree right now. I agree. I'm trying to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Trying to take a step back. But here's the problem, as Ian Rappaport said on the NFL Network. 7 other teams have a head start on you. 82 years old, 81 or 82 is the age of Jerry Jones. If you blink, does Belichick go to Atlanta? If Philly loses tonight, someone very connected told me Philadelphia is interested in Belichick. Does Vrabel already have his interviews lined up? Harbaugh's in Los Angeles today. So this whole sit back, you got to weigh that against losing out on the potential answer. Patience could cost you.
It could. I assume Harbaugh is not going to just do one interview, right? I assume that he's going to take his time. He might. That might make him an offer he can't refuse and say, here's $15, $20 million a year and take it or leave it. But, who knows what the Spanos family's going to do.
And I mean, Jerry, if he is going to make that decision, Jerry may already have an idea of exactly what he wants, so he feels no rush. Like he may feel like, I know what I have I know what I can get lined up.
All right, Cowboy phone calls coming up at 8 o'clock on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Be careful if you're driving out there. And thank you for listening on the Odyssey app, or if you're listening at home, wherever you may be. Let's take a little break here and talk about the other games. And unfortunately, the Texans' Twitter account was ready. Houston was ready, and they tweeted out the Texas team after this.
Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6. Yes! Steven Nelson. Yes! Take that, Cleveland.
Texans radio with the call. Take that, Cleveland. 2 straight pick sixes, over. This thing started off shot for shot. Flacco, Stroud. CJ, Joe. And then 2 straight pick sixes, and CJ Stroud becomes the first rookie quarterback drafted in the first round to win a playoff game since 2009 when Mark Sanchez did it with the Jets. Rex Ryan yesterday on the pregame show goes, make no mistake about it. I love you, Mark, but this ain't a discussion. I'm taking CJ every single step of the way. And I thought the Cleveland Browns defense was supposed to be great. And as I'm trolling and giving it to Derek Holland, lighting him up, mocking him, shut up, on social media, he gave it right back yesterday after the Cowboys got destroyed. The Texans dominate.
Yeah, they did. And CJ Stroud is just so good. And this is something that, you got to start looking at
CJ Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah, and look at CJ Stroud in general, when he's had to go up against these big name, the end of his career at Ohio State, when he had to go against the NFL defense in Georgia and absolutely torched them. Lost the game, ultimately not on CJ Stroud, though, absolutely torched them. You look at the fact that then he goes up against the Browns with the number 1 defense, absolutely torched them, 16-21, 274, 3 touchdowns. Just no sweat for him. And when you look at, in general, the last 3 really high leverage big games he played really well against Georgia, like I just mentioned. He had the winner go home game against Indianapolis where he played really well, wins that game on the road, wins this one against Cleveland with a lot of people doubting what the Texans could do. I think next year it's going to be really fast. Stroud's going to assert himself next year as okay, we're putting him up near the conversation of Allen and Burrow and guys like that.
His accuracy, anticipation, his touch cannot be rattled. He looks really, really cool and chill. And he makes that back foot fadeaway throw like Jordan Love. And the pressure does not get to him. The pressure does not get to him. He's throwing dimes, man. He's a problem. He is going to be a freaking problem. And I asked Holland, who is a Michigan fan, I said, did you see this watching this kid at Ohio State? He's like, not like that. No, absolutely.
He was great against Georgia.
He was. But there were definitely some moments where Stroud didn't live up to what people wanted from him at Ohio State. But that's why you also got to believe in trajectory and how you view a player and what they can do. There were a lot of people in Houston who bought into his ability, just his work ethic and his ability as a leader to put it all together.
I'm happy for him, and I know it's Houston. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for D'Amico. What a story. What a run. What a season. As they get it done in game 1. Bobby, you got that one correct.
Yes.
The rest of us did not.
All right. Time's up.
No. We got to get to last side here momentarily. You got anything else on this game before we get to KC?
First, forget Stroud, who was tremendous. That Houston defense was nasty. And, the back-to-back pick sixes.
Real young.
Very, very young. They're I wouldn't want to play them right now.
Hell no. Absolutely not. And then I need to know how everyone did, or if you did, take this in Saturday night.
2nd down, 8 for the Chiefs at the Dolphin 12. Mahomes throws right side. Caught Rice at the 5, angling right. Touchdown! Kansas City rookie Rashee Rice, his first postseason touchdown, an 11-yard crossing pattern. And just like Germany, the Chiefs have an outstanding opening drive for a touchdown to start the game.
They played in Germany this year, those two teams.
Oh.
When the Dolphins played.
I was like, we going with some war reference?
Yeah, you should never start off with just like Germany.
Yeah. Rashee Rice from?
SMU.
SMU. 8 for 130 and a touch. Most by a rookie in Chiefs history. 4th coldest game in NFL history. -4 at kickoff. I need to know what everyone did for this with the Peacock problem. And I got to get these stats. I know NBC's bragging about a lot of the streaming numbers. What did everyone do to take this game in if you did?
Did you see the promo during the Texans-Browns game where they're like, coming up next, and they're like, the first game ever streamed exclusive.
That's something to brag about.
Their pitch, they said, be part of history.
Yeah.
Is what the answer. History by making us pay for an app, holding us hostage to watch this game. This is an interesting spin here. I turned it on. It was I had
you
Peacock.
Already had Peacock.
Yeah, I had Peacock,
well,
and I was watching it, and I was just like, this is not a fun game to watch. I just was kind of after the end of the second half, I was just flipping back and forth. I'd get out of Peacock, go watch something else, and come back. But
I don't have Peacock. I did not have it on initially, and I was like, man, I really wish we could see this game. And she goes, "Why can't we watch it?" I told Sarah it's on Peacock. She said,
Kenny.
And she said, Jason gave us his password, the great Jason Newman that we went to the Cowboy game with.
Oh.
So we had his password.
Yeah.
So I just threw it on. I was like, oh, crap, here we go. So I put it on.
So I was
able to watch 85% of it.
Pepe?
Went to McKenzie's. She had it. I did not. So I said, oh, well, let's watch the game. And then I got free dinner out of it, too.
What did you eat?
Wingstop. Her parents ordered Wingstop, so.
Okay, her parents.
Cereal?
Yeah. No.
So I asked the Tolos, and I left out a couple of things that may have been illegal options. What did you do for the game? Ordered Peacock, already had it, not watching / not ordering. A lot of people said you got to include, I should have included password / illegal stream as the fourth option. But 54%, now 3,600 Tolos voted, 54% said already had it, which surprised me that it was that many people. 50% already had the network. 34% said not watching, not ordering. 11% ordered to get the game. NBC announced their ratings, and they're boasting about some massive numbers. According to them, it was the most streamed event of any kind ever in the United States, with more than 23 million viewers tuning in. You rolled your eyes, Roberto?
Yeah, because, this whole thing feels like it's so new and
Tarico last night was doing this whole commercial for it. A milestone moment in media and sports history.
Yeah, I feel like these could be cooked numbers very easily.
I would be willing to bet that the Super Bowl was streamed. Because, what is... I have DirecTV stream. Everything I watch is streaming.
So many people, again, were watching this on pirated streams or had to go find it somewhere else. There were a lot of people I knew who just didn't have Peacock and were not going to buy it for it.
Yeah. Can you cancel?
Yeah, you buy a month. You sign up for the free trial.
Okay.
But then you got to remember to cancel. And who remembers to cancel? I know I don't.
That's one of the old. That's one of the old life hacks. You take the end of a gift card and you use that as the card, like one that's empty. Use that as the card to put on file, and then when it goes to auto charge it can't.
Ooh.
Warning: the following life hacks are unethical.
Pepe woke up.
That was quick.
All right. Back to Cowboy phone calls. Best part of the show. Misery loves company. We need y'all. On a snowy Monday, we'll get the weather update from Dan Brunoff downstairs at 8:20 from News Radio 1080 KRLD. 877-881-1053. Line them up. 877-881-1053 for your Cowboy phone calls next. After Choppy tells you about K-Post Roofing.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 2 at the Dallas 9. Glove under center. Handoff Jones. Starts left, cuts right. Hot knife through butter. Walks in. Green Bay touchdown.
Oh, man. What a special treat.
Wow.
Not that call. This is Sean, RJ, Bobby, and to what do we owe the early arrival of Mikey B. Bassick, baby? Wearing?
What is that?
That does not match. That's for sure.
I don't know.
These are my guys.
I don't recognize the jersey.
You got a lot of guys.
I got a Trevor Lawrence jersey on and a Kansas City Chiefs hat, Super Bowl hat.
That's a lot of men.
You know why he wears 16? Paid man.
Oh, yeah?
College.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mike Bassick. No.
Carpe Omnia, brother.
Hey.
Welcome.
Bobby's greeting everyone like they're entering a mosque or a dojo.
Yeah. I'm just greeting everybody as Carpe
This was your
Omnia.
perfect scenario.
I mean, look, Hall of Fame or Hall of Shame. I just want you on the wall. Like, don't be boring. I just want something interesting for us to talk about regardless. Just don't be mediocre.
So what do we owe this?
I woke up at 4 o'clock. I just had a horrible night's sleep. Couldn't sleep.
But it wasn't because you were miserable over the game.
No, not at all. I quit the Cowboys years ago. Like they don't hurt me and they don't excite me anymore. So in a way, like I'm not pumped up that they lost, but it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm totally and completely divorced from the Cowboys. I cover them. I watch all their games. I analyze their games, but the hurt or the joy of Cowboys victory or loss doesn't bug me anymore.
Were you stunned?
Yes, because I did think the Cowboys were going to win 34-20. Like that was my real prediction. I was screwing around and said 41-0, like on a video shot at Buffalo Wild Wings. But I thought the Cowboys would win this game by 10 to 14 points.
Same.
But I forgot what Dak looks like after a regular season is over. And so he reminded me of what happens when it's a do or die game. And he's never doo-dooed before. That would be winning 2 games in a row.
Dude. I get it. He died.
Sometimes he dies, but mostly he just dies.
If you are Jerry Jones.
I once died.
If you're Jerry Jones this morning, like what's the first, like you have no doubt, I know we're doing this. What is it?
The Cowboys?
If you're Jerry.
I mean, usually he stands pat in this situation. Usually he gets really mad with you guys tomorrow.
No, it's with you guys Friday. We're getting word already that he's not going to be coming on with us tomorrow.
And I don't know that he's joining y'all Friday, but
No, he might not.
He's definitely not joining us tomorrow.
And he does that rage interview with you guys. He's canceled on
Richie
us.
and Grego?
Sometimes. No, that'd be a hell of an interview. He's canceled on us here and there in years past, and it led us to believe, oh my gosh, someone's in trouble. Then he comes on with you Friday, scorched earth, and a lot of times
then we speculate for a week, and then a week later he comes on and goes, I can't believe, what are you guys talking about?
Right.
Like, we're literally working off of your interview. This is what we're working off of. And he's like, I can't believe you guys thought that.
Yeah.
And so he kind of,
like he did to us on
there's a
Tuesday.
fire. He's holding the gas can right next to it. And he's like, who started this fire? You know?
Yeah.
And so now, if he does, I understand. If he fires Mike McCarthy or moves on from other people, I totally understand. But for his history, he's never moved on after a regular season like this.
Right. Oh, wow.
He actually gave Jason Garrett, if he did this, he would give him leeway always to have a bad year the next year and go, I understand this was a bad year, but last year we had a good year. So I'm going to give him a chance to recover. And then horribly, he would somewhat recover, and then we had 10 years of Jason Garrett.
You think he's going to keep Mike?
I would lean towards he's keeping Mike, but I understand firing him.
Here's what
I don't know. I understand both. I can see both situations happening. Like Jerry generally, and that's why I don't think anything would happen today. He like takes a break. He does do a good job of like not letting his money get mad, not reacting in the moment. He will take a couple of days. But man, like that's just that. And I think any other type of loss was okay for Mike. That loss was like, holy cow, that was bad.
I've been listening to the whole show. If it would have been a New York Giants 07 loss, where you have a couple of turnovers that you're like, dang, that was unfortunate, and a couple plays that didn't go your way, Patrick Creighton-ish plays, you'd have gone, son of a gun, if we would have just done this or done that. I mean, you have to go back to the first drive. If Dak throws a completed pass to CeeDee Lamb, who's wide open, he's going to catch it for about 8. It's 3rd and 8. He's going to run for at least 10 when you watch on replay. He might run all the way, but I'm going to give him at least an 18-yard play. You're in Green Bay territory, 1st and 10 on about, let's say, the 35-yard line. But instead, you punt. And that's it. That was it. I mean, you did get them to punt next. They did punt back to you. So it was touchdown, punt, and then they punted. And then that was pretty much, you can't really analyze anything else and go, well, if this would have happened or that would have happened. It ended.
Here's what I don't
Did they
understand.
punt one time with their starters?
I believe so.
It's the
second possession.
Second possession they punted.
Here's,
and then the pick.
Here's what I don't understand. I do understand people when they say the organizational structure just doesn't work. Like, it's not going to work the way it is where Jerry's the GM and you've got this whole that naturally causes problems. I understand when people say that. My issue is the last several years, like, they've put contenders out there. Like, they didn't lose that game yesterday because Jerry's the GM and that's a weird organizational structure. I don't understand this continued issue with that team, whether it's coaches, players, whatever else, that when they get in these situations, they just completely fall apart. And it's some weird, like, vague thing that you can't put your finger on, of like this just energy that just pulls them down, and I can't describe it.
Can I throw out this just as I have no clue if I'm right or not. I'm not saying I am. Mm-hmm. Is it the pressure of being a Dallas Cowboy in the playoffs?
Or maybe just the pressure of the playoffs?
I don't know if it's the pressure of being like Yankees. You see really good players go to the Yankees and die. Nothing against Kenny Rogers. I loved him as a teammate. He went to the Yankees and couldn't pitch anymore. He gets away from the Yankees and he can pitch all of a sudden again. And I'm not saying that happens with Cowboys. They go somewhere else and they're better, but it's maybe the pressure of being a Dallas Cowboy in the playoffs is too much for them.
I mean, the eyeballs are there.
I have a natural inclination. Yesterday in watching that game, right, and wanting them to win, it's like we have to score first. That I know. We have to score first, and then after 7-0, you're thinking to yourself as a fan, if this is 14-0, the walls are closing in quick. Like, the water's rising quick, and that's the feeling of pressure. And that's the feel that Dak Prescott played with that, it looked like. He was shook. He was disoriented. He was pressing all of it. Let's hear from the Tolos. Mike Bassick, special guest in studio. JP in Roanoke. Choppy's Hood. JP, you're live on the Fan.
Yes, sir. 2 comments. I'm shocked. I'm in disbelief. I don't have the words. I mean, I really thought they were going to do well this year. You know, I really think there's 2 things that we got to look at. The Cowboys, I see Jimmy Johnson at halftime. We need a coach. We need Bill Belichick to come in here. I see 2nd down and 3, like 4 different times where we run the ball. I'm yelling at the TV. You know, I see Dak every year, the way at these big games, he just can't get it done, and we just got to face the fact. We got to start looking at I think we got to look at a quarterback, because he can do it during the regular season, but under pressure, man, the guy just is not – he's not doing it. He balls up and doesn't know what he's doing. He just acts like he can't throw the ball. Guys are open downfield, and he's not releasing the ball. He's just – man, he just curls under pressure.
Thanks for the call. What are you more concrete in your belief, Mike? That McCarthy's not the guy, or Dak's not the guy?
Well, in a way, both, but I would say Dak. Dak has had Jason Garrett. Dak has had Scott Linehan. Dak has had Kellen Moore. Dak now has McCarthy. And he has proven to me from 2016 to 2023 now, that's long enough for me to know when it's on the line, he will fail. He just will. I'm fine. Bring in another offensive coordinator. Bring in another head coach. I've seen him with other offensive coordinators. I've seen him with other head coaches. And for some reason, when you're playing Jimmy Garoppolo, he can't pass the ball anymore. Like, Jimmy was horrible. When you go back and watch that game, Jimmy Garoppolo was atrocious. And Dak's like, I'm going to play at the same level pretty much in this game. Like, that was, I'm not saying an easy win because they had a good defense.
Yeah.
But, like, you literally played against the worst quarterback in the NFL in the playoffs that year. You lost at home. Last year, you go to San Francisco, very tough game. You do absolutely nothing offensively, and you lose. Yesterday, the defense set the tone on the first drive that we're not going to stop them. And Dak said, guess what? I'm not going to score. And so that, I hate it. I hate that Dak's not good enough because he seems like a great person. I don't know him as a person at all. He seems like a great person. He wants to be great, but it's too much pressure. He's kind of like a number 3 start. If I had to compare it to baseball, he's a number 3 starting pitcher in baseball. You can love him in the regular season, but then when you get to the playoffs, you're like, oh crap, he's pitching game 3 tonight. You know, and you're like, come on, just give us 5, man. Give us 5 and a chance.
It's also not even that he's pitching game 3, is that sometimes like he's and now yesterday he wasn't, but it's almost like it's a number 3 starter going up against number 1.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and like you have to compare that because if you want to win Super Bowls or multiple Super Bowls, you got to be compared to the guys who can, which are usually generally number 1s. And Dak is a really, really, really good quarterback. I think he's a great quarterback. I think, you know, the question is that do you stay with great or do you try to find elite?
Alexander McKinney, you're up next. Alexander, you are live on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Listen, all of these, you know, emotions and things going around about this or that. Dude, Dak can't play defense. It didn't matter if Dak threw a touchdown on every possession that they had. Defense was letting them score, you know. So
can I ask you a question real quick? But just I'm going to go back a few years ago. Did Kansas City or Buffalo stop each other? Like, I understand what you're saying. You are correct. I'm not saying you're wrong about the Cowboys defense yesterday. But I've seen Joe Burrow recently. I've seen Patrick Mahomes. I've seen Josh Allen. I'm not saying they each won all of those games. But I've seen them where their defense couldn't stop. But they ended up going, I'll put up 42 and see if that's enough.
Mike, you know, you've been a pro ball player yourself. We all play sports. There are times when things just aren't clicking. And like Dak said, when it started clicking, it was too late. The scale had been tilted too far. It's just like this is like the 49ers Cowboys NFC Championship game. Spotted them 21 points. Give the Cowboys a few more minutes, they would have come back and won that game. Sometimes the ball bounce that way, guys. We all know that. My issue is, man, I hate to see players leave after things like this. Like, I knew when they didn't bring Zeke back, first game, they have red zone issues. Zeke would have allowed them to be a little more versatile in their play calling than they were this year, because Tony Pollard was not a bell cow or running back. So I just hate to see players leave after this because, you know, they're favorite players I have. But, man, Dak did not – defense let them down yesterday. And Dak had a bad game at the beginning, but he was starting to turn it around.
Well, when they went – yeah. I mean, when
they pulled Jordan Love.
They pulled it. But, yeah, it was 48-16 with 6 minutes to go.
He was atrocious.
Like, you can't – like, this is –
the defense and Dak were atrocious. Everything – like, you can't make up how bad it all was across the board. The coaching, the game plans, the effort, the quarterback, CeeDee's attitude, the defense, it all detonated.
I wish I was Bobby today. Okay, I really do. Because he keeps receipts on what people text or tweet him throughout the course of the year.
Yeah,
all
it's very healthy.
All right, and I know a couple of the accounts that have, when I was, I posted one video in training camp of Dak like having a bad throw, and I just got destroyed over it. And I have all those accounts, but I'm not childish enough to go back. I wish I was. I wish I was Bobby, because I would go to all of them and just repost that same tweet.
BetterHelp.com. You're growing.
Real quick, I was surprised because I never tweet anymore during Cowboys game. I tweeted last night when I knew the game was over, like at halftime, just to get a response from Cowboys Twitter. It was amazing. To Alexander's point, he's not the only one that feels like Dak had a great game yesterday.
A great game? A great game?
Well, not great,
because
but
they're looking at the box
at the
score,
end, they
403 yards and all these points.
10 years from now, when we kind of forget how this game flowed and we just look at the game, we're going to go, dude, he wasn't the issue. 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. He had to throw the ball 60 times in this game because we couldn't run it, right? You're going to go back and just look at the stats and go, Dak was not the issue.
Christy and Red Oak. Christy, you are live on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Good morning, guys. I guess the first thing I thought was, thank you, Jerry, for not getting on after the game and making some dumb excuse for what we saw like we're total idiots. So thank you, Jerry, for that.
He had 0 words, 0 explanation for the game.
For the rest of the game, I mean, it's like all of these guys should be on their finals. Jerry, Dak, you're getting ready to ask to be the highest paid player in NFL history. Do you think you put a resume out there for that? I'm just asking. A sister just wants to know. As far as replacing the coach, Jerry tells us every year when something bad happens that we got to look at the history. Well, I hope Jerry has become a history buff. Look at the history of your coach. If you guys are satisfied with going to the bank with the bag and you're fine with these one and done, then you've got a winning recipe. But if you want to get to a championship, you don't have a championship quarterback. You drafted him in the 4th round. He keeps showing you every playoff why he's a 4th round pick. And you don't have the kind of coach that can grab a hold of a team that has a tendency to do what this one does, which is fall apart under pressure. Go get yourself a winning coach and really seriously think before you make your quarterback the highest paid NFL player in history.
Great call, Christy. We appreciate it. We may have an update on Jerry Jones. I got a couple of different things coming in, and Dan Brunoff, our meteorologist downstairs, is going to give you your weather update for today. Sean, RJ, Roberto, and Mikey B.
Yeah.
Next.
Let's get you over to A.
here on 105.3 The Fans. Segment here brought to you by State of the Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Instead, he's going to take a fake, and Love rolls to his right and sidearms a throw in the end zone, touchdown. Romeo Doubs. And Love dropped down. He found a whole new arm slot that time. He threw sidearm across his body, going away, threw it by Malik Hooker, and found Romeo Doubs.
Yeah, apparently Devontae Adams never left the Green Bay Packers. Romeo Doubs never had 100 yards in his career. Did not have a 100-yard game. 6 for 151 and a touchdown. Mike Bassick, special in-studio guest.
That was Robert Brooks, I thought.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s, 87.
Antonio Freeman.
Wasn't Robert
Like,
Brooks
how can you hold Dorsey Levens to no rushing yards, Antonio Freeman to no receiving yards, and still get your ass kicked?
We may have some Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy updates after Dan Brunoff, kind enough to take some time downstairs, our meteorologist from News Radio 1080 KRLD. Good morning, Dan. What can you tell us with a weather update out there?
Hey, man, good morning, guys. Did the Cowboys play last night?
Oh, no, they did not. They didn't. They didn't show up.
Dan.
They got iced in.
If the game would have started at 6 p.m., they're winning by 20 right now.
Yeah. Man.
What's more depressing, the Cowboys or the forecast?
You know, I don't know. I'd say the Cowboys because, you know, we get these little Arctic blasts that come through a couple times every winter. And everybody remembers the big one back in 2021, right?
Yeah.
Power outages and temperature -3, and we had a lot more sleet and snow around then, and the below sub-freezing temperatures lasted a heck of a lot longer too. But after we get above freezing, which will be Wednesday about noon, when we get to about 34, we will have experienced about 84 hours of sub-freezing weather. And did you see any snow on the way into work this morning?
Yes, saw some snow, but we didn't get that much ice at 4 and 5 a.m. Is there ice out there? Is it coming?
No, not at all, man. All the snow's pretty much tapered off now. There's some little bit of some light snow here south of Interstate 20. So if you're coming inbound into Tarrant or Dallas, downtown Fort Worth, it's most snow I saw was about 1.5 inches, believe it or not, at DFW. And you guys know that the football game got canceled up in Buffalo, right? And it's scheduled for this afternoon?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, because of feet of snow, and that's all caused by what's called lake effect snow. And so they get 2, 3, 4 feet in a matter of days when they get a certain wind direction off of the huge area lakes up there, right? Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Now, last night at about midnight, we got what's called lake effect snow here, believe it or not. We got Lake Ray Roberts, we got Lake Texoma, Tawakoni, Ray Hubbard, Grapevine, Louisville, right? And 3 of those lakes line up down Interstate 35 from Gainesville through Denton County and eastern Tarrant and western Dallas. So with temperatures in the low teens and a north wind gusting to 20, that lake water's 45 to 50 degrees.
Wow.
So we got lake effect snow here across North Texas. You guys probably don't care about twice as little as I do, but it doesn't happen very often. So that's what caused the snow early this morning. We have a wind chill advisory in effect until noon, winter weather advisory until noon, just due to powdery snow on the roadways, but no ice. And again, we're going to have a hard freeze again tomorrow morning. We got down to 11 degrees this morning, tied the record back in 1905.
Wow.
We'll be down to about 11 tomorrow morning. We're only going to get to 26 today, 29 tomorrow, and then we'll get above freezing finally by Wednesday.
But driving in tomorrow morning or late tonight, you think still be okay?
Yeah.
This is the worst right now?
Yeah, well, we're good. There'll be no calling in sick, and the schools might delay a little bit tomorrow morning. This is MLK Day. We're celebrating and honoring Martin Luther King, of course. But the schools are out. Colleges start tomorrow across much of North Texas. They may delay it until 10 a.m. just due to the super cold air, and some of those kids have to take the bus. And again, with the wind chills, -10 to -5 to -10, that's how it feels when the wind blows tomorrow morning. And temperatures 8 to 12 degrees. They may delay it a little bit. But again, we'll get to Wednesday, and then we'll finally be above freezing by the afternoon. And I do want to stress, and hopefully you guys have been doing this, everyone out there, all the Tolos, make sure you drip your faucets and keep those cabinet doors open until noon on Wednesday, because it's pipe bursting weather, y'all.
Cowboys defense was doing that yesterday.
Dan, you're a beast. Thank you, man. We know
Leaking
you gotta run.
everywhere.
All right, guys, have a good one.
The best. Dan Brunoff, News Radio 1080 KRLD. downstairs. How was it for you driving in?
I went slow. At 7:30 in North Oak Cliff, it was snowing pretty good. It was a pretty strong snow, but it's snow and not ice, so driving wasn't bad. I'm not telling everybody to get out and start driving, but because it's not ice, it's snow, it wasn't like it usually is with weather like this here.
We had the front bathroom froze, the pipes.
How do you know?
Luca went to go take a shower last night. I don't know what he was doing there. But he goes, Dad. I was like, wow, that was quick. He goes, pipes are frozen. And I'm like, shut up. I turned the faucet on in the kitchen. It works. I turned his sink on. It works. It's just his shower against the wall, the exterior wall.
Yeah.
So that one, I dripped the rest of them.
But pipes burst? No.
Nothing burst that we know of yet, but it was froze. The pipes froze.
All right, let's get you a Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy update on the home of the Cowboys. I think we can stop saying and branding ourselves the home of the NFC East champs.
Why, that didn't change.
They're still NFC East champs.
NFC East champs.
No, technically it's correct. So it sounds like Jerry Jones is not going to come on with us tomorrow.
Yeah.
Would you like to expound on that?
No, I'm just saying the indication is that the Tuesday interview is done.
Yeah,
so with season ending,
That's not improvement.
we won't. That was the expectation.
Now this has happened here and there in years past, and a younger me would say, "Uh-oh, someone's gone, someone's fired." But Jerry's kind of made a habit of this in not doing the Tuesday recap interview. What he then does is go on Mike Bassick's KMC Friday show and scorch earth everything that's unacceptable. There's got to be changes around here. There's going to be turnover, blah, 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 blah. And then whatever happens after that happens. So this is not that unusual for Jerry not to come on with us tomorrow.
Right.
And we'll see what he does Friday with you guys.
And he usually never answers a question on this type of Friday. We honestly just should open and just say, Jerry, just say your 15 minutes of what you need to say. Because we say, what about Dak? He'll say, Dak's my quarterback, love him, greatest quarterback in the history of football. And then he goes into something that he's kind of, I don't want to say pre-written, but he knows his message that he wants to get out for that 15 minutes on radio.
Now I'm going to throw out something really reckless here, but they deserve it. I don't care. Reckless speculation. It's a snow day. Let's have some fun. So Atolo DM'd me and said, I'm just letting you know, and I don't know this guy very well, but again, I want to be reckless. Jerry called his pilot at 11 o'clock last night and set up a time to get on his jet this morning. That's all I know. I don't know where they're going, but he is getting on his jet this morning. He was setting it up last night with the pilot. So I always love plane tag. I always love.
You got to check the tail number.
Yeah.
Find me the tail number, Robert. I need you to find that tail number for me.
Would that be really unusual for Jerry Jones, if this is true, to be leaving or not being at the Star this morning or maybe even today? I mean, obviously he has different travel than we do.
No, I mean, he's always in so many random spots doing different things. It could be something came up. I mean, I wouldn't think it's totally unusual. That alone wouldn't cause me to think there was something. I mean, we interviewed him a couple weeks ago. It sounded like he was in Europe. Like with the way that phone connection was. And so I wouldn't think it's too odd.
What about McCarthy's press conference?
McCarthy is not having a press conference today. So there is going to be open locker room at 11:30 where it's the trash bag day where the players collect all their stuff and head out. But it does not sound like exit interviews are complete. So if somebody's going to
What's
react
usual protocol?
As soon as exit interviews are finished, coaches conduct their final press conference. So the fact
this
that
isn't McCarthy press conference has been canceled.
No. This is just like there's nothing scheduled for today because exit interviews are not completed. So that is something where don't read into the fact that there's no McCarthy press conference today. There's just they've got to get through exit interviews and we'll see where things stand up.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just say he's flying somewhere to talk to a coach.
Yeah.
I assume they would not bring that coach to the building. So he would definitely go somewhere to talk to him. They're not going to bring the coach to the building. They still have a coach hired. Maybe if he's at Teterboro Airport.
Where's that?
That's where he met Parcells on the runway in the tarmac of Teterboro Airport back in
I know what he's doing.
2003.
He saw Jimmy Johnson's halftime speech. We're bringing Jimmy back.
So if he's at some private airport outside of Boston or Nantucket, wherever Bill is.
This is the Jimmy speech that went viral quickly that everybody wanted piped in to the Mike McCarthy locker room yesterday while they were getting their ass kicked.
But I'll just say this. Every single one of you, you know how hard we've worked. I don't need to have people pointing the fingers one thing or another. You get your rear end in there and you play the way you know how to play. We can win the game. We're going to open it up. We're going to go fast tempo. Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time. You do what you're supposed to do, we'll win this game.
Guess they didn't reverse the curse.
Oh, yeah, the curse. All you curse people.
Wasn't enough.
All you jinxers.
Right, they won the division.
That is true.
That happens every other year. Mike, is there a name? Let's just say they make a change.
Yeah.
Is there someone out there where you're like, that's my guy?
That's my quarterback.
Not really. I mean, I love Sean McVay. He's not leaving L.A. I think the tough thing here is you do have to limit yourself. I'm not saying that you have to limit yourself a lot, but Jerry is going to want the praise and the glory of a championship if it ever happens. So I'm not for Bill Belichick or against him. I just don't see how Jerry would ever want a championship with Bill Belichick as his head coach. He knows where the praise and the glory would go to, and it wouldn't be to him. And he already has 3 championships. He wants a championship with an average head coach in a way. And so I think Mike McCarthy is close to as good as you can get. I understand changing, but you would need a person who is a different name than Mike McCarthy, but kind of as successful, but also as unassuming that he wouldn't get the praise as the championship guy.
Everything's on the table today. Are there any questions about the futures of Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb? That's next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep.
here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show. All of these delusional Cowboy fans like Bobby.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
And now it's 3rd and 1 at the 3. Jones is back at running back, and on 3rd down, Love is in the gun. They'll hand it inside to Jones. Close for a first down, close to the goal line, touchdown. Aaron Jones. The Packers, aided by 2 penalties, take the opening possession and drive for a score.
Carpe Omnia, Metroplex.
Oh, my God.
It sees everything. Hopefully you're staying warm out there and off the roads, but with the radios on.
You know what? Off the road, Ryan, who does a phenomenal job with the fan cam and YouTube, it must be Mike Bassett coming in early for the Twitch numbers. We know Mike brings the Twitch. 2,500 total viewers right now on YouTube and Twitch.
Wow. Is it that or is it below the belt? You know, maybe I bring numbers.
Well, the last numbers we saw below the belt weren't good, so it has to be Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. All right. Do we have any questions?
I think we put every single guest at 840 when we can.
Do we have any questions about Micah Parsons or CeeDee Lamb extensions after what have been some big moments over the last couple of years where there's bad body language or bad demeanor or feels like there's a isolation from the collective team issues that they kind of separate themselves from that? Is there any hesitancy to lock them in long term?
I'm not even going to answer that question. Number one, I want to drag out these topics, but number two, I'm not going to answer that until I figure out what happened yesterday with this communication thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was, if you rank the inexplicability, I don't even know if that's a word. Where does that fall? Like, of McCarthy's running game plan, Dan Quinn backing off in zone, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb acting like they met each other for the first time after putting up historic numbers between the two, after having CeeDee Lamb labeled and named as the best receiver in football, after having an MVP-type season for your quarterback. What was that? And it was early. I texted Bobby. I said, I don't know if you can see this in the press box. McCarthy went over and had a sideline discussion with Lamb on the bench early. And then it was throughout the entire first half, back and forth, confusion. How could they not be on the same page in terms of route running?
So what's interesting to me is the fact that he went over after the very first series and talked to him like that. Is that, hey, we know the history of Lamb, who by the way, I don't think that Lamb is some pouty little Odell Beckham Jr. malcontent. I think that CeeDee Lamb is incredibly competitive. I think CeeDee Lamb is one of those guys who, regardless of the outcome of the game, he will stand up there and he will take questions. He was one of the only guys who stood up there last night and answered everything. And so I think CeeDee Lamb's just very competitive and gets very frustrated at times with losing or things not going right. So, but because of that history, to get frustrated easily, is that McCarthy trying to nip that in the bud and say, hey, let me get ahead of this. We've seen this happen before. Or did McCarthy see very early on that the team as a whole, there was something off and he needed to try and start addressing it?
They're like, that's why they handed the ball off to him probably. All right, we're going to get you a touch at running back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they got him. I mean, let's be honest. That was a perfect play on 3rd and 8. He was wide open, and if you throw that ball accurately, he catches it and runs for another 10 to 50 yards.
First drive?
Yeah, the first drive. Yeah. It's 3rd and 8. He beats. He beats. I think it was a linebacker, and if you throw it accurately, there's nobody within 5 yards of him.
I don't know on that specific one, and I will ask. I'm just saying that I know that there have been times. There's one earlier this year that I can't remember where people were talking about an overthrow or the ball placement being bad on a throw to Lamb that was a similar route that I know later in the week they had told us like CeeDee didn't hit the right step. Like the ball was thrown to a spot where Lamb was supposed to be. So it's not like you're just tracking and trying to hit somebody. It's not like a field between the two of you. It's ball is supposed to go to this spot and you're supposed to be there. And so I don't know if that was the case there or if it was a Dak miss. I don't know, but I do need to check on that. I just don't know that with certainty it was that because there was a lot of if they were going over to Lamb, they may have been going over there to say, hey, don't get down about the overthrow. Or it may have been like, hey, come on, keep your head up. You just missed those steps. You'll be fine. I don't know.
Yeah, the quarterback position is much more, detailed, technical than just, he missed the pass. I mean, like there's half the time, a lot of times, the quarterback isn't even looking. He's throwing to a spot on a time, right? Bam, 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 count, throw to a spot.
Especially with what they were trying to put in here.
And if something's a little bit off, if a defender knocks the player off his route a little bit, then all hell breaks loose. And that's not necessarily on the quarterback. It's on just.
I'll say at the 2-minute warning, that was 100% on the quarterback. There was,
yes,
I was like, dude, that wasn't even if everything was perfect and there wasn't a defender there, I don't know what the hell was going on.
And you know what? Maybe CD has the urgency that the rest of the team doesn't have. I think a lot of times, at least my brain is conditioned to go, Malcontent wide out, receiver, Brat, T.O., here you go, selfish, give me the ball. Maybe this guy.
I don't think that's him. When we talked to him in Oxnard, like, didn't you get the sense, like, he's just very competitive and very, like, he doesn't
amazing interview.
He doesn't strike me as a petty, like, type of person. I think he gets really frustrated by losing.
And did he lose that ball in the lights to start the game? Like what happened? That was 100% on CD. That was a good pass by Dak. Not a perfect pass, but an easy catchable pass for an NFL wide receiver.
The ball, like, it looked like it got on him really late.
Yeah, like he didn't see it. And sometimes you see that, like, it got into the lights or something. And I mean, obviously nobody cared about that play after you're down 48-16 in a post game. But I was like, early on in the game, what was that? Because he was frustrated. Dak was frustrated. Then later on in the series, they throw the ball that I think is a very easy pass, but Dak missed it.
But maybe he knew and sensed prep during the week. Like, maybe he knew urgency wasn't there. Maybe he felt like this thing's going to slip away real quick. I don't know. I'm throwing out emotional excuses.
I did. So I had talked to somebody yesterday before the game that the entire messaging apparently, and this is what's wild to me given what we just saw out there, the entire messaging to them was, this is a good football team. Like, y'all know we can't overlook them. Like this is a team that is capable of beating us if we don't do what we're supposed to do. So have respect for them and play our game. And then they come out there and it looks like they're just, I mean, maybe it worked too well. Maybe they got there like, we can't beat these guys. They're going to crush us. Because that's almost kind of what it looked like.
Same messaging every week.
I don't think so. I don't think the same messaging every week is don't overlook these guys. Especially in a playoff game.
You think that Mike McCarthy, they walk in that locker room and go, these guys are a joke, we're going to kick their ass?
No, but I would say that I don't think you have to worry every week about telling somebody not to overlook them. Specifically in the playoffs. If you entered a playoff game feeling like you needed to tell your team not to overlook them.
What are we going to label this loss? This is the Bizarro loss.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But then again, it's the Cowboys. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's the history of the Cowboys.
History of the Cowboys.
Ever since Jimmy Johnson left, this is our history.
When I bring up,
we do coddle these guys a little bit. Not like even media coddles.
Which ones? Like the team is in general, or like specific players?
Just the team in general, like not just the Cowboys, like all of our teams. We just do coddle them a little bit, and they go overboard in other cities. But we are a soft media.
I think that it's definitely
it's
a soft
Homer fan base.
No, I think that there's a soft approach. Cowboys can be different. Like I mean, there's so much spotlight there, and you do, I think, get pressed for that. I mean, like last night, McCarthy was getting asked some pretty direct questions, and players get asked direct questions all the time. Dak gets it. I think that they do get pressed pretty fairly, not like overboard, but I do think they get some difficult stuff. But on the idea of when I bring it up, because when I mentioned that at the beginning of the segment, I don't want to trade Micah Parsons. I don't want to trade CeeDee Lamb. I don't want to get rid of those players. I think they're really good. What I wonder, though, is are we seeing the early signs of, with CeeDee Lamb, for instance, are we seeing the early signs of where Jalen Ramsey got in Jacksonville? Where Jacksonville was a team that felt like they were on the come up. They were getting to a certain spot, and Jalen Ramsey wanted to get paid, and Jalen Ramsey early on was historically just like the Lamb question, where it's like, I don't want to lose. I hate losing. It really like gets to me when we lose. And ultimately they end up having to trade him to the Rams. Amari Cooper was a really good player with the Raiders, and the Raiders went like, man, this just isn't working out right now, or the chemistry fit's not here, and they went ahead and traded him. And a lot of people went, why would you trade a young dynamic receiver before he's even done with his rookie contract? So I do not want to trade these people. I don't think they're going to trade them. I'm just saying, for you, the fan base, or you guys here in the room, do you look at Lamb or Parsons and think any one of them fit into that Bradley Chubb, Jalen Ramsey, Amari Cooper mold of these are one of those guys you might trade away before the end of a rookie contract to get some draft capital and say, hey, we're just going to try and get ahead of something that might turn?
I guess I'll throw in Amari Cooper. They did trade him. In the history of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones traded one good player in his prime, Herschel Walker. It led to 3 championships. He's never, after 1989, he's never had a player who's considered in his prime a Pro Bowler and traded him. He's always, hey, this is the perfect team. We just need to take that next step or get luckier. So I understand what you're saying, but literally Jerry has never traded a good player in his life.
He does not believe in, I don't even want to say taking a step back to take a step forward. But he doesn't, they just don't do that. They don't operate like that. They don't operate with that. Now, you know, Amari was in his prime. But look, if they were to trade CeeDee Lamb today, they get at least a one. They get 2 ones for him maybe after the year he had.
No is the answer to both, without hesitation. Period. No to dealing Micah Parsons, having him go anywhere else, and no to CeeDee Lamb. Period.
We didn't talk about it really last week. Is there more of a problem, or do you think it ruffled any feathers? And I genuinely don't know. I'm not inferring anything here. Do you think it ruffled any feathers what Micah said last week, even jokingly? That they're heading into a playoff game and he's talking about Dan Quinn leaving and he's like, shoot, maybe he'll take me there with him.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
I think it ruffled more feathers yesterday. If I'm a role player, which at best that's what I was in Major League Baseball, really, but it ruffles your feathers when you're like, you're the leader of our team, Jack Nuts. You answer these questions.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah.
Like, I get paid $750,000. I wish I would have got paid that, but that's like a role player in the NFL is not even making $1 million.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to sit here and go, hey, where's Mike at? How come Micah didn't do this? How come Micah's not answering the question? So what do you think of the defense? I'm like, dude, I'm not supposed to be the leader of the defense. I'm not supposed to answer these questions. But that guy's too scared or chicken-ass to stick in here and answer these questions. To me, if I'm a role player on the defense, I'm like, hey, dude, you're about to get paid $30 million a year. You are, and you are the leader of this defense. You gotta stand. You gotta take the heat here because now you're leaving it on all of us guys. So to me, that's the chicken ass thing that he did.
Did CeeDee talk?
Yes, that's why I want to like say that CeeDee Lamb is never, at least I shouldn't say never, but I don't believe CeeDee Lamb will ever be one of these guys who gets fined for like refusing to step up there after a bad loss. Like CeeDee has, after San Francisco, CeeDee stood up there and talked for 5 minutes when a lot of other guys refused to talk or just left the locker. CeeDee Lamb last night not only talked, went away from his locker, stood in the middle of the locker room and stood against the wall so everybody could talk. CeeDee is really good about answering questions and answering hard questions and taking accountability and giving honest answers. So I have a ton of respect for CeeDee Lamb as a presence in that locker room. And so that's why whenever you see some of the exaggerated body language, I think that's just a lot of times a frustrated, really competitive young player who it just shows up sometimes. But I don't think any of it is malcontent. There is no Odell Beckham to me with CeeDee Lamb.
Do we think Micah had a good or decent or bad game?
I mean, he generated a couple of holding calls.
Yep.
That hadn't happened in since September.
He had 2 tackles, 1 solo, and the stat sheet, 1 quarterback hit.
I don't think particularly anybody had a great game on the defense. Tank had a couple of run stops early, but
they didn't generate enough pressure. They should have generated more pressure. And Mike is
first time all year without a sack.
Mike is a big part of that. And so without going back and watching it yet, my inclination is Micah probably didn't play up to.
Did they even have a pass deflection? Did anybody even touch the ball on when Jordan Love threw the ball? I know that there was one time where he threw it and it was at the line of scrimmage.
One off of Donovan Wilson's helmet.
Oh, that's right. I think that's the only time a defensive player even was close to or touched the ball when he threw it.
Nick Eatman is never scared. He's going to join us at 9:20 to answer all the offseason questions. What?
Just watching him in the press box last night, just like he was exhausted. You could tell, like, oh boy, here we go.
Nick at 9:20, but are the Detroit Lions going to make an NFC Championship game before the Dallas Cowboys? And how much will it feel? How good is it even going to feel if Philly loses tonight? And do you even care anymore? Final hour next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Zeros. Get that carpet clean.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
One final time, Jared. One final time. Moves in behind center. Takes the snap. Takes the knee. This game is over. Oh, the Detroit Lions have won it. Celebrate, boys. Celebrate. You're coming right back here next week to take on the winner of the Philadelphia-Tampa Bay game.
I don't know how you guys can fist pump on the fan cam.
I can.
Twitch and YouTube.
Can't. Not with Detroit winning.
I know. Well, first of all, Cowboys are my wife. Detroit's my gym crush. Okay, so I am totally cool with last night. That's how I'm going. Cowboys are the wife. Detroit's the gym crush. All right, but change is coming. That's a good thing.
Woo! Forecasting. Besides the weather and the snow and the ice, which Dan Brunoff downstairs, 1080, he didn't make it sound like this was going to be too awful.
No, it made it sound like this is the end of the winter weather.
Yes.
For now. Now, until we have, what's going to happen is some point next week, it'll be 74 degrees. Okay. And then early February, we will hit another snowy patch, I'm sure. And we'll be able to relish in that one.
Final hour, fist pump time if you want. Me and Bobby are not doing it. Choppy and Pepe are here on 105.3 The Fan. We all made it in studio to dissect and take apart the gutless, cowardly, bizarre, embarrassing humiliation that was the Cowboys losing to the Packers 48-32 on DFW Sports Station. Nick Even, DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20. But let's take a little break for the rest of the games. What?
I'm going to forward you this press release I just got. Normally, we get press releases all the time that are just stupid ones. This is what just popped into my mailbox. Zodiac sign expert. Dak Prescott is a glory hunter and thinks about himself over the team. So maybe we can get this person on to talk about it at some point.
All right, last night, the Detroit Lions and Eminem. Should have had the Eminem music ready to go. You've been sharp this morning. You've been sharp. The Lions get their first playoff win since 1991. We get even with Bobby with the playoff predictor.
Yes,
he got Houston right. We got that game wrong. We got Lions right. He got Rams wrong. Had to point that out. And the LA Rams go 0 for 3 in the red zone. This was a fun game. I tried to enjoy as much as I could while drinking a lot of hard liquor after beer. I opened it up at halftime. Went with Jerry's Miller Lite.
Oh,
and then
Blue?
Huh?
Then you go with Jerry's Johnny Blue?
I did not. I went with Mr. Glazer's tequila, of course.
Oh,
there's
Socorro.
no more playoff games you need to get into. You can stop.
Hey,
now.
Johnny Blue is Mr. Glazer's too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. No, I started drinking, but
that's Sarah's.
I was happy, and I'm feeling good for the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell, and the city. Even though Jared Goff said after the game, what happened earlier in the day, that's not what we preferred.
And now you will host another playoff game here. Could you even have imagined?
No, I think we all wanted Dallas again, but the fact that we're back here, it's a blessing. So it's going to be fun next weekend.
Jared Goff gets his Sean McVay Rams revenge while also saying we wanted the D.
You know what we understand, though, is that team, and we all had assumed it, right? Like the Detroit would come in here like an angry hornet's nest. What I saw yesterday from that Cowboys team tells me that even if they had gotten by Green Bay, what we know about their makeup and their toughness and everything else, and what apparently Detroit really was holding on to, I have zero confidence now that Dallas would have beat Detroit at AT&T next week.
Well, that's easy to say.
No, I know
now.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I think now the evidence that we're given is that even if you would have beat Green Bay, you were losing next week to Detroit, even though we all probably would have picked Dallas next week.
I mean, look, that was fun. It was a fun game, and Detroit's always, but they've been nasty all year. Like they've had that sort of resolve against them. And they'll put up a stinker on you, and they'll lose to teams they shouldn't lose to. Ironically, this was their first win against a team with a winning record. I saw the stat since the opener.
Yeah. I mean, look, Matt Stafford can't win in Detroit. We know this.
That's funny.
He played well last night.
He did. They both quarterbacks played. That was a well quarterback game.
Yes.
They made Stafford made some big throws. The first down pass from Goff to St. Brown at the end, it's a big throw. They both made some big time throws in this one. By the way, NBC. What the hell was that? They cut away from the game.
Oh yeah.
at the very end. I mean, they're about to go into kneel down. There are I had like 6 Lions fans texted me. Somehow I know more Lion fans than anything, and they're like, I waited 30-something years for this.
Rich friends group.
I know, right? I waited 30 years for this. And you cut away from kneel down in the middle of this thing?
Well, NBC weather, Rick Mitchell had to cut in right there.
We didn't need the weather. We knew it was cold.
Rick Mitchell went on social media and apologized for this. This was a mistake. They did not intend to do this. He said a cut in that was supposed to only be on our digital channel ended up covering the end of Sunday Night Football. I want to apologize for this mess up. It was not our intention to ruin the end of the game for you. Many of you are pissed, and I don't blame you. I'm angry too. But they were trying to just cut over to the digital side, and they cut into the wrong.
I didn't feel robbed. I knew more that Detroit was winning the game than I wanted to find out if we were going to be driving into work or not.
Yeah, right. There you go.
That's what I wanted to know.
This isn't the Heidi game, okay? It's not like that.
And
could wait 3 minutes.
Speaking of weather, we all saw what happened. Kansas City, Patrick Helmets. Oh, excuse me. Last thing from Atolo. So the Lions are really going to make the NFC Championship game before the Cowboys.
Maybe. I mean, okay.
They're going to be favored.
They are. I think they probably want Tampa, right? Even though Philly's a mess.
Yeah.
But if Philly gets things on track, you don't want to face Philly. Like if they get things figured out,
yeah,
they're far more dangerous than Tampa.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably plus. I mean, I don't know. You could probably talk yourself into either one being preferable.
So
right
that's
now.
it. I mean, it's already set. The winner of tonight's game goes to Detroit because Green Bay is going to San Francisco. Can you imagine if the Detroit Lions get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and they're in the NFC Championship game before the Dallas Cowboys? Oh my gosh! And then the visuals.
And then if San Fran gets upset and they would host, now San Fran's not going to. I don't think they're going to get upset, but I mean, like
during the plays like that against that secondary, maybe they actually execute the game plan that we all think that they should execute versus what the Cowboys do. Where you said against San Francisco, throw the ball and throw the ball deep. Maybe they do that. Who knows? But the visuals from Saturday night, of course, Andy Reid's snot stash.
Oh, gosh.
Or mush snot. What are we going to call that?
That was disgusting.
And Patrick Mahomes' helmet getting broken.
Yeah. How is that not a helmet? How is that not a penalty? Right? On the helmet-to-helmet
on
hit.
Mahomes?
On the atmosphere?
Either one.
On the atmosphere.
That's not. I know somebody. I can't remember who posted that it was the cold weather. I don't buy that was the cold weather.
We've never seen it.
We've never seen it before. There's been games that are in cold weather before.
No, but no. I was saying we've never seen that, so I'm attributing it to the cold.
We've only seen there's only been 3 games that have been colder than that one. So I mean, it's a very small sample size. 4 games,
it is.
A helmet collision,
small sample,
just cracked like that.
Yeah.
But how about Reid's mustache? Bobby was getting ready to gag. Let's see
disgusting.
if we can get him to do it.
No.
It was disgusting. I don't
that
know.
had to be snot, right? Versus water.
It's probably not. Well, it could be sweat.
People had the walrus with the whiskers frozen.
Could be something else.
It was
amazing.
It's
something
disgusting.
about Bobby.
It's disgusting. I have because I've had that like with when I snowboard, I'll have a mask over my face, like one of those.
Only time you wear a mask.
Bane mask.
Yeah, like a Bane mask, or not a Bane mask, but like one of those like head things that only cover
leather one on Saturday night.
Only your eyes are showing. Only your eyes are showing.
Yeah.
And I'll sweat, and like when I take it off, I'll get like frosties, right? But
dude, that was chunks of frozen something.
Of snot.
Not better than the Coughlin visual, but second to it.
How? Okay. How do they cancel Buffalo and not that? That's more dangerous.
So
that's far more dangerous than snow.
Because of Taylor.
Because
they're not allowed in Buffalo to go on the roads.
That's
the NFL did not have anything to do with canceling the game.
No, that was a commute issue from like the state.
The governor.
Yeah, it was the governor.
The governor who doesn't understand her own constituents and knows that's what Buffalo deals with every day.
If
anybody can handle that snow, it's Buffalo.
I'm just saying that's what it was. It was an issue of like allowing people to get to the game. Like the NFL, I mean, they showed you there was an entire country that was locked down. They're like, no, we're playing. And so, like, I mean, they'll absolutely play through some snow. They were just told, the governor came in and said no. In fact, it was funny. We were out there on Saturday doing live shots, and we had heard this announcement, and yet, like, at the network, NFL Network, we were like, well, we can't really run with it yet because the league hasn't said themselves that they're canceling it yet.
The fridge, they were using the refrigerators at Arrowhead to store for warmth.
Warm up the water.
Yeah.
Because the water was freezing.
Yeah.
Think of that.
A Mick Ultra bottle exploded on this guy. You know when you leave something in the freezer, you forget the beer, the liquid explodes? That's what happened.
I thought alcohol didn't freeze, but there you go.
beer can't it?
Yeah,
like
beer
because the alcohol percentage doesn't have enough in it.
6-8%.
So now you get I can't stress to y'all enough, I'm not exaggerating, how much the Cowboys destroy the rest of the playoffs for me. Like today, I wanted to go home. I think my son's supposed to be in school. I got him out of the house. I can chill in an NFL double header. The elements of Buffalo and the Eagles season ending tonight. And now misery for the rest of the playoffs. Like I could have even taken winning the first 2 rounds, lose, NFC Championship game, fine. I just got to deal with the Super Bowl. But now every game from here on out. And it's not like, baseball playoffs or NBA playoffs where it's like, okay, maybe you can get away with not talking about NHL playoffs if your team, the stars, are not in it. You have to talk about the NFL playoffs. It is still the 800-pound gorilla. It's still the big dog.
Yeah.
And Philly loses tonight. We're not spying tomorrow, I don't think. I don't believe. Choppy put in the call. I don't disagree with it. Baker Mayfield, questionable. A.J. Brown is out, by the way. A.J. Brown is officially out, and Jalen Hurts was just able to start fully throwing over the weekend. I don't even honestly care about the bet with you.
He hasn't been fully thrown his whole career. So that's nothing new. Are you going to adopt a team for the rest of the run? Is there a team you're like, okay,
I haven't thought about it.
I
haven't thought about it. But I'm not betting with you for tonight. I don't care anymore.
That's an easy out, knowing that these Eagles are going to lose. That sure is an easy out. I'm just too distraught. All
right, fine.
Well, you've already adopted the Niners. You adopted them years ago.
I didn't adopt the Niners. I just respect what they are, which is the damn good football team.
We'll do a spoon of the end.
Not a spoon. That is a lot.
Oh, what we haven't. I mean, it can be any size spoon. It can be a smaller spoon.
Baby spoon.
We'll do a spoon of the end. So you want to
when we get to break, no. When we get to break, I'm gonna pour some in a spoon and just I'm gonna show you this amount. Is this an acceptable?
Well, but right now we verbally agree.
We've
agreed in principle.
Sauce.
The bomb.
Yes.
That's it.
It'll be a Da Bomb hot sauce.
We agree
for a segment.
in principle for a. It's going to be longer than a segment.
No, I know
we do. You
got to take it at the beginning of the expressway.
Oh my God.
Dear God.
And then go 35 minutes of uninterrupted.
Oh my God.
Deal.
Just have some
bleeding
tissues around.
Deal. We agree in principle?
Yes.
All right. So straight up, if the Eagles win, you have the bomb. And if I always had the bomb, Sharif. And if it's vice versa, then I take it. If Tampa Bay wins.
Yes.
All right. There it is. Have any strong declarations for the games today?
I think Buffalo is the strong declaration. That's pretty easy. I don't know how.
I think that's my surprise.
Oh, really?
Not an upset, but
just
a struggle.
A cover.
Yeah,
okay, I can see
cover.
that. I mean, I obviously without knowing what the weather's going to be like, that plays a massive role. Is it going to be snowing? Is it going to be?
It was
just
still
windy?
snowing. It was still snowing this morning a lot.
I do not have a feel on that Eagle-Tampa game. I could see Philadelphia, figuring it out, coming together, Texas Ranger style this playoff run. I could see them completely collapsing.
Ocho Choppy saying that the Eagles were laying down. They're going to turn it
on.
on.
No. Just that, it's now at the playoffs, everything. S gets real in the postseason, and I could see that.
Is Sirianni's job on the line tonight?
If he has a performance the way McCarthy's team did yesterday, then yes.
We need to come up with some terms for this game, by the way. Like miking it up, mic'd up. I don't know. We need to come up with some Cowboy humiliation.
Some
terms.
sort of historic name for that game.
Yes.
Like just how they've had Miracle at the Meadowlands or things like that.
Give us some names on the chartwork.com text line, 877-881-1053. How can we brand that absolute disaster? And let's ask Nick Eatman, who apparently is more nauseous than anyone covering that mess yesterday in Arlington. What's going to happen with McCarthy? Is something going to happen with McCarthy? Should we be packing Dan Quinn's bags? Who is he blaming? Nick Eatman, never scurred, from DallasCowboys.com after this. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Man in motion, third down. They do blitz. He pumps. He throws it in the end zone. Touchdown over the top of Gilmore. Dontavian Wicks. And the Packers are up 3 scores.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live in studio. The KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 on your home of the Texas Rangers, the World Series champion Texas Rangers. I've been dying to hear Nick Eatman's thoughts. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Cowboys. Please game responsibly. The headline is, "This loss is hard to believe, but easy to see." Nick's column, DallasCowboys.com. Why was this easy to see?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about just the basic, principles of a football game. When you can't stop the run, and then you can't get home. You don't get any turnovers. You don't get any sacks. You get some pressures, but certainly not enough to rattle the quarterback. And so in any game, if you do that, and then on offense, you combine that with an offense that he has never seen his own defense before, then it's going to be disastrous. And so, it was shocking, obviously, but it was certainly, when you look at how they played all 3 phases, and nothing is going right, then you're going to get beat. You're going to get beat by just about any team, and bad.
What confused you or angered you more, if either did? McCarthy's running or Dan Quinn's zone?
Yeah, and the both, honestly. They were both very confusing. Now, Dak threw it 60 times, so it's not like he not like they just ran the wishbone, but they did. I pointed that out in the article that they started off the game, and they're already down 7-0 and started off the game trying to run. I think they just got cute looking at what Green Bay has given up, rushing yards this year, and I think that they decided that's how the approach was going to be. But to me, at this point in the season, when you've done what you've done with all the records and all this success, it's that old adage of dancing with the girl that you take, and that's it. That's this. They seem like got away from it at the start, and on defense, they had no answer. They had no answer for the running game, and then when the running game, the play action just opens it up.
Nick, they're the first 2 losses of the year for Dallas. The one against Arizona was one where it felt like, hey, they kind of overlooked somebody here. They went in there thinking they could just show up, beat them down, and got their ass handed to them. The San Francisco loss was one where it's like, no, this felt more like a team that they were intimidated by and that just, out-muscled them and plays a style that they can't handle. I saw a lot of people asking yesterday, did they overlook Green Bay? But the feel of this game felt more like the San Francisco one. Like, this felt like a team that was almost scared going into it. Can you understand at all the approach or the tone of the game on both sides of the ball very early before they got down?
Yeah, it's hard to say that because of it, when you can't stop the run, it's like they just kind of take your will a little bit. And the weird part was like the first drive of the game, they had a couple of stops there early, and then the penalty, and then it just kind of plagues its head, with like penalties, keep drives alive, and then they can't stop the run. And those games that you mentioned, those losses to Arizona and the 49ers, and then you also look at like Buffalo as well. It's kind of weird to think that you've got a team that was 12-5, but yet if they get down, it's going to be really hard to come back.
Yeah.
And when you have that good of a record, you would think you could win all kinds of ways. But
yes,
it's very clear that if they get down, and they can't, especially if they get down to a team that likes to run, there's really no coming back. They got down to Seattle, but Seattle didn't want to run the ball, so they were able to come back.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M leasing hotline. Jerry did not want to rank them, obviously. He did say this could be the most painful ever. You've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
Where's this one on the playoff list of losses?
It's probably the worst if you think about it. It really is, because they've had some blowout losses before, but not really at home. They've had some where they were kind of expected to lose in the divisional round or whatever. But when you think about the home losses in the playoffs, it's for me that I've been around with 25 seasons or so, and I just missed the Cardinals one. I don't know about missed, but the '98 season when they got beat by the Cardinals. But that one was kind of similar because they were 8-0 in the division that year. They won all 8 division games, and then they go to the playoffs and play the Cardinals at home, and then, of course, they lose to a division team. And this was kind of similar, 8-0 at home, and couldn't, not going to get even touched at home, and then you get smashed like that. But these other home losses, the Packers won with Aaron Rodgers on the sideline, then the Giants game in 2007. And then I'm sure I'm missing another home loss, but the 49ers game a couple years ago. But those were late at the very end of the game. They were thrown into the end zone and trying to make a play. This one they were barely even in this game in the first quarter, and that's what I think the worst part is.
What do you make of Dak's overall play and the CD communication stuff? Just really confusing and bizarre, Nick.
They weren't on. It was like they just went back to before the 49er game. Yeah. It was like they went back to the 49er game, honestly. like Bobby was saying, like you guys have alluded to. I mean, it was just that type of game, and it was kind of, that was kind of a playoff type of game. And they didn't answer the challenge at all. And then here's an actual playoff game, and they didn't answer the challenge at all. And Dak and CD kind of looked out of it at first, and but by the time, I mean, really everything after the first quarter, well, really after the second quarter, everything was really just hollow numbers, and the Packers are scooting back, and they're just trying to, they're trying to make sure that nothing they don't score quickly, and so they eat up a lot of yards and all that stuff. But I mean, it was a blowout, regardless of what the score looks like.
If contracts were not a thing, is there a Dak discussion?
Good question.
Yeah, it is. It is. But then, just like with every discussion, it's like, what are we? Who's the coach? Who's the coordinator? Are you switching this up? I think I'm for Jerry. I'm sure he would be. If contract wasn't a thing. But I mean, but that's such a hard question because it certainly is. But because the contracts weren't a thing, then you'd get just about anybody, But I know what you're saying, and I think I think that they're still going to do what they need to do to build around Dak. That's what I believe. I'll be surprised if that doesn't happen. But then again, on this day, you expect a lot of changes, and I don't know. I don't even know where they would even start.
What are your Mike McCarthy thoughts?
Great coach in the regular season, of course. Last 3 years, he's got his team in position to win. But when you think about what he was brought in to do, he was brought in to go further than this. And he's been better than Jason Garrett, obviously, because Garrett was kind of the middle of the road. Sometimes he'd have a good year, sometimes not. But it really wouldn't go far in the playoffs. And it's almost like this is even worse with the sense of they're teasing us because they're a lot better in the regular season, but the results have been the same. So, it's a tough question. I'm not sure how you have to have major changes. Okay. You can't go into the season. I think Jerry understands that they have to sell this thing with some major changes, but does that mean McCarthy? I don't know. And then what does that mean for Dak? I mean, when you look at it from a standpoint of they did have a good season together, first year together as play caller and quarterback. But this is not the day for all that kind of reflective stuff because everyone's just so pissed off and knowing that changes need to be made. So I'm sure that Jerry's looking into that. He knows the names that are out there and he's got decisions to make.
But you didn't leave that stadium last night or wake up this morning and say they have to change McCarthy out.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if I did say that, I don't know if I'd tell you that. But no, I mean, I honestly, guys, I'm sorry that I don't have better answers. I'm still a little bit stunned by it.
Yeah.
I know they have to make changes, but from a continuity standpoint, you are building something here, and so I could see them not doing that. I mean, I can see that. He's got to look at, are there better options than what they have right now? Because it's not just plug and play like a cornerback. Obviously when you have a head coach, you're basically changing everything. And if that's what they need to do, that's what they need to do. But I'm saying when you make changes as a head coach, there's so many things. And is that what Jerry wants to do? Does he look at it and say, man, my team is close. I need to get over the hump. Is it a head coach, or is it a Deion Sanders type move, of I just need to go get this one player that'll take me there? I don't know, but something's got to happen for sure.
Nick, let's say that obviously Mike McCarthy's under contract. Let's say they make the decision not to move on from Mike McCarthy and they are going to bring him back. Do you think that's something that they would just go, all right, status quo, we're going to move forward, we're not even going to say anything about it? Or do you think there would be a moment where Jerry or Steven says something publicly that says, hey, we've made a determination, Mike's coming back, and that this is, or do you think it's just they move ahead?
No, I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see like just to have it press conference, just to have it, or an announcement to have it. I think he would be more like on y'all's show, like, well, he's under contract. Like why are we announcing that? There's nothing to announce. So I think it would kind of be status quo, but I would imagine with the defense and defensive coordinator and some of the other contracts that they have. I mean, there's definitely going to be some changes. And I'm not ruling out the head coach. I don't know what Jerry's going to do because let's be honest. I mean, he said it the last couple of weeks. He said, "Hey, I'm not. We're going to evaluate this week to week." Well, this isn't obviously a good week to evaluate it, but if you're going to do it that way, and he also said, his stats speak for itself. But I think Jerry has to figure out which stats is he talking about here, and which stats are the most important for him. So he obviously has decisions to make.
Anything else you would like to add? Bobby said you were distraught last night.
Not distraught. He just looked exhausted.
He
looked fatigued.
It's and you want, and I'm that guy that says, hey, enjoy the moment, live in the moment.
Carpe what, Bobby?
Carpe omnia, Nick. That's how I'm greeting and saying goodbye to everybody. I'm going Carpe omnia, brother.
All right. Well, all I know is I looked outside today and I saw a real whiteout. So
that was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
Yeah. What?
The whiteout that nobody followed.
No, there was a lot of white. It's just there were a lot of Packers fans.
And there was also a lot of idiot Cowboy fans wearing blue. Okay, well, it's a whiteout. Wear a whiteout.
I think you just saw the seats, the color of the seats in the second half is what you saw.
How many Packers fans?
Honestly, it was pretty strong for a whiteout. And I'll say this. I was surprised there wasn't as many Packer fans. There were some, and of course at the end, they was like, it was like Lambeau, but throughout the game, I was really surprised that it didn't stand out more into that way.
Thank you, Nicholas. We'll talk on Wednesday.
All right, guys. See you.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Let's see if Kevin Hagelin thinks that something could happen by the end of their show today after this. But this
Chevrolet in Grapevine, they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slants picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
Yeah! Here we go!
I don't know why. As soon as I heard he goes, it's 2nd and 2, and I thought, I wonder which play this is. And then I also thought, it's not going to end well.
Was that your this is over moment, or
Yep.
was it before?
No, it was that one.
All right, what, it was 20-0 at that point?
Yeah,
Yes.
2-minute warning, 20-0. Talking to my buddy Tim Drew, and he's like, "Man, your Cowboys don't look good." And he remembers me as a super huge Cowboy fan when I played baseball.
Back in the day.
And I'm like, yeah, if they can score a touchdown here and a touchdown to start the second half,
Yep.
maybe they can come back. And then
Middle age.
literally 30 seconds later, he texts back.
And it happened so quick, too,
Yeah,
right?
it did.
He dropped back, and I was like, whoa! He's going the other way.
Yeah.
And it was like, you're shocked.
I mean, that was that pass was the poster child pass for the West Coast offense. Back throw.
Maybe that's why McCarthy was running it on 2nd down all day. Was because he knew that would happen.
He knew his
Agreed.
quarterback was going to be horrific and
Yes.
abysmal.
So mid.
Maybe he saw in the pregame warm-ups.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe his hip turns weren't. I mean, Dan Orlovsky, so I'll just tell you what the talking heads are saying, apparently. Dan
I
Orlovsky
bet it's not great.
is calling for a full blow-up. Will Chambers is texting me about that. We also have Rex Ryan killing Dan Quinn, talking about the amount of times that they kept their dime on the field with Aaron Jones just absolutely shredding you. And Greg Olson wondering, why are you playing zone so much? Why are you backed up 15 yards on 3rd and 4? Kevin Hagan, good morning. Please take it away.
I am willing to listen to most of those people, and I agree about the package of the defense, but I don't really want to hear from Rex Ryan. I was like, what the hell do you know about modern football?
Oh.
How long has it been since you've been good at this?
I mean, defense, I don't know. His defenses were pretty modern. Like, his defenses were, that 09 Jets defense was like as modern as it gets.
Okay.
Garrett's
So
07 offense was modern,
so
too.
14 years ago.
No, I know, but that 09 defense was like what a 2020 defense looked like. It was rush 4.
Except when he was playing as a defensive coordinator closer to 2020, and he was terrible.
He was terrible near the end.
What, Buffalo?
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo was not good.
Well,
And he had the
Buffalo wasn't
Jets.
good, though.
What's coming up?
Just crapping on the Cowboys pretty much all day.
I thought the first segment was if it was a 5-quarter game, the Cowboys would have
No,
won.
they wouldn't. They would not have won that game because Green Bay wouldn't have pulled all their starters. They would have given a crap, and we wouldn't have scored those last 2 garbage touchdowns.
Are you in a bad mood?
Yes. And Steven,
I'd like to pull up the run sheet where he used foul language when he wrote the run sheet.
What type of mood's Corey in then?
That's a good
Foul.
question. I have not actually talked with him since last night. As of now, Steven's set to come on at noon. At least nobody's told me any differently. So
Yeah, we don't think Jerry's happening for us tomorrow. And
he'll be busy firing people.
I don't know. That's kind of happened the past few years, and then he unloads with you guys on Friday. But I would wager that right now Jerry's not coming on with you guys Friday either.
That's fine if they're, and I'll say the same thing if something were to happen with Steven today. That's fine if they're doing football things. Like if they're like, hey, we need to figure out we're going to do X, Y, and Z. I got no problem with that because you're actually doing the job. If it's just because they don't want to talk to the media, well, then that's great.
Someone's told me that Jerry fired up the jet this morning. Don't know where he's going, but he fired it up this morning.
That's just because the roads were icy.
It's perfect weather.
Spring break.
That's right.
He had to fly wherever he was going.
Just avoid the roads completely.
What confused you more or just infuriated you more? In order, I guess if you power rank the frustration of Mike running, Quinn's defense, Dak's CD communication, or Aaron Jones running like he had the Great Wall of Dallas in front of him. Or are you just throwing your hands up the most? Like, what is happening? How is this?
I think it has to be, for me, I'll say Dak CD because it's anything Dak. He was horrific. He leads the charge of the reasons why you lost that game. So I'll go with that.
You know, Sean, I watched, because I woke up at 4 a.m., unfortunately, this morning. I watched the first half. Wow. I didn't watch any of the second half again. I watched the first half this morning.
Well, you missed all the numbers.
I know, he is great. He had 87 yards at halftime.
That's just fantastic.
He had 300 and whatever it is, 13 or 15 or whatever.
Fake numbers came out.
20 of CD's targets.
The one thing about running on second down, some of those runs that they ran on second down came after a 7-yard run or came after a 6-yard run from first down. I'm not saying you should have ran the ball.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like on first down you ran it for -1 or 1. There were plays where you ran the ball for 10 yards on first down. First down. You run the ball on first down again, 7 yards. This is when it was 14-0. Then you run the ball again. So you've literally ran the ball 2 times for 17 or 18 yards. And so you hand it off for a third time and it gets stuffed. But I can't blame the offensive coordinator for going, man, I've ran the ball twice right now for 17, 18 yards and it's 2nd and 3.
I do feel like the Warren Sharps of the world sometimes make it to where, like, there's no more guesswork involved. Like, you always throw on first, and maybe you run on second, and then you throw on third. It's like a pre-programmed system.
Quick question about him specifically. Like, I saw what he was putting out yesterday.
He said McCarthy is garbage and laughable for the amount of second down runs.
Does he usually go with that, or was like yesterday kind of on its own with Warren Sharp going after McCarthy, being like, you're
I haven't seen him go after McCarthy. The only thing I know is that he is
paid by some teams.
He is not the most objective individual because he's been paid by teams to be consultant before, and he doesn't disclose that publicly. So
yeah, that's
including the Baltimore Ravens. If you'll go back and look, you'll see how much he just slobbers all over the Ravens and then won't publicly admit what we all know behind the scenes, which is he's been paid by them to consult. So
little unethical there.
What was your feedback
big fan
like today? Because I know maybe some people are not going into work.
Lots of feedback.
Oh, tons of feedback.
Yeah,
just nothing but anger and. I get it.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger. There's
That's
a lot
how I
of
feel.
suggestions. And
It's carpe anger for them today for sure.
Stop it.
They're seizing
Seize
the anger. Yeah, they're seizing the anger.
Seize
for
the
sure.
anger?
Yeah,
There's definitely seizing happening on the Cowboys.
And why are you wearing that today?
Oh, yeah.
It does not.
Me?
It does
Yes.
not.
Jacksonville
color scheme.
Jaguar jersey, Kansas City Chief hat.
Hey, these are my guys, man. I'm sticking with my guys. Come thick or thin.
So is teal a
Thick
form of blue or
up
green?
here, thin down
Oh,
low.
that's a
Green.
good question. I've always thought blue. I always thought it was a form of blue, but I don't know.
I think it's aqua. That's what I call it, but I
And
I do love the Jaguars colors. I'd like to say I'm probably not going to be like a Jaguars fan after Trevor Lawrence is done there, but I
that'll be
did
soon.
love them when I was a kid because of Mark Brunell.
I've always wanted to tell you this, by the way.
Yeah.
I think you're saying their team name wrong.
Jaguars?
Yes. I think it's War.
Jaguars.
So if you're going to rep it, I think you got to get it right. It's Jaguar. It's not Jaguar.
Or just say the
it's
Jag.
It's like how me and you say
It's not like
cement
Jaguars either.
wrong. Yeah.
Well, I guess they'll have to deal with it. If they,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Screaming at Jacksonville.
Choppy says nightmare wrong. He says nightmare.
If the Jaguars,
Mirror.
how I'm going to say it, if they could have just had Dallas on the schedule, they would have made the playoffs.
You really should just be wearing a CJ jersey.
This is gonna be a long day for me.
CJ
Oh.
Beathard?
No, Stroud.
Oh,
I'll get
CJ
Beathard.
Beathard.
I do like watching him, but I feel like I can't pick a
No.
Texans
Yeah.
quarterback and a Jaguars quarterback.
Right.
Wars. Kevin, will something happen to Mike McCarthy by the end of today, your show today?
No.
Will something happen this week?
Yes.
Do you think Mike McCarthy should go?
Yes.
Yeah, knuckleballs.
Let me ask you-
Congratulations, Bobby. You've worn me down.
Let me ask you the poll question.
I'm not always.
8,000.
I voted in your poll.
You did? Yes. 8,000 Tolos responded.
A lot of people on Sean's poll.
Do you...
I don't want to say I took option D then, but that is what I voted.
Do you keep McCarthy, promote Dan Quinn,
What?
get Belichick? but we really
Who
do.
voted for that second one?
I mean, 2 weeks ago, everybody would have voted.
It
for
is amazing the fall of Dan Quinn. It really is.
Well,
It's
after
Chris
yesterday,
Richard
it should have
times.
been.
It's Chris Richard times 20 when we all wanted to anoint him.
Oh, yeah.
And now Dan Quinn, right? I remember listening to y'all show when the news broke the last 2 years. Jerry kept Dan Quinn. It was euphoria. And now it's over. It's done. 4% said keep Dan Quinn. 9% said keep McCarthy. Promote Dan Quinn for 4%. 26% Belichick, and then Harbaugh or Vrabel or other 60%.
I voted for that one. That seemed like the easiest one because it also says other.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mike Vrabel would be my choice.
Was your reason for D other or Harbaugh?
Other.
And do you have an
Jeff
other
Fisher.
in mind?
Not what?
Pete Carroll.
R.C. Slocum.
Quentin Coriat.
You need Corey here.
Kevin Sumlin.
Get Corey.
Johnny Manziel. Let's just go back to the White House.
So
Let's go back to the White House
There you
days,
go.
led
Let's
by the
do
head
it.
coach.
You don't have
So
another
much
name.
trouble today.
You know what's funny is I think we'll hear this at times from Cowboy fans saying if they're for Mike McCarthy. I'm not saying I'm for him anymore. I'm not against him as much as maybe other people are. Is you say, well, who's going to be better? And they would say, who cares? We're stuck where we're
Ben
at.
Johnson.
Why? I'll end it with this. Why wouldn't you say the exact same thing about a guy who's been here since 2016?
Oh.
Dak Prescott. Like, I understand.
Yeah, we
like,
got it.
Mike can't.
I didn't.
Mike can't do this. Mike McCarthy
Fifth or
can't
sixth,
get
yeah.
us to this level.
Because
we
I-
have to change. Well,
because I think
Dak's been here a lot longer, and his
coaches?
script is written.
Because
he wrote it. He told us.
Because the quarterback is much tougher to replace, I think, than a head
Yeah.
coach.
But you already know he's a failure.
Well,
Ultimately,
he's gonna finish second or third in MVP, as I texted you last night.
That's great.
It is great.
I don't think that he's Dirk Nowitzki, where Dirk obviously won the MVP and then had the debacle of a season. Because somebody compared this to the 07 Mavericks. I'm like, you understand the 07 Mavericks in their last 70 whatever games went 60. They went 0-4, and then they went 67-12 the rest of the way. Like, that's not what the Cowboys did the rest of the way. Like, the Cowboys weren't the by far favorite to win the NFL Super Bowl.
And that should have been Dirk's second straight MVP.
Right.
Should have won the year before when Nash did.
But, like, I don't see any type of Dirk Nowitzki in him at all because he's not. I get where he's going to finish in MVP voting. Every human being who watches football would take Patrick Mahomes over him all the time.
What?
Everybody would take Joe Burrow over him all of the time. Over Dak. Yes.
No.
But he's going to finish, obviously, way ahead of them in MVP voting. So I understand MVP voting does mean something. At the same time, after that game, hell, who wouldn't trade Dak for Jordan Love straight up and pay? I'd rather pay Jordan Love $60 million a year than pay Dak $50 million a year. I'd pay him $10 more million to be the Cowboys quarterback over
You got to
Dak.
speak to consistency versus one-offs as well, right? Jordan
Why?
Love. Why?
If
Because
those
I think-
one-offs, if those are the one-offs are the playoffs, though, like, look,
Playoffs.
RJ, we've been through this. I know I'm not going to change your mind, but the one thing that you do say that
why
I
are you
hate
coming at me right now?
is
The one thing.
that playoffs
What's
are
your
like
one
not
thing?
representative of. That's all you do this for. I don't care if it's one game. If you fail in those games again and again and again, and it's more than just him, it's a lot more than just him. Then you got to do something, right?
Oh, this might be fun. Mikey Bassett, thank you for the extra time today, Michael.
You're welcome. You guys
Appreciate
are
it.
the best,
We
man.
must
Hey,
be if you work 2 hours extra.
don't worry.
That's a good ass point.
Next year, the Cowboys are going to play a whole season.
You know,
Yes, they
no
are.
pandemic? You don't think there'll be
Yes,
another
they are.
pandemic?
Maybe.
The
I don't think
KFC
so.
masterpiece is next.
We can only hope, right?
No, right.
No!
Hit it, Peyton. Hit it.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Today's not the day for that intro, for that voice before the big voice. We need something else, something that is good, pure, and positive in the world. Chris, hit it.
Uh-oh.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
It's baseball time in Texas again. Chuck Morgan voice.
KNC Masterpiece.
It is baseball time
I love
in
it.
Texas.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan, where programming alert. I'm glad they waited until the show started. No Steven or Jerry. So now Steven has canceled on us as well.
Hey, the Cowboys canceled yesterday.
They did, as most people on social media warned us was going to happen. So we were supposed to have Steven at noon, and instead we do not. So
we'll leave it to the Tolos. We'll have them call in at noon and tell us how the Cowboys are going to win against Detroit.
Yeah, they're doing great. But after watching that game, I'm glad we're not playing Detroit.
So I goofed off with you to start the game, with you and Corey and Derek.
You were not wrong.
And just because the Rams playoff game in 2018, standing next to you, they run for 10 yards, and I say this game's over. And I'm being sarcastic, but it ended up being that they couldn't ever stop LA from running the ball that day. And so as that drive was happening, the first drive of the game, what did I think I tweeted you, or texted you guys, it's over.
Yep.
And then I don't know, 30 minutes later I go, not sarcastic anymore. I think this game is over.
Yeah, and so we're going to start with, unfortunately, I could play you any number of different highlights. Let's just start with number one. And my question for everybody to start, and I'm not meaning this in a hyperbolic way, I honestly want to know, because maybe I'm just off base. There's a variety of factors that have led me to this answer. Was this the most embarrassing Cowboys playoff game in franchise history?
I say,
hit it.
3rd and 1 at the 3. Jones is back at running back, and on 3rd down, Love is in the gun. They'll hand it inside to Jones. Close for a first down, close to the goal line, touchdown. Aaron Jones.
I say yes, because you got blown out at home as the 2 seed over a team that snuck in. Obviously, there's only been 3 years of a 7 seed, but I mean, they got blown out. And I do think of, okay, let me remember other games. And if I'm remembering correctly, I remember Brett Favre with Minnesota blew us out. But we were on the road, kind of, I can't remember the line or anything, but you knew going into that it would be a major upset if you won. You were kind of the Packers yesterday going into Dallas. So getting blown out at home, being undefeated at home, playing a guy in his first year in a playoff game, and by halftime, Jimmy Johnson is giving speeches on don't quit.
Yeah.
Like you can fight back and have a chance, but you got to come out of the gates on fire. And it took the Cowboys 6 minutes to get 3 points. That wasn't really on fire. And the defense was like, we really didn't want to come out after halftime. Let's just give them another 7. It was embarrassing is probably not a strong enough word. I'll use this word. How about disgusting? Is disgusting a good word for what we saw yesterday?
Yeah.
Uninspiring, disgusting, embarrassing.
Right.
Like, I don't know. You can put a word on it that isn't a cuss word, I guess.
No, I think that is probably accurate. The one that I tried, I was trying to come up with worse ones, and I thought about the 2007 divisional round where you lost to a Giants team that you had already beaten twice and you were the number 1 seed. But at least then, you have a drop in the end zone. It's a back and forth. You got your ass kicked in this game.
Yeah.
And I realize the final score forever is going to say 48-32. That game was 48-16. You know, you were down by 27 points in the first half and 32 points in the second half. That game was a straight up destruction. You were losing 27-0 to a number 7 seed that no number 7 seed had ever advanced. Now, I realize you're still 3 years into this experiment, but so it's early on. And I'm sure down the road, more 7 seeds will win. You were a touchdown favorite. Some books kicked it up to 7.5. You were a huge favorite against a rookie quarterback. It was not an easy path, clearly, but it was a clear path to the NFC Championship game, and you just got destroyed.
I think this, after the 07 loss, because I think that's the contender, in at least in our lifetime. Obviously, I don't think, Roger didn't lose a lot of playoff games. Don Meredith didn't lose a lot of playoff games. There's obviously heartbreaking ones in 81, if I have the year right, when Montana to Clark happens. I get there's maybe more heartbreaking losses, or losing in the Super Bowls, probably more heartbreaking. But
agreed.
This one was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't know any better, and I did, text you guys this, I said, say it ain't so, Joe Lamb. Like, you would, if you go back and watch that game, and I know they didn't do this, you would think they might have been intentionally losing. Like, that's how bad they played compared to what you saw for most of the season. And you're like, dude, is this the Chicago Black Sox? Like, of 1919? And I know it wasn't. I know they didn't take any money. I know they didn't intentionally lose. But that's how bad it looked in the first quarter of the game. In fact, I was joking. I was like, maybe they got it figured out. Maybe they told Dak we're wearing white instead of green today. And he'll get it going in the second quarter. And he forgot still until about the fourth quarter that the Cowboys were wearing white jerseys.
From the 972, no reason to get up our hopes again ever, because it's like the sunrise. We know it's eventually coming. Look, we're probably not supposed to do this. Hell, I'm probably not supposed to say this. But I'm going to try to be as honest as I can today without swearing. I wasn't kidding yesterday when I tweeted out, I'm not worried about the weather. I wanted to know if I could call in disgusted today. Is when we get to training camp, I realize it's a dream and it's super cool to be at training camp. I'm not disrespecting the opportunity I have to go to an NFL training camp, but inside, I'm going to be like, what are they going to say? What are they going to do, the Cowboys, that's going to make a difference? Like, assuming, and this might be a big assumption, but let's say Dak is back, or Dak and McCarthy is back. Like, what is going to happen that you're going to be like, this time it's different? Because I want to desperately believe that, but I just don't know what they're going to say or what they're going to do, barring a shocking change that's going to make me be like, you know what? I get it this time different.
Yeah, there's nothing. Dak's going to be the quarterback for whatever, the next 5 to 10 years. Probably not 10. But
can I tell you?
Go ahead.
We'll talk about this more tomorrow.
Right.
I don't know if I believe that anymore.
Okay. And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying, to your point,
logically, I could see.
I tweeted this out. He can throw for 10,000 yards and 60 touchdowns and go 17-0 next year. And would anybody believe he's actually going to play well in the playoffs? Like, why would you believe? There's nothing Dak can do in 17 games next year to make me believe, and I think most Cowboy fans or the other team, like it or not, at this point, being a former professional player, if you play a guy or a team, nothing gets like Clayton Kershaw. I want Clayton Kershaw to be a Ranger. But there is a confidence going in a little bit against Clayton Kershaw that no matter how good he was in the regular season, he doesn't pitch his best in October.
Yeah.
No matter how Dak destroyed you in the regular season, no matter how great Dak was, no matter if he wins the MVP in 2024, no matter what, that other team playing, the Cowboys are going, we're playing against playoff Dak. And we know playoff Dak is a below-average quarterback. He can't beat Jimmy Garoppolo. He can't beat Jordan Love. In fact, he can't even compete with Jordan Love. He struggles in every situation. He will struggle. As long as it's a do-or-die game, Dak will struggle 90% of the time. So we're not going up against regular season Dak. Playoff Dak is pathetic, and we got playoff Dak. So the other team builds confidence. Now, if you're on the Cowboy side, the demons will now be there, and it'll be no matter what they do next year, just barely sneak into the playoffs or they're great going into the playoffs. They're going to have the demon in their head that it's a new time. Everybody's 0-0, do or die, and we die in these situations.
Yeah, and I've seen some people send this stat in. I was looking at it. I thought the Cowboys had won 3 playoff games at AT&T Stadium, not 2. But the point is, AT&T Stadium's been open for 15 years, and I now believe that the Cowboys and Packers have won the same amount of postseason games on that field. The Packers don't play here, in case you didn't know that. And that, when you throw in the Super Bowl, that is astonishing. And from the 214, and we're going to get to this in just a minute, I believe the only thing that would give me hope is Belichick or Harbaugh. And for some people, that change will do the trick, right? And that's why I honestly think that Mike McCarthy is going to be gone, is because I think it was on the Fox postgame when Bobby and others were surrounding Jerry Jones, and they said, it's just different than a normal football team. And I believe the phrase circus was used. And if that's the case, I will tell you this, the Jones family knows very well how to try to keep the media interest. And if you're like, hey, you just lost again, what can we do to keep the media interest? They might not want to fire Mike McCarthy. They might see apathy swooping in, and they're like, hey, I'd rather make a football decision I don't agree with than deal with apathy.
Yeah.
That's problematic. Every part of me believes that they would make a decision to fight off franchise apathy, then say, well, this is the right decision for the team.
I'm 100% with you. I'm right with you on your thinking. Oxnard will be the most meaningless, worthless thing in the world if you have Dak Prescott as your quarterback and Mike McCarthy as your head coach. And I'm not saying that's right, but whoever it is, Clarence Hill, John Machota, everybody there, all of the 4 major channels here, all of their what do you ask Mike McCarthy? What do you ask Jerry Jones? What do you ask Dak Prescott?
Yeah.
Hey, you getting ready for preseason? What do you think about, you guys going to be ready for week? Nobody cares. You're going to have the most 17 meaningless games in the Cowboys history leading up to, did you make the playoffs? And this is all we care about now because we know your quarterback's going to crap his pants in these situations. And we have seen your coach not coach his best in these situations. So it's going to be, who cares? And I think Jerry Jones and Steven and Will McClay will look at it and go, crap. Even though Mike McCarthy has won 12 games each year and given us a chance, and he might be better than who we're hiring, but we just have to change it because there's not going to be one media member interested in covering the Dallas Cowboys.
For the 469, fear not, we have plenty of time for blame today. Why are we not hearing enough blame on the mighty Dan Quinn defense last night?
Pathetic.
They I agree. They were bad. And maybe we should do a segment where, like, what's your hierarchy of blame? And if your number one is just everybody, I understand all of that. I did not put the defense on my top line of blame, but they're high up there.
Right.
Maybe they're second. I don't know, but they are high up there for sure.
I'm with you. It was to start the game. I know I was being sarcastic, but everything that you were concerned about going into the game, going, if Green Bay is able to accomplish this, and on that first drive, they literally accomplished everything that you were fearful of.
Yep.
3rd and longs didn't matter. In fact, the first ball that Jordan Love passes, if you go back and watch the game, I know most Cowboy fans don't want to, but this morning when I did,
I don't
the
either.
first passing play that Green Bay runs, the right defensive end, I'm sorry, I don't remember who was playing right defensive end at the time. It wasn't Micah Parsons. And the right defensive tackle, they are standing up and they are talking to each other about what they're supposed to do or the adjustment they're supposed to make. The ball's already been snapped. So literally, of the 4 guys that are supposed to make this pass tough on Jordan Love, 2 of them are talking to each other, trying to figure out what the adjustment is. It's like, dude, the ball's already snapped. You got to start trying to attack the quarterback. So when he has time for a 25-yard route down the field and it's an easy pass, great pass, but an easy pass, it's like, well, 2 of the 11 guys on defense weren't ready for the ball to be snapped.
And can I tell you what is crazy about that? Because that's his first pass or his first pass attempt that actually counted, right?
Because he got sacked.
Yeah, well, and then there was a penalty.
Yeah.
But the first 2 plays, I realized, 2 plays, who cares in the grand scheme of things? But the first 2 plays, you stuff Aaron Jones, and then you get a sack. I realized the penalty that negated that. But that was a combination on the first 2 plays, and I was like, fantastic. Stuff the run, got a sack. And then you're like, oh, wait, then there was a penalty. And then you stuff the run again. And I was like, here we go. And then the play that you were talking about. And clearly, those first 3 plays or 2.5 plays, that was the apex of the day.
Yeah, and then they just
everything was down.
They kept moving, even when they got stopped. 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 did not affect Green Bay at all. They were just fine. You weren't going to get major pressure, and you were going to have guys. They were as open as Jason Witten's high school offense. I've never seen an NFL team that open. It feels like I've never seen a team that open.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and who knows, maybe we may or may not have a special guest for this. I'll leave that up to him. Is this and should this be the end of the line for Mike McCarthy in Dallas? Let's talk about it next on a big-time loss Monday right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Pretty big 35. At the Dallas 13, Prescott is back, rushed, throws it left. Ball is intercepted at the 20-yard line. Jair Alexander down the right sideline, and he is in for the Green Bay touchdown.
Throwing on the field is an interception by Green Bay. The runner was down by contact at the 19-yard line. It'll be Green Bay's ball, 1st and 10 at the 19.
I bet we hold
Shut
them.
up, Mike. We didn't. They scored a touchdown, okay?
No. I think the defense really stepped up there after Dak forgot what color jersey we were wearing.
All right. Now, okay, he flipped his mic on, so we are going to have Bobby Bell in this segment. And I swear this is not like an ironic segment where we're like, Bobby doesn't love Mike McCarthy. Let's get him in on the Mike McCarthy segment. That just happens to coincidentally be when you were here. There are a lot of soul-crushing stats from yesterday, but the one that might have stood out to me most is from ESPN Stats and Info, that the Cowboys are the first team since the merger to win at least 12 games in 3 straight years and not make it to a conference championship game. And to make it even worse, they made it to the divisional round once.
History.
All right.
Yeah.
In that 3 years, they went 1-3 and made it to the divisional round one time. So that leads into the question. Should it be the end of the line for Mike McCarthy in Dallas? Because for most of the week, I thought it was unlikely, perhaps, if they lost. Once it was 27-0, and then the margin got even bigger in the second half, which don't forget, kids, that's the thing that happened. You were losing by 32 points in the second half. I thought, I don't know if the guys aren't there for him, if the team wasn't ready to play. I have no idea. But the message ain't working.
No, it's not. And it's funny when you watch it, and I'm not saying this is what it was, but when you watch that game last night, when you were watching the first half, didn't you get the impression watching it like this looks like a team that's trying to get their coach fired? Like, not that that's the reality of it, but that's what it appeared like. Like if you were to say, how would you, if a team didn't want to play for their coach anymore and they wanted to just get him out of here, how would they play? It would look like that.
Yeah.
And it was just, it's so wild because there's been the discussion of, did you overlook them? Were you too confident? It's like they didn't take the field looking confident. They looked like they were scared almost.
Which is remarkable because you had won 16 straight games at home. You were a sizable favorite going up against, I said rookie quarterback earlier, a quarterback making his first start in the playoffs, not a rookie. Everything was going in your favor. And even after they gave up the first touchdown, I was like, I'm fine.
Sure.
But then it just snowball. I was curious what the beef was between Dak and CeeDee Lamb because they looked like they hated each other every single time. Either CeeDee didn't get the ball or they weren't on point with the target. They looked like they wanted to punch each other in the face.
So Mike, when you were pitching, did you have like a catcher that you had kind of a, like you guys were comfortable enough with each other that you guys could have like tense back and forth, but it was literally just airing things out? Or did you know of any battery mates like that in baseball that they could have those tense interactions and it looks bad from the outside, but it really is just, this is the way they're comfortable talking to each other and there's no hard feelings?
From pitchers, yes. I never did. I mean, I had catchers that I liked more than others, whether I liked the backup catcher more or I liked the starter more. You would have preferences, but I would never yell at my catcher or be furious with my catcher in the dugout. And sometimes I'd want, like, for example, everybody knows who A.J. Hinch is, obviously.
Yes.
I didn't like the way A.J. Hinch set up. I thought he should set up more on the corner. So I said, A.J., I know how you like setting up. Can you scoot a little bit further out? I can't live on the plate.
And he was like, what if I just buzz you?
Yeah. But no, it was just like there were certain things like that I would tell him, hey, scoot a little bit further outside. I just want a little bit more of an outside target than on the plate target. So you'd have discussions like that. But there were certain pitchers that were fiery that, I mean,
and it wasn't a personal thing. It was just the way that they were like did you know any of those guys that worked through that? They liked their catcher, but they would bark at him.
For example, 2 Hall of Famers, I'm just going back to when my dad played on the Rangers. He said Ferguson Jenkins was just such a nice guy. Gaylord Perry was opposite. Gaylord Perry was at times confrontational, right? So you have sometimes confrontational guys and sometimes very quiet, get along guys.
So CD and Dak, like CD is an emotional player.
Sure.
And he gets, worked up about things. Typically in games in the past, when he's gotten upset, he isolates himself. He just sits by himself. He moves up to, and it's not just like, I don't even want to be near y'all. It's just, he feels like I need to cool off, or like, man, I'm just so frustrated. I don't even want to be around anybody right now. So after the San Francisco game, Dak and CD talked about it in the media the week following, where Dak went up to him after the San Francisco game and he was like, hey, when you are upset with something, you cannot worry about what it looks like to the media watching. In terms of if you're upset, show me you're upset. Tell me you're upset. Let's work through it then in the moment. And I know it's not personal. You know it's not personal. Other people can make their assumptions, but let's address it then. Don't wait till we're behind closed doors. So that's why I think when you see that airing out, that's a normal airing out between a quarterback and a receiver that occurs a lot of times at practice or whatever else. And Dak just had said, hey, so we don't hold things back. Let's just air that out in public like we would normally and not worry about how people feel about it.
Now, on the front of McCarthy, I know that Jerry said last week, he's like, to you guys, I don't understand. Like, he's still under contract for a year, so this is not a conversation we have to have. But I realize how contracts work, but I feel like usually the narrative is if a coach goes into the last year of his deal, that he's like kind of labeled a lame duck coach or something like that. And so it does feel like an extension may or may not have gotten done after this year. Now, if you move on from McCarthy, you have to eat 1 year. So my serious question for y'all, the truckwreck.com fan text has spoken overwhelmingly. It's probably about 95% to 5% right now that Mike McCarthy has to go. And we'll get into Dak eventually, but it's just easier to pull the trigger logistically. Right. Logistically, you can fire Mike McCarthy today. What's your salary cap hit? Nothing. If you were like, I'm done with Dak, we're going to trade him, we're going to release him, whatever. Like, there's a whole bunch of nightmarish salary cap hit that goes with that. So it's just inherently easier to move on from your head coach. Do you think Mike McCarthy should be done, and is he done?
I hate saying this. Yes and yes. The more that this day goes on,
knuckleballs.
I'm not hoping for it or wishing for it. I've seen other coaches come in here. It doesn't seem to matter. Changing the coach has mattered a little bit here and there, but it hasn't ultimately mattered a lot. But I understand. I don't see how you bring back Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott next year. And I think they're stuck with Dak. I mean, I hate saying it that way, but I think they're stuck with Dak.
For at least a year. Yeah. If you view it as being stuck, you are locked in for at least another year. And you're not going to be able to get away from that. Yeah, he should be done. I think he probably is done. I would not say with certainty that he's out, but I do think that he is likely out.
I'm with you guys. I think they should make the change. And this is from, like, I'm just telling you me. I'm not like, I told you all along. Going into last week, I was like,
I can't believe
I guess it's possible.
Yeah, I can't believe they were down by 30-plus points. Like, I just never saw that scenario happening because, I mean, Bobby, you asked me off the air. You're like, what if they lose? Maybe you asked me on the air. What if they lose by 20 or more points? And I'm like, sure, Bobby. If they lose by 20 or more points, then McCarthy can be fired. And literally, I guess I was teasing you.
Only lost by 16. Let's go.
At the end of the game, I did text Bobby. I was like, he did it. He saved his job.
Covered the spread.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's absolutely meaningless for any human being to go to Oxnard covering the Dallas Cowboys if McCarthy and Dak are back as the duo.
Here's one of the problems. If you have 53 guys on the biggest possible stage where it shouldn't take any motivation, look unmotivated, unprepared, and I know it's a nasty word and I hate describing it, but just the look, the visual of it, and look like they quit.
Yes.
It's much easier to swap out the head of that than 53 people.
And I do think it looks like they quit yesterday. And I know people get mad about that. They're like, you're not out on the field. I did not say every single person on that team did or most of them did. It just had the appearance as though that was happening.
Kevin, I'll start with you and then Bobby can follow up here. I'm not trying to take heat off of Mike McCarthy here. He doesn't really have anything to do with the defense. Why did the defense quit on Dan Quinn? Shouldn't Dan Quinn be fired for Dan Quinn was as bad.
And the scheme of Dan Quinn
he
was
better get a head coaching
yesterday,
job because
too.
I think if he doesn't take a head coaching job now, I don't know if he ever gets one again.
I think if you ask me, not like with certainty, but if you ask me what's likely, I think what's likely is by the end of this week, we're talking about McCarthy is gone and Quinn has gone to Seattle. I think is what's likeliest.
Wow.
So you need a head coach, an offensive coordinator, and a
And
defensive coordinator.
and by the way, I don't think the Cowboys would try to fight to keep him from doing that.
Yeah, that was weird. It was weird how bad the defense was and how the guys were open by 5 yards. Like that looked like when
they're playing
25
soft.
against Musgrave.
Like it literally looked like, I remember telling Jeff Kavanaugh at the time, I tell him, I go, I know Tua's great. I go to the Alabama A&M game. I'm at College Station.
Sure.
And I'm like, Tua was perfect. But I'm like, guys were getting wide open. He had, I can't remember everybody he had there, but he had like Henry Ruggs and like everybody was a first round pick. Like literally he had 5 first round pick weapons. And I'm like, he was great, but there was never a tough pass that he had to fit into a small window. Guys were wide open. Yesterday, I'm not trying to take anything away from Jordan Love. He did throw some, like the one touchdown was a great sidearm.
He was fantastic yesterday,
but guys were running open like you're watching a high school game.
And it's not just the passing game. There were 2 Aaron Jones touchdowns. I know there was another one that you're like, how the F do you not see that as a run fit? Like, I could see that. And I'm just sitting there and I'm watching it and I'm like, they're going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball. And they're like, no, let's go ahead and position it just in case. And he goes right up the middle.
It's just every single thing that we've seen from the Cowboys throughout this year. Like, just take every individual gripe we've had with them in a given week.
It all happened in one game.
Yeah, it was. Like, think about it. We've complained about the run defense for times. That happened yesterday. Stupid penalties. That happened. Stupid penalties from Sam Williams. That happened. Dak not seeing a squatting defender and throwing it there. That happened. Dak and CD not being on the same page. That happened. CD, Micah not having great body language. That happened. Everything that's been an individual moment that's been a criticism in different losses all came together in one game, and it came together on the biggest stage. That is a massive problem. That's on the players for their responsibility, but you then have to ask, why were your players so unprepared or unfocused then? Who is that on?
And that's the fireable offense to me, because there are certain things like, sure, did the punt returner take a dive when it looks like he didn't really get touched for that penalty? Sure.
Yeah, that's super smart.
Yeah.
Dak did it one time in the end zone where a guy didn't illegal hit him. He grabbed him and threw him on top of him to get a penalty in the end zone. Like, players do this. The Cowboys players fake penalties too.
Agreed. But there were so many other things that, to your point, Bobby, it did feel like they were unprepared, underprepared, whatever the exact verbiage you want is, and I just don't see how that can be the case.
They honestly looked scared and confused. Like at whatever point. There were times they just looked confused in the scheme, and then there were other times where they just looked scared of the moment, the opponent. I don't know what it was, but they just looked like they were intimidated by it all.
Just wait till next season, though. That's when it happens.
Yeah, and then we'll get into this tomorrow. Even if you
should they bring back Zeke? 877-881-1053. 877.
That is not our next segment. Our next segment, we're gonna attempt
Herschel Walker.
No, Jimmy Johnson. From frozen helmets and mustaches to Eminem and CJ Effin Stroud. Did you enjoy the rest of the NFL playoff weekend? Let's talk about it next, right here on The Fan.
Attention.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
Shotgun snap, Goff back, Goff looks, Goff pumps, now throws, end zone caught, touchdown Detroit Lions, Sam Laporta. He's back, he's playing, and he's in the end zone.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. There was a lot of non-Cowboys playoff happenings over the weekend. Did you enjoy the rest of the NFL playoff weekend? I have to admit, I didn't see most of Detroit, Los Angeles until this morning because I was still mad and didn't want to watch more football last night.
I asked the crazy question, which we couldn't contemplate on Friday.
Could not.
Of, hey, if the Cowboys lose, how much, Detroit game would you watch? And I can't remember your answer or not, but I was kind of with you. Obviously, I was on the bike, so I was on YouTube a little bit watching Zach and Brian Broaddus do a little bit of post game. Believe it or not, there wasn't much positive things to talk about.
I do believe that.
But I took in Saturday night's game thanks to my friend Kevin Hageland.
You're welcome.
But I didn't take in much of the Detroit game. I obviously saw it was a good game, saw the final score. Detroit wins 24-23, but I was kind of like, football season's over.
All right, let's start with that Kansas City game then, if you will. Let's fire off cut number 20 because this isn't a highlight of that, but Andy Reid's mustache froze and Patrick Mahomes' helmet partially exploded. But also, does Mike now love this wide receiver?
Second down, 8 for the Chiefs at the Dolphin 12. Mahomes throws right side. Caught Rice at the 5, angling right. Touchdown! Kansas City rookie Rashee Rice. His first postseason touchdown. An 11-yard crossing pattern. And just like Germany, the Chiefs have an outstanding opening drive for a touchdown to start the game.
That's a weird way to start the game off as a broadcaster.
That
because
is.
How many remember that they played in Germany this year? So when you start off the sentence, when you score a touchdown, just like Germany, you're going, wait a second, where is this going? Because this doesn't sound good, but
that's exactly what I thought.
It ended up making all the sense in the world, and I know it was horrible conditions. I watched most of that game, and it's a weird game because obviously there were a lot of kind of bad passes by both quarterbacks because of the weather. But Patrick Mahomes was able to find a way, and it just makes me think, is he that great that they can play that average at best during the regular season, and then he takes a rookie wide receiver, the only one who should be in the NFL, on his team, and he can figure out a way to push this team to a conference championship game?
I want to hope this makes sense. I'm not discounting any of the greatness of Patrick Mahomes whatsoever. I always thought this was going to be an advantageous situation for them.
Because of the weather?
Just because of the weather. And like we've talked about the Dolphins' struggle in the playoffs in general. We've talked about Tua's struggles in cold weather games. And when it was -4 with a wind chill of -27 at kickoff, and the playoff surface looked like it. I know it didn't look like an ice skating rink, but it did not look suitable for playing. And I'm sure they worked really hard. But
did you know they have heaters underneath the field?
Yes.
I mean, I found that out when they were getting ready for the game. I was like, wow, it's amazing that all of these fields that are outdoor stadiums, and I won't say all of them, but it seems like they all have some sort of under-the-ground heating system.
I'd have to go back to make sure I get the exact language right, but I think that's one of the issues that led to the surfaces of the ice bowl, is because not only did they keep the heater on, they still tarped it. And so there was like all this condensation stuck underneath the tarp, and it almost instantaneously froze when they pulled the tarp off. But I always thought this was going to be a problematic matchup for the Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
But when you have to match up against Kansas City next, I'm sure you're like, crap. This is not the team that you want to see right now.
Yeah, and it's I was interested in that game, but to your point, it's weird because the only game that I didn't really watch was the Detroit LA game.
Yep.
Because the Cowboys had just lost.
The best game.
And that was the only game that was competitive. Like literally by the time you're at halftime of the Texans game, if we want to go to a Texans highlight, you're like, well, this game's over. And so it's great that the Texans won. I'm not against the Texans or for the Texans. It's great that they won. It's just that, playoff football 3 out of the 4 so far have been non-competitive games.
And here's a big reason for why that is. Let's go to cut number 19. This happened to Joe Flacco twice.
Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6. Yes! Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
Oh, take it.
I like that the color guy was like, I'm gonna wait until right at the end when he's definitely gonna score,
and then say, "Take that, Cleveland." I'll tell you what hurt me is I do have some 2007 Joe Flacco rookie cards, and I was really hoping this weekend at the Dallas Card Show I could take those there and cash in like $5 a piece. But I don't know if those
this weekend in Allen.
I don't know if those cards will be wanted anymore after that game, and I'm assuming Joe Flacco's starting career is over again.
Yes, I think that is probably the case. Now, here's my question. I have potentially top-notch audio for both of these subjects.
I don't know if you asked last week, and I can't remember. I know you asked. I just can't remember. Yes, I would love to have C.J. Stroud over Dak Prescott. And I would pay C.J. Stroud $60 million compared to Dak $50 million. Be just happy with it.
It is a tough day to argue in favor of pretty much anything Dallas Cowboys. All right, do you want to go back to the Detroit game or back to the Chiefs game? I have audio that is related to both.
It's up to you. Obviously, the Detroit game was the most exciting.
Let's go to Detroit then. Cut number 25. This is Eminem prior to the game asking for a victory.
Stafford, what'd I say? You owe me this favor, bro. I was there for you when you won it. I was there for you. I was right there. I rapped for you, Stafford. Bro, I rapped for you. Can you just let us have this one? Just this one.
Did somebody from Wisconsin ask Dak that, and he actually did oblige?
Oh, my gosh.
Like, what rappers from, I don't know rappers or great singers or anything. Did somebody from Wisconsin ask the Cowboys to tank, and they actually did do it?
I don't know.
That's interesting. I mean, I know he's having fun there. Eminem's having fun, and I know that Stafford, obviously disappointed he lost. I thought listening to the clips on Good Morning Football and stuff, I thought he did a good job with his post-game interview, but I'm sure excited that he got to play in Detroit in a playoff game, disappointed he didn't win.
Now, we're going to go to cut number 24. I apologize. I could not find a better version of this. I understand they might not want this audio to go everywhere. Maurice Jones-Drew is listening to this question, and I'm sure you'll be able to guess the moment where he gives a look back at his partner like, come on, man.
But this is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they can ride the D? The defense? Okay.
Okay, so that's the moment where Maurice Jones-Drew looks at him like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
And that's why the clarification of the defense was necessary.
Man, that's funny.
Now, we'll ask the entirety of that word. Do you think the defense will be a bigger hand in propelling the Chiefs than they usually have been in prior playoff runs?
They're going to have to, because I'm assuming this at 3:30 on channels unknown. I honestly don't know what channel the game's on. Buffalo should destroy Pittsburgh. Like, Pittsburgh is horrible. So I'm assuming
they're both on ESPN,
okay,
right?
ESPN.
Or no, CBS.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume that Kansas City is going to have to go to Buffalo. I don't know what Patrick Mahomes can do with the lack of offense he has. Like, I think that he can put up 24.
Sure.
So I don't know. Do you call that, if the defense holds a team to 23, do you call that a good defensive game? I mean, it matters. Weather conditions matter. Like in Buffalo next week, is it going to be okay to pass a football?
Yeah.
Can you throw it 50 yards in the air and the wind not blow it 20 yards off its path? So going forward, I know that watching Kansas City as much as I do, and I think a lot of people do because they're on almost every game is almost nationally televised. They don't have a good offense. Their running game was solid against Miami, but they don't have a good running game. They have one wide receiver who looks like he should be in the NFL, and he's a rookie. And then Kelsey, I mean, it's cold. He had 2 easy catches that he dropped. I think he's getting a little bit older and isn't as good as he used to be, but still good. So I just think that they do have to rely on their defense to carry them more than they ever have.
Now, I'm going to add one more bit of audio from this game. This is cut number 23, and we talk about this all the time. This is an incomplete pass that Tua just throws away. This is Kevin Harlan's take on what happened.
3rd down and 10. Tagovailoa gets the shotgun snap. The blitz is on. He gets away from Edwards. He is grabbed by Karlaftis. He just heaves the ball wildly down the near sideline and out. Into the stands is where he threw it and heaved it, and somebody caught it there. The guy is big, the guy is jolly, and the guy's got ski goggles on, and he caught that pass.
He was fired up, and his description of that guy was actually pretty spot on. So
whether it's football or basketball, I don't think Kevin Harlan does baseball. I can't ever remember him doing a baseball game. He's the best. To me, and there's other good ones. I'm not like a hater of all the people who call games. I think there's a lot of people who don't like anybody. I'm like, you have to like somebody. Like the easiest thing to do is say, I don't like anybody. Right. Everybody who I watch play stinks. Everybody who calls a game stinks. Like you have to like somebody, right? And so Kevin Harlan, I think, is the best. There's other really good ones at it, but when I hear him, he's just, to me, the best there is today.
And as people have astutely been pointing out thus far, the home teams are 3-1 in wild card games.
Yes!
Yes!
We play Detroit next week.
No, they lost. The season is over.
Maybe Green Bay had a person that was doing steroids or something, because in the Olympics, they eliminate it if you did it. And so like
this is not going to be like a Carter situation either, where you're like, no, they had players that were ineligible. The Cowboys are back in. No, the season is over.
Maybe it's like the Michigan Wolverines, the Fab Five, and they took money during that time, and all the banners have to come down, and we can put banners up.
You know what? This might be a topic for another day. Maybe a topic for never. Let's say that did happen somehow, and Green Bay is now disqualified from the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Cowboys go on and win the Super Bowl. You want to put that banner up?
Yes.
Do you?
Hey, the Lakers have some banner for winning 2 games this year. They're 19-21, and they're like, we're the champs of the Fart Schmo McGee tournament.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. Staying dry?
Yeah.
Safe?
Yeah, I guess, but it feels like a perpetual cloud is over all of our heads, as I'm sure you understand. Mike was asking this off air. At what point did you think this game is really over?
27-0.
On the pick six, that's what I said too.
As a matter of fact, I wrote if this was Pee Wee football, they probably would have called the game by a 25-point rule.
Or gone to a running clock.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
So what I want to get into the logistics before the game.
Okay.
And what happens now? Like, does everyone clean out their stuff today and they're like, we're out?
It starts. I mean, they'll start exit interviews. I just saw a few players in the lunch area. But yeah, they'll trickle in, and I don't know how they schedule the exit interviews, but yeah, it starts, and I'll let you know more after 11:30 because we're going to have an open locker room. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of guys in there or willing to be in there. Let's put it that way.
Don't want to talk whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, what more can they say today than they said yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So I know you just talked about 27-0. I think most people agree. At that point, you're like, oh, crap. At a minute 50, you're down by 27. You're like, this is almost impossible to come back from. Obviously, Buffalo, I think, did it against Houston. But
well, and Mike, when it was, 20? It was 20-0. Is that right?
Yes.
I was thinking, okay, you go down and score at the end by the end of the half, and you get the kickoff for the second half, and you score again in 2014. Ball game's on, right?
Me too. That's what I thought.
And yeah, that didn't happen. And it was reminding me of how they started the NFC championship game that 94 season at San Francisco when they turned the ball over the first three times they had it, and they were down 21-0 midway through the first quarter. They hadn't even gotten a first down yet, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, okay, and they kind of came back from that. And so there's a way, but yeah, when they had the pick six, I figured, I don't know that you're going to recover from this.
Going back to the start of the game, that first drive by Green Bay. Obviously, I think they had 3 third-down conversions on that drive, and some of them were long. They weren't 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2. After that drive was over, obviously, I texted the guys I work with, and I was being sarcastic, but I was pretty much saying, oh, crap, they did everything that you were worried about they could possibly accomplish. What were you thinking after Green Bay's first drive? Were you thinking, oh, crap, or were you thinking, hey, the defense is going to go to the sideline and they're going to figure out all of the adjustments they need to make for that to stop?
Well, first of all, it was only 1 third down conversion.
Oh.
Because they had that, remember the penalty on 2nd and 10? They had the sack, and they got illegal contact, so it ended up being 2nd and 8, and he threw a 22-yard pass to Dobbs.
Yeah. I thought it was a good play by the 2 defensive linemen on the right side.
No, they did. They started off
They were talking
right.
to each other as the ball was snapped, and then 1 second later, like, hey, maybe we should just start trying to go after the quarterback because they've already snapped the ball and they're running a play now.
Well, and they didn't get to 3rd down on that entire drive through 3rd and 5 at the 6,
DeMarcus
and they had
Lawrence.
Neutral zone, and then it was 3rd and 2 at the 3, and they scored the touchdown. But number one, there's the benefits of taking the ball, right? Start the game. It was almost like, okay, we're going to show you, and we're not worried about the crowd noise. We're prepared to go right down the field on you. And they never got past 2nd down until they got inside the 10-yard line. So. Yeah, and it was like, okay, you had the penalty, and okay, and then you get the ball, and you converted to 3rd and 3, and then you get to 3rd and 8, and Dak just misses CD on that crossing pattern. He wasn't real open; he kind of overlet him, and then you got the 15-yard penalty, which was pretty ticky-tack, right? The running into the punt return guy.
Yeah.
Kind of bumped him. The guy did a really nice back flop, right?
Indeed, he did.
And so that helps out, but they stopped him. And you got the ball again, and you got 3rd and 5 at the 15, and it looked like, look, when you go back and look, and I know on the TV broadcast initially they said that was interference, and then they said, oh, no, it was a good play. Well, it was a good play after he yanked Cooks from behind and then caught up with them and made the interception, right? And so 2 things like that really got in the way, and then it got out of hand. To me, their preparation, Green Bay, what they did defensively to shut down CD and clog the passing lanes, I thought they did a brilliant job. And offensively, they had the Cowboys fooled the whole game. I don't know if they even knew who Romeo Doubs was, right? And the guy, his first 4 catches were like 22, 15, 19, 20, and then a 30-some yarder or 40, whatever. I mean, did they know who he was?
Well, and how much of that do you attribute to the, I guess I'm going to call it a super zone, that seemed to be lagging off even more than you might normally see in a zone?
Yeah. I mean, they were way off. Even the first, I want to say the first slant pass they threw to him, Deron Bland was like 5 to 7 yards off of him. It was wide open. I wasn't sure if they were just worried about them throwing deep, but Jordan Love carved them up, and they didn't get any pressure. And that was one of the things the concern was. Now, and they did, and the fear was, this guy really throws well off his back foot, so you better get there. And he did it time and time again. And so if you remember, 5 of the last 6 games, not including Washington,
one sack.
The Cowboys had 1 sack in each. And then it was like, well, they got 4 against Washington. Well, it was a mirage because they got none against the Packers and only hit Love 3 times. So from a defensive standpoint, I understand if the offense is struggling, but the defense doesn't have to give up that many points. Now, I know they got helped with the 2 interceptions, 1 returned for a touchdown, 1 set them up at the 19-yard line. But even when you get the ball at the 19, you don't have to let them score in 4 plays.
So there was one play in particular early in the game, and maybe I'm nitpicking too much and it would have ended up making a difference. But on the second drive, I can't remember if it was I think it was the first 3rd and 9 the Packers had. The Cowboys bring a lot of pressure, maybe 5 guys, but Micah Parsons drops back. And I understand you want to vary up your coverage and everything, but it feels like in obvious pass rush downs, that's somebody who you want to send every time, is it not?
I'm changing it up with him because I'm not a big fan of him lining up at defensive end all the time and they can double team him. So sometimes you line him at linebacker, it'll confuse him because you don't know what he's doing, right? Well, maybe they should have blitzed, but he had all day long to throw the ball, and that was Dobbs' 26-yard catch, and he was wide open. They didn't even cover him. What was Curse doing on him? I don't want Curse on Dobbs.
Yeah.
Or maybe he wasn't, and he just caught up and made the tackle, right? But that was the possession they actually stopped him thanks to the holding call on 3rd and 8 at the 47, forced him to punt. But at that time, I wrote down here in my notes, Dobbs had 2 catches for 48 yards, and Green Bay had the ball already 10 minutes and 21 seconds and had 7 first downs. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So I just think, their plan was awfully good from Joe Barry on what he did defensively to kind of clog things up and, kind of keep CeeDee Lamb under wraps until it was over and they got the 2 garbage touchdowns at the end. And then offensively, Matt LaFleur had the Cowboys' number on the type of plays they were running. I mean, they acted like they'd never seen any of these plays from the Packers before.
And it's crazy because I thought when Micah got not one but 2 penalties called in his favor,
yes,
I thought, okay,
the worm's turning, right?
Yes, today is the day. And when Mike was talking about that first drive, I have to admit, early on, I was really optimistic. I've told Mike the apex of this game was the first 3 plays for me because you stuffed Aaron Jones. I know you got a penalty on the second one, but at least you got pressure, and it looked like you could get to the quarterback. And then you stuffed Aaron Jones again. And then everything after that third play was downhill.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. And so with the help of the 2 interceptions, they score 48 points, which is a record for a Cowboys opponent in playoff. And you had to go back. There was 3 38-point games that they gave up. The first, 1969, to the original Cleveland Browns. Then they gave up 38 to Detroit. The last time the Lions had won a playoff game at home until yesterday. And then 38 in that loss to San Francisco. So
Just
that
remember,
was it.
They stopped trying with 10 minutes and change in the fourth quarter. So 48 is actually is a nice number. Yeah. It probably could have got to 60 if they would have just gone, and they shouldn't have gone all out, but if they would have said, no, we're going to keep trying, you probably get another touchdown and field goal on the board.
Well, if I remember correctly, on those last 2 possessions that Love was in, they only threw the ball 1 time. So it was like 5 or 6 runs on those 2 possessions. And and all they were doing is running clock, right? I didn't even know who their backup quarterback was. Then I found out it's Sean Clifford. That's how bad it was.
Do you, I don't know, today, maybe probably more likely the next few days, how busy do you think it's going to be in terms of shakeup or potential change or anything like that around here?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be anything immediate. Jerry usually kind of tries to take the emotion out of it, calling this the most painful playoff loss he experienced. And there was some very painful ones when you go back to the 2007 season when they had it all set up with the first seed and home field and got beat by the Giants, who went on to win the Super Bowl, by the way. But yeah, this was what made me think of the column I wrote before the start of the season, and I don't remember if it was online or in a magazine or what, but I was saying the biggest hurdle the Cowboys are going to have this year is that they don't grandfather you back into the playoffs. So if you made it the last year, you went 12-5, right? And then you got eliminated in the playoffs. Now you got to start all over again, right? And it's hard because if you look at the big picture, you're sitting there going, oh my God, I got to win 12 games just to get back in the playoffs. And if you and that could be overwhelming. Well, they were able to overcome that and do it. Now, can you do that again with the same system? And I think that's one of the things that they're going to have to decide on. How do you bring it back and say, okay, here we go, and we're going to be better, right? So I think that's something that they're going to have to sift through and decide if you keep going the same or if you have to make a change.
Appreciate the insight. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Yeah, most of the Cowboys
vacation, baby. They got to get out of this cold, go to the beach, relax, collect that playoff paycheck they got.
Good for them. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Think about not showing up to Oxnard so they get the contract they need.
Oh, they're good at not showing up. Coming up next, did you turn the Cowboys playoff game off? And if so, what did you do instead? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
DFW's number 1.
big 2nd and 2. Prescott in the gun, fakes the inside handoff. Slants picked off. At the 50, this might be a house call. To the 30, it's Darnell Savage. All the way in, 50-yard plus return. That does not help.
Yes, indeed, Brad Sham. It is a Cowboys.
Help the Packers.
Monday, maybe like a Cowboys embarrassment Monday. I don't know.
Man, Jared Sandler was pretty happy.
Yeah, I bet that is true. Is the Cowboys get absolutely smoked 48-32 in a game that was nowhere near as close as that seems. And you might be like, well, that doesn't actually seem that close. Well, it wasn't even that close. The tied for the most points scored by the Packers in postseason history, the total amount of points, most points ever in a Cowboys postseason game. So, yay. And then also the Packers, first number 7 seed to win in the playoffs.
Yes. It's like the Mavericks, in 07 when, they went 67-15 and then they ended up losing in the first round.
Yeah.
It's history here in Dallas.
Well, look, this is my question, and this is the kind of feedback I'm looking for from the 469. Once it was 27-0, I turned it off and started watching Bookie and then watched the newest season of The Righteous Gemstones to take my mind off of it. So my question didn't happen until before the fourth quarter. But if you turned it off at 27-0, I understand that. Did you turn off this Cowboys playoff game? And if so, what did you do instead? Because somebody hit me up on Twitter at @OhThankKevin and said, I got all the laundry done and folded it and everything instead. And so I appreciate all the people who at least did something productive.
Early on in the fourth quarter, I got on the Peloton and watched the rest of the game jogging on I didn't go hard. Like I wasn't, You
didn't go like the Packers.
Yeah, I was just pedaling, getting in a little 30-minute bike ride while watching the Cowboys with making their miraculous comeback. But
they
didn't
make any semblance of a comeback.
Alexander from McKinney was on earlier on Sean and RJ, and the Cowboys just ran out of time. If it was a 5-quarter game.
Did he really say that?
Yes. 100%.
That is preposterous.
Dak had nothing to do with the loss. He wasn't great, but he had nothing to do with the loss. And the game just ran out of time.
That is
the Cowboys had figured out the Packers in the fourth quarter, and unfortunately, there just wasn't enough time to come back.
No, untrue on all of that from the 972.
He did say it. I'm not making it up.
I believe you. I just happen to disagree with Alexander on that. From the 972, my brother and I went to the fish store. I like
fish
it.
Store.
I like it.
Like to buy fried
Maybe
fish.
Like the fishing store.
Okay.
Get supplies. From the 972, I turned it off after that first drive after the half when they settled for a field goal, and I played Mario Wonder with my 4-year-old on the Nintendo Switch. I turned the game off and played Call of Duty with my kids. I turned the game off and started watching Bluey with the kiddos. I told you this before the show. Thank God for baby Noah, because he is the only thing that probably kept me from wanting to smash things, because he was happy and smiling and all that, and it helped a little bit, but I was so mad.
You were.
That game.
Were you excited about me sending sarcastic texts to everybody?
No, and that's why I would respond once every quarter and a half, maybe 2 quarters, because it was like, oh, you have 18 text messages. You know what I really didn't like, though? It wasn't even you, because at least I know I had so many people in my regular life, and I didn't text any of them back. Texting me and like,
well, thanks. You texted us back.
Yes, I did.
You told me how Dak was playing in your opinion at one point.
Spoiler alert, not great. But all the people in my regular life texting me like, hey, this Cowboys game isn't going too well, huh? Like, what am I supposed to say to that? Be like, we got them right where we want them. 27-0. They're just playing right into our hands. Or like, oh man, I'm surprised this Cowboys game isn't going well. Yeah, me effing too.
I'm wondering this with how that game went. And look, I'm honest here. I made a complete divorce from the Dallas Cowboys a few years ago. So when they win, it's cool. I'm not that happy about it, but I'm also not sad about it. When they lose, I'm not happy about it at all, but I'm not really that sad about it. It's just like, yeah, that's my ex. I still watch him. Obviously, I have to do a job about covering the Cowboys, but they don't affect me anymore. I don't let them affect my mood or energy or anything like that. If they win or lose, whatever. They fire Mike McCarthy, whatever. I'm wondering, after yesterday's game on the truckwreck.com
text line.
Thank you. How many people want to or feel like they could even possibly divorce the Dallas Cowboys?
We will dive into that long form tomorrow because I saw the same kind of feedback.
Don't text in right now.
No, I mean,
text tomorrow.
You can text in whenever you like. From the 469.
Dump me on everything I just said for 1
No,
minute.
you don't have to dump any of that. That's fine. I do HVAC. I was working and watching my phone at 27-0. I just decided to turn it off.
My wife walked in from going to a movie with a friend because she was really excited about the Cowboy game.
What movie did she go see?
Some girl movie she knew I didn't want to see.
That is so vague.
I have no clue what she saw. Something that I definitely would not want to see.
And you didn't ask your wife after the fact, hey, how was the movie? What was it called?
No, she walked in and I go, hey, Jeff, fun? She goes, yeah. I said, hey, guess what the score is? Because it was a commercial. And she's like, Cowboys 20-7. I go, almost. And that's when they had just returned the touchdown for 27-0. And I was like, and she goes, and I was like, yeah, I don't think they're going to win today.
Yeah, all true. Now, I appreciate the yes, you can. This is your fault, Mike. Okay. Hold on, can I text in right now? Yes, you can text in right now. You can text
tomorrow,
in whenever you like.
Just text it, but then don't hit send till tomorrow when we do the segment.
From the 469, I started playing Call of Duty Mobile once we went down by 4. Maybe it was just 3 touchdowns. All right, either way. From the 817, that's my hometown team, bro. Hell no, ride or die. And I ended up
talking about the Packers.
No, shut up. God, we still have so much time to go. I watched the entire game and I hated most of that experience. Luckily,
were you mad that the Cowboys made it a 16-point game? Did you want it to be embarrassingly bad score? Because at the end, in the history books, Dak had a great game.
Yeah.
In the history books, 20 years from now, when nobody remembers this game except they box score it up, you go, oh my gosh, Dak threw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns, and you still lost by 16 points?
I needed it to be 48-16 or 48-48 and going into overtime. This middle ground. I was mad watching the game, and at one point, I almost responded either angrily or sarcastically to my wife about something, but I was like, it's not her fault because she doesn't hear super well.
Yeah.
And she was like, what did you say? And I was like this close to being like, I said, but then I thought, it's not her fault. This Cowboys team is terrible.
You're a better husband because then I really yell it and enunciate it more. And that really ticks off my wife. And I still do it. I don't know why I do it. I'm just like, look, you obviously didn't hear me saying it normally, so I will say it now louder and slower and enunciate more.
Yeah. And then go from there. From the 682, y'all should be having a talk about Dan Quinn and how he shouldn't get a job. Look, if Seattle wants to hire him after what they just saw, more power to them. That's not our problem to deal with anymore.
What if they left him a voicemail at 7 a.m. this morning? Hey, we're sorry. We're not going to interview you anymore. We've seen this show before. It was called the Atlanta Falcons.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh my God. I can't believe that this happened. I can understand them losing. I mean, I thought they were going to win. Don't get me wrong. But
me too.
I just can't believe that we're here talking about the Cowboys looking like they were the Carolina Panthers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like they had hired Bryce Young in a Dak Prescott jersey and said, go to town, Charlie Brown. And it was horrible. I mean, I guess because I don't get mad anymore, Adam, it was comically horrible. When they threw the ball to the 2-yard line at halftime and CD got tackled.
And if not for that penalty.
They're like, I mean, that would have been just a perfect ending to the half.
Yep.
If you were writing the script, You'd have said, no, the perfect ending is completing the ball down to the 1 or 2 yard line and getting tackled with no timeouts and no time on the clock and walking to halftime in the tunnel down 27-0.
There's a fascinating look at how people deal with losses like this. From the 9-7-2, turned it off at 21-0, and then my 8-year-old son and I discussed burning our Cowboy shirts.
Great news. We were never down 21-0. They missed an extra point.
20-0. That's right. That's right. That's the only thing that could stop them.
That saved Dak, because Dak was only a -6 at halftime. He had put up -6 points for the Cowboys, and the defense had put up -14. So you were down by 20. Dak had given up 2 touchdowns and only 1 extra point, and the defense had given up 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points.
And then you compare that to this from the 7-1-3. I turned it off in the third quarter, then I sat in my truck and got super high. Felt much better.
It's cold. Why did you do that in a house?
Maybe it's not allowed in the house. Probably it's not allowed in the house,
you can't
right?
smoke outside when it's 12 degrees.
Yes.
I mean, you can. But.
And then somebody texted in and said he sold his entire Cowboys card collection last night. That feels like a bad idea to sell last night. Like, if you're selling your Jordan Love cards last night, smart decision. Strike while it's scorching hot.
I don't blame that guy. I don't know if it's ever going to get better for the Cowboys. It's going to be interesting. I know this is for down the road talk next week, next month. I don't know how this team, the majority of these guys, truly recover from this. This seems like that loss where when the Mavericks lost to Golden State in 2007, they all had to look at each other on the court. Dirk and Devin Harris and Josh Howard and Jerry Stackhouse, and they looked at each other and go, "We're going to lose. We've been through this. We don't win." And they had to really change the team. Now, I know it's a different sport and all those things, but I don't know how those guys look at each other in a big situation and go, "We're going to get the job done on both sides of the ball, guys."
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know either. I want to go to cut number 28. I have to admit, I didn't go to this extreme. This is somebody, I don't know. You never know with these videos if it's set up. Like, why were these people just filming? But this person punches their TV and then throws it on the ground.
Was he wearing a camo Cowboys jersey? Because I think I saw.
Okay, I think so.
Okay.
You sound like that person in the background that would just be chuckling that person punched a hole in their TV.
As long as it wasn't my house and my TV, that'd be fine. I think it was hilarious.
From the 9-7-2, I turned the game off. Oh no. Went and tended to my drunk girlfriend who passed out and, let's just say, ruined his bed. Now I need a new bed and a new girlfriend. Man, and the Cowboys lost? You lost your bed, your girlfriend, and your team lost. That is a really tough.
I feel like Coach McCarthy, just to put the cherry on top in the post-game press conference, should have said nobody's dying. That would have been amazing.
Then I would have fired him on the spot. I realize Mickey told us Jerry takes some time to not be emotional. I don't think I could have handled it.
They just rip him off the stage.
I would have just walked up there and been like, "You're done. Get the hell out of here." But good for Jerry for taking some time. So he's
luckily that. I mean, Micah might have wanted to say that, but he never wants to talk after losses. He just walks out and lets all the other players have to answer all the questions. He only wants to be praised. Doesn't want to answer questions as a leader of a team. So that's great news going forward, and he's a great player, but he is no leader at all.
Man, Mike, you'll like this from the 940. Unfortunately, we turned it off and went to Red Lobster. Sounds like your day got better. Those Cheddar Bay biscuits are delicious.
And you can buy those and make them at home, and they're really good making them at home, too.
You know, I dated this girl once. Let's just talk about whatever. I dated this girl once. And she made those. I seriously thought she made them from scratch, and I was like, I might need to marry this gal. And I was like, how did you even make these? And she goes, oh, it's just a box. Yeah. And then I was just really disappointed. Spoiler alert.
Worked out good for you.
We didn't get married. I got the biscuits.
Yeah, and you got Jess.
That's true.
Hey, I just saw Eric walk by.
Uh-huh.
You think Eric wants to join this party?
Hell yeah, why not?
Coming up next, Eric has to talk about the Cowboys.
And maybe we'll do some gridiron gravy where it's CJ Stroud's world. We're all just living in it. We'll do next right here in the Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about men's team.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find your roads.
2nd and 6 at the Browns 15. Stroud under center, fakes the toss, now throws it back to the left, has Collins. 10, 5 to the corner. He's in! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead, just like that.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What I want to do right here is we've been talking a lot of Cowboys negativity, and we will continue that in just a second. But text us at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube. Don't answer this question, Mike. Why and how did Mike almost set the building on fire? Give us your feedback about that. Otherwise, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip. Oh, it's playoff football. The best time of year, Kevin.
Except for the Cowboys. But let's talk about who is the best. CJ effing Stroud, who... he might have put up one of the best rookie playoff quarterback starts we've ever seen. And then little did we know that Jordan Love would almost exactly replicate those numbers. So good for him, too. CJ Stroud, when he was under pressure in their dominating victory over the Browns, 7 of 8 for 118 yards and didn't take a sack.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Jordan Love didn't have any stats in that situation.
Because the one that we got was called off due to a penalty. In his first,
he was amazing, and you thought going into this game against Cleveland, like you could understand a bad game if he had a bad game.
Sure.
Didn't happen.
No, it really didn't. And this was really fascinating to me about the games as a whole, especially on Saturday. The Browns led the NFL in total defense. They gave up 45 points. Though clearly the 2 pick sixes, so really like 31 points. The Dolphins led the NFL in total offense, and they only scored 7 points. But again, they had to play almost on an ice skating rink. But
I thought you were going to say the Cowboys defense didn't play that bad because Dak gave up 13 of the 48 points.
No. You can both things can be true. The Cowboys defense played terrible, and so did Dak. Both of those things can be true in the same game. And in fact, they were true in the same game yesterday. CJ Stroud, first career playoff start, 16 of 21 for 274 yards and 3 touchdowns. He set rookie marks for best completion percentage, 76%, best passer rating, 157.2, which was then tied by Jordan Love, and margin of victory by a rookie quarterback in a playoff game at 31. Oh, yeah, I guess Jordan Love's not a rookie. I have to remember that. He also tied the rookie mark for most passing touchdowns in a playoff game. CJ Stroud was amazing, and that was a destruction.
Yeah, and you know what? This is where you just don't know. Obviously, for Jordan Love, it was a perfect situation for him to have, it sounds weird, but for him to have 3 years watching football.
Right.
Because he might have been written off. If you would have played him his rookie year and then his second year, you might have said, he can't play in this league. And at the time, it would be true. But luckily, he didn't really have to play in this league until year 4. Same thing with Tony Romo. But CJ Stroud can play in this league in year 1. So I don't know. Like, I wish there was a perfect answer. Hey, should a quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, sat out 1 year, then won the MVP the next year? Like, what do you do with rookie quarterbacks? Do you make them sit and watch? Is that best for them? Well, obviously it was for Jordan Love. That would be a really bad deal if you would have done that to CJ Stroud this year.
Now, also some answers for why Mike almost set the building on fire. He used the toaster to make some toaster strudels. From the 817, Mike brought in 2 heaters and he said, screw it. If I'm going to work, I'm staying warm and using all of the electricity. And then from the 682 and the 832, Mike put foil in the microwave.
Well, so our guy Bobby Belt, who I really like, no matter how much he likes Dak Prescott, he brought us some Chick-fil-A biscuit sandwiches this morning.
Yes.
And I was like, man, I've eaten this morning. I'll have it later. So it's getting around lunchtime. So I was like, man, I'll eat that good bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit sandwich for lunch. and I put it in for 30 seconds, and it didn't warm up that much. And so I unwrapped it a little bit to feel it. And then I put it back in the microwave, and I was coming back in here, and then I could hear some noises that didn't sound good. And when I unwrapped it, the foil was exposed. And so then I looked at the microwave, and it was on fire in the microwave. So I hit stop. So if it will smell like there was a fire in the lunchroom.
Because there was.
Because there was. But I put it out by stopping the fire.
It's a good job.
So way better than the Cowboys defense.
Because you were able to put out the fire.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
They would have added 3 more minutes to it. They would have said, let's see if we can burn this whole MFer down.
Okay.
And they did. And then what I should do is I should then walk away and not do interviews afterwards like Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Because that's good leadership.
We probably need to talk a little bit more about that. Hey, we tried to talk about that about 4 weeks ago, and people got really, really upset. All right.
He's a great player, horrible leader.
Couple more things that I wanted to throw out about that Texans-Browns game. This is one last bonus that's amazing for the Texans. Their first-round pick is now better because they won that game. Because remember, they traded away their pick to the Cardinals, but they had the Browns pick. And so by eliminating the Browns, they ensure they were going to get the best possible outcome when it comes to their draft.
That's the positive. The Cowboys went from the 30th pick. Now they have the 24th pick. How can you move up like that? They just won the lottery yesterday. That Cowboys, that's a great loss. If you weren't going to win the Super Bowl.
That's the silver lining we're going with here?
Yeah, if you get to the Super Bowl, you pick 31 or 32. If they would have made it to the conference championship, they were going to pick 29 or 30. Now you're picking 24th, guys. That's it. Silver lining. Hey, hopefully there's another Mozzie Smith there at 24.
Oh, my God. Yeah, hopefully indeed. All right, let's talk about a few more things. The Bills, we're still looking for more shovelers this morning. The Bills put out an ad yesterday. This is a true story. They had to stop, or they couldn't get more shovelers in on Saturday because of the travel stop. Then they had people shoveling yesterday, and they probably need more shoveling because those guys started doing bits and playing out in the snow. They're offering $20 per hour to shovel snow inside the stadium. If you're a diehard Bills fan, you'd be stoked for that, right?
At this point, don't you bring your own shovel to the game? So your seat's clear and your aisle's clear? So I feel like just bring a shovel to the game.
That's probably a good idea. Do you think the deal they also made was I get to stay in the stadium? Like, I'll shovel the snow and I want to get paid, but then I want to stay for the game.
I guess so.
Right?
I mean, I was surprised how many people were at that Kansas City game. Congratulations, Chiefs fans. Way more Chiefs fans there than in the fourth quarter of the Cowboy game. I was like, man, this thing, a third of it is gone, and there is still 10 minutes left in this game. I would have left too. But it'll be interesting for this Buffalo game, which I'll flip on some. But I'm wondering for Cowboy fans, you've asked, but how much football do you want to watch today after knowing that your team is done?
From the 312, Bassick for defensive coordinator, because unlike Quinn, he can put out a fire. And from the 817, I'm usually not a fan of pessimistic Mike, but inject this into my veins.
Yeah!
All right, let's talk about some interesting things.
Here we go!
I definitely don't want to hear that anymore. Is the coaching front. Jim Harbaugh is interviewing with the Chargers today. And then on the Raiders front, Max Crosby has already said he will explore a trade request if Antonio Pierce isn't retained. Remember we talked about he did a pretty good job as interim coach, and supposedly a lot of the Raiders players are with him, and now Max Crosby is like, I'm going to look into a trade if you don't hire him.
They could use Dak. Straight up.
For Max Crosby?
Yeah.
Is that what you're...
I don't care. Just Dak to Vegas. He'd win it all in Vegas.
You don't believe that whatsoever.
I think that they should trade for him. I think it'd be a great deal for Vegas.
I would love to hear your faux Dak trade campaign in future days so you could try to pump up his value just a little bit.
He finished top 3 in MVP at least, maybe even 2.
Yeah.
Can you get better than that? The only person you could trade for is Lamar Jackson, who's better in the NFL. Right? I mean, there's only one guy better. Look at the MVP votes. Maybe Josh Allen. Maybe when we get to guess what, man? He's going to be in Vegas already. Trade for him. He's going to be there Saturday for the award ceremony where he's not going to get an award, but he'll be there as a nominee. You could just trade for him that day and say, we just got the second-placed MVP guy.
I know you said maybe not Steelers-Bills. Eagles-Bucks, though? You feel like you're going to hate watch that?
I don't know if hate watch. I just don't know how interested I'm going to be in it now that the Cowboys aren't in the playoffs. I will be interested in next week, I'm assuming, Kansas City, Buffalo, Green Bay, and San Francisco, because I think it'll be funny if San Francisco wins by 2 touchdowns or more just to show like, oh, Green Bay was really beatable.
Yeah.
You just have to have a team that actually is good at football.
Yeah. Hey.
So I'm interested next week. This week I'll flip it. I mean, hey, dude, we're like an hour and 45 minutes away from the Mavericks
game.
Tip,
Yes,
you know
I'm well aware.
My kids are going to the game.
Are they really?
Yeah.
By the way, with the Lions win last night, the Dolphins now have the longest playoff winless streak. It's been 23 years since they won a playoff.
Mark it down. We're way better than the Dolphins organization.
Woohoo!
In your face, Dolphins. We're the Cowboys.
We're the KNC
America's
masterpiece.
team.
Right here.
Taking L's.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to the Cowboys and to your phone calls. Here's your opportunity, 877-881-1053, to weigh in on the debacle that is the Cowboys game yesterday and maybe their franchise as a whole. We want to hear from you. We'll be taking your phone calls next right here on The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately.
I wouldn't say I've been missing it.
On 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Jerry Jones called yesterday's wildcard loss the most painful he's had as Cowboys owner. This year was supposed to be different. It wasn't. We're all in the same boat. We keep getting fooled by Dallas. And now there's speculation they'll bring in a big-name coach like Bill Belichick. We never learn our lesson, so of course we'll be back in. Expectations and disappointment in Dallas for the foreseeable future. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Gas, groceries, utilities, you name it, the price of everything is going up. And if you're stuck in a bad timeshare with rising maintenance fees, the financial burden can be crushing. It is time to get your finances in order and get the real facts about that timeshare that you are stuck in and your options to get rid of it. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has been helping families out of horrible timeshares for over 10 years and has put together a complete timeshare exit information kit that he will send you absolutely free. To date, over 30,000 families have trusted Wesley Financial Group to help them out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. Hey, at least the UFL is starting up. Reminder, tomorrow we will have Renegades head coach Bob Stoops in studio with us for the Expressway at 12:20. Right now, we bring in Eric Chiafalo and give him a break by going to the phone. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Put him on.
For this next
Put
segment.
this guy
I can't
on camera.
wait to hear from the Tolos.
877-881-1053. Let's go to line 2 first. This is Israel in Fort Worth. What's on your Cowboys brain today?
A little bit disappointed, guys, as I'm sure everyone is. Just wanted to point out that I actually turned the game off whenever I saw the look in Dak Prescott's eyes. The camera showed a close-up of him. They showed a close-up of CeeDee Lamb, and I seen in his eyes defeat. And I seen in CeeDee Lamb's eyes the realization that Dak was defeated. So that's when I turned the game off. I hate to use the cliche wake-up call for Jerry, but if this isn't that, then yeah, I mean, what else would be, right? So who knows? Jerry's a sentimentalist. It's a take the good with the bad kind of relationship. But you gotta cut the ties at some point. I don't think.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, there's a lot of people calling in. I will tell you this. I'm concerned that wake-up call means, we switched our head coach, and literally everything else stayed exactly the same. So we changed. That's what I'm afraid will be the actual outcome of this.
Eric, I want your opinion on what Israel was talking about watching Dak in that first quarter for 0 yards, and then he threw for a big, robust 87 yards.
First time in his career for 0 yards in the first quarter.
So watching that first half, what were you thinking watching this Dak Prescott play football?
I couldn't believe what we were watching. We were all stunned. Is this really happening right now? It was almost, it was like they were doing a big parody, just a huge bit for the audience. Okay, is it what are we doing here? Yeah, what exactly is going on here? There's no way you guys are actually trying to do what you've done all season. I mean, to be as good as they were all season at home. And then from the start of the game, it was just defense is going to get worked up and down the field. We'll see a couple of penalties. Cool, 2 penalties on the first drive. It's okay, this is the recipe for them to get crushed. And then the offense comes out there, and you're going, what is there? How is it so disjointed between Dak and Lamb? I felt like the Lamb body language was pretty bad early on too. Very quickly within the game, I'm like, Jair Alexander's already in his head. He's already frustrated, and everything just looked completely disjointed, and it made no sense.
I swear to you, this is how 1919 had to look, and this is to the Chicago White Sox.
Oh.
And this is how they had to investigate to go, I think they had to throw this game. And I know the Cowboys didn't. They get paid zillions of dollars. It's not like back in 1919. But
it was so bad and random.
If you didn't know any better, you would say, we need to look into this and see if they threw this game.
Nothing about what they did made sense.
Let's go to Gary in New Mexico. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to rant about? What are you thinking about the Cowboys?
Hey, guys, that was a great example of complimentary football yesterday. We failed at every single level.
Yeah.
Coaches, players, offense, defense, water boys. I mean, that's a fire everybody game. But what the Cowboys have to do, they have to evaluate their personnel. That's what they have to do.
And here's the weird part about that. Here's the weird part about that to me is the rest of the NFL and the people that cover the NFL, they thought the Cowboys had tremendous players, 9 all-pro players, 4 in the first team, 5 in the second team. So I don't like this idea of you guys overrated their talent. Literally the people who cover football out in the rest of the country besides just here all thought the same thing. Now, the complimentary football part made a lot of sense because you know what I've seen today? It's not people arguing about oh, you need to give credit or whatever. It's people arguing that you aren't putting this at number 1 to blame. Why are you putting this at number 1 to blame? Why are you saying Dak is number 1 to blame? Why not McCarthy? Why not the defense? There is plenty of blame to go around.
So much.
And the only thing the water boy did wrong yesterday was attaching himself to Micah Parsons via that jersey, right? And then seeing the way that was all going to go. I
could get nothing right yesterday.
When he showed up in that jersey, I was like, oh, here we go.
I know. I thought that was really, really good news for us. It was like, but then I saw "Here we go" on the beanie of Dak, and I was like,
It's been commercialized. That's what we do.
So he doesn't want to wear an NFC East champion hat, but he's down to wear a "Here we go" hat.
Yeah, we don't know. Was that the call yesterday?
It sure did feel like that was the call yesterday. Let's go to line number 3. This is John in Fort Worth. What do you need to rant about right now?
Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for having me on. I've been on the road since 7:30 from Kansas City, and if you look back through the fan text last week, I picked the Packers to win 23-21, but I did not see this coming. I was awfully in shock. Be careful with Dan Quinn. He was on the side of that Atlanta Falcons team that lost to the Pats in their last Super Bowl win. Not sure that Quinn is the best choice. This wasn't a McCarthy issue. This was straight up on the players. Appreciate y'all having me on, guys.
There you go, John, rolling in from, do you say Kansas City?
Yeah, driving, been listening since 7:30. Thanks, John.
Good job on the prediction for the Packers winning. Anybody who says they predicted the Packers would win, I definitely could believe that.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that he was like, but I don't think anybody saw this coming.
No. I was driving to the stadium yesterday just thinking about all the scenarios, and I'm like, there's a chance that the Cowboys lose, but there's no way they get actually blown out. It'll come down to some weird thing at the end of the game, but it'll be tight. I could see a scenario at home where the Cowboys blow out a young team, but seeing them get blown out and just sleepwalking and just they all had this glaze over their eyes, like we don't know.
Do you leave right after the pregame's over to try to get home and watch it?
Sometimes.
Did you stay yesterday?
I stayed, yeah.
Okay, when did the fan, I don't know if they did. Did the fans start booing at any point, the Dallas Cowboys, or were they just cordial and kind of left?
No, they were definitely booing. By the third quarter, there were boos. I don't think there were any first half boos. I think we were also shell-shocked and just surprised.
Yeah. See, that's where I think I was. It wasn't until the pick 6 that I think I really started to show some anger because I was just like, what the hell's happening? Well, with the exception of one of those run-ins by Aaron Jones from the 1 or 2 where I'm like, seriously? Nobody was like, hey, they might run the ball. They're like, nah. This is a pass. This is a pass for sure. Let's go to line number 7. This is Clarence in Dallas. What's on your Cowboys' mind right now?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Not great. How are you?
I've been watching the Cowboys since 1983. And I just want to say, Quinn ain't as hot as he was a couple of days ago.
No.
I think it's time to bring in some ex-Cowboys. You know, the Aikmans, the Irvins, the Woodsons. As far as when I turned it off, after the first drive that they drove down the Cowboys' throat and it was 7-0, I turned it off then. I knew it was over then, guys.
Wow.
You know, yeah. And I just want to say thank you, Mike. Keep putting it on the boys. It's a bunch of entitled, spoiled athletes that ain't won nothing, living off Cowboys' past lore of those great teams. As soon as they get a star on the side of their helmet, they think they superstars. Ain't won nothing. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think about that?
Love it.
I think a lot about that. And we were joking about this earlier, but I'm not kidding. If you had a press conference later today, I realize all the football problems that might potentially happen with it the next day and then like on down the road. And you're like, hey, we're bringing Jimmy back. We got Witten coming in. Yes. We got Aikman. People would be so excited. Yeah. I realize all the logistical issues that would come along with
Worth
that.
it.
What was that person's name? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Clarence. So what Clarence is saying is, I'll just add on to this. Each player on the Cowboys just wants to be their own individual brand. And that's been going on for decades now. And when you're a champion, I get it. I get Patrick Mahomes has multiple commercials, and so does Travis Kelce and stuff, because they had to win to get those things. Like, nobody cares about the Kansas City Chiefs unless they win.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But for the Cowboys, Dak cares about his individual brand and his individual commercials. And Mike is a super individual person. Like, I don't know if he cares really at all about the team. He cares about himself tremendously.
He's got his podcast.
Right. And so
Mike, the Micah Parsons podcast featuring Micah Parsons.
Right. You just look at the Cowboys, and I don't know if this will ever change because Jerry loves it. that they all have their individual brands based off of the Dallas Cowboys because he wants to be the individual face of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, it's a tough thing. I just go to a championship team here, the Texas Rangers. And I know the Texas Rangers have no type of marketing the way that the Dallas Cowboys do because of the success of the Cowboys organization from the 60s and 70s and 90s. I don't see Corey Seager with his own brand out there and Marcus Simeon with his own brand. And I'm not doing team functions. I'm only doing individual brand functions. That's the Dallas Cowboys. It's tough to create a team that wants to sacrifice for each other when everybody's just trying to sacrifice for themselves, their individual brand.
Especially when it comes down to it, and I know you already said this, Mike, but I want to hammer this point home. When your brand has nothing to do with winning. Because I'm glad you brought up Mahomes and the Chiefs, but winning is the other thing, is you become a bigger brand when you win. Do you think that the Golden State Warriors on their own were a brand before they won? Hell no. But you play for, luckily and unluckily, a brand where it doesn't really matter if you win.
Yeah. No, that's great points. And for Clarence to be punting on the game when it was 7-0, that's respect to you, Clarence.
To me.
Respect to you. We should have known because they're front runners. Front runners.
I agree with all that. Do you wish you would have turned it off at 7-0 and just been like, I could tell you all about that first drive today?
It'd be tough to do this job if that's our decision.
That is very true. Now, I'm intrigued by this. Let's go to line number 6. Danny, who is close to San Antonio. Now, Danny, did you say you were close to San Antonio, or did you tell Chris the name of the city and he just forgot what it was?
No, I live in the country by myself. I'm 80 years old, so I have some cowboy experience. I watched Eddie LeBaron take the very first snap the Cowboys made. And
I'm jealous of your eyeballs.
Clint Murkison bought the team. And then he went to his living room, sat in his recliner. He hired Tex Fram, and Tex Fram hired Tom Landry. And Clint Murkison you never heard of. You never heard from after that, okay? Now, they won. They built it up and won some Super Bowls, all right? Then in '89, Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys. And the one good thing that he did since he's been the owner was to hire Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was a Patriots type coach, and he ran the show.
You want to bring him back? Is that what we're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that's what we need. Nobody is talking about the real solution to this problem, and there's not going to be a solution to it because Jerry Jones is never going to give that authority to anybody.
All right, thank you very much for that call. I look, we talked about this with Parcells, right? Is he gave up the authority as a means to an end to get the new stadium built. The new stadium got built, and then he's like, I'm good. I am inclined to agree with that phone call right now. Like, I understand the betting odds are now like, well, it's going to be Belichick if it's not McCarthy. I just don't know if Belichick is going to be like, hey, I don't really have to be the GM. And Jerry's like, but if you wanted to, you can. Like, I just don't know if both sides are going to be like, I will concede from everything I've done. I will too, and we'll find a nice, happy medium. I just don't know if I think that's the case.
In the next, I'm assuming 4 days, if you're going to fire Mike McCarthy, it would probably be this week. I'm not saying it'll be today, but I would say this week. If they don't fire him by Friday, I'm pretty sure he's coming back as the head coach.
Let's go to not cut number 4, line number 4. This is Logan in Rockwall. What's on your Cowboys brain today?
Well, it seems like the fans have more balls than the Joneses do because we're the ones on the phone and they are not. Steven should be here right now, but he doesn't want to. I think, Mike, you would know this very, very much from a baseball standpoint. Sometimes those batters, whenever batters get into the box and they're afraid of whoever's pitching, they're defeated already. That's what the Cowboys looked like whenever it was 7-0. They immediately knew we were beat. We don't have a chance coming back. It's what happened in San Francisco. It's what happened in Buffalo. It's this team, Mike McCarthy, every time, whenever it was cold in Buffalo, we called different plays. The game changed. We managed the game differently. When we got down, we went away from everything. The entire game plan shifts with McCarthy from whenever they're down, from whenever they're winning, even down 7-0, 10-0, whatever. It doesn't matter. I think it's if Jerry actually had, the balls to stand up and do something and make a change, he would make a change right now and send it to the players. Like, let them know, hey, look, like, this isn't going to cut it. He wants to talk about we're this, we're that. We're nothing. I am 33 years old. Last time they were good was when I was 5. I was watching the game yesterday with my 8-year-old son, and my son was getting mad and frustrated. He's like, what are we doing? I'm like, dude, this is what we do. We're great in the regular season, and then the playoffs come, and this is what it is. So Jason Garrett was no different. He was good in the regular season. Look what happened in the playoffs. So I think go bring somebody in, old head like the Rangers did. Why don't you follow the Rangers blueprint? Brought Bochy in. Look what happens. Bring somebody in that actually knows what they're doing.
All right. I like that very much. One of the interesting things, and we've talked about the front-running status. You saw the stat yesterday. Cowboys 10-0 when scoring first this season. Now 2-6 when they do not. And I will tell you this. I know it didn't work out today in this moment, but the Joneses are certainly welcome on the air whenever, if they have a message they want to pass along to the fans on the biggest sports radio station in the Metroplex. Is the forum is open if they hear all this and want to talk about it.
We're here, baby.
They do a very good job of coming on the air, right? I mean, let's face it, whether you like Jerry and Steven or not, they do, whether you like the way they answer the questions or not, they do come on the air quite a bit. Obviously, I will throw this to you because we got to throw it to break, Eric. If you had to say yes or no right now, Mike McCarthy gets fired, before next season, yes or no?
I'm going yes here. I might be naive here, thinking about Jerry's just level of anger, because I would like to think it's up here with the rest of
like
ours.
all the callers.
He cannot remain. He cannot remain.
I lean to yes too, and that might be the reason why they're postponing some of the stuff of talking, right? Because you probably don't want to talk right now. And then 3 days later, because what are you going to say? Hey, Mike McCarthy's up for it. We're debating it right now. They probably are like, we probably don't want to make that public.
Yes.
We don't want to lie too much. So we would just rather wait and see.
But even the businessman in Jerry's got to know it ain't good for business to keep Mike McCarthy.
That is what I think above all else, which is great and hugely problematic at the same time, right?
Right.
Like, you don't want the outcome to be like, well, it's best for business if we fire him. Hey, what about the football part? Like, if they could say, honestly, they believe to their core, best for football part was to keep him. But I think the reality is they're like, well, it's better if we just hire whoever.
Not very exciting to run it back with McCarthy this time.
And
we
Dak.
all know the inevitability of the playoff letdown that is looming.
Agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Thanks, Eric.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Usually we do Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Today, Dallas Cowboys pink slip notes. Who are you done with after yesterday's playoff debacle? 877-881-1053. And of course, Mr. Chiafalo is always welcome to stay. I know he's got a show prep. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
Man in motion, third down. They do blitz. He pumps. He throws it in the end zone. Touchdown over the top of Gilmore. Dontavian Wicks. And the Packers are up 3 scores.
Oh, don't worry, it would get worse. K&C Masterpiece back here.
Only 5 scores. That was we were only down by 5. 3-5 is not that big. They haven't even doubled up how many scores they were up.
Hey.
We cut it to 2 scores.
Hey.
We almost tied the game up.
Technically, it was only 4 scores if we got all 4 of the 2-point conversions.
You're right. See, only 4. You are right. Because with 1:22, they were only down 16 with the ball. And I thought, wow, they're going to go down and score a touchdown in 26 seconds, get the onside after scoring the 2-point conversion, obviously. Then score another touchdown, get the 2-point conversion, win the coin flip, score a touchdown. I think now in overtime in the playoffs, then you have to then stop them from scoring a touchdown. Obviously, the Cowboys would do that. They were crushing in the fourth quarter. Packers couldn't move the ball anymore by handing it off and kneeling it. So then they probably wouldn't score then. Game over. Cowboys win.
Yeah. So, look, that's what this segment is kind of leading into. We're going to fire off some text here. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Usually we do Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. But today, pink slip notes. Who are you done with after yesterday's playoff debacle? Now, I just want to read this one super quick if I can,
ahead,
Mike.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this person said they're done with Micah Parsons, but the question came up. What about Micah Parsons? He runs his mouth the most and never steps up. In 4 playoff games, he has 1 sack. He's all talk, man. Here's the thing, and I know he'll point out that stats don't tell the entirety of the story. And I do agree with that, but I would look at the most pressures in the NFL. It felt like the Cowboys across the board defensively, their pressure game was pretty non-existent yesterday. Or you would look at double and triple teams that Micah faced that allowed Dorrance or Tank or whoever to get a straight path to the quarterback. And that just was not apparent yesterday.
That's where I'm at. I get Micah needed to play better yesterday, but Micah did draw double teams, which
and 2 penalties.
Other guys need to take advantage of, but he needed to play better too. The thing about that Micah after 3 years that I think we're understanding with him, because he's a little bit of a baby, to be honest. And Luka's getting better at this. I know I'm going to another sport here. Luka Doncic has gotten better at this year at 25 years old. And I think Micah next year will be 25 years old if I have his age. He has to mature a lot in this offseason because he's a horrible teammate. He's a horrible leader. When you lose or you don't have a good game, you can't have a me guy in there. When he's about to be probably paid the most in the NFL by any defensive player in the history of the NFL. And you know what? Somewhat deservedly so. But if you're not going to take the questions after a game like that and stand up, now all your role players, and I said this earlier on the morning show, but I'll reiterate it, all your guys that are making league minimum and stuff, you know what they're getting asked by Jane Slater and Bobby Belts or whoever? They're like, hey, where's Micah at? And they're like, I don't know. I'm not Micah's babysitter. Like, go find him. Now they're going to ask tough questions to you because now the leader decided to squirm out with the hurt guys because he's not brave enough and bold enough and has the guts to just stand up and answer the questions. Answer them like Nuke LaLoosh if you never watched the movie Bull Durham. Give the most generic, basic answers, but you're there because then you're having to answer them, and that's your responsibility as a leader of a team because when you don't, now the crap players, and look, I'm not trying to crap on them. I was one of those in the major leagues. You're just a role player who's trying to hang on, get pension. You're trying your best, but you know, for Chauncey Golston's never going to be a great football player on a 5-year contract. Like, sorry, Chauncey, but keep surviving, brother. Now Chauncey's is having to answer a tough question. If Chauncey Golston answers that wrong, he gets released from the team. Not that day, but all of a sudden it's a black mark. Did you hear what he said about our offense or hear what he said about our coach or whatever? And you're like, crap, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't even want to answer these questions. But Micah Parsons left us. And now all of us role players are having to answer all the team questions. And you have to be really careful as a role player. If you answer them wrong, your career could end. And so he's just leaving his guys out to dry. That's horrible leadership, but I think he learned that from DeMarcus Lawrence, and there's not a man in that building The Jones families are not a man when it comes to this. To stand up to their players and say, hey, never again.
Yeah.
There's no responsibility. But hey,
because it will happen again.
Micah is a great player. I cannot deny how great of a defensive player he is, and he did not have his best game yesterday. But he's a horrible teammate, and that can change.
All right. Holy moly, coming out hot right there is from the 469. I'm done with Dak, Quinn, and McCarthy. No heart or leadership. Done with Parsons' mouth. He doesn't back it up. That's a really interesting thing about Dak's leadership is we hear that all the time. It feels like this is where the leadership would shine through the most.
Yeah.
And nothing.
I'm with you. Look, he did not play good. I'm not crazy about Dak as the future quarterback of the Cowboys. I think we disagree on this, which is fine. It's own opinions. I think he's going to be the quarterback for the next 5 years. I think you see it.
I no longer do.
Possibly different. But, like, I will give Dak this. If we're talking about the leadership of Dak stood up. He said he had a bad game.
He said he sucked, yeah.
He answered all the questions
agreed.
the best way that he could. He's not going to give us the truth on everything. That's not your job as a player to give the media and us the truth. Your job is to answer the questions the best that you can and get off the podium and say, I did my job. I did it. Didn't do it good on and he was honest how bad he played. Doesn't mean he's going to be good next time. I don't trust he's going to be good in the next playoff game he plays. Maybe he will be, but Dak's leadership, he has to become, I guess, smarter. I don't know. Would you say smarter in playoff games or just, what would the word be? Dak has to be what next time in the playoffs?
Because you don't just want me to say better. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, he played horrible. He admitted he played horrible.
Smarter is a good way to go because there were some of those throws that, like one of those interceptions, it felt like a response to, actually, this all ties in together from the 469. I don't agree with this, but I don't want to stifle people's opinions here. I'm done with CeeDee Lamb. He's a pouty-faced loser. Damn. Take 88 away from him. He doesn't deserve it. CeeDee Lamb was phenomenal this season. I understand people don't like the body language. I get that. And in fact, I think one of those interceptions was a direct reaction to trying to force the ball to CeeDee because something felt off between CeeDee and Dak.
The 2-minute warning pass? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And I know afterwards, Dak said that those two were good. I believe he might have said, we're awesome. And they both just want everything to be perfect. And I do get that. Lord knows, Mike, you know how I feel about that, is I get like really upset or really down when something is not perfect.
Right.
That doesn't mean you're giving up. You're just frustrated. So I do see that CeeDee Lamb perspective. I understand how other people might read that differently.
I think maybe what this game exposed, besides at times lack of talent in certain areas like linebacker, is the immaturity of two of your young stars. We're talking about CeeDee Lamb. We're talking about Micah Parsons. It can improve. We've seen immature babies in all sports become much better leaders and much better responsible men. Right now, it's tough to say they're men. Yeah, they're getting paid like men. They're playing really good football on both sides. But are they leaders of men? No, they're not leaders of men. That can change. But right now, they do not have it in their arsenal as a human to be a leader of men. They are great players, and that can change. Now, who would be their mentors in that? That's an issue in the Cowboys organization. Who's man enough to lead them that's a lesser player or a coach and put their job on the line? Because if you do this wrong, you get fired. You do it wrong with an NBA player, you're immediately fired from the organization. But if you can do it right, you can help Micah and CeeDee become a man in the locker room and lead men.
From the 214, this is interesting. Not necessarily a pink slip, but the Jimmy Johnson halftime speech was the best part of the game. Let's go. Let's go to cut number 18. Jimmy Johnson tried to give a pep talk to the Cowboys.
But I'll just say this. Every single one of you, you know how hard we've worked. I don't need to have people pointing the fingers one thing or another. You get your rear end in there and you play the way you know how to play. We can win the game. We're going to open it up. We're going to go fast tempo. Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time. You do what you're supposed to do. We'll win this game.
I like that. Spoiler alert, they didn't do any of that.
Yeah, and I'm everybody deserves blame. It was weird that Dan Quinn never just said, screw it, send 7 and see what happens.
And the one time they did send a lot of heat, they were like, but drop Micah back into coverage on that second series.
It was a weird game where guys were getting, I call it high school open, watching high school football. Guys can get open by 5+ yards.
Yes.
And you're like, in the NFL, guys don't get open by this much, but they were in that playoff game.
From the 817, Sam Williams, you get the pink slip, you gone. From the 214, Curse has to go. From the 619, Quinn and Dak. And I did see somebody go, the better team won. But I'm not disputing that. It would be really hard to dispute that.
Right.
There's nobody who can tell me it's that emphatic. Like, there's nobody who can tell me the Packers are 30 points better than the Cowboys. I realize how the game ended up. I'm not disputing whatsoever the Packers are a better team than the Cowboys, because clearly you saw what happened yesterday. But nobody can tell me they're 30 points better than the Cowboys and have me believe it. I think that's the disconnect for a lot of people.
Yeah, maybe I'm too optimistic here, which is weird for me. But I guess if they played each other 9 more times, I would expect it to be like a 5-4 or 4-5. Like, I think that it would be a pretty even kind of 10-game series, and it doesn't matter. That's the thing. That's why we love football. Football's do or die. You get to this point, it's not a 7-game series. I like 7-game series more. I like baseball and basketball more than football, but I think our culture loves football more because you get to the do or die. There's no more. The Cowboys can't make adjustments today for game 2. It's over.
And from the 214, take away Dak's mistakes, and we have at least a chance, even with the defense sucking. That's why tomorrow I'm looking at it, working on it, and I'm going to try to present my idea of why it doesn't make the best football. It doesn't make the most cap sense, but I think it makes the most football sense long term for you to try to figure out a way to move on from him after next year.
So I think where you're at, Kevin, and I'm here with it too. I would love for the Cowboys to be great again, and for me to fall in love again with that organization that I was a diehard fan of. But in my heart, I know Dak's not the guy.
Yeah.
I wish he was. He's a good person. He's good in the community. He seems to be a good teammate, a good leader. He stands up for his teammates. He stands up for himself. He's responsible. He's a lot of great things. I just think, unfortunately, he's just not good enough as a quarterback. And, he's in that category of good, but not good enough. And you know that those guys never win, especially once they get paid big bucks. Maybe Joe Flacco back in the day with Baltimore, he won it all. Before he got paid, after that, he got paid a big contract, and they could never really compete at that high of a level again because you lose approximately nowadays $40 million from your cap from like playing a rookie quarterback, from where Dak's going to get over $50 million if they do extend him per year, where a rookie quarterback gets somewhere 10 to 15 million in those first 4 years. So I hate it, Kevin. I wish he was better, but he's not. And I wish the Cowboys would move on, but not just the Cowboys. Most teams stick with Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott until they can't play football anymore.
Just some of the staggering numbers coming out of this game is the Cowboys hadn't trailed by multiple scores in any home game all season. And then they found themselves down by 4 scores in the first half and in the second half. And the 27-point deficit was the largest they faced in a home playoff game, I believe, since 1969 against Cleveland. There were even a play that it wouldn't have ended up mattering at the end of the whole thing is Dak taking the sack after 6.5 seconds because he doesn't see Jake Ferguson for the first down. Like, I'm not saying, hey,
that was early in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe it changes a little bit of the momentum. Probably not as the game played out. But at that moment, Greg Olsen, I thought he did a great job of analyzing that. He's looking for Lamb. He sees Lamb is completely covered and gets shoved in the back. There's no way to pass it to him. But he sees Ferguson, and he just gave up. He just said he had time. He wasn't getting pressured into his face. He gave up on Ferguson, going to the left there to the sideline, and just said, I'm going to run to the right and see if I can get the first down. And he didn't come close to it. But then at that point, all right, screwed up, didn't stick with the route long enough. Rolled out to the right where your 2 best receivers went to the left. All right, still alive for 3 points. And then you just have to throw the ball away there.
Throw it away.
So you did everything you could do wrong on that play besides turn the ball over, you did. Dak Prescott did that on his own. That wasn't a bad play call. Ferguson was open for a 15-yard play, and he decided. So I know that Mike McCarthy could get fired and all of those things. What did Mike McCarthy do wrong on that play? He ran a route where Lamb was the first option, Ferguson was the second, your two best options, and Ferguson was going to be open for as long as you make the pass, you got a 15-yard play.
This name's come up a couple of times. We haven't talked about him a whole lot today. From the 214, Steven needs to give Jerry a pink slip as GM and hand it officially to Will McClay. But then on the other side, from the 469, Will McClay pink slip. Now, I will tell you this. Of all the people who are leaving, Will McClay ain't one of them, all right? Because he is entrenched in this organization. I'm not saying he's family, but they are very, very close with him. He's not going anywhere. It is a bad look when your draft class gives you like nothing for a chunk of the year.
This was a bad one. It happens.
Yes, and then especially this game. But I do wonder, because somebody texted in from the 972, their lack of real linebackers was exposed again. I'm not saying this would have changed the season, this game, whatever. People were amazed by DeMarvion Overshown in training camp. Like, amazed. Right. They were like, holy crap, this dude is going to be awesome. Could that have changed people's perceptions of this draft if they were like, I don't know about the first two, but this one, holy crap, he's awesome.
Look, I'm going to say this about Will McClay. If you lose Will McClay or you don't have Will McClay, this will become one of the worst franchises in football. You will be dealing with 5-12s and at best 9-8s for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, that's how important he is to the structure of the team. I don't want to take anything away. Jerry does his thing. Steven does his thing. But if they don't have Will McClay, we've seen it. It's a total debacle. It ended up working out the one draft. They drafted, why am I drawing a blank? The center who ended up getting the crazy disease and had to retire from Wisconsin. Travis Frederick. Do you remember the debacle of that draft? Because nobody knew what the hell they were doing. And it ended up working out in the end because they were going to take a defensive tackle from Florida, if I remember.
Sharif Floyd.
And it ended up working out. And maybe that was a Will McClay year, but the debacles of the draft, and that's the only way the Cowboys really add talent, is they don't have a clue. Scouts, coaches, Jerry's on the phone with the dude who has a YMCA downtown that's Oklahoma State, and he's asking him what he thinks. I'm like, that dude's like a billionaire who knows oil. He doesn't know football players because he watches Oklahoma State. And that's the organizational flow of a Dallas Cowboys organization without Will McClay. So he does put things in order. He gives you a chance to be 12-5. He gives you a chance to win. So I understand the frustration with this year's draft class. It looks horrible right now. But a lot of his drafts are good, and it's really the only way the Cowboys consistently add talent.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All content, no breaks, at least for right now. And we transition into Mike Likes It.
Okay, maybe this is for later in the week, and I know tomorrow we're going to revisit it. Corey's obviously off for MLK Day, and he'll have a lot of his thoughts at 10 a.m. tomorrow on the game.
Can I tell you something super quick? Okay. I got worried when they gave up that touchdown on the first drive because of what you talk about, how Corey is always missing the Mondays after the Cowboys lost. I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah. We should have known better.
I should have known better.
All right. So let's go to Jordan Love and how great he was, because I'm going to be honest, I've watched some Packers stuff, and sometimes I've been impressed. Obviously, I watched the Thanksgiving game when they were playing Detroit. He was really good in that game. I've watched other times where I'm like, Jordan Love's a starting quarterback in the NFL. I think he's establishing himself as a starting quarterback. I never saw him play this good. Maybe he did. I just didn't see the game when he played this good. He was spectacular. I know he wasn't getting a lot of pressure. His guys were getting wide open, but he did his job ultimately to perfection. He was perfect yesterday as a quarterback in the NFL in his first ever playoff game. How much better is Jordan Love than Dak Prescott? I know I don't know to put a number on it. I don't know a percentage. I don't know, but I want you to kind of think in your head right now. Now that we rank the quarterbacks, Dak was ahead of Jordan Love all year. Jordan Love never was considered a better quarterback. But after they played each other in a playoff game, I would be crazy next year ranking quarterbacks to put Dak Prescott ahead of Jordan Love as a talented quarterback.
Man, that's a hard question. I'm going to say in this moment, 5%, which I know is not reflective of how the game played out yesterday. But Dak was good for a big chunk of the season.
Yeah. Okay.
But then Jordan Love down the stretch, now he's up to, I believe, 21 touchdown passes and 1 interception in the last 9 games. So, yeah.
Now, I want to ask about the end of the Cowboys season. I won't give my opinion yet. I'm going to ask it as a question. Should we have taken the Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit games more seriously on how bad they played against playoff teams? They had 3 games against playoff teams out of their last 4, excluding Washington.
Yes.
And they played pathetic to average at best in those 3 games. So kind of my question is, should we have looked at those games more strongly and said, this team isn't good? I'll leave it at that and let you go on about what we saw from the crap that we saw and we excused.
I think the biggest issue that I ran into, I should not have leaned so heavily on these splits because I kept thinking, you're right, because we talked about how terrible they looked in Buffalo.
1 and 2, and they failed up into the division.
In Miami, it was fine at best. Detroit, fine at best. What I kept going back to is even though the Detroit game was obviously down to the last second and then a couple of extra plays, is I thought, but they keep winning at home. And I'm fine with, I'd already settled with, in my mind, I was 1,000,000% fine with, you make the NFC Championship game and lose to the San Francisco 49ers. So I think that's one of the problems I ran into is I kept looking at the splits and I was like, they're so much better at home. It'll be fine when they get at home. I said that again and again, and they were not.
We have no clue what goes on an NFL sideline. Broadus would, but he's also not on the NFL sideline of these Dallas Cowboys. I'm wondering what is going on over there if they get behind. All right, there's 45 minutes to play. The first quarter has gone bad.
Yep.
We have 45 minutes left, and this team, whether it's in San Francisco, kind of in Arizona, when they get behind in Buffalo, it just seems like they give up on themselves really easily for a team that won 12 games this year, for a team that won 12 games and a playoff game last year. What is going on their sidelines that they quit on each other or quit on themselves so easily?
I wish I had a good answer for you because that was one thing that we talked about on Friday where we said they had 2 games that they won all year when they trailed after the first quarter. Like, that is shocking. And I don't know. I wish I knew. I really do.
And maybe people that have followed the NFL more than I do could give me all of these teams that end up having great records that are top 2 seeds, and they're a debacle if they get down in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, they all look at each other like, what are you doing? I don't know. What are you doing? And the coaches are having to go talk to the players and calm them down. Like, I get emotions. I get coaches yelling at players and players yelling at players if they really screw up. For example, the only reason the Cowboys had 7 was a penalty, thank God, or that would have been the most hysterical part of the first half. If
they got tackled at the 1 or the 2.
But 52 screwed up. You could see when the Dak passed the ball, it looked like a run option. Hand the ball off, run it in yourself, or pass it to Ferguson. We're giving you 3 options here. Read the defense correctly. And Dak did. But 52, you could see for Green Bay was like, oh, crap, I screwed up. Now, as far as I know, he didn't go to the sideline and kick himself in the private area and quit on his team. And maybe it's because they were up 27-7 at halftime. But it seems like when the Cowboys make a mistake with 45 minutes or more to go in the game, they're like, well, it's not our day. And that's really weird. I get it from the Carolina Panthers or Arizona Cardinals. Like, they lose consistently. They know at the end of the game, there's an 80% chance they're going to lose, and they have to fight that losing feeling. But the Cowboys really give up on themselves easily. And I'm not saying they would have beat Green Bay. Maybe they're better than we think. But, man, did they quit on themselves quickly.
No, you're right. I wish I had a good answer for you about why that happens. I honestly don't know.
Who do you blame first in that? Do you blame players first, or do you blame coaches first? Who do you blame that the Cowboys quit on themselves so easily?
I got to blame the coaches first because, look, I understand people are going to text in, and I get that, and I understand your point of view. Hey, these are grown-ass people that should have pride in what they do. I agree. But also, if you're the coach, I like Jimmy's speech because my speech at halftime was, hey, pull your head out of your ass and realize we could still win this playoff game. And, like, especially when it was 7 or 14-0. If you think the game's over, I'd have just walked across the sideline. raise your hand. Do you think the game's over? Sit your ass on the bench. Because this thing ain't over and just gone from there.
Now, I know some people get mad at me when I start talking baseball right now during a football segment. And look, as a former Major League pitcher, deal with it if you don't like me talking about it.
Trust me, he tells me that a lot too.
But I will get pulled out of the game. I won't really have a chance to recover. If I give up 4 or 5 runs in the first 2 innings, most likely they're going to have to bring in a reliever. But if I had a rough first inning and I gave up a run, but 2 other guys got on base or 3 other guys got on base, I got out of a bases loaded situation. I'm pitching like crap. They seem to be on my game. It's our job and our responsibility, the pitching coach, me and the catcher, to change what we're doing. Am I just throwing bad pitches and I just need to execute better? Or am I not working one side of the plate? Am I not working up and down and left and right? Am I just using, there's all of these things that you're discussing, and there's plenty of time in football. Hell, that's why I hate going to I'll never go to another Dallas Cowboy game the rest of my life. I think it's the most miserable experience ever because you're sitting there forever during downtime. I like it better at home where during downtime I can go to the restroom myself. I can get myself a snack or whatever. I don't have to go wait in a line. So I will never go to a Cowboys game because there's so much downtime. So don't tell me there's not enough downtime. That's my point here is that, there's more downtime in between innings than there is when you are on offense / now the defense is. You have plenty of time to discuss these things. And I'm wondering from both sides of the ball, defense and offense, it looked like they just said, let's just keep doing the same thing.
Now let's talk about that with Dan Quinn specifically, because I don't want to make it sound like it's all on McCarthy. That was just one example. Is Dan Quinn could have talked with his staff or just said down there, it's like, hey, our safeties are not playing well today. Let's readjust this zone we're doing because none of this is working. Like, I don't know what specifically the immediate go-to adjustment would have been, but your zone wasn't working. Your safeties weren't working yesterday. Maybe it's because you were concerned that Gilmore couldn't play as close as you would like because of the catch-up speed, because of his shoulder, because of whatever. You had to adjust something. Dan Quinn takes a fall on that too.
I like that answer. Now, my next one is this. I do like Greg Olsen breaking down games. I think he does a really good job. Greg Olsen was showing on a 3rd and 5. He's like, you have to pass here because it's 3rd and 5, but they're running into heavy boxes and they're sometimes passing when they have a light box. And they're not. This was somewhat early in the game, if I remember. This is like second quarter. Do you remember this when they were spotlighting? Like, this would be a good time to run, but it's tough on 3rd and 5 here. That's Dak's responsibility, right?
Yes.
You don't just run the play. Like, I know that Mike McCarthy's probably getting fired, and Mike McCarthy is going to take a lot of – it's the easiest thing to do is to blame the coach and not blame the quarterback or the players on the team. Well, wait a second. If there's 8 guys in the box or it doesn't look favorable, why is Dak still running that play? I swear I've heard from former players all the time on how – whether it was, and I'm not like the biggest fan of Tony Romo, but Tony Romo's like, I'll run Garrett's stupid offense on 1st and 2nd down. I'm running the play that I know is going to work on 3rd down. Is Dak, and I'm not saying he's not smart. I do think he's a smart player. Is he struggling with making adjustments at the line of scrimmage? I hear he's great at it. But then Greg Olsen points out, hey, I feel like they're running into bad boxes here, and then they're passing when it could be a better run situation. And I feel like that's Dak reading the defense pre-snap.
I probably agree with that because there's at least 2 or 3 plays that I thought that's just doesn't feel like the matchup you want. But I don't want to say it was a bad call. Well, I guess it was a bad call because of the way it was executed. But maybe he saw something up there that until we take a look at the all 22, I didn't see. But just watching on the broadcast version, I'm with you that I was like, that was a curious check or not.
And we really are lucky up here to have Brian Broaddus. I am not close to educated enough to really, I'm asking these questions. I don't know the answers, but it's weird to me sometimes where we give credit to a quarterback making great adjustments at the line of scrimmage, but if he runs the play, then we blame the coach. And I'm like, there's no adjustment to be made. We're like, well, running the ball, I'm doing his play. Now, that would be throwing your coach under the bus. And look, that happens all the time in professional sports. If you don't like your coach, you intentionally play bad and get him fired. That happens all the time. I hate saying it, but a lot of the star players do that to make sure that their coach is gone, that they don't want to play for anymore. I think, unfortunately, we recently saw that with Rick Carlisle and Mark Cuban. It was at the end, a bad relationship. Cuban wanted to keep Rick, but Rick knew and Luka knew they both didn't want to work in that situation anymore. So, like, damn, Was Dak doing some things yesterday? And I don't think he was, but was he doing some things to be like, I don't want to run this system anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, what? Hey, guess what?
You're out of time.
Yeah, Green Bay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a feeling I know where this is going to go, but let's really find out. How long, if ever, will it truly be before you believe in the Cowboys again? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, truckrack.com text line. If you want to weigh in, how long, if ever, will it be till you truly believe in the Cowboys again? Now, believe it or not, Mike,
I'm interested in this.
I would like to start out with
Yes.
this because this is a disconnect that we get sometimes with people listening that I'm like, no, you're so wrong about that. Is we all grew up, and me, you, Corey will be back tomorrow, by the way. We all grew up in the Metroplex. I love the Cowboys because this is where I was born and raised, and I just love the Cowboys. What I really don't like is when people are like, oh, you drank the Jerry Kool-Aid and you got fooled and blah, 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 blah. Like, I think that's dumb and inaccurate. I believed, because I've seen this Cowboys team be really good. Like, I've seen the great moments, and I've seen the mediocre moments, and I've seen the bad moments. And so I looked at this team and I thought, everything is set up perfectly for you to go to at least the NFC Championship game. And that would be the first time in 28 years. And I'm willing to accept that as a sign of progress. Even if you get run by the 49ers or whatever, I'm willing to accept that as a sign of progress. So I believed that this was the time. And then not only was it the time, they couldn't even get to the game before the 49ers potentially, and they couldn't even get out of this round because they got absolutely effing smoked by the Packers, who eked into the playoffs.
To your point, I'm going to give you the last 3 Packers road games of the season. The third to last one was at the New York Giants. They lost 24-22. Then they went should have the number 1 pick, but they traded it to the Bears, Carolina Panthers, the worst team in all of football, and they won 33-30. And then they went at the Vikings, and I don't even know who quarterbacked that game. Chris Mullen's son, I think. And they won 33-10. So they did win that game easily and took care of business there. So they played 2 of the 5 worst teams in all of football, and they lost, and they won by 3.
Yeah.
And so going into Dallas, a team that was undefeated on the season at home and a team that had lost the opener to Tampa the year before, I just thought, and I think most people thought, hell, everybody on Fox picked the Cowboys to win. It wasn't like Michael Strahan said, the Packers are going to win. Like
they were favored by 7 points.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just, I could see a close game happening. I just couldn't see the Cowboys losing if a team is struggling to beat the Panthers a few weeks ago on the road and couldn't beat the New York Giants about 5 weeks ago on the road. But, hey, what do I know? They smeared us.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's going to be tough. I mentioned this earlier in the show, and I told you this before the show, Mike, and I'm sure it will change. This feels like this in the next couple days maybe feel like the low point for me is so many things that the Cowboys are going to say and maybe even do feels so pointless, you know? It's like, oh, hey, we got rid of Mike McCarthy. This time it's different. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. That's what you said when Mike McCarthy got here because you were like, oh, he won a Super Bowl. That's what you said when Jason Garrett was here because you're like, oh, we got the hottest assistant in all of the league. And Wade and on and on and on. It's like, that's what they say again and again. When we go to training camp, oh, this looks different. Well, you heard enough people say it looks different this year. I saw the connection in training camp between Dak Prescott and Brandon Cooks, and I'm telling you, it looked different. And then for most of the season, you didn't see it at all. And then it started to pick up towards the end. It just feels like every sign that you see or hear or whatever that it's going to be different for the Cowboys, it doesn't end up being different. And one of the reasons I still think that is I know the Jones family and this organization likes to keep the Cowboys coaching staff uncomfortable or like those types of people uncomfortable. I just wish they would try to make their players uncomfortable sometimes. Like, don't just make their players think, hey, don't worry about it. Contracts extensions in the bag no matter what. Like, I would love to see some of these things be like, yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah. It depends on how well you play. But it doesn't change. And the thing I hate about it the most is there are so many people who, like, they live sports-wise to see the Cowboys fail because they hate the Cowboys for whatever reason. And so they text in every single week or whatever, and they're like, oh, you just wait. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And, oh, you're a homer. And I'm like, literally every organization in the world that covers football has the Cowboys in the top 5 in their power rankings. Every single one of them. Not just us. And then guess what? They did exactly what those people said. They choked when it mattered, just like they do year after year after year. And I hate it because I still am going to love this team. I love this team. So does my older son. Hopefully my younger son will too. But they did what they always do in the playoffs.
And I commend you, and I know Corey still loves this team. I don't. I quit this team.
I can tell by your outfit today.
I divorced the Dallas Cowboys, and even though my family had season tickets from day one of the Dallas Cowboys till the end of the 1998 season, I don't invest my heart in them at all anymore. I'd have a job where I cover them, but I do not invest any type of heart into the Dallas Cowboys. So I feel like it's going to be the same. It'll be different, but the same. Like, I've come to that conclusion in my life. And I thought the Cowboys, maybe when they were headed to Buffalo, I remember going into that week, I thought, gosh, what kind of stinks is my heart's not into this team at all. I'm following the team, but I have no love for this team. I have no hate for this team. Hey, they win, great for the community. They lose, doesn't really affect me. People are going to be mad, whatever. They're not going to affect my emotions at all anymore. And I thought, gosh, if they go to Buffalo and win and they're playing great and Dak wins the MVP and they go to the Super Bowl, and what if they did win this whole thing? And I wouldn't really feel the joy that you would feel, that Corey would feel, because I'm not invested in this organization anymore. I divorced the organization as a fan. And so I was like, gosh, it's going to kind of stink. Like a few years after divorcing this organization, they actually do the impossible and win it all. And then they lose yesterday. And through the losing of that game, I'm not really emotionally affected from it and getting mad and wanting to throw things or cussing or anything. And I'm like, well, this is the reason I divorced this franchise.
Yeah, and look, make no mistake about it, I'm pissed today.
I know most Cowboy fans are.
If this was our satellite radio show or perhaps even a podcast, I would say some different words, but my message remains the same, is I'm mad because I hear you. I don't think that they're going to change the right things. I don't think, and I know people say, well, you need to get Jerry, the owner, to fire Jerry, the GM. That's great. We've already talked about that. That's never going to happen. And he doesn't do most of the GMing anyway. My main issue remains how the Cowboys structure and do contracts. That's what I think needs to change that never changes. Like, if we're talking about realistic things that can change, stop negotiating market level contracts for people who are coming off an injury. Whether you think it's Gallup or Steele or even the franchise tag for Tony Pollard. Stop negotiating contracts on market level or sometimes better than market level for somebody coming back from injury that you're not even sure about. And for Terrence Steele, I know for a fact they did that before they knew how good he was going to be able to come back. The other thing is, giving someone extension is not the only way to flatten the salary cap. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow, and I know you and I don't necessarily think this is going to play out the same way. Your only option is not to extend Dak. That's not your only option. Your only option is make other adjustments, take the salary cap hit because he's got a humongous number next year. I believe it's $59 million on the cap, and then decide what you're going to do. Whether that, that would likely just mean his contract elapses and you move on. If you think that's the right football decision to make, don't just re-sign him because you're like, well, I don't know, but we're stuck because of his huge cap number. You've had 4 years to see that coming.
I like what you're talking about. I don't want to follow up because I feel like for later in the week or as we get to draft talk, which will be weeks from now, I have thoughts and feelings, and I know that the Cowboys are going to take my thoughts and feelings and say, where's the toilet? Wipe it strong and flush it down.
Right.
So they're going to do what they do. And this is honestly, at the end of the day, this is a great season for the Dallas Cowboys.
And I don't see how anybody can classify it like that. I don't. Yeah. I understand.
What if at the end of the day you were able to give Noah $500 million and give Brandon $500 million and you gave yourself $500 million?
I'm telling you, if it was that number, I could probably live with it.
Yeah.
But for the most part,
and guess what?
No, and it is, and it probably is.
He has another child that he does that.
Yes. Yes.
Steven, Jerry Jr., and his daughter Charlotte. They all three get hundreds of millions of dollars every year off of this organization.
I have to admit, that's not who I thought you meant.
That's what I wanted to make sure I named those three so nobody thought I was making a joke or anything.
And that's the toughest thing. And we talked about it last week, is when you're like, hey, but look at this art gallery. Don't care. But like, that's part of the Cowboys brand. And I'm telling you, I truly believe, and I could be wrong about this, I truly believe Mike McCarthy will be relieved of his coaching duties this week. I do not think it will be 100% or maybe anywhere close to 100% football related. I think it will be, hey, this is a tough product to sell. Obviously, we're bringing Dak back. We had 3 straight 12-5 seasons. Only one time did you even get to the divisional round. Not the conference championship, even the divisional round once. I think part of that decision, at least some of that decision, is going to be off of, hey, what are we going to sell? Yeah. Oh, you could sell Belichick. You could sell Harbaugh. You could sell, I don't know if they think they could sell Vrabel. Whoever the name is, I think that's going to be part of the decision.
I just wish the Cowboys were great. I wish the Cowboys represented the name as a winner way more than they do. I'm sure Michael Irvin went off on social media. I don't know if you saw that or not, him screaming, let them all go, and like stuff like
Let's
that.
Go to cut number 29. Here is the aforementioned Michael Irvin saying, let's just take everybody out.
When I got here, I understood the men before me. They built the Dallas Cowboys. They made this America's team. They put a championship on the table before I got here. My job while I was here is to match what they have done because they built it. They handed it to me. Put my damn championship on the table. That's all we ask. Put your damn championship on the table and you couldn't do it. All the asses gotta go.
There you go. And
he played at a time. I went to all the games for free when Michael Irvin played his first 2 years in the NFL. There's 20,000 empty seats in the building.
Yes.
That doesn't happen to these Cowboys. So they don't really feel the sense of we have to win here.
And I know this wasn't a divisional round game yesterday, but this goes into how it's hard to believe in this team going forward. I'll want them to be good because I'm a Cowboys fan. Yeah. But in terms of believe in it, they've lost 7 straight divisional round games. Since 2010, they're 4-10 in the playoffs. Among teams that have played at least 10 games in the playoffs, they're the worst. And so it's a weird dynamic. They're good at getting to the playoffs compared to a lot of franchises. But in the group of franchises that make it to the playoffs a pretty decent amount of time, they're the worst in the playoffs.
It's crazy and it's insane. As Easy Money 123 here, or sorry, Easy Money T23 says Bassick is insane. The ratings would go through the roof and double if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl. Y'all should want them to, I'm assuming, win. I totally agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just not putting my heart into the Cowboys because I know at the end that they're not putting the organization. I get individual players might be, but as an organization, they don't want to sacrifice what it takes to give yourself the best opportunity to win. I've done it before. I'm not doing it again, but Chris Young understands the sacrifice to win. He won in Kansas City. He's seen other people win. Chris Young, the general manager of the Texas Rangers, understands the sacrifice to just give yourself the opportunity, and Jerry does not want to sacrifice like that.
Mike, you know how difficult it can be to keep a college-age student on a schedule that you like.
Yeah.
And how difficult it is to keep a baby on a schedule you like. Come yesterday at 3:30, we made sure Noah was ready to go. He had his Cowboys sweater on. Jess was ready. Brandon was ready. He brought a friend over. I was ready. Like, if we're just talking about want to, I got all the want to it takes for them to win. And not just in this round or the next round. Them to go all the way. I know we love the Rangers, and it was one of the most magical sports experiences I've ever had. if this Cowboys team was in the Super Bowl, this place would almost shut down. It would be a level of insanity that you can't even prepare yourself for.
Yeah, that's the thing is we really have no clue. At this point, it's been so long since 1995. We really have no clue. And really, by 95, it was like, you better win. Like, I can't believe you lost in 94. It was a different feeling back then, being a high school senior that season. So we really have no clue what it would be if the Cowboys actually became great at playoff football.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Yeah, the Cowboys will probably be in that too. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Instead, he's going to take a fake, and Love rolls to his right and sidearms a throw in the end zone, touchdown. Romeo Doubs. And Love dropped down. He found a whole new arm slot that time. He threw sidearm across his body, going away, threw it by Malik Hooker, and found Romeo Doubs.
That was awesome.
No, that was not awesome.
If you're watching football and just watching the game, you're like, that was an awesome
Just
pass.
as a neat throw, I
and
get
that was a
that.
good catch, too.
Unfortunately, as Romeo Doubs was going off, that made it 48-16. That was really the score at the time. The Cowboys essentially lose by that score.
They had a great comeback.
Yeah,
we just ran out of time, Kevin.
My favorite tweet of the day might have been yesterday. It was yesterday. I think it was a quote tweet from Wolchuk. Is he responded to some guy who's like, "Oh, now all the media is going to talk about how heroic this Cowboys comeback was." And Wolchuk quote tweeted and was like, "Literally nobody is talking about that or going to say that." Agreed. Right now, you best believe the Cowboys will be in this. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend.
What's a wanker?
Well, kiddo, that's a man that likes to be alone with his thoughts.
Now, of course, we can talk about the Dallas Cowboys in here, but I also think the Wanker of the Weekend is the S2 test. Let us never speak of this test again.
Oh, I hear you.
Which CJ Stroud supposedly didn't do well on, and he looks effing awesome.
Yes, and this is what is so tough is trying to look at an amateur player and say that guy's going to be successful or that guy's not going to be successful at another level. There's just so much that goes into it. And, I was told by a baseball scout before, you can say no to everybody and you'll be right most of the time. But
sure,
you have to say yes to something. You have to put it on the line with somebody. You have to look at some kid and go, hey, I believe he can do this and he can do it successfully for our organization. Or you can do the easiest thing in scouting and say everybody sucks.
Yeah.
Because most likely in the end, you'll be right on like 80% of the guys. I mean, think about how many people are drafted in the NFL and how many guys don't really impact a team at all. But that S2 test, there's just never going to be a perfected thing. I know we want there to be some sort of test, some sort of computer analyst, some sort of inside the numbers that lets you know that this guy is a no-doubter going to be great. And sometimes you get that and it works out like LeBron James or Peyton Manning or something like that. But a lot of times you have to look at a person who doesn't look perfect or does look perfect.
Yep.
And you say, I'm telling you it's not going to work at this level, or I'm telling you he has everything that he needs to be a successful guy at this level.
From the 469 Wanker of the Weekend, Dak Prescott again turns in a terrible playoff performance, but will undoubtedly still demand to be the highest paid quarterback in the league. Oh, I can go ahead and say no thanks to that. This is not about football, but I want to play you a couple of things. Remember we talked about the Ring of Honor for the Bulls?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Scottie Pippen wasn't there. Neither was Rodman. Neither was Jordan.
Oh, no.
Rodman and Jordan both sent in video things. But this is when Jerry Krause, keep in mind, who is dead.
He was there?
He was not there.
Oh, good. You should not dig somebody out of the grave for this.
His widow was accepting the honor on his behalf. Cut number 26. This is how the Chicago fans reacted.
Two-time NBA Executive of the Year, represented by his wife Thelma, Basketball Hall of Famer and former Bulls General Manager Jerry Krause.
So you can definitely hear...
I hear some cheers.
There's some cheers for sure.
I didn't hear a lot of boos.
Oh, go back to the...
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not hearing it well.
Play the very beginning of it again. It's at the very beginning where I think it's most intense.
All right.
Two-time NBA Executive of the Year.
People booing him.
I hear it. Thank you.
Hopefully they
I was waiting for the Jerry Krause. Once they got to Jerry Krause,
they were like,
it was a
okay.
soft clap.
I hope they turn the corner when they were like, accepting on his behalf is his widow Thelma. And I hope they're like, oh, dude, we gotta. So we'll go to Steve Kerr, cut number 27. This is his thought about the fans who booed Jerry Krause.
I didn't hear it. I was in the locker room, but somebody just told me about it, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. I cannot believe. I'm devastated for Thelma and for the Krause family. What can we possibly be thinking? You have to understand, when you hear boos, it's not all right. So the fans who booed, they know who they are, and that's to me, it's absolutely shameful, and I'm devastated by that.
It is. I get people have the right to boo. It's a tough take when you're like, and accepting on his behalf is his widow Thelma. And also, like, I understand people are mad at him, but he had a huge part in building that team as well.
It's tough because the fans have heard for decades how much Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan hated him and how he supposedly broke up the Bulls and how he told Phil Jackson, I don't want you to be the coach anymore. So I think it's just tough as a fan. You're the greatest player of all time, and then your greatest player, your second greatest player of all time, 6-time champions, your 6-time championship coach, haven't said the best things about Jerry Krause from 1996-ish to about today because of The Last Dance. So it's tough as a fan. You're probably like, well, I don't like this guy. Michael Jordan didn't like him. Scottie Pippen didn't like him. Phil Jackson didn't like him. Why should I like him?
Yeah.
But to your point, he did. He was the one who traded. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the guy. It wasn't Derek McKee, I don't think, but he traded a decent role player to Seattle to pick up the 6th pick to take Scottie Pippen out of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Like, it wasn't like he was playing for the Razorbacks.
Well.
So like he did figure out, hey, this Michael Jordan guy is great. I got to figure out how to build a better team around him. And he did it through a lot of trading and drafting. And without Jerry Krause, Michael Jordan, I don't know if he wins a championship. Because if they just stick with Charles Oakley and company, I don't know if they win.
From the 806, I might be in the minority on this, as Wanker of the Weekend, NBC and the NFL for the entire Peacock debacle. My response to that is, what debacle? Like, you had plenty of lead time to this, and here's what I said to somebody. Every single major sport has some of their postseason on a pay service. Every single one of them in North America. So, NHL does it, the NBA does it, hell, college football.
Are you talking about like Fox Sports 1
or ESPN?
NBA TV?
Those are pay services.
Right.
They all have some sort of pay service for their postseason. This to me is no different, and if you miss the game because of it, I'm like, it's you could have figured out a way if you really wanted to watch it.
I figured out a way.
Yes, I know that you figured out a way.
I will say, I'm wondering if the numbers, the 23 million supposedly that stream this, if that's the right. I mean, they're reporting that's the number.
That's what they say. Yeah,
is how many were affected by the weather, and what I mean by that is most of North America was like, I can't go do anything. There was nothing to do Saturday night here. It was freezing cold outside. So it's like
in the Midwest as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, there was a lot of people that were probably like, well, I mean, what's on? And then you're like, hey, there's a playoff game on. And you're like, well, how do I get Peacock? Either you went and subscribed for it, already had it, or you called up a buddy and said, hey, how do I watch this, my man? And thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Did you watch any old school wrestling after that?
No, I said
that. Okay, I thought that you might.
I do want to. I've been watching old school wrestling stuff.
I'm just going to tell you, they have a category in there for world-class championship wrestling from Dallas if you want to see some of those old TV shows and stuff.
I've watched them through YouTube, but it might be better through the WWE Peacock thingy.
23 million, as Mike said, and then NBC Universal said that at one point the streaming of that game accounted for 30% of all internet traffic in the United States. Now, I don't know how they determined that number, but yes, That does seem high to me.
For a wild card game.
Yes, I agree.
That sounds like a Super Bowl number.
Yes, for sure. Wanker of the weekend, the Cowboys defense, and more specifically their third down defense, is by the time Wicks scored his touchdown, the Packers had converted 5 of their first 6 third down attempts. You couldn't get them off the field for whatever reason.
It's tough to say because I don't think they're that much better, but they were so much better, and the Cowboys just never decided to fight back. That was just, to me, the weirdest thing is like, all right, not saying you're going to lose, but the Cowboys quit after 15 minutes. They're like, well, we're not going to win.
That's what it felt like. I mean, to be fair, Dak did have 0 yards in the first quarter. Well, and they put this stat up, and I
told you, I thought they were going to fix it. They're like, hey, Dak, here's your adjustment. We're in white jerseys tonight.
It was so weird when they put up the little graphic that said, this is the first time in Dak's career he's had thrown for 0 yards in the first quarter, and I thought, that's not that surprising. I would think that most every quarterback has come up with some yardage in the first quarter of a game.
Well, he threw for, I think, 87 yards in the second quarter.
Woohoo!
And threw 2 touchdowns. One to Ferguson and one to their guy.
Not Alexander. That's what I was going to say. His ended up not being the touchdown to Savage.
Yeah.
Savage.
Luckily, Brandon Cooks, their feet got tangled up on the interception, so he was down by contact.
That counted as down by contact. You know what? That was at the point of the game where I was all about that. I was like, hell yeah, down by contact. And then, well, that didn't end up mattering. Do you throw Stephon Gilmore in there for being horrid in the game yesterday, or are you like, hey, he had a busted up, or he had a messed up shoulder.
No, I mean, he played.
On.
If you play, even if you're playing through injury, you have to accept the consequences of your action. And he was horrible, but I don't know. Was he any worse than Deron Bland or Jordan Lewis or the safeties or linebackers trying to cover, I don't know. Did anybody, besides the ball bouncing off of, I think it was Curse's head early in the game?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody had a deflection or a pass breakup. 16 of 21, and I think out of the 5 incompletes, we touched 1 ball.
People probably
by accident.
People probably already knew it was over. But if you didn't, you had to know it was over when Dak doesn't keep the ball on the 2-point conversion when it looked like he easily could have run the ball in, but instead he decided to pitch it to Ferguson.
And then we had 2 penalties because of it.
You got 2 penalties because of that.
Jeez.
Backed up the extra point, and then he hit the post. Aubrey hit the post because of that.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know. I'm not blaming Dak for that. Like, you don't know that there's penalty. Just like he didn't know when he threw the ball at the 2-yard line with 6 seconds to go on the clock with no timeouts. Like, he didn't know a penalty was going to be thrown. That was just pure luck that they didn't end the half that way. And it was unluck that he just flipped the ball to the tight end for an easier score when 2 guys created illegal plays because of it.
For the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3
Oh, man, our show's
The Fan.
over already?
Well, hopefully you guys have had fun with us today, along with the soul-crushing sadness of it all. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 to get the latest on buying, selling.
Segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. On a day of negativity, Mike continues to bring the positive. By moving up from pick number 30 to pick number 24, you theoretically would have had to give up a third-round pick to make that move. So the way I see it is you just gained an extra third-round pick.
Now you don't have to worry about the 30th best player in this draft for the Cowboys. They can get the 25th or 24th.
See? There's your positivity right now, courtesy of T&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
I'm doing better than Wolfchuck. Hey, I'll just be honest with you. Well, our guy's down a little bit. I know a lot of people are down today, and we're with you. You know, our heart goes out to you. I'm a little depressed myself. I was looking forward to at least a couple of more playoff wins, and the run ended early. But hey, at least the Rangers are still champs, right?
That's right. That's where I'm at. We kicked off the show with the Eric Nadel call.
Let's play the last one.
Let's go Rangers chant, baby. Let's go.
Time in Texas.
Yeah, and so we're like,
make you feel better.
Now let's talk about all the garbage. And we've been trying to find silver linings. They're hard to find because this was a crap show. This felt like maybe the most embarrassing playoff loss in Cowboys history. Just because of how much you got worked. Like, I get the 2007 one hurts against a team you'd already beaten twice with a chance to get to the NFC Championship game. This one, you were getting demolished.
Yeah, this was the worst. This was humiliating. It's hard to really put it into words. Everything was in front of you. I mean, it fell the way that you needed it to. And I talked about it last week. You know, if this would happen, you've got to do something. You got to clean house, the fabric, the culture, the foundation. This thing's rotten to the core now. But yeah, I mean, you look at 2007, you look at 2014, 2016. I mean, these were close games.
Right.
You lost, and you're looking at like a call here, a play there. This thing was done. I mean, there was a couple calls early in that first drive. You had a 3rd and 12 set up if Bland doesn't end up getting the illegal contact.
Yeah, he tackled the guy.
And he did.
Yeah.
Then DeMarcus Lawrence jumps off sides, right? So, I mean, you have 2 defensive penalties, which is the story and theme of the Cowboys, right? That's Cowboys football right there. Let's screw ourselves. And then Green Bay goes right down the field. The issue is this team just has, I don't know if it's a lack of heart, a lack of toughness. When things aren't going great for them, they fold.
Can I use a different word for that? A lack of consequences.
Yes.
That's what I remain, because Broadison, we were talking about this a little bit ago. I know you have said, and the organization wants to keep the pressure on their coaches, and that's fine and well. I just don't think they do that with their players appropriately enough.
Yeah, we always talk about, though, Jerry Jones and where he learned to be an owner, and it goes all the way back to 1989 when his interaction with Al Davis. If you look at the way the Raiders operate, a lot of it is, the coaches get a lot of the blame. The players are it's not ever the players' fault.
Yep.
So that's kind of a little bit of a deep rooted history with and the Cowboys have been very fortunate to have Hall of Fame players with Jerry Jones as the general manager. So I could always see him siding with the players. And then, keeping that pressure on the coaches to be at a different standard or a different level.
Not everything will fall in line with the betting lines, but early betting line, if McCarthy were to no longer be the Cowboys head coach, Bill Belichick is a pretty heavy favorite.
Yeah, I think so.
To take the job. I was going to ask you if you thought that squared with
reality. I actually do. And if they do make a change, I do think that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones have the type of relationship with Bill Belichick. I think that Bill Belichick is preparing for an opportunity to potentially talk to Jerry Jones. And if that's the case, then he will be ready to go. He'll be up on the Cowboys roster. He'll be up on the way they operate in player personnel. He'll know what's going on within the organization. He will not leave any stone unturned because that's the way he operates. He is an attention to detail guy. What's unfortunately happened to him is the same thing that happened to Tom Landry late in his career. As the evaluator of the players or the basically the general manager selecting the players, that got him in trouble. So Bill will know. Bill also has to know that he's not going to be able to bring all his guys with him.
Like his kids and stuff.
Well, that's another thing. Yeah, but he will be, if he gets this opportunity, he will be absolutely prepared to handle any questions that Jerry Jones has for him.
And I promise, if you were answering this, I didn't totally get that. I just want to make sure. So you think he can fit in well with how the player personnel department would work, that would him not being the GM?
I think that you talk to anybody around the league, I think there were people that will tell his camp that Will McClay is a quality personnel man and will be able to help him. Now, the general manager, from my experience, the head coach essentially has player personnel say, and Bill Parcells would challenge us, much like Bill Belichick would challenge Will and them. But I kind of feel like, though, that Bill coming in here would know that, and then the work with Jerry and the Will and Steven, I think that would be something that he could very well handle.
All right. With that all being said, by the time the week's over, the head coach of the Cowboys is?
I'll still go with Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
I find this angle to be fascinating, though, and some of the things that I'm hearing people talk about is making me more intrigued than I thought I would be at this point. I've been trying to interpret Jerry's silence and Steve's silence here. They're not going to be talking to us this week. Is that because they just want to get away and then, show up with status quo? I believe they will go status quo. They will reach to maintain status quo. I don't think they want to do anything bold anymore. I think they like the playoffs. I think they like the comfort of Mike. But I could be surprised. Maybe Jerry's ready to grab the reins of his organization one more time and try to yank it in a bold direction to win the championship instead of just maintaining comfort, which is what I'm used to and conditioned to believe always they will favor.
I don't think that there will be a coach here yet by the end of the week. I think McCarthy will be fired. But I do think, and I'll go on the limb and say it, I think Bill Belichick will be the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and I think it's a move that Jerry Jones feels now he's losing the fans. You have 3 straight 12-win seasons. I think now everything's just numb. We're used to this feeling. Nothing's ever going to change. I don't think it'll matter that people aren't going to attend the games. That'll always happen because we're sick in the head and we have an issue. But I think he realizes similar, and I know he had to get a stadium built.
Yeah.
But when he hired Bill Parcells, I think this is similar in where I got to make a big splash hire to get people engaged, to get people bought in. Because everything else, it's just the same old hamster wheel for the last 28 years. And Bill Belichick does that.
First team in the post-merger era to win at least 12 games in 3 straight seasons and not be in a conference championship. And They didn't even make it out of the wild card 2 of those 3 years. Yeah. All right, what say you?
Yes, I agree. McCarthy will not be here, and I do think it'll be Belichick. There's got to be some questions that get answered there. Some of the stuff that you guys just discussed, his role, exactly what it'll be. I think there needs to be a mandate. If there's a no family mandate, that's fine, but there's also got to be a no defensive coordinator as my offensive coordinator mandate as well. You can't go pull out some defensive guy / special teams guy and try and fart out an offense here. That's not allowed.
I feel like that there's going to keep Mike McCarthy, and they're going to have to find a new defensive coordinator.
By his choosing or by our choosing?
I think Dan Quinn's going to get hired. I think Dan Quinn, the next thing the Joneses. But I will say this, everything I said about Belichick, believe.
Okay. By the way, I know we were all waiting for it, expected it. It is now official. Caleb Williams is entering the NFL draft, presumptive number 1 pick. What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We'll have John Owning at 4:00. Talk to him about the numbers and the top stories from defeat right out of the gates here.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back tomorrow. Corey will be back. We'll have Bob Stoops in studio at 12:20. So join us 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are dialed in. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you. If you need some words of encouragement or a shoulder to lean on, we're here for you in the G-Bag Nation. And we're about to break down how it went down yesterday afternoon there at AT&T Stadium. One of, if not the worst loss in the playoffs in Cowboys history. General at your service, there's Brian Broaddus working his sources, talking to people around the league about where the Cowboys go from here. Stand by all offseason for the best source of insider Cowboys news that I've ever seen, Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control with the sweetest Rangers World Series hoodie on. I love that thing. I keep seeing people with it on. You can see it right now, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, you have your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, in various states of grieving and mourning for the defeat of the Cowboys. And there's Carter Freeman, has an eye on that college football. We'll be talking draft before too long. He's coordinating that video for you across multiple platforms. Welcome into the show, though. This wasn't even against a great team, beating you. It's the first time I think I've really felt like an inferior opponent beat you and leaves you on the outside looking in. Like, it's one thing to lose to Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Fame quarterback. He's doing magic, right? You get screwed by the refs. It's one thing to get beat by the best roster in the NFL, the 49ers, although maybe the Ravens are about to take that crown. That was just pathetic, to go out like that. My only hope today is that it jars the organization through shame and embarrassment into pivoting in some meaningful way to be better. That's where I'm at, guys. How about you?
Couldn't agree more, man. Could not agree more. This is one of those games that make you question everything. This is one of those games that if you're a college kid, you're sitting there at AT&T Stadium watching the game, and you decide in about the third quarter, I might as well just head on back to Austin. Let's just get the semester rolling. I mean, that's what that game is, man. This is a clean house game. This is a I don't want to ever see any one of you again game. This is a get away from me game, and this is an I can't stand you game. And this is as big of a disappointment and big of a shock. I mean, everybody in the stadium were going, is this actually happening? Are we living in some level of like alternate reality here? Because there's no way this can actually be happening. The level of incompetence, the dejectedness. I mean, it was 5 seconds into the game, and CeeDee Lamb's already moping around, and Jair Alexander's in his head, and this one's done, dude. You guys look like Errol Spence coming out of the tunnel to get his ass kicked a couple of months ago.
They look like a team playing in the cold. You know what I'm saying? Like they were outdoors in the cold against a team that's from the north. Like you went to Buffalo. That's how bad they played. Like they were frostbitten the entire afternoon. It was surreal. We do have player availability and quotes and audio coming off of that. We'll be able to play you, some of the highlights of all that going on. But a lot of it's just going to be picking up the pieces and starting to talk about where we go from here. Wolchuk, what do you think?
Yeah, it's it's heartbreaking. I mean, Look, is it surprising the Cowboys lost a playoff game? No.
Not at all.
The fashion in which they lost yesterday to a Packer team that was 9-8, needed some help getting in. They got that, and you just got demolished. I mean, Green Bay came in with Jordan Love and Aaron Jones and the way they played defensively and kicked your ass, and you just didn't show up. And you're cutting to Dak on the side, and he's got that deer in the headlights look, man. Like, I got no answers.
Seen that look before.
Yep. And your defense is terrible. And, I mean, it's very telling to me, and I didn't know how bad this was, but that the team has won 2 games over the entire McCarthy tenure here when they've ever been down in a game by 14 or more points, and they both came in his first season. One was the watermelon kick game against Atlanta. The Falcons. We know that. And then the other one was when Dak's bringing him back against the Giants, then he breaks his ankle, and they're able to hold on to win that game. But since then, this team cannot face adversity. They have no answer. And they just kind of crawl up into a little ball, and it's over.
Dallas front runners.
There's no fight back.
No.
And you look at your defensive coordinator, he used to blame all the players on defense. Micah Parsons, second team All-Pro. We're sitting here, we're bitching and whining. How is he not first team? Where were you yesterday?
In coverage a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, some of the
which makes no sense.
Dak was terrible to start the game. He takes the podium and says, I sucked. Yes, you did. Now you're 2-5 in the postseason. For somebody that's had that amount of stats, it's the worst win-loss in the history of the sport. I mean, in this team, I mean, I just saw the Arizona Cardinals have more playoff wins and NFC Championship appearances and Super Bowl appearances since 2000 than the Dallas
Damn you,
Cowboys.
Kurt Warner. That's just because of Kurt
It's
Warner,
bad.
too.
I mean, you name the team. Now the Lions might have a chance to get there. Go Lions, right, with what they did last night. Special moment. Shout out to NBC cutting away for that for a weather report.
You know, I just think today the takeaway should be they're just not good enough. It shouldn't be that, well, you guys, you know, you got distracted or the coaches, you know, had this horrible game plan. It's that we need to recognize that the roster is flawed in a way that's easy. It's too easy for good teams to make them look bad all of a sudden. This happens, you know, and I don't know how people bought in during a season in which they were suffering blowout losses, you know, at one point to Arizona. You know, I think you were more closer to Philadelphia than you were to San Francisco in that way. So I think one of the questions is, could you believe in this group again?
No.
Because what's going to happen is the first month of their season next year, they'll win 3 of 4. They'll blow some teams out. And maybe they'll lose against a good team. And on the other side of that, we'll be like, yeah, but if this just happened, they'd be 4-0. And we'll believe. I think a lot of people will believe. Now, as somebody that stopped believing about 2 years ago, we've seen people buy in a major way, right? So I think enough of the fan base is willing to. Maybe in this room right here today, in this building today, and in this audience, there are people raising their hands saying, I'm done. But damn it, so many people keep buying into this. I believe the Joneses are just going to lay low for a couple of months, draft, flip optimistic, and win a couple of games in September, and the belief is going to come flooding back in. Then we'll end up right back here. I wish more people, I wish more people today, and maybe I'm wrong, at 877-881-1053.
No, I don't think you're wrong.
Maybe this is a turning point for the organization. What do you think, Brian?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think it was really unfortunate, though, that on such a big stage that you had as many busts in this game that you just didn't. And then the busts lead me to believe, when you start to talk about that, the focus of the team, you know, we always hear about, we had great practice, had a great week of practice. Do you worry about Dan Quinn was also hunting up jobs? You know, was his focus somewhere else? Was the players' focus somewhere else? You know, all week long, they probably, you know, they're watching the tape and all that. And, you know, they're seeing some games where Jordan Love not exactly lighting them up. They really didn't, you know, they were banged up at certain points in their secondary. Their defense wasn't very good. But defensively, though, everything that you tried to mask came crashing down yesterday. The middle of your defense was really bad yesterday.
Awful.
Defensive tackles were poor. Your linebackers were poor. Your safeties were poor in this football game. And it's things that Dan Quinn has been trying to mask with the playing with so much dime linebacker because he doesn't have anything else. Is it Dan's fault? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But I think a lot of it was you finally, all that came crashing down. It was a house of cards on defense. Yeah. And everything that you tried to, you got away with it because your offense scored more points than everybody else. And you could rush the passer. And what happened? You played against a team yesterday that wasn't going to let you pressure their quarterback. And even when you did get close to pressuring the quarterback, you forgot to cover the guy in the middle of the field, or your zone drop was too deep, or your 3 guys run after one guy with one guy running in the middle of the field, or you don't play. We talked about how they needed to play run defense. It was you have to secure everything front side and protect the backside because of the cuts. That's what happened the whole game. Backside cut, backside cut, backside cut. The whole time. And so, you know, that's a lot of different things you could point to, but the house of cards on defense finally came crashing down around you.
Did he stay within the zone too much?
They gave up 3 touchdowns on man coverage.
Okay.
Everything was bad.
They were 40. They were 47. They were 53% man, 47%. 40. I think it flipped that. They played more. They played just zone, but by slightly, just a little bit more of a percentage.
But I mean, that's the problem, right? And we talked about this, like, okay, this is their formula and style in which they need to win, but it's not good enough. You can't be a team that realistically has wants and desires and expectations to win a championship. Yeah. But you have to have this is our style. We need the offense to come out and put pressure on the opposition. Right. That way our defense now can rush the passer, and they're chilling, they're hanging out. You don't have to have anybody run on us. Like, no. Super Bowl teams, we can go on the road. A team wants to run on us, we'll have an answer for you. Right. We'll find a way to counter that, right? We need to get in a shootout, we can win that style too. Cold weather, rain, no big deal. We'll find a way to be multiple, we'll adjust.
Yeah.
This team has one way in which they can have success, and that's an issue. Maybe it's team building, maybe it's culture, maybe it's coaching, maybe it's the players. Hell, it's probably all the above, but they got to fix that.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Yeah, we put a lot of emphasis in home field for the Cowboys and how they play at home. And the numbers, the metrics, everything told you that was the case. But you got beat by a football team that knew exactly what they wanted to do, running the football where they did, and they knew exactly where they wanted to throw the football, and they did. And they made you pay for it.
They did.
And they're a well-coached team. You know, they looked at all your film and they said, if you play and to Dan Quinn's, you know, he played Curse way too much at free safety yesterday.
Why would he ever be doing that?
That is the question we need to ask Dan Quinn. Why all of a sudden do you put Curse as a true free safety in this game? It cost you. It also cost you though with, like I said, with playing with light linebackers. It really cost you in that regard.
Well, light linebackers that also don't know how to diagnose a single thing either. They're running themselves out of the play.
That's the problem.
When the line isn't.
That's the problem. You're playing with guys that are having to learn as they're going along, and you've got away with it a lot this season. You didn't get away with it yesterday.
No, you know, and hey, we all can see how important the passing game and chunk plays is, and the importance of the run game is minimal as ever. Yeah. But if you can't make the opposition respect your run game, it makes coverage so easy on them. And if you're worried about their run game, then big plays just start popping up. It is a huge part of the winning formula. And the Cowboys, I'll say it again, build 90% of a contender, and they act like the salary cap prevents them from building the full team out, because they want to have the same quality of team every single year, which is a winning formula if you have a Patrick Mahomes who can elevate a team. If you don't, okay, then you need the elite roster, and you can't keep that every year. The salary cap disallows it. So you got to pick like 7 years out of the decade where you're going to build that elite roster, and the other 3 you're recovering from the salary cap. You got to commit to that if you have a quarterback like Dak that you want to win with. And the Jones boys don't understand that. They're not smart enough, or they're doing an ROI equation where they're saying our main goal is to make the playoffs. I don't know which one it is. Either they're not smart enough to see what it's going to take to win the Super Bowl with Dak, or they're intentionally just maximizing profit instead of going for the Super Bowl. It's one of those two things, and it's maddening. Now, what I believe this team needs is a savior in the form of a quarterback that could make their team building strategy a Super Bowl winner, or a coach who can show you. Now, it's going to have to be a strong coach. It's going to say, hey, we can't cut corners here and expect to win the Super Bowl. It needs to be a guy with skins on the wall and isn't a get-along guy. You know, I don't think there's any coincidence that Jimmy Johnson's the only coach that could take Jerry Jones to the top, because he was unrelenting and unapologetic in telling Jerry Jones what needed to happen. You know, ever since then, Jerry's been looking for guys who are higher in loyalty and less in outspokenness. Okay. Maybe Belichick could be the savior, though. I think with this defensive personnel, if you have Diggs healthy and go get another corner in his prime, either through the draft or in free agency, and a good linebacker, Belichick could win you multiple playoff games just with defense. So that would get me excited. You know, you want to talk about how is Gavin going to go from cynical back to being excited about this team having a chance in HE double hockey sticks of actually winning enough playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. It's going to be the coach or the quarterback. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed this week that what I believe about Jerry Jones is wrong. You know, that he actually is like, damn it, I want another Super Bowl. Get everybody gone, right? Yeah. So we're going to blow out the damn salary cap like Sean Payton would. And we're going to get a head coach who might have to tell me some hard truths. And if Jerry wants to win the Super Bowl, that's what he's going to be doing here over the next couple of days. I'll be shocked if I actually see it.
I don't know how he could be in a place where you're not mad enough to make these types of decisions. And I was actually surprised with sort of the calmness in which he approached talking with the media last night. I was expecting him to sort of be blood boiling, angry. We just got embarrassed in the worst way.
I think he was inside, Eric,
from top to bottom for sure. But
I think he was inside.
He held it together at the microphone and could have taken things much further with the words he used, and he kind of tempered it a little bit. I don't know what that means moving forward. I don't know how much if he's even seething more today. But you would have to imagine you're seething to the point where I can't look at any of you. My goal for the rest of time, other than winning the Super Bowl, is to never see a single one of you again, because I'm old and I want to put my hands on you. Yeah. Because what you guys just did was embarrassing to the highest level. There was no energy. There was no try from start to finish. Your plan sucked. Your players sucked from the moment they got on the field. And so I don't know how you could be at a place where you're Jerry Jones and you're thinking to yourself, no, we can kind of put these pieces, similar pieces, we can kind of hang on. And no, the inevitability of going through another regular season is you're going to get clobbered in the playoffs, home or away, versus a young team or an old team, a veteran team or not, a good team and not. Doesn't matter. Your team is going to crumble in January. If it's going to continue to look this way, you have to do something. And I don't know if Bill Belichick's the answer, but I would be fired up as long as McCarthy's not here and it's something new. And you give me Bill Belichick, sure. I don't know if that's the best option, but it's better than what you got now.
I mean, we've seen this routine with Romo and the Dak for 15 years, so I'm looking for a commitment from some of the Tolos out there today.
Yeah.
Don't get wrapped up after 3 or 4 wins.
He's got to change something, because the constant. And it's, I don't think it's intended on his part. I think Jerry wants to win, but you've gone through different quarterbacks, Romo and Dak. You've gone through different head coaches. Yeah. The end result is failure in the postseason, whether it's the wild card round or the divisional round. They've got to change the culture in that building, and the best way to probably do that is get some type of disciplinarian head coach that they really haven't had since Jimmy. They did it for a few years with Bill Parcells. Yeah. Parcells turned that organization from a 5-11, 3 years in a row, to now you're back in the playoffs. He drafted foundational pieces that had this team now competing. I think that's where you turn. Whether it's Belichick, whether it's Vrabel, whether it's Harbaugh, you need a hard ass to get in there.
Yeah, I think to me, and the thing, if you're out there and you're worried about Bill Belichick and he's going to bring all, the crony guys and all that, I do believe that Bill Belichick realizes he can't do that. And I think if Bill Belichick really wants this job, then he will understand that him having to come in, maybe some new ideas, some different people. He's just not going to show up with the band, and that's going to be what it is. So if you're worried about that, the Bill O'Briens and people like that, I just believe that Bill, if he's going to take this job, you're going to see a different coaching staff from him, and maybe you'll have some holdovers off this staff of people that he deems that are good enough, but we'll see. Like you said, Dawson, I'd be surprised if they did it, but I think Belichick is preparing himself if he does get that opportunity.
Just the whispers is enough to get me excited, because I do think Belichick's the kind of catalyst the organization needs. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. A little truer fart for you next here coming out of the wild card weekend. I have to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though, because I love them. And if you want to get your edge back, you want to be supercharged going into 2024, you could need a pick-me-up on a day like this. And if you feel like you could use a pick-me-up on any day, it might be because testosterone has dipped for you. here we go, nation. 6 minutes. 6 minutes till the G-Bag of the day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks at DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It is 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here is Zach Wolchuk with some NFL True or Fart. And yes, I do owe a bet payoff once again.
Oh, no. The January jokes.
I've lost 4 of 5. Yeah. Cowboys got me one last time.
Cowboys.
So there's a silver lining for you. You don't like me. Cowboys lost. I got to do something silly on Friday.
And Eric,
that's perfect.
We tried to tell everyone the lock of the week was the Chiefs.
Lock of the week, man.
We got pushback.
Yep.
Sure, that was one thing we were right about.
The
only thing probably we were right about.
That was a stone cold lead pipe lock. Even Baldy thought the Browns and Joe Flacco were going to do something, but C.J. Stroud is the man. He's almost as much as the man as Jordan Love is, and we'll get to that a little bit later on in the program. But yes, and you got
Buffalo today.
Buffalo. So Broadus, we're about to be in the midst. We're going to get to do a little watch party for hopefully the Steelers crushing the Bills. How funny would that be if the Bills fans are all there slaving away all weekend long? Just mowing out as much snow as they can, freezing, frostbite, all of that, only to lose to Mason Rudolph at home. That would be outstanding. That would be something that could help me get a little bit of joy on this.
Brian did have the season-long bet payoff of Lions will win a playoff game. Got out of that skin of his teeth thanks to some horrible coaching.
Wow. Did, sir. Tip of the cap. Wow. You crushed that one. Shout out to the
You have
Lions.
Brett Maher. Okay, you're willing to concede that he could get the yips or just misfire from 25 yards at any given moment. You're there from 61 to take the lead.
Yep.
Punt. They say it was in the 99th percentile of the most cowardly punts.
It was a poor decision.
In the history of the league.
It's so wonderful.
It really was a poor decision. All right, let's get into some true or fart, though, quickly. Before
I do appreciate you acknowledging the fact that in June, I thought that the Lions were going to be this
nice job,
incredible
Brian.
Put your balls on the table there.
You're really football smart.
I did. I'm football
guy.
savant.
Sometimes it's hard to tell, but you nailed it.
All right, let's play our game of true or fart. Thanks to Robert Flores.
Blind squirrel.
I was kind of like Dak and throwing the deep ball yesterday, 20 plus. I was 1 of 5, right?
Yep.
Kind of for 47 yards.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we mentioned the Dolphins and their loss, of course, to the Chiefs.
They looked cold on that game. They looked cold.
They did look cold.
They looked cold. Their coach looked cold.
Tua looked very cold, and their coach looked freezing, as did Andy Reid. We'll get to him NFL News today as well. Eric, true or fart, Dolphins need to move on from Tua.
Ooh. Yes, that's a no-brainer. That should be obvious to everybody. As obvious as the Cowboys should be moving on from Mike McCarthy. Tua is a certain level of quarterback. He is not a playoff quarterback. He's not a quarterback that is winning you games versus good defenses. He's not doing it on the road. He is a September quarterback. He is a sun-shining noon kickoff versus a crappy team will put up 70 points. That's beautiful. And you just won your 3rd game of the season. Talk to me in November when it comes to Tua. He is not built for this. He is not good enough. He is not athletic. He doesn't have a strong arm. He's not super savant, brilliant football guy. He's not super savant, just leader guy. He's not athletic in any way. His season-long run was 9 yards.
9.
There's nothing about his game that makes you think you're doing anything in the way of legit competitive football winning in November and December, and certainly not January.
By the way, Dak, if you want to get past the wild card round, your running was probably the best thing the team was doing. So I would have gone ahead and done that about 20 more times until they tried to stop you. Then maybe you got some better passing looks. But hey, I understand. You don't want to get hurt. So maybe you should have chose a different sport. I heard you were a great basketball player. Wolchuk.
Tua, true or fart, they need to move on.
True.
That's true.
Yeah.
Brian?
No one's farting on that.
Maybe keep him as a bridge. Like I'm looking maybe for a young guy, but I'm not totally hating Tua. I'll have him around as long as he doesn't, demand a huge salary. I could see him as a bridge player for 1 year or maybe 2 as we try to find a young guy. Brian, sorry.
I'll tell you what, though, man, Eric, you were going on that rant, though, and about him. But is there something about his accuracy in this league and things like that?
His accuracy is best
for
straight,
sure.
no
Yeah,
question.
that's the only thing that gets him to even be the quarterback that he is now, which is a quarterback that can't win when it matters.
Is there anything you could do to help him more? I mean, they've got him the receivers, they got him the running game. I guess you're saying that none of the. I mean, he's just never going to be good enough with those types of weapons around him, right?
Yeah. No, he needs absolute perfection, absolute to its core perfection. They put up 7 points. I mean, look at the Dolphins at the end of the season. They're putting up. I mean, even when they beat the Cowboys, they're winning with field goals. Like it's the second half of the season, the Dolphins offense has not been very good. Tua, we should know what he is by now. If you just want a solid, okay quarterback to have a little fun in the regular season, then he's one of those guys. But if you're actually legitimate, like with some level of standard for the playoffs and that kind of deal, then he can't be your quarterback. If they give him a big long-term contract, it'll be one of the worst contracts we've ever seen.
I'm going to say fart to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're farting.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to you, Brian. Texans, the Houston Texans, not the Bills, not the Chiefs, are actually the biggest threat to the Ravens in the AFC, and they're going to play them next weekend.
I still think it's the Bills, but I mean, I tell you what, the Texans they did it. That was Joe Flacco's first start during the regular season, and they got mauled. But the Texans weren't playing with their quarterbacks at the time. What a turnaround right there, though. But I will say, man, I love their head coach. The quarterback's playing really well. I'm still going to say it's the Bills that are going to be the biggest threat to the Buff.
Fart on that one.
Fart on that one, yeah.
I'll probably fart on that as well. I'll go with just the veteran quarterbacks, I guess, but I've been fooled there. So what do I really know? The Texans were super impressive, but I'll still say Mahomes or Allen.
Sounds like football flatulence to me, Wolchuk.
I think I'd fart on it too. I'd go with the Bills and then watch the Bills lose to the Steelers here today. So what the hell do any of us know?
Man, we got football coming up in 1 hour. We have the Mavs taking on the Pelicans in the second quarter, and it's time now for the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, it's all right, girl. It's okay. It's all right, girl. It's okay. It's all right, baby. Let's see. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far is, we got some broadcasting beef right here. I almost called him Peyton Manning. My man Peyton from the morning show, RJ and Chop. Which one of these fools is Chop? Yeah, he's taking shots at Alec Medford. This is producer beef, some broadcasting beef. Why? Why you do him like this, Peyton?
So let me channel in my Brian Damaris here. A little music here for Alec Medford. First of all, you little leprechaun, shut up. You're 5'2". You're 5'2", long red hair, good flow, big glasses, but you're small. No one likes small people. Get out of here. You're overrated tattoos. You get a new tattoo every other week. You pay $500 for it. Get out of here with that. You're not a tattoo guy. You are not him. You are not him. Stick to the weekends. Stick to hosting with the fan phenom, the 8-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold, who I love.
Got you down.
You want to be a host, but you're just a producer. Oh! We remember that one clip from what was her name? From Fox Sports Radio. Who said,
quarterbacking.
I want my quarterbacks to be quarterbacking.
Well, I want my host to be host. And you're just a producer, little bro. So stick to filling in. For the full-time guys. Let me do my job here.
Damn.
And we'll be seeing you, Alec Medford. Thank you for the comment.
Jeez, that's a lot.
Got very personal.
Heavy-handed.
Yeah,
violent.
Got
malicious.
violent.
I don't think I've seen a part-timer rivalry like this since Sniper John and Jeff. That got testy a few times as well.
Yeah, this is good.
Did we get the Medford response yet? Or
I didn't hear you were supposed to do it on
Saturday at 2:40. I think he said he had it going on.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll circle back.
Sorry, Alec. I didn't listen at 2:40 on Saturday.
Maurice Jones-Drew is on the NFL Network, and instead of saying pause, he just paused.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense? Okay. Listen.
The face that he makes there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
I got a lot of Maurice Jones-Drew over the weekend. I'm a huge fan. I think he's a great broadcaster. Maybe if maybe he slimmed down a little bit. And that Chris Rose, he had the worst neck beard. I was like, what is going on here with this? It's got to be more premeditated than that, Chris.
As I was leaving the Cowboys watch party yesterday, it was pretty much in the bag.
Yeah.
I said, I got to go feed my dogs, walk them. Then I'll be right back, fellas. I'll be right back. Mm-hmm. And I was right back. But when I jumped in the truck, this is the first thing I heard. I said, oh, my God, they killed Dak.
Packers don't have any timeouts either. 3rd and 3. And you hear the Green Bay fans yelling, "Go Pack, go!" And Prescott stepping up to throw is beheaded by Preston Smith. That'll leave a mark. And this quite possibly would be the last Cowboy offensive play of the year.
Yeah, I mean, if they behead your quarterback, it sure
quarterback is done.
I was like, this game can't get any worse. They beheaded the quarterback, Phil.
The only way it could have been worse is if they had Zeke come out and play center for the final snap.
At least it would have been funny.
He
That
was
the
in
previous
attendance.
year.
They could have brought him down from the suite.
That's
Something to
true.
laugh at.
I don't even think the NFL would just like give it a little bit, get the players off the field. They'd still make Cooper Rush trot out there and finish out that football game.
100%.
They got ads to run, man.
Let's see what else we got right here. You guys see the Jimmy Johnson prep talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prep talk. Pep talk at halftime. I wish they could have piped this into the locker room because I'm pretty sure it was given more than what McCarthy was given. I'm pretty sure.
That's a good one.
I'm willing to bet what I got in my E-Trade account on that one. Hold on.
But I'll just say this. Every single one of you, you know how hard we've worked. I don't need to have people pointing the fingers one thing or another. You get your rear end in there and you play the way you know how to play. We can win the game. We're going to open it up. We're going to go fast tempo. Defense, get after Jordan Love. You can't give him that much time. You do what you're supposed to do. We'll win this game.
Cowboys looked shook in the very first quarter.
Yeah, they did.
Green Bay was out there bobbing their heads and everything after they did something good, high-fiving each other, had little secret handshakes and whatnot. Cowboys looked shook. All I seen was eyes.
Yeah. What was the catalyst for making them like that?
I don't know.
It seemed so early. It was like, did something happen?
Dude, I felt like there was some type of off the field fracture in the relationship between Dak and Lamb. I can't I for the life of me can't explain why those two guys who have been so phenomenal all season long together with that connection, and they looked like they couldn't stand each other.
Yeah, I
looked lost.
I think maybe Dak got them together a little bit at halftime because second half that seemed to fade. But yeah, that was weird. I thought maybe CD was just so ticked off at the first down runs. That was the only thing I could come up with.
And teed off at himself. You know, that ball went right between his hands and his shoulders just blah.
Yeah.
And that's when Olsen was on there. I don't know what's going on here, but you know, I was like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Let's not do that. Because we don't know what's going on out there. Yesterday was church day. Hope you got your blessing. I know some of you cursed God. You better apologize. You better apologize today. This male choir right here in church, they were struggling.
Stay right there.
Stay right there.
And let the door. And oh, yeah. And let it ride, let it ride. Amen, amen.
No, not amen. Like when he said, stay right there, stay right there. Like, no, you can't be coaching and doing it at the same time, fam. You can't allow this.
Might need some more practice or some more talent. Not quite sure which one. Probably both. There it is. We got a champ and 4 challengers. Peyton Manning. No, not Peyton Manning.
Got you too.
Have our one-time champion. You have Maurice Jones-Drew. You have 3rd and 3. Go Pack Go. With the call from Sham as Dak was beheaded. Literally and figuratively. Jimmy Johnson was nominated in the male choir struggling. I'm going to go with Jimmy. I thought that was the best senior performance since Dolly Parton there at Thanksgiving.
I'll go with Peyton Manning.
Lucius?
Jimmy looked like a televangelist, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was giving it up on TV.
Yeah. It was kind of weird how much of a pep rally that halftime show was.
I was waiting for a phone number to pop up on the screen.
Right down there, a little towel for sale, a little holy water or something like that. Some anointed oil. Let's see. I'm going to go with Dak was beheaded because it's poetic if you think about it. And Dan Quinn deserves some heat.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because it's a whole lot of, the other coach and Dak, but Dan Quinn's defense, bro.
That was unreal.
Crawled through that joint.
Yeah. I mean, they're making a comeback, and it's like, hey, here's like 3 big plays in a row for you.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and the 3 straight 3rd and longs to open up the game.
They couldn't get off the field.
Guys are wide open 20 yards down the middle of the field. That's what bad teams look like.
Yeah.
Bad teams that have given up look like. Wolchuk.
I'll go with MJD.
Still tied to 1, Brian.
Jimmy Johnson.
By a score 2-1. And now your new G-Bag of the Day champion is the former Cowboys coach, the most recent Ring of Honor member. I'd love to see him get back in there and coach.
Yeah.
I felt that speech a little bit.
The eyes.
Think he could still do it? What is he?
Yeah, 100%. He was screaming at the camera. Imagine it was real football players right there losing, and his job was on the line and all these other implications.
Yeah.
This was just entertainment.
You know what you could still hear, though, in that cut was Jimmy caring about you and believing in you.
That part.
Yes.
That's his legacy.
Yes. That
Cowboys
was
are his
exceptional.
legacy, bro.
I agree.
Brian, where are we going?
We are going to go with, I had a chance to look at the All-22, and we'll go through those plays that kind of you have questions about. We'll do that next.
Winter's here, and if you've had enough.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Brian Broaddus has Krusty's Corner and a look at the film. And here he is, king of the Krusties himself, former Cowboy scout, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Yeah, it was an interesting study this morning of watching. It's really curious. You always look at those chunk plays and what happened, and was it a coverage situation, really good route? Was it a bust? And there's plenty of questions here. There's plenty of questions, and it's funny. There was, and I'll get into the one play that they had where it was just, I think that they got caught in a situation where they were going, the Packers were trying to throw an over the top, like a max cover. We've seen the Cowboys run where they go max protection and then run a deep over. And I think the one time where you saw Gilmore where he lost Dobbs on the play, I think Dobbs just broke the route off. Because they're going to try and throw, I think they're going to try and throw the deep over to Watson, and they got it covered. And Dobbs just, he's heading for the inside, and Gilmore's chasing him, and then he runs, he just turns it out.
Breaks it back. I was wondering,
breaks it out.
Is that like broken play stuff? He's just trying to help his quarterback here because Love was under duress at that point.
Yeah, and that's one of those times where I was curious. I'm thinking that play went for 46 yards. I mean, that is
felt like they all did.
Yeah, that was just a huge chunk play. But it's like the Packers are saying, we're going to max this thing. We've seen the Cowboys when they want to take a deep shot, they'll keep two tight ends in, a tight end and a wing, and then block the front and then go for but the Packers are going for the deep over here, and the Cowboys actually have it covered. And I think Dobbs broke it off. I do. I think he'd said, you know what? I need to get back to the outside here to try and help. And you're right. There's pressure in Love's face, and he just lets it fly.
That's Dobbs and Love being on the same page in a way that Dak and CD couldn't even dream of yesterday.
Certainly not.
Yeah, that was a problem. And, you mentioned the stuff about CD. And I think there was a point in this game where, initially the first three times you look at, I think this kind of where things really started to fall apart when you're watching the tape for CD was they run the sprint right option. They sprint Dak to the right, and he throws the ball before Lamb is even out of his break. Just an anticipation throw. And the ball is on Lamb so quick that he can't even get his hands up. I mean, it goes right through him. He just didn't even adjust it. It just was a really, really bad look. But I think the play that really set them off towards each other, and you could tell the body reaction by both players after the play. They're going to run a play where Prescott is thinking that CD's going to run a pivot route. And when we mean a pivot, it's in and then out. And Dak throws the ball to the outside thinking it's going to be, that you're going to break, that Lamb's going to go in, plant, and then come back to the outside. Dak throws the ball there. After the play, you see Prescott walk up to Lamb and go palms up like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And you could tell that Lamb was kind of like, oh, okay, we're going to do that today. But that incomplete, where the first incompletion they had, the one where it was on third down, that's Dak's fault. Dak's got to set his feet. He's looking to his left the whole time, and Lamb's trying to work to the middle. And slants are good against the Packers.
Well, it was the matchup you wanted on Quay Walker.
Yeah, exactly.
Cover.
Usually you can work the slants against these guys, and it works. And Lamb is trying to get to the inside, and Dak really just jumps off the ground and like overhand throws the ball with no touch at all, or no chance for Lamb to even get that ball. So all of a sudden now Lamb's thinking, okay, here we're going to do this today.
Yeah, a real lack of mental toughness or resilience to get broken down so early in that game by frustration. I know it's like a huge playoff game. It's your first opportunity to negotiate a new contract. You're thinking, I'm going to go for 200 yards against this, and things aren't going well. Take a breath. And there's still plenty of time to get on the same page. I didn't know if he was more frustrated with the ball placement or the play calls or whatever, but there was a point where he cracked a joke and made the Green Bay Packers defensive back laugh. And I'm like, man, I would love to know what that joke was.
Well, it to me, just watching the tape and the disconnect that they had early in that game was, but I think it started with that. It was like you had the first two that were incomplete, and then you had that pivot, and Dak's kind of like, when Dak's going palms up, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
You're supposed to go. I threw the ball where you're supposed to be.
But Dak was so bad, late in the second quarter, he's doing that to Ferguson.
Yeah.
Ferguson would have had to transport himself instantly from one side of the defender to the other to make the catch.
Right.
It's like, what could Dak possibly be asking Ferguson to do in that situation? It was the worst look to throw that ball.
Yeah, and then Dak starts pressing.
Yeah,
and when Dak starts pressing, you get the turnovers.
Yeah, and then CD wants it so much that what was that throw? You have a really inaccurate Dak who could not make great reads throughout the game, and then he started forcing it. That's when you knew it was over.
I think the interception that allowed to be the pick six, Heggie and Mike were talking about it, and Heggie brought up he thought that Dak was forcing the ball to CD because they run double slant.
Yeah.
And Savage, the safety, is on Cooks, and really CD's route wasn't great on the slant. It wasn't like usually CD will come off the ball and it can really sell it, but it was he came off with a little bit of slowness to it, and Dak trying to get him the ball or force him the ball to get him going. I think that cost you an interception. I think it cost you 6 points.
What'd you think about Cooks' route as well on that interception? I mean, he was getting interfered with. They didn't call.
He got mauled.
Yeah.
But you know what? Dak threw the ball where he thought he was going to be. The Alexander was not going to let him inside, and I mean mauled in a way of like, if it was Bland playing one of their receivers, we'd all call it great coverage. I thought it was great coverage. He just did not let Cooks get to the inside on him, and Dak threw it where he thought that Cooks was going to get to, just didn't get there. The Musgrave 38-yard play where he was wide open,
just all by himself.
Yeah. Looks like the Cowboys are playing what we call man free. And this is where you play man coverage underneath and you play with a free safety in the middle of the field. So everybody's got a man underneath with Curse as the middle of the field defender. He's the actual free safety on this particular play. And so what it appears to be is everybody's in man. Wilson doesn't play it as man. And if I'm reading this right, he goes outside instead of going with his guy, instead of running with Musgrave. Musgrave starts on the left side, and then everything is kind of flowing to the right, the Cowboys defensive to their right. He's going back the other way. Wilson's got to carry him in coverage, and that's why that thing was so wide open. Wilson stayed on the other side of the field. Musgrave went to the opposite direction, and that's why the ball got thrown back. Actually, what they did was that it was off of play action. They had run back-to-back plays before that where they gashed the Cowboys, and they went play action off that. And then it turned into a huge play. I think that's Wilson's fault completely on that play, that he's got to carry that guy. The one other play I wanted to get to real quick and here in my notes, if I could. The way that Jones, the TD run he had, the first one, if it went for 9 yards. Well, okay, let me do the 27-yard run he had. Mozzie got turned out on the play. Bell jumped inside, and then Kearse didn't see the ball, and then Gilmore had to try and rally. That's kind of what the running game was for the Cowboys yesterday. A lot of getting turned, jumping, But the Packers did a really nice job of taking the ball, like we talked about earlier, at Bell, trying to run at him, knowing that he couldn't hold up. But they did a good job. Hankins was on the ground quite a bit in this game. Osa was on the ground. Cowboys had a really hard time. The double team blocks, they didn't get off any double team blocks yesterday at all. The move tight ends that were able to, they cut Parsons one time, and that allowed a big gap to go inside. They cut him, and now you got a linebacker jumping around the block, and there's this huge hole. But it's just like what we talked about, the way that Jones was going to run the football. It was going to be find the hole, cut back to the hole, and then make your play from there. And they did a great job of that yesterday. They blocked the Cowboys very, very well up front.
Well, if I'm Green Bay, I really like where we're headed at quarterback, and I love our coaching staff, especially against the Cowboys. You know, I don't know how good of a job they do scouting up and game planning against the other teams, but this is 2 years in a row that when the Cowboys came around, they seem to have all the answers.
They had a really good plan of how to attack. They knew that going up the middle of the field, especially with those big plays, you know, when you play Curse as the true free safety, that first Dobbs play that went for 22 yards was Curse playing, and they carry three guys go running with one guy, and then all of a sudden now you're in a situation where you've got a receiver right in the hole to make the play. And that happened a couple of different times.
Is this therapeutic at all for you, Zach, talking it out? Or are you still in that dark place? You know?
The dark place is probably going to be for a little bit.
Yeah. Probably a couple days, couple weeks. Couple months.
Hopefully days.
Right on, buddy. What do you want to do next?
Well, let's do some NFL news of the day. We got maybe the next Cowboys head coach, snowplows, and who now owns the longest playoff drought since the Lions got a victory yesterday. That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have John owning Pro Football Focus coming up in 1 hour. Wolchuk has your NFL news of the day happening in just a second. We're all standing by here for a huge 48, 72 hours, maybe 96 hours to see what could possibly happen with the head coach. And with Belichick now out there, there is a layer of intrigue. You know, there's a guy who's done it and you know, knows what it takes to get the job done. So if we see anything on those stories, obviously we're going to, you know, jump into those as soon as possible. Now, did want to clarify one thing from this morning and from this broadcast week. The Cowboys were not planning to do interviews with Jerry and Steven on 105.3 The Fan in the event of a loss, right? They would just rather have it be known. So they, you know, apparently they put an email out about that last week. And so it was no reaction to how bad they lost, you know, and Jerry said what he had to say last night after the game, that it was one of the most disappointing losses they've ever experienced. I think that's 3 years in a row he said that. So your move, Jer, I think it's your move, fan base. Can you get apathetic enough to prompt them into changing course? You know, that's what it comes down to. For me, this is a play that I've seen several times now. I know how it ends, right? Go get a coach, go get a player, or go build an elite roster, or I ain't believing, okay, until you do. Here's Zach Wolchuk in your NFL news of the day.
Well, there were a lot of heartbroken fans, including myself, but heartbroken former Cowboys as well. And they certainly took to social media after the loss. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, Emmitt Smith, DeMarcus Ware. We heard the Jimmy Johnson halftime speech earlier on Fox Sports. But here was Michael Irvin last night following the Cowboys' loss. And he was pretty done with these Dallas Cowboys.
When I got here, I understood the men before me. They built the Dallas Cowboys. They made this America's team. They put a championship on the table before I got here. My job while I was here is to match what they have done because they built it. They handed it to me. Put my damn championship on the table. That's all we ask. Put your damn championship on the table and you couldn't do it. All the asses gotta go.
All the asses got to go. That I've never heard Michael Irvin like that. You know,
he's done.
Yes,
he wants changes.
Yeah,
and we'll see if we get them. I mean, there are a lot, and I know I went on record with KNC during Cross, and I just think that this is a time for a big Jerry move. Sure. And I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say I think that the Belichick stuff, there's a lot of smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire. Yeah, Jordan Schultz.
Where there's fire, there's David Njoku.
Absolutely. One rival exec told me this week that if the Cowboys lost
Pierre
the Packers,
Paul sometimes.
Yes, that's true. That's
Pierre Paul, fireworks. Yeah.
He thought Jerry Jones would go after Bill Belichick to replace Mike McCarthy. We've seen Adam Schefter. We've seen Ian Rappaport. There's a lot of people that we respect. They're kind of going ahead and, you know, seeing the writing on the wall that maybe the relationship between Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones, this could happen. Now, the Atlanta Falcons are coming in hot for Bill Belichick.
Sure they are.
The rumors are right now that he might be meeting as soon as maybe today or tomorrow with Falcons owner Arthur Blank on his $180 million yacht. So I'm wondering, boys, do we get a yacht off here?
Ooh,
does
and
Jerry
who would win
Jones
that yacht?
say, okay, you want to meet with Bill? Maybe Bill's my guy. I see your $180 million yacht over there. I raise you, Bill. Why don't you just come have lunch with me and Gene on our yacht over here? We'll see which one you prefer.
Man, a classic yacht off. I would assume, I mean, I always presume that Jerry's whatever the thing is bigger than the next guy's, you know. But was it Dan Snyder's did Dan Snyder one up Jerry with his yacht, or
No.
did Jerry one up Dan Snyder with it?
Yeah, I think we're
Okay, so Jerry's
still in the game with the 250 yacht.
Oh, okay. His is 250.
This is 180.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, then this is a no-brainer situation.
Yeah.
We're going to win the yacht off.
Yeah.
Definitely going to win the yacht off.
And he bought that like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
That thing's beautiful.
It's probably doubled in value the way inflation is.
Even though Gene's probably halfway around the world going, sorry, dude, I got a vacation. I got
right now.
I'm
She's
still
have to fly to
still
the
rocking.
Mediterranean.
He's got to pull over somewhere and maybe help him. Pull over and we got a heliport on that.
Guys,
thing,
we got to
man.
turn around. We got to go. It's a classic yacht off situation. Sorry.
Two things, Zach. I need to see some sort of a report. I know if a meeting happened, it would have to be private, but can we get some sort of a leak that a conversation has happened? And you never know what kind of insiders, could be privy to news like that might develop this week. And stay tuned right here because we'll put Broadus up against anybody when it comes to being an insider. Now with Mike, I love what he's saying. And I think Mike's my favorite Cowboy of all time. Put your championship on the table. You just have to match. And that's a great message, I think, for guys to aspire and get to. And I don't think the players take that challenge as seriously as maybe his generation did. But you had the Herschel Walker trade that blessed you with so much more talent than the rest of the NFC for about a 4-year window. And I don't think this team. So when you talk about the character and the intangibles, and you got to look at yourself in the mirror and drag this team to a championship, you got to have the better players. Your best players have to be better than their best players, and you have to have more good players than they do.
Yes.
Now, yesterday sucked because Green Bay doesn't have that. They don't even have a single Pro Bowler. Okay, but those kind of games are going to happen, especially if you don't set out to build a team like they had in the 90s. Those teams that were speed bumps in the 90s on your way to the playoffs, like the Bears team you freaking blew out, they were teams with massive holes on their roster. That's what you're bringing to the playoffs now. The kind of teams that barely made the playoffs, and you were laughing at them like, Carolina thinks they're a contender. Watch how we blow their doors off here in 93 or whatever that was. Their fan base is deluding themselves if they think they can line up with us. That's what the Cowboys are now. Is the team with the fan base lying to itself that it's also a contender?
I'm lying to myself.
The Niners know you're not a contender. You know what non-contenders do? They struggle to beat Seattle and Detroit in the final month of the season.
Clearly. Absolutely.
They get their ass kicked 3 times throughout the course of the season. That's what pretenders do, not contenders. Okay? It's obvious to the observers. And I really think this fan base is partially under a spell. And I'm going to do my part to shake him out of it.
Yeah, something's got to change. And we got more playoff football. We actually got day games here. We're going to have Bills and Steelers.
Oh, yeah, we do. I'm watching it right now. It looks nice. The weather looks great.
Yeah, so shout out to the Bills fans. Bills Mafia got out there. They went ahead and helped clear the field of all the snow. But in addition to, not only that, how are the Steelers getting from the hotel to the stadium? So you've got the police escort, which you've gotten to experience.
Love the police escort, yeah.
But they're going to have a snowplow escort as well. So the snowplow is going to lead the police escort to the stadium.
Yeah.
So we're plowing the snow while they're driving right behind it. I think this is beautiful. I hope we can get video of this at some point of the Steelers. It's probably out there already.
Well, it looks like they made it to the game because we're warming up right now.
Hell yeah. Everybody's there. We're ready to rock.
Yeah.
Mason Rudolph ready to lead the Steelers to a potential upset over the Bills. This is what we're talking about.
We don't need that's terrible talk right there.
No, not for you. You don't want that to happen at all.
Don't want that to happen at all.
Now, I don't know if you guys got to see the Chiefs game and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
He was on Peacock.
Yeah, I did.
Well, we did talk about that. Now,
sometimes these cable packages you have are amazing.
Thank God we've got a good one.
Yeah.
But 23 million viewers did indeed watch and stream the Chiefs-Dolphins game on Peacock. And if you got to see it, you got to see the mustache that was Andy Reid. My gosh, was this amazing. Yeah. This thing just froze over. There were literal icicles on the walrus's stash.
It's fantastic.
Taylor Wan went on Up and Adams earlier, and he does this every week. He's a weekly guest. And his description of Andy Reid and the stash, I think, was gold, and this was their exchange.
But maybe the most impressive, powerful performance we've had out of a mustache. And not for the consistency, the durability here. What would you like to say to the walrus?
I'd just like to say bravo, sir. Bravo. Like to have a lip ferret like that and know you're going into these cold temperatures and it's going to freeze, like that is just cool. I got in a Twitter argument with RG3 because he was saying we shouldn't let the players play and all this BS. It's like, dude, this is like when like football is at its coolest, when it's like I'm freezing, you're freezing, but we're going no sleeves and we're getting after it. And that's essentially Andy Reid going no sleeves. He probably put a little water down on that ferret and let that thing drip dry until he walked out in the water. It looks incredible. It looks amazing, Kay.
It really did.
The old lip ferret, huh?
The lip ferret.
It was magical. That was one of my favorite parts of the game. There were a couple of things that aesthetically were pleasing, but that was the 1 seed for Saturday night. It certainly wasn't the play on the field.
No.
But seeing Andy's mustache, and that when something ices up like that, that's just sheer nose goo. That's all over that's freezing up on his stash, right?
Exactly.
There's no water.
Exactly.
This is it's just frozen disgust right there planted on his lip ferret.
Saw it with Mike Holmgren a bunch of times.
Oh,
in Green Bay. Yep. Absolutely.
I think that's a better look than the Mike Zimmer, the tundra is frozen onto your face look. You know? Like, I'd rather have the snot frozen on my stash. Or on my ferret, as opposed to being the Tom Coughlin, like porcelain frozen tundra just stuck on his face. That's that's an awful sad look.
The one that always gets me is the guys and gals on the sidelines in these like 17-degree days with no hat or -6, no stocking cap. Just like ears exposed and all that.
It's crazy.
You're 100% right. Because when we walked up that tunnel yesterday, that was the first thing that hit me. Was the ears. It's like, oh gosh, it's really cold.
Me and Wolchuk, leaving that stadium last night.
That's bad.
We were
bracing ourselves.
We were bracing ourselves.
I ran. Did you guys run? I didn't. I wouldn't say run. Running's an overstatement, but I sort of like trotted my way up there to get away from that tunnel as quickly as possible.
We opened the door. And like we kind of had to talk ourselves into it.
Yeah,
it's like, man, are you ready?
Are we sure about this?
Yeah, are you ready? And he goes, yeah, open the door. And we literally
cold wind just right into your face.
Kind of like
those snowing. It was snowing when we walked. We drove home in the snow.
Yeah,
it's kind of beautiful, but also
sad.
It was very sad. Yeah,
no doubt.
Very sad.
Now the fans did boo Matthew Stafford yesterday for the Lions game, and here in Dallas, I don't know, did everybody get to see the end of this? Because apparently NBC cut away from this game.
I was watching on a separate market feed.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, wires got crossed.
Channel 5 said we need to give you a weather report on what's going on out there because it's frigid temperatures. We can't wait 10 minutes to let you see the end of this game, a historic playoff victory for the Lions.
Yeah.
So if you didn't get to see it and you're not sure how it ended, the Lions did win. They got their first playoff victory in 32 years. Trivia question of the day, who now has the longest playoff drought in the NFL?
I believe we have just like a playoff loss or like a playoff win, or just hasn't made the playoffs.
Just have not had a win in the postseason.
A win in the postseason. Yeah, I know who it is.
I know you do.
We have a good old fashioned tie, don't we?
It's not a tie.
It's not?
Nope.
It's all by themselves.
They're all by themselves.
Who is it? It's the Dolphins.
It's the Miami
I thought
Dolphins.
the Raiders were involved in this conversation as well.
So the Dolphins have not won a playoff game since 2000. The Raiders did in 2002, the year they went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
And then you've got
fantastic.
the Commanders, who are in third right now since 2006, was their last playoff victory. But the Dolphins, man.
Dolphins make me cry.
They were so close.
Isn't that song?
Dolphins make me cry?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm just familiar with the Blue Dolphin drug situation.
When's the last time they had a good quarterback?
Dan Marino. Well, Chad Pennington in 08 gave him a little something.
Damn good.
Noodle arm Pennington. You mix in a little wildcat, you know.
Pennington get a little crazy. Oh man, it's amazing.
I mean, it's tough being in the Patriots division all those years.
That's true. I mean, when you got to go against Tom Brady, it's absolutely brutal. Now, the last news and note for the Lions, Aiden Hutchinson was very caught off guard in the post-game interview. He's like, wasn't this amazing?
He doesn't social media, does he?
Got to win a home victory. You got a home playoff game. How exciting is this going to be to play this game next week? And he was first interviewed by Ross Tucker. I was listening to it on the way home. He's like, wait a second, what? We're not going to Dallas. We get to play at home again next week. That's awesome. Told Melissa Stark, I think we all wanted Dallas again. But the fact that we're back here again next week is a blessing. Lions, of course, going to host the Eagles-Bucks winner tonight since the Cowboys lost to the Packers. Packers will be going to San Francisco as the 7th seed. Only 7th seed to ever beat a 2 seed in the new constructed playoff format. Thank you, Cowboys. You've now hit historical losses.
Our sports teams have lost to 7 seeds.
We like to do that.
Right?
Yep, we like to do that in Dallas.
Mavericks did that?
That's our thing.
Was it 8 seed? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
The Packers at one point were 2-5.
Yeah. They were 2-5 at one point. And then they got hot at the second half of the season, and they came into AT&T Stadium and kicked your ass. And they've now won just as many playoff games at AT&T Stadium as you have.
AT&T Stadium.
Actually, they've won
home
2,
of the Packers.
You've won 3. But they're getting close.
Interesting topic from Bassick. I thought it was
a
a little reactionary, but is Jordan Love a better quarterback than Dak?
Today, right now, I would say still no, but he very well could become a better quarterback than Dak. He played better yesterday.
Yes. He 100% is the better quarterback. I mean, he's been a top like 3 quarterback, top 4 quarterback for like the second half of the season. And yesterday he was dealing his balls off.
Dak, Dak.
I'm done. We're done with the Dak, whatever. I mean, it's fine. In the regular season versus whatever team, sure, that's fine. But does that make you actually a good quarterback? No.
I mean, but there have been 18 games that have been played. Yesterday Dak had no running game, very little protection, and receivers that weren't getting open, and Love had all the opposites of those.
Hey, to each his own. It was very evident who was the better quarterback on the field yesterday.
Yesterday, no question.
At 877-881-1053, let's continue that discussion and other topics from defeat next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Speaking of the best in the business, though, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex, and trust me.
Fan.
All right, some very interesting new content coming onto the Twitter feed as we jump into Cowboys Twitter. When we left off about 6 minutes ago, I had asked, is Jordan Love a better QB than Dak Prescott right now? Your text messages are welcome on that. Your phone calls will be welcome coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll do a 6 o'clock sound off here for you. I imagine passion's going to be running high. You might not have to look far to be inspired to create some great content over the phone lines with us. And sound off like you got a pair. Maybe win the 6 o'clock sound off yourself. Okay, is Jordan Love a better quarterback than Dak right now? That's the topic on the text. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now, from there, I'll remind you, last night, Dak said anyone who questions Mike McCarthy's future with the Cowboys should question his future as well. He says, add me to that list. He said all the success in 2023 was due to McCarthy. So that's Dak believing, and I guess that means McCarthy is his guy. So the topic there is, are you standing with them? Would you move on from both of them? And you can text in about that as well. But we have Jane Slater here on the Twitter X machine with a thread, and it's mostly about Mike. And we'll get to some of those other details if time allows here in this segment, if not a little bit later on. But she also has an anonymous player saying this about your coaches and the quarterback from Jane Slater, NFL Network, formerly 105 through the Fan. Another player was frustrated with a stubbornness to stick to schemes on both sides of the ball, motion offenses killing defense, and concerned that Dak panics when the first read is not there. Dun, dun, dun. That's the fuel that could turn into something, couldn't it? That's people are going to be hanging on to that nugget and criticizing Dak for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't think Jane will put that out there lightly.
No. And, I mean, you can kind of see that. Yesterday, he definitely looked a little bit rattled. There's no question about that.
Played a lot of cover 4 against him yesterday.
Yeah.
Greg Olsen was describing like we're starting in zone and then going to match up in man.
Yeah.
As soon as we get the first guy into our area.
Yeah, they the first 3 quarters of that game, he caught it almost 50%. And what cover 4 does for you, it's quarters coverage. So just think 4 guys taking quarters of the field in the secondary. So you got 4 across the back, and then you take your 2 linebackers and you take them into the flats. So really what you do is you've got it's kind of a way of not giving you any, the vision part of it is you don't see, all you see is defenders, because everybody, it's across. It's the same thing that the Buffalo Bills did. Mm-hmm. It's that thing that it's almost like we always talk about the clog and cover. Instead of dropping 7, you're dropping, and they also played some cover 6, which is quarters, and then half on the other side. So it's another way of kind of confusing your looks. Mm-hmm. And so that's they made Dak have to read in this game.
Well, I mean,
that's what they did.
The television broadcast was detailing how what makes Dak great is his ability to diagnose pre-snap. And he kind of knows, like Peyton Manning did, here's where I'm probably going to go.
Yeah.
But the way that they were changing things quickly after the
snap.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, I think that's interesting. In that Ringer article that we highlighted coming into the week, cover 6 was, and it's not that Dak was terrible against any coverage, but cover 6 was the defense that gave him the most issues.
Well, the defense yesterday that gave him the biggest problem was cover 1.
Okay.
It was the single high stuff. His numbers against the single high stuff wasn't particularly good yesterday.
So
I think he was 2 of 6 or 3 of 6 against cover 1. And that's the first 3 quarters.
And is 3 of 6 better than average for yesterday?
Well, yeah, to me that's at 50% for him. Like I say, he was 9 of 16. The metrics will tell you against cover 4, he was 9 of 16 for 93 yards. Against the cover 6, where we were talking about, which is the quarters half, he was 8 of 9 for 44 yards. The cover 1, which is single high safety, which he sees quite a bit. Well, teams really play cover 2 against Dallas because they don't want the deep ball. They don't want the deep shots. But he was 3 of 6 against cover 1 yesterday.
Yeah, so his receivers couldn't get open, and he was inaccurate. So you're not going to beat man coverage.
Yeah.
How do you win with a quarterback like this? I think would be my question for the Joneses. Like, how did you think this was going to work this time? You know, what you've seen now is multiple different coaches, multiple different coordinators, different sets of receivers. You know, this is not going to work. If you want to try to win with a quarterback like this, you must be sure you're going to have a good running game to take the pressure off him, because you're going to come up against teams like this, and if the passing game is off, what are you going to do to change the defense? They had your number. What can you do? What is your curveball? What is your changeup? And it's nothing. You know, it's 3.7 yards per attempt and running way too much on first down there from Tony Pollard. You know, so to me, I say all of that because this conversation about Dak panicking if his first read's not going to be there is going to flow into a lot of criticism about Dak, about his shortcomings. But it's the front office that's putting him in this situation to fail. That's what we need to, establish. Either change the quarterback, which they don't want to, or change your team building to make a team good enough that Dak could be the guy winning. I don't know. Is Jordan Love better than Dak? Yesterday, he certainly looked like
it.
He
was yesterday.
But here is another NFC quarterback that doesn't have nearly the resume of Dak Prescott beating him in the playoffs, and his team is going further. Is that the coaching advantage? Is that just the any given Sunday factor? I don't know. But I'm thoroughly convinced at this point that it's up to the Joneses to make Dak Prescott a championship quarterback. He's not going to get any better. And the evidence is probably there that teams are getting pretty sophisticated on how to confuse him. And it gets the biggest and loudest in the biggest games.
Yeah, the team building aspect of it is a great talking point because they basically put so much pressure on Will McClay and their scouting department to be gold every year in the draft. This was a year you didn't get that.
Yeah.
You didn't get productivity from your draft class this year. And maybe with DeMarvion Overshown, you would have. They certainly seemed like they had a plan for him. He was going to have a big role in Dan Quinn's defense. He got hurt. But you got nothing out of your first-round pick in Mozzie Smith. Schoonmaker didn't give you much. No. Maybe some of these guys later on, a Deuce Vaughn and Eric Scott, can they develop? Who knows? But this was one of the first years in a while in a string of really good drafts that they didn't get that. They didn't hit necessarily right out of the gates on some of these. And when you are going to use that as basically your only way of team building outside of, okay, we've got a perfect trade where we're giving up nothing and this team's taking a big chunk of the contract, so we'll do this with Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. You're not using every avenue for success.
Yeah, that's a great point. Your drafts have to be perfect, probably 3 years in a row. And they've had some great drafts recently. I do believe in Will McClay and the scouts a lot. Okay, Jane continues. To the fans who think this team has quit on Mike McCarthy, my conversations with players don't tell me that at all. Really interesting hearing them defend him, his culture, and how he's led them on the field and off. Their ownership of failing Mike is what stands out the most, says Jane Slater. Nuggets like wanting players on Saturday practices to bring their family so he can meet them and interact. Okay, meeting breaks to text a loved one and say thank you for their support. Preservation of their bodies with rest days. His love of players like none I've had before. Another quote, in order to be a great leader, you have to be a great man yourself. Mike puts it all out there for everyone to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, all great things, but they're going to measure you on these playoffs around here.
Yep.
They're going to measure you on championships. And I totally understand players and, their well-being and the understanding of, how they, in this day and age, you have to take care of them.
Relationship building is a big part of it.
Huge. You have to get this.
You can't lead with that.
Yeah,
though.
but you can't talk about how great this coach is with all those things and then not get it done on the field for him. You're letting him down on the field, Donovan Wilson, when you don't cover the tight end man to man. You might appreciate text breaks and how good you feel and days off and all that, but you're doing nothing to help your coach keep his job.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You can love your coach, but if you're playing poorly and it's going to cost him his job, well, then get ready for the alternative. Get ready for Mike Vrabel or Bill Belichick or Jim Harbaugh, somebody that really doesn't give a damn about your feelings. That's when you could talk really nice about your coach, but your guys are the responsibility of why this guy's either going to keep his job or lose his job.
Yeah.
And that's where we are right now. Nobody's saying anything bad about Mike. Hell, Mike comes on the air. He's funny. He's charming. He has a good time,
Wins a lot of games in the league.
Wins a lot of games. I mean, he finds a way to win 12 games every year. Good for him. But ultimately, you've got to go play for him and win playoff games. And you guys laid a big damn egg yesterday.
And maybe you need a coach that the players don't love as much. Maybe that you're going to be buddies with, and you're going to get an off day here, and we're going to not cancel practice today, we'll cut out early. Maybe you need a coach that's going to get in your face and say, go after yourself a little bit.
Jordan Love completed 16 passes. Half of those had no defenders anywhere near the wide receiver.
True.
817, Gavin, it's the Jerry Jones factor and everything that comes with it. It's annoying. They need to mix it up now. Yeah, I think that'd be one thing if I was a Jones guy right now. I'd be like, man. 972, Gavin, you sound like an idiot. Stick to girls soccer.
Wow.
Well, I tell you what, I think I pretty much had this thing nailed from start to finish. Well, maybe not start to finish. I think I kind of took the cheese early on in the season after Giants and Jets. Maybe got me a little bit excited, but I shouldn't have. Okay. Yeah, Jordan Love and Dak, that's going to be an interesting one now. As Dak is heading for a contract, I think a lot of players and coaches are in very interesting positions now where this is the kind of loss that can sort of change the perception of who you are and what you are. Dan Quinn, is he still a hot name?
Yeah. I had one of my gang of 7 text me last night and say, you'd hire Quinn after that one?
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely not. But the Seahawks have begun putting out interview slips, and the first one is to Dan Quinn, according to Tom Pelissero.
Yeah, he's got some Zooms this week. I think Tennessee's involved.
Felt like he had some Zooms last week based on the plan that they came walking in the building with yesterday.
That would explain a lot. That was the biggest shock. Is Belichick in play now? We got to talk about that a little bit later on. Is Dak a no doubt about it? I heard Hagee express doubt this morning that Dak will still be the Cowboys quarterback 5 years from now. Now that's a new contract and maybe then some. But I do not feel like this organization is going to go away from what's consistently put them in the playoffs. And that's a combination of Mike and Dak right now, especially with 1 year left on Mike McCarthy's contract. I don't think they're considering it at all. I think there's going to be talk, and reading Jane's thing, it's more of like, as Jerry considers what to do with Mike McCarthy, I don't think he's considering anything. I think he believes Mike McCarthy has 1 year left on his contract. We had a pretty good thing going in the regular season. We'll try to ace the draft and find bargains in free agency and try to win a trade and be a little bit better next year.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I mean, I would be firmly against it, but with all the sweet nothings that are coming out from players and stuff about Mike McCarthy, I could see Jerry being like, okay, cooler heads prevail kind of deal. But I just think the twinkle in his eye with Bill Belichick, he knows this is the one opportunity to get a guy like that. And if he thinks super highly of McCarthy, imagine what he actually thinks of Belichick, because he thinks McCarthy hung the damn moon.
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
If that's the case, then what do you look at when you're looking at Bill Belichick?
Yeah. No, that's the interesting thing, because there's a GOAT factor with Belichick, and there's no way you can't be awed or lured into a little bit. And the idea of the splash from Jerry Jones, that's where I think hope for a big change could be.
It could be a perfect situation, because I think the negative with Bill is him as a CEO, GM type guy. As a coach, I think he can get it done. And if he's willing to be like, hey, the scouting department of Will McClay, they're damn good, let them do their job, and I'm just going to coach, that could be a marriage that works very well.
Well, at his age, his carrot right now is trying to beat Don Shula's all-time record.
Yeah.
That's the carrot for him. Was it 16 games he needs to win, something like that? So,
and how big is the feather in your cap to bring a title back to the Cowboys?
Oh, that would be huge.
You want to talk about ending with a bang.
That would be huge.
Yeah.
See, the difference between him and Bill Parcells is Parcells had to come back because his wife took him for a lot of things in his divorce. He needed the money. And so Belichick doesn't need the money. He just wants to beat Shula, and he wants to coach.
Yeah.
I don't think Bill was interested in just, like I said, trying to coach, but we'd play this Hamlet routine. Oh, I want to coach. No, I don't want to coach. And Jerry got tired of that. You don't have to worry about that with Belichick. Belichick wants to coach.
All right. We want to get to the next segment here, Chief. What do you have in mind?
Weekend ball sacking for the ages next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you just got to call D&M Leasing, 972-81.
Will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Josh Allen and the Bills go down the field. They lead 7-zip, 10 plays, 80 yards there. It's a pretty good Steelers defense. And they have a 7-0 lead there in that postponed game from yesterday. Too much snow. I saw the governor of New York called it off, kind of took the NFL off. Anyway, here's Chief with the best of the weekend.
Man, I'm seeing that there are no assigned seats at the Bills game today either. So if you're there, I don't know if did we already report on this or
No, we just talked off air about it.
Okay, yeah,
They've got a heated seat area though, like in their club level. So if I was like the guy that owned the club level seats, I'm sitting in my seat today.
Getting ready. Yeah, hey guys, my ticket stub shows this is my seat next to the heater.
Yeah,
scooch.
Yeah, I've sat. But if you notice when they show the above, the crowd will look orange, like in a certain area. It's like they're sitting like they're under heat lamps in that area.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
yeah, they've got heated. They got a heated area for those fans.
I look forward to the attendance numbers.
Oh, it's full
for the Bills game. Okay, so it is full.
Oh, it's full.
I mean, at least in the lower bowl, it looks like it's full.
Yeah.
Well, then that would completely take me off if I spent an obscene amount of money to be like super close, and
That's
then all
what
of a
I'm
sudden
saying.
somebody's taking my seat.
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like somebody like Wolchuk shows up and like is in your seat. You're like,
well, if it's Wolchuk, I'll be like, hey, bro, cheers. Let's enjoy some football together.
Let's do it. Double vodka sodas.
Okay, best of the weekend. We already mentioned. I think the one seed for best thing that happened this weekend was Andy Reid's mustache.
Yeah,
I mean that thing was phenomenal. And what did Taylor Lewan call it? Lip ferret?
Lip ferret.
Lip ferret.
Which
yeah.
I thought was great.
That was special. I think Saturday night's Peacock extravaganza involving a broken helmet.
Yes.
I'd never seen the broken helmet thing before where Mahomes gets hit. And I'm guessing it's just because it was so freaking cold out there that, like, I don't even know that it was necessarily like the hardest hit the helmet's ever seen before.
Plastic.
It's just, it's so cold that impact helmet to helmet there, boom, a chunk of the front of his helmet, like not his face mask, it was his helmet just like sort of getting exploded off his head. And I kept saying, are they going to stop the game for this? Are they going to stop the game for this? Player safety, helmets messed up. It took a few plays before I guess the referees sort of realized what the heck was going on. Mahomes had to get a new helmet or whatever. But that was certainly interesting.
Had a similar situation at the soccer game. The fruit roll-up froze, and it was chipping off. You couldn't unroll it.
Fruit by the foot?
No, it was standard fruit roll-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you couldn't unroll it, so it's just...
Yeah, you were just
like
breaking off
popsicle.
each layer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it became very brittle.
Frozen
like
fruit
Mahomes' helmet.
roll-up.
Yeah.
My goodness,
It's still
man.
delicious once it kind of melted in your mouth.
Yeah, no, it actually sounds pretty good. Like doing the frozen fruit roll-up thing. We freeze certain candies, or we freeze certain like the Swiss cake rolls. You know, it's usually like let's freeze that.
Oh wow.
You know, maybe like some level of fruit roll-up popsicle thing. I don't know. I'm just workshopping here.
That could be good. We'll get to strawberry flavored stuff at 420.
Look at that for a tease. All right, I teased ball sacking for the ages. People are texting in about Emmanuel Acho, apparently, allegedly, potentially getting ball sacked this weekend.
He did get ball sacked, and I almost got ball sacked, but I realized this is fake. He did not.
Okay.
Before I brought it to air.
Okay, so you almost got...
On Friday, I saw this, and I almost brought it to the show. And I was like, wait a second, I'm going to fact check this. It's not accurate.
You have too much journalistic credibility to do that, but Emmanuel Acho doesn't.
He didn't know.
And from what I'm seeing briefly here is that he doubled down on it, saying even if I knew it was a fake report, I'd still run and do some analysis on it because I know it'll garner more followers and more brand deals for me. Like,
so you just got to admit,
very heavy-handed about it.
You just got to say, hey, I didn't know, and I'm sorry. This is stupid on my part.
But my favorite one, though, is from Mad Dog. This is how Mad Dog sent his show Friday evening into the weekend. He doesn't realize in real time he's sending his audience into the weekend with a giant ball sack, but that's what happened. So here is the fake report that is happening in real time to close out his show. It's like the final 60 seconds of Mad Dog's show. He sees, guess what, guys? Andy Reid has hung him up just less than 24 hours before his wild card Super Sunday Peacock kickoff.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. Adam Schefter just reported this, that Andy Reid has announced his retirement from the NFL, and Matt Nagy will be the interim coach of the Chiefs during the postseason.
Oh, no.
Wow. Somebody told me today that Reid could retire. I didn't think anything of it. And maybe this is true. Is Andy Reid going to quit the day before they play a playoff game? And Matt Nagy is the head coach? Boy, what a week in the NFL. Follow this with Tori next. We'll see you on Monday at 3 o'clock. Could Reid be gone and not coach tomorrow?
Oh man!
Oh no!
Way to go, Mad Dog. Hey, look, I feel for him, dude. He did not come up in the journalistic age of just random booby traps, ball sacks, and butt cracks. Okay, but that's where he's at now in the twilight of his career. He's Nick Saban trying to handle the transfer portal, and he doesn't know how to do it. And at some point, Nick Saban says, "You know what? I'm done here." And maybe Mad Dog is getting closer and closer because shortly thereafter he realized what it was, and now he's got to stew on that all weekend. This is how I left my audience.
It kind of sounded like maybe he had a young producer on the other side of the glass as that segment was wrapping up going, no. And he's thinking, what are you talking about? I have Adam Schefter's Twitter right here. So he changes it to, could Reid be gone?
Could it happen?
Yeah, I don't know. You just reported it 45 seconds ago, Mad Dog.
That's when the gummy hit in. Man.
I don't know. I don't know if I can get butt cracked anymore, because
you're proof.
Okay. Yeah. Be so careful.
No, hey, listen, man. If you think you are Teflon to the ball sack, then we will await your demise, sir. Don't get too cocky.
I feel like now I am double checking every breaking news. Like at one point I would just assume.
Yeah.
Now I immediately I have a visceral reaction of being scared of getting butt cracked whenever I see breaking news.
Yes.
I have to almost triple check it.
Your guards are up, man.
Yeah. In the crypto world, they are hacking major influencer accounts or hacking major exchange accounts or the SEC's account and posting breaking news, So even if you see it from a verified account, you really shouldn't be taking it as fact, I think, until maybe 2, 3, I'd say wait a while. I need at least
How about
2
not
insiders.
report news at all?
It's funny because it was the fake Adam Schefter, which has gotten so many people so many times over the years. The staying power of the fake Adam Schefter on Twitter has been amazing.
I'd like to see what fake account has drawn the most people off. Is it Schefter?
It's the fake Schefter. The fake Schefter has crushed people because he's got like everything about it looks like it's Adam Schefter.
It's just an extra S, right?
But
That's what it is.
There's something
Woj
extra.
or Shams? Do they have
there's
it?
been plenty of that. There's been plenty of the Woj and the Shams, but nothing is bigger than an Adam Schefter bomb. Right?
Yeah.
An NFL breaking, oh my gosh situation. And we're all waiting for that. And they get you right at the right time. All of a sudden, coaching carousel, here we go, craziness. It's been the craziest week in coaching history. Why wouldn't Andy Reid hang him up 24 hours before kickoff on a super wild card Peacock Saturday? Why wouldn't he?
I'd have thought about retiring instead of going out in that weather.
Yes, dude. Yeah. I was watching, was I getting butt cracked on the water bottles at Arrowhead Stadium being pulled out of the fridges and immediately turning into ice?
I did see that as well. We could have been butt cracked.
I don't know the science there.
I don't know.
Negative 30 wind chill makes me believe there is a chance you could just take a water bottle out of what is already a very cold fridge, but you take it out of the fridge into negative 30, and now the water bottle just becomes very quickly ice. I don't know. I also saw what I believe to be like beer slushies. And beer Slurpees.
That's definite. Right?
Because all those beers were just freezing upon opening the can, and then it's like it's just all... It's oozing out
well,
ice
you know, at
on
that temperature, you can take like a cup of water and throw it in the air, and it will turn into ice and fall to the ground.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I can't believe we can't. I mean, could we do that here with what we're dealing with? Because it feels like we should be able to.
It's pretty
the amount of cold that
I think we'd have to be below
It's
zero
been piercing
before
through.
that. Yeah.
Okay, listen, this is Rick Pitino. We got to get to John Owning, but Rick Pitino, St. John's basketball coach, he's speaking about himself and his own team and how he hates to lose, but I believe this is the sentiments of every Cowboys fan today.
Overall picture, you're feeling pretty good about the way you...
No, I don't feel good. When we lose, I hate the world. So just so you understand that. No, I don't feel good. I've never felt good with a loss, pardon my language. So I don't feel good. I don't believe in those valiant efforts on the road. No, I feel like I want to kill myself, jump in the cold and die of frostbite.
That was his press conference over the weekend.
I can co-sign.
The champion reaction to losses.
Today too.
You handled yourself really well in that post-game show last night.
It was not easy. Honestly, it got worse when I got home. It was just like, ugh. I felt like I had to be a professional, and then once that set in, and I was just like alone with my thoughts.
No, you did a good job of anchoring that thing.
Did you cry at all?
I didn't cry.
Okay.
I had to be strong in front of baby girl.
609. Love listening to you guys, but you have to call out how bad Jerry Jones is. Countless coaches, quarterbacks, OCs, and they lose every year since Jimmy left.
And
the only common
segment.
denominator.
No problem.
Jerry and Steven. Yeah, you're right about that, man. We'll get better at that. Maybe try to.
I wonder
often.
if people ever hear you say that you blame the Jones boys.
You know,
for these
I
things.
feel like I say it so much I can
I
feel the
know.
Metroplex's
I know.
eyes roll when I do
know.
it again for 90 seconds. But then I'm like, then I see this text and I'm like, should I say it again? No,
Yeah.
don't say it again. I think I've already said it 3 times. Yeah. It's Jerry's fault. We can talk about Dak and we can talk about the defense and everything. Jerry thinks it's cool to build a team with massive holes. It's weird. Yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl with this team. No, the hell you're not, bro. You don't have any real linebackers and you can't run the ball. Do you know what effing month it is? Okay, we got 2 hours down and 3 to go. Yes, Jerry, I'm talking to you like that.
You are talking.
You're a numbskull. Figure it out. Hire somebody that knows football. You didn't even know football when you were in your prime. You had Jimmy here that won all those games for you. Admit that to yourself, please. John Owning's coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on
after threes here as part of a huge Mavs run as they've gone from down double digits to now leading by 6 with a couple of minutes to play against the Pelicans. Just a little Mavs update there for you. They're playing some afternoon basketball here on the holiday. As John Owning, Pro Football Focus, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
About as good as you can be after watching that terrible display of football yesterday.
Yeah. I think that is a fairly common experience for a lot of people in the audience right now, and for those of us on the broadcast. John, how big of an upset is that in the analytical world or in the metrics world? I know the reaction to it here, but how much better were the Cowboys than the Packers going into that game?
I mean, substantially better. I think that they really, when you looked at it on paper, they had potentially answers for everything that the Packers wanted to do. They, especially personnel-wise, play-wise. I mean, if you want to just go by like the PFF grading-wise, the Cowboys had a 93 overall grading. The Packers were down into 85 overall. Even if you want to look on defense, the Cowboys had a even bigger, some more substantial grading berth between the two. The Cowboys were up in the 80s, whereas the Packers were all the way down in the 70s. So it was a pretty big surprise. That's what the funny thing is you see a lot of the big talking heads today talking about how, like, oh, this is just what the Cowboys do. This is kind of what you expect for them, kind of ignoring what they did to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year and how they look coming into this year. I mean, the Packers seem the exact kind of team that they would be able to do well against, to be able to have success, and that they would have more trouble later in the playoffs against teams like, the 49ers is the big one that everybody talks to. But to me, and I think that everybody that kind of looked at it without trying to make a news story of it, is that it was a pretty big upset, and especially with how flat the Cowboys looked in every phase.
Hey, John, when are we going to have a metric for busts or mental mistakes? Or, I mean, like, it's a 3 out of 6 mental mistakes on those plays or something like that. It just seemed like, and I know you probably watched the Cowboy film already this morning. It just seemed like to me, though, that, Dan, they tried to do some things to the Packers defensively, but just some of the mental mistakes they made were killer in this game.
Oh, 100%, especially when they were in man coverage. I think the thing that jumps out of my head is, I believe it was in the red zone where Deron Bland had I think they were playing a too-high man defense, and Deron Bland had inside leverage, and he still gets beat inside. That's the stuff that cannot happen. You cannot let those types of mistakes happen. You have to play to your leverage, and if you're going to get beat when you're inside leverage and you get beat outside, okay, you'll live with that, but you can't live with them beating you at your leverage. That just is going to make the whole defensive structure and scheme crumble.
John, I know we talked earlier about Jane's report that she had on X about, the motion killing the defense, but then the concern from somebody within the locker room that Dak panics when this first read's not there. I know you saw that, and I'm wondering your thoughts on that assessment of Dak.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like something's off. That's just not something that I believe when watching Dak this year. I think, in my opinion, he's been one of the best. It's been probably his best year going past his first read, and that was backed up by the data. I mean, if you just want to go by PFF grades, and I think that even people that disagree with PFF grades, they would say that we do passing grades as good as anybody because it was built by guys that are in the NFL. Guys like Zach Robinson were the main people to help build the PFF grading structure, and Dak graded as the second highest graded QB in the entire NFL. When moving past his first read, and funnily enough, Jordan Love was number 5 in the NFL. So it was two quarterbacks going against each other that historically that season had been very good at getting past their first read. I mean, we see it all the time with Dak using his legs and buying time in the pocket, scrambling, making plays outside of the structure of the offense, getting past his first read. I think what we saw is at the beginning of the year when the offense was really struggling was when he wasn't getting past his first read because they were using that quick passing game so much. Once they started letting Dak drop back and really go through his reads a little bit more without forcing him to get the ball out so quickly, he started playing better and better and better. And I think that just really came out of left field for me because the motion thing, as you said, is something we've talked about in the past, how the Cowboys defense is cratered against motion offenses, especially ones from the Shanahan tree, because of how good they are at using purposeful motion to create leverage, to create, abilities to outflank the defense, all these type of things. The Cowboys had the third worst success rate throughout the entire season, including the playoffs, against teams that went again on plays that utilize motion. So it was just kind of interesting to see that, and then that kind of tied into Dak not being good past his first read, because I just didn't agree with that at all.
How important has that motion become for the best teams? Is that something that's got to be a top priority for maybe them to get figured out on how to optimize on both sides of the ball this offseason?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's just a way to – I would really like the way that my buddy Connor Livesay says it on X or Twitter or whatever, is that it creates easy buttons for your QB. You know, when you're using motion, you're creating conflict in the defense. You're making them have to make changes post-snap. You're making them have to communicate. All these things can create busts. All these things can create easy victories for the offense. And all these things, you know, when you tie it into everything you do, it's not that difficult on a play-by-play basis. When you hear teams talk about when it's tough to incorporate more motion, is it when it's not baked into the fundamentals of their offense. And I think that's kind of where you saw the Cowboys this year. They kind of hit their ceiling with on motion plays on offense, because it wasn't really baked into the fundamentals of their offense as we saw through the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season. And I think that is something moving forward, especially if they fire McCarthy and are looking for a new person to head the offense. Motion has to be a big part of it. I think just all the, like I said before, all the things that it can give to you, all the things that it can make easy for the QB. Sure, it creates a more chaotic environment where the QB can't really look at a static look and really be 100% sure what he's seeing. But I think that is offset by all the easy completions, all of the open and separation it creates for the receivers.
What's allowed the Cowboys to, you know, have some great explosive games and lead the league in scoring, and then in those same seasons look pathetic so many times?
It just seems, I don't know. It's hard to, like, it's one of those things where it's hard to really put, you know, just on one or a couple things, because it's something different every time. You know, either it's Dak, he like last night, like Dak was just off. He had a bad game. He wasn't seeing everything properly, and even when he saw it, he wasn't super accurate. It's just one of those things, like when our buddy Cowboy Stats on Twitter says, you know, when you get these one offhand performances, it's just unfortunate of the timing of them that haven't been so good lately, because it's really hard for me to put a finger on exactly one thing that's allowing them to be so successful against certain teams, but against others not successful at all.
It's John Honig, Pro Football Focus, here with you on The Fan.
John, so as we look into the offseason now, I mean, would you make a change? I feel like a lot of fans are calling for the head coach, the quarterback. I mean, if you're the GM of this team, where would you like to see changes be made?
I think you definitely would. I mean, all the regular season success is good, but if it's not putting you in a position to find more postseason success, especially given, you know, Jerry's age and all of that, and where the team is from a roster standpoint, I think that a change is necessary. And I think the interesting thing is, like we talked about with McCarthy, obviously the penalties is something that goes on him. But one thing that I think is a major hole in his resume is just the lack of cohesiveness in the run game. I mean, when we look at teams like, say, the Texans and Lions, just off the top of my head, two teams that won yesterday and are exceeding in the playoffs, and they did it on the back of really successful run games, is one thing you see them do is how cohesive their run game is together. They know how to piece together and sequence the run game so that they make life as difficult on opposing defense as possible. One good example is using the counter run game as a constraint to the outside zone stretch. And the reason why that works so well is because the backside two blocks, the guard and the tackle on outside zone and on counters are very similar. On outside zone, the backside guard and tackle are they're stepping wide, looking to reach the nose tackle and the defensive end to their side. And on counter, it's very similar. They're both stepping down, getting wide, but instead of trying to overtake and cut off, they are just pinning their players inside. And when you combine that with the counter action from a back, it looks very similar from a linebacker point of view to outside zone. So what you see on multiple occasions yesterday is the linebackers flying to the side so that they can stop this outside zone, but then the teams counter right back to the backside, and that creates big open running lanes. And a team like the Cowboys, who have been an outside zone heavy team in the past, they weren't that this year, and they were just it seemed like they were just scattershotting their running their running concepts. There was no cohesiveness to it. They didn't have a plan to sequence them together to make it difficult on opposing linebackers. They were just kind of like, okay, we're going to run inside zone here. Okay, now we want to run pin and pull. Okay, now we want to run counter. Now we want to run power. You know, there was just a lack of cohesiveness there, I think really is a big blackmail on Mike McCarthy's resume as not only the head coach, but the play caller. And then when you move over to the defense, I just think I love Dan Quinn and what he does to get this defense ready. You know, they play hard from a turnover point of view. Another thing that doesn't get talked about a lot is the Cowboys were by far the best tackling team in the NFL this year. I think they were double-digit missed tackles fewer than the team that was in second place. So they were a fantastic tackling team compared to the NFL as a whole. But he just gets completely dog-walked by the Shanahan coaching tree because he hasn't built general rules into how to deal with motion to the point where his defenders can play with it without thinking and without making mistakes.
So is the best plan these days to try and find the young offensive-minded coach and run with him?
Yeah, I think in today's NFL, it's definitely not the only path to success, but I think it is the best path to success because when you don't have your young offensive mind as the head coach, then he's most likely going to get poached by opposing teams looking for a new head coach. You know, that's what you're seeing with guys like Bobby Slowick this year, and you've seen with guys like LaFleur and McVay and all, et cetera, in the past. So if you're able to secure that young offensive play caller as your head coach, it gives you stability on offense for at least as long as he's the head coach. And we know in today's NFL, stability with the quarterback and head coach and play caller is extremely important.
John, does this happen to top five defenses? Is this a regular thing, or is this a sign that, wow, you know, every fourth or fifth game, this defense just inexplicably is bad?
Yeah, I just don't think the Cowboys are an elite defense. If you look at them on a play-by-play basis, they were actually a very mid-tier defense. They just were allowed to stay afloat because they were so good at creating and generating turnovers. And in the games where you can't create and generate turnovers, they really suffered and they really struggled. And I think that all comes down to, I think it's a multi-pronged issue. Number one, it's a personnel problem. I think a lot of it comes down to Dan Quinn was dealt a really bad hand with his linebackers this year, with Leighton Vander Esch getting hurt, Overshown getting hurt, having to rely on Damone Clark to be the Mike, and then Marquise Bell, who's very undersized. And what that creates is when they're trying to play the run, they have to try to get downhill very quickly. So then they're susceptible to play action. And then you look at the defensive line and they finally invest in a nose tackle that we've been begging for years. And then they make them lose 30 pounds to be a 295-3 technique, which makes zero sense. And I would love if somebody could explain to me why in the world that would make sense, because it just baffles my brain. And then I think things like the Trayvon Diggs injury, I've been saying it all year. I think that was huge for the Cowboys, the way they want to play defense, about how they want to rush up front and play coverage behind it. And when you have to move everybody down the depth or everybody up the depth chart, it makes things just a little bit more difficult from that point of view. So, and I think the last thing that we noticed is that Dan Quinn's a little bit stubborn. You know, like I mentioned before with the Shanahan coaching tree, the fact that he's been struggling so much against a particular type of offense and not making the changes necessary that can lead to more success, I think that really hurts his resume and really goes against the Cowboys being, considered a top five defense.
John, do you think, though, and you've mentioned it, though, do you think the injuries really, he was trying to put a Band-Aid on an amputation? Playing as much dime as they played. I mean, he really, I'm not defending the guy. And I think you've made some really, really great points here. But I wonder if they go after, Leonard to try and get a linebacker here. It doesn't work. And, they really didn't address it all during the season before it started. They chose to go light at linebacker is what they did. But was he trying to put a Band-Aid on an amputation here?
I do think so. I mean, it's tough to know how much you probably know better, way more than me, but how much he has a say in person. How big of a reason was he for the Cowboys, not going out to get somebody like a Kier Tart or
you're right.
Buggs
Yeah.
in the middle of the season when we saw that their nose tackles weren't playing well and Jonathan Hankins was banged up.
Right.
And then you see the linebackers, we all wanted Shaquille Leonard, but there were other options available as well earlier in the season that they did not look at, and it kind of bit them in the butt. And then you have, you go after guys like Rashaan Evans that are way over the hill.
Right.
So it's hard to parse how much to blame him in those situations, because I don't know how much say he has in in-season personnel like that.
Well,
if it's totally because of him, then he dealt himself a bad hand is what I'm going to.
No, I think you're absolutely right about something, because, he had a hand in Quentin Bohanna being here and bringing in the corner as well. He has a hand. That's the one thing Will McClay respects about him is he'll roll up his sleeves and go play personnel guy with them.
Yeah. Hey, John, do the Cowboys maybe have their own Jordan Love on their roster already in Trey Lance?
I would like to see. I'm excited. That's, when you come out of a loss, it's like so disheartening like last night. One thing I always like to do is trying to kind of look at the things that I'm excited about seeing next year. The guys like, I'm excited to see what John Stevens Jr. is going to look like next year if he can make it out of training camp fully healthy. He seemed to be really impressing in training camp and preseason before the injury. I want to see what Trey Lance has. Maybe he's, somebody funny posted a stat or maybe a stat. I don't know what you would call it, but he was showing the numbers of all the, it was Mike Renner, former PFF employee, but showing all the numbers of the first round QBs that didn't start early and that have been allowed to kind of bake on the bench and really develop. And it's pretty promising. And the fact that Trey Lance, I know a lot of it has been because of injury, not because he was just being sat, but I'm intrigued. You don't become the third overall pick because you're not talented. And I think putting him in this situation where he was kind of free from pressure, got to really develop. And one thing I really respect about Mike McCarthy is how much effort he puts into developing not only the top QBs, but the backup QBs as well. And you guys would see all the videos and stuff they would post pregame of him going through his routine, the quarterback development routine. So I'm really excited to see. I think he's someone who can definitely at least push Cooper Rush for the backup job. And who knows in the future what he can become. At worst case, maybe he can become a really good trade chip that the Cowboys can use to strengthen some of these other positions that we see they're weak at. Or even if I'm not someone who would advocate this. I love Dak. I think he should be the QB for the foreseeable future. But if the Cowboys don't want to pay him that, maybe he's someone who can develop into a Jordan Love-esque type of young QB for the Cowboys in the future.
And if I'm a young guy and I can't play immediately, I might as well just bake on the bench. You know what I'm saying, John?
Yeah. I know that better than most.
Love you, buddy.
Great report, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great day.
Cheers. John Oening, Pro Football Focus here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Quite a character.
Yeah.
And quite a football genius.
Man, he knows his stuff.
He does.
He really does.
He's really good.
Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, Mavs historic victory, and it is National Strawberry Ice Cream Day. The very best strawberry flavored things. What's the top 10? That's next.
Looking for that. Also looking at Well, Tim Hardaway Jr. had 41. He has now had games of 32, 24, and 41 since his 4-point outing last week that cost them. Huge comeback for the Mavs. They beat the Pelicans by 5. Oh, yeah, and Kyrie Irving had 42. It was a glorious come-from-behind victory there for the Mavs. 125-120 against the Pelicans to move to 24-17. Heard that's your favorite kind of win from Wolchuk several times.
Yeah.
Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, your woolly bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. Shout out to the Mavs. Big time victory there. You mentioned Kyrie with 42 and THJ with the season high 41. Both over 40. That's just the second time in franchise history the Mavs have had 2 40-point scorers in the same game. The other last season, Luka with 42, Kyrie with 40. And that win over the Sixers. And we're thinking, oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Who needs Luka?
Well, these two
could be special.
Kyrie played this game, the start of this game with sleeves, like long sleeves on, like he was cold. And then he's like, I need to heat this thing up.
Well,
took the long sleeves off.
Yeah.
Went after it. Yeah.
And THJ was awesome in the first half.
I always notice those
things in the first half. Big win for the Mavs.
Uniform things.
Got playoff football going on now, right, as well. The Steelers are inside the red zone. It's 14-0 Buffalo leading this game. We'll update that throughout the afternoon. But it is National Strawberry Ice Cream Day. I've got the top 10 very, very best strawberry-flavored things. What is your favorite strawberry-flavored item? Did we get a turnover?
Absolutely, we did. Interception there.
Buffalo with an interception?
Buffalo with an interception there. So,
gosh, that holiday spirit is wearing off.
Congratulations, Brian.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm digging this right now. Just keep throwing it, get down there in the red zone. Yeah.
Not a good ball there.
No.
This is where Rudolph should yell at the receiver for not transporting himself in front of the defensive back right as the ball was arriving. What Dak would do.
Take the page out of Dak's book yesterday.
Yep, that's a good page to take out. So what is your favorite strawberry flavored item? Is it the strawberry ice cream, or you have something else that stands out to you? Lucius, are you a big strawberry guy?
Yeah, hold on. I got a.
You got my list? Yes.
I got a quick little
list.
list.
I love that Lucius writes the list down.
During the break. It's only 4 things though.
Mount Rushmore.
Frankenberry cereal. You ever heard of Frankenberry cereal, fellas?
Yes.
Yeah, that was damn good, bro. When that came out, strawberry milk.
Ooh, oh, dude. Yeah.
We used to drink strawberry milk and go buy Black and Milds. This was in high school.
Okay,
Black and Milds and strawberry milk. Let you further know, we didn't even need the Black and Milds. We're buying strawberry milk at the same time. We're underage.
Yeah, dude. Name a better duo: Black and Milds and strawberry milk.
Strawberry milk.
Be waiting
and they had
forever.
cinnamon sticks back then. We should shove the cinnamon sticks inside the Black and Mild and smoke it, so like cinnamon flavored. Oh man, just destroying our lungs.
That's brilliant.
Strawberry runts. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Strawberry coffee. Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's fantastic stuff. And any strawberry flavored cakes.
Yes,
Strawberry
dude.
cakes.
Those strawberry shortcakes and whatnot. Fantastic.
That's good stuff right there.
I like the strawberry shortcake vending machine popsicle on a stick ice cream too.
That's good stuff.
You know, that was like a middle school
The
guarantee.
strawberry Pop-Tart's really good, too. with the icing
254
on it.
Strong.
Yeah, they like the strawberry flavored panties. Which I guess, there are edible underwear out there. Maybe they just like the strawberry flavor.
Who's joined that club before? I've never eaten underwear in my entire life.
No.
As much as I wish I could.
Who's
say
big in the
that.
90s?
Have
Yeah?
not dabbled.
I don't know.
It was big in the 90s.
I'd go a strawberry cobbler.
Oh, okay. Move over peach. Make a place for strawberry.
All right, strawberry cobbler. Yeah.
Look at
Strawberry
that,
shortcake.
dude.
It's the close cousin of strawberry shortcake of first,
Yeah.
course, which would probably that's my
Cheesecake
1-2.
is good, too.
That is good. Yeah, cheesecake's in there. The Sunkist strawberry soda is an honorable mention. It's
Okay.
actually
Oh
good
man, the strawberry soda from Church's Chicken, bro. Oh my God.
stuff. Okay.
How's the Church's Chicken ice? I think ice is important in drinks.
It's the small little squares.
There we go.
Okay.
Now we're doing it right. Yep.
That's the best way to do it.
Yep.
Right there. Absolutely. Hershey strawberry syrup gets an honorable mention. I don't think I've ever used it.
That's good. That's not bad.
And then strawberry Kit Kats, which I haven't seen a lot of.
I've eyeballed them, but I could never go away from the original Kit Kat.
The original Kit Kat's really good.
Strawberry Kit Kats.
Strawberry Kit Kat.
What is strawberry about the strawberry Kit Kat? Is it the outside?
The outside.
The icing is
The icing.
not chocolate. It's
Strawberry.
All right.
Yep, they're pink. Number 10 is strawberry jam or jelly.
Boom.
Ooh.
Jam.
I always wonder what is the difference.
Oh, jam.
You know?
Oh,
Jam,
Black
jelly.
Betty, bam, around.
Jam, I
Oh,
think, is
Black
thicker,
Betty.
right? Jam is thicker than jelly.
Okay. Hey,
That's just what I've always thought. I could be.
I usually
getting
jump in
ball
on these food things, but I don't know that
You don't know
one.
the difference
You
between
couldn't tell
jam
us
and
you couldn't tell us the difference.
Somebody
I
let us
couldn't
know.
tell you the difference on it. I'm sorry about that. I'll do some research.
I always felt like jelly just connoted more processed, whereas the jam just felt like somebody was like
Jam
in
might
their
be
back,
more
in their own farm, just
more
hammering home their
texture
own
to it. More
Yeah,
texture.
The thickness.
Thickness, yeah.
Number 9 is strawberry cheesecake.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Strawberry cheesecake's good stuff.
Oh, sorry. I thought my mic was off.
You're just not a cheesecake guy, though, right?
Yeah, I'm just cheesecake. Yeah, cream cheese.
Cream cheese.
You know, like cream cheese and. Oh, okay.
Crab rack.
Is it the cream or the cheese?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's the combination of, because on their own I like both.
Wow.
Yeah.
No
You guys
opinion.
wanna-
He hates it so much he has no opinion on it.
Can I actually be vulnerable and honest with you right now?
I haven't broken down the ingredients like a food nerd.
Ooh.
What do you got?
Pause, boys. Wolchuk needs to get vulnerable and honest for a second.
Wait a minute, we butt cracking here?
There was
I don't know.
There was like a couple weeks ago we were talking about the cream cheese rangoons.
Oh, yes.
I definitely on the way home specifically ordered just cream cheese rangoons at this Chinese restaurant by my house, picked those up, and the lady was like, "Oh, all you got was this?" I said, "Yes." I went into my car, ate them in the driveway, and then walked inside.
Yes!
Are you that depressed?
Wolchuk. Dude, that was great,
I'm
man.
not proud about it.
No, that's
the Miami loss.
But I did it.
Sometimes you have to
It
do
was
that.
after the Miami loss.
Yeah, that'll do it
Yes.
too. Yeah.
Just a sad, cold.
Yeah, I felt the same way.
He's just sitting in his car, just munching on down.
They were so good,
Dude.
though. It's
Joe,
been
the
so
fortune
long.
Sometimes things taste better in the car
It's been
sometimes.
so long since I'd had them too. Like I regretted it, but did I regret it?
Okay, let me ask you this. Was it something you had been sort of stewing on all day? You heard cheese, cake, whatever, cream
It
cheese
was
rangoons.
Ever since the top 10 list, we were talking cheese, the crab rangoons, and I'd been wanting them.
So
Like,
it had been sitting at the, like, you had been considering it for days and days, and
Yes.
finally
We were
a
talking
Cowboy
about-
loss broke
well,
you.
We were talking about the egg rolls. We were talking about fried stuff.
That's what it was.
And it was the best fried food.
That's what it was.
And the crab rangoons.
And it just been like in my mind, and I just said, you know what, F this. I mean,
What's the fast food item you do that for, Brian, where you're just like, oh,
Jack
I
in the
can't
Box
believe I just did
tacos.
that.
Tacos.
It's the tacos, yeah.
I ordered like 6 of them and just sit there and eat them all in the car. Eat 2 before the time they give me my money back. Like
Yeah.
to say, well, here's your card, and I've okay, thanks. You know.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Crunching 2 tacos down.
I do it with.
How about the little box of tacos now?
Oh, the tiny tacos.
The tiny tacos.
Are they good?
Oh
I've
my
never had 'em.
gosh! Yes.
You want the spicy ones? For me, it's the Sonic Cinna Snacks, and I'll combo that up with some Mott sticks, and it's just like the most unhealthy but sinfully
Glorious.
delicious
Yeah.
fast food order.
You just go bite for bite on that, or do you
No,
take
one-
the Mott
yeah.
sticks and then you do the dessert, the Cinnabon dessert?
Yeah,
or?
I'll eat a couple of the Mott sticks, just like 2 of them, and then
Okay.
jump into dessert.
That's so good. Number 8 is indeed the strawberry milk. They're Lucius. Number 7, strawberry sour punch bites.
Are these like the Sour Punch straws, but they're bites, I guess?
They look bites, yes.
Because the Sour Punch straws, man, I haven't had one of those in a
haven't
long
had
time. They're so good.
Number 6 is strawberry shortcake.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
5 is strawberry airheads.
5 better than shortcake.
I know. I feel
Airheads.
like shortcake's
Okay.
getting shortchanged here.
Never had the airhead thing.
Airheads
I'm-
are pretty good.
yeah,
I had them as a kid, but
Yeah.
like a head of strawberry shortcake.
I'm sorry. I don't want any synthetic strawberry flavor in my top 5 if you're keeping shortcake out.
That's fair with me.
I do believe I saw
I'm not gonna fight you.
our guy John Machota just looking
Happy birthday,
dapper.
by the way.
Happy
John.
birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, John.
Looking like, he's doing the suit thing. He was in playoff mode in the press box yesterday, and he went to the wall of candy. And I think he took an entire grown man handful of Airheads.
Good for John.
I was like,
Airheads
that guy's
are
got
his
some
deal.
good taste right there. He knew today was National Strawberry Day.
Number 4 is chocolate covered strawberries,
Man, that's an expensive proposition.
but they're damn good.
Yeah.
They are damn good.
If you want to get someone's on your good side, give them a box of those.
See, I think it's good when you're doing it, if you have like a fondue thing that's happening and you're dipping it in the chocolate and eating it. Not where it's like frozen on there and it was like made yesterday and now you're getting it from Kroger today. And it's like there's condensation
the
all over the
chocolate fountain.
chocolate and stuff. Yeah, like get that thing just boom right there into the fountain, right there into your face.
That's what it's all about.
Your quarterback just ran for about 40 yards right through the Pittsburgh defense.
Josh Allen. They're absolutely just boat racing, these Pittsburgh Steelers right now.
52-yard
TD.
run. Yeah.
Wow. Number 3 is the strawberry parfait.
Okay. Didn't McDonald's
Pretty good.
crush on the parfaits for a long time?
They did.
McDonald's crushing.
Sure did. Yep.
Yeah,
Number
parfait's
2 would
top
be the
3.
strawberry starburst.
Is that the
I
red?
think it's the pink.
Pink.
Yeah,
Oh,
better.
really?
Yeah, sure.
And that's the best
Pink one is the strawberry?
I think
that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then number one.
Doesn't taste like strawberry, but it's good.
It is good.
Number one, the very, very best strawberry flavored item is indeed strawberry ice cream.
Thank you.
Yeah. My 3-year-old, that's her favorite go-to. Every time we go to Brahms, she gets the strawberry ice cream. And I'm always impressed with it. I'm like, man, would never have considered to get this because of the Rocky Road situation that I'm in. But every time I tried, I'm like, it was a good call.
Strawberry milkshake is the one, man, right?
Yeah, Whataburger does
Which
it right.
is off the strawberry ice cream tree.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Breaking news from the text: Sonic took away the Cinesnacks in December. I googled it. I confirmed it. I'm not being butt cracked. I'm devastated. It must have been one of those items that people only pulled up and ordered, and they weren't a high margin item. You know, they were probably just getting runs on the Cinesnacks. They were taxing the employees' time, not making profit, and distracting them from getting customers other orders. So inferior items, but probably higher margins.
Can I slide in some Cowboy news real quick?
Sure.
Stephon Gilmore, apparently he's going to undergo shoulder surgery this week for that right labrum tear, according to Michael Gelkin.
Yeah.
It's okay.
He's
got
a free agent.
Plenty of time in retirement to get that thing healthy.
Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be one of the interesting names to discuss when we do get into some keep 'em or old yeller 'em. But coming up next, Chief, you got a sports hodgepodge. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, not only are we going to make fun of the Cowboys, we're going to make fun of the rest of the division next year in the nation.
for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It's kind of a somber Cowboys Monday here with you in the G-Back Nation. We pick up the pieces and talk about where we go from here. In the meantime, we got a little sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo, and here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Looks like I'm seeing in D Magazine here. Turns out the Dallas Frontrunners are the only franchise over the last 25 years to have a top 10 regular season winning percentage and never reach a conference championship game. Wow. So that's pretty impressive stuff right there. Borderline impossible feat, and they were able to do that. Now, there's so many things to point and laugh at. Twitter was incredible yesterday. Yeah. One of the things that I'm seeing from DJ Rocket, who's a big Tolo, threw it our way, looks as though our guy Sam Williams had posted before the game yesterday on his Instagram about how him and Kevontae Turpin would be hosting a Cowboy victory party at a place called the Playhouse, I assume in Dallas somewhere, for last night. I wonder how that party went. Was it only in case of victory, or was it just no matter what after the game, Sam Williams and Kevontae Turpin are going to be partying at the Playhouse? I don't know how those plans unfolded after the game, but going and doing that on the front end is it's sort of what you expect with like Sam Williams. It's like this is a guy who's going to probably run into a punt returner at some point and get a flag, and instead of the team starting inside the 10-yard line, they'll get it out there near the 20. Wouldn't matter anyways because the defense was ready to surrender any length of the field drive to Jordan Love and company yesterday. But the incompetence, I just felt like it was kind of cool, the consistency of yesterday. The incompetence actually started before kickoff with the Instagram posts of Cowboy victory parties at Club Playhouse in Dallas, and then they continued the incompetence through the game.
It's an all-time jinx right there.
It was wonderful.
Maybe one led to the other. The chicken or the egg.
Yeah, it could be. And this is what drives fans crazy, where it's like the focus is not solely on football. And that has something to do with kind of the culture of the organization. And maybe the Jones family didn't mean for it to be that way, but when it's like the glitz and the glamour and everything's first class and you're able to have your side businesses and all this, and the focus is not just on being a football player and let's take care of business and win on the field, this is the kind of conversations and stories we have.
Yes, there were people tweeting things out like photos of Will Smith and Jada saying this is Dak and CeeDee's chemistry right now.
Oh, no.
Somebody wanted to let us know on Twitter as well, if I send you this photo being just a headshot of Dak Prescott, it just means that I'm not going to be showing up. So I think that's a nice little thing we might be able to invoke into our own, daily regimens. If you know you're not going to show up, you just send the photo of, the still shot of Dak, boom, and that lets the people know you will not be in attendance, So those were some of the Twitter funnies that people were appreciating. I certainly was. Is
playoff Dak a thing now?
Playoff Dak, in terms of like that being a nightmare situation? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. That's where we're at.
This is a huge opportunity. I think he could have got back to 500 all time in his career before the Niners game. And now he slides 3 below. Is his record 2-5 all time?
2-5, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, yeah. There was a great stat of the day. I believe Nick Foles has more playoff wins than Dak and Tony Romo combined. I believe that's the stat there. Yeah. Shout out to old Nick Foles there. Yeah, that is the stat.
2, so they're combined, they've got 4.
Pretty wonderful. Now, the other thing that you'll see in the football world right now, one, I don't think we've ever seen this before. You just had Stephon Diggs of the Bills being tackled into the sidelines of the Steelers, and he picked up one of the Steelers Gatorade bottles and just started drinking it. And then the ref short-circuited. He didn't know how to
oh my God, no,
react. No, you're not supposed to do that. You can't squirt that into your face. It's a different face. It's supposed to be squirted in. Your bottles are over there. and you can squirt those in your face. But the yellow and the black ones, those are actually going to be for these guys over here. So Stephon Diggs is doing bits as the Bills are up 21-0 right now.
They just had a blocked field goal, and the Buffalo Bills might have lost their punter trying to chase down. Yeah, we might have a pulled hamstring situation with the Buffalo punter.
That's going to be an all-time gif right there.
Yeah, that cold air gets you a little tight, didn't it there, Mr. Punter Man?
This poor guy just pulls up lame. Oh, no. That is awful.
No, $100, he's faking that.
Because he doesn't want to have to tackle the guy.
Steeler linebacker was about to pick it up. He was like, oh, hammy.
I think that's Sam Martin. I don't think he's faking. I think he's really hurt.
I think that dude's hit some people before.
Oh,
That's a guy who hasn't gone out in a full-on sprint in well over a calendar year. He's like, I'm just here to hold field goal snaps and punt the football, dude. There's nothing in my contract that says I'm supposed to be running.
That's Dan Campbell's dream come true. The punter's hurt.
I do imagine that every time, Dawson, you talk about getting on the field with your girls kicking around the soccer ball, I do sort of imagine that's the way it looks, where you come up with a little hammy situation within seconds of competition beginning.
Well, make no mistake, I'm running gingerly. But it's not because of any recent injury.
Okay. Did you guys see the report out of New York with the Giants and Brian Daboll?
I saw something about this.
Apparently, everybody hates Daboll in the organization with the Giants. I mean, last year he's like coach of the year. This year their offense is as bad as any offense you've ever seen in the history of professional football. And so, everything is coming crashing down in New York. We know about their defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale, having issues with Brian Daboll, and he is no longer there. Yeah. But apparently in the New York Daily News, they go back to a November game versus Washington when the Giants were leading the Commanders 24-12 late in the fourth quarter. Wink Martindale's defense had forced 4 turnovers. But the quote is, "You're going to lose this game just like you lost us the Jets game." That's Daboll in the headset during the game talking to Wink Martindale, his defensive coordinator.
Wow.
So they go through how everybody was talking about, hey, during games, like Brian Daboll he's just a madman. He's crazy. He's just mother bleeping everybody. He brings no solutions, and he's basically just toxic. So their general manager, Joe Shine, decided to put the headsets on during the game so that as the general manager, he can hear all the communication and interaction that the coaches have on the headset. So he can hear for himself just how much of a bleep hole sort of Brian Daboll is. And they actually note in the story that is something that a couple of general managers across the sport do, or pro personnel people, including Will McClay for the Cowboys. He's a guy that'll, during the game, he'll be able to, I guess sometimes or all the time.
Will used to be able to help. Will was part of being in the box. And
yeah, he was a good coach.
And McCarthy asked him not to sit in there anymore.
Yeah, I think he was in the suite yesterday with the Joneses.
Yeah, that's where he sits. Will used to help Dan with personnel on the field, and then he was asked that he needs to not be in that box anymore.
Okay, I'm sure that sure he was just very excited to get that news. I'm sure he feels like that's a good direction for the team. Mm-hmm. Now. So that's what's going on in New York. The bad stuff on Daboll is coming out rapidly.
I think what's kind of happening is these guys who are making progress as a coach, the defensives got so much better this year that if you don't have good personnel and a good scheme now, you are in trouble. I think a lot of games the Cowboys had good personnel but not good scheme, or their scheme was good in some games but not consistently. And I think that's what's unfortunate now is all defenses are going to have to adjust. All offensive, coaching staffs are going to be evaluated more than ever. And we might see the window closing on the golden opportunity to run this optimized offense with the motion, because all defenses are adjusting now. Mm-hmm. And we've been talking about it for
coaches are getting better at stopping this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They are.
Coaches have gotten a lot better at stopping it.
Yeah.
And so now, even if the Cowboys would go to this next year, the golden opportunity to get you a championship based on playing chess is gone. The Niners and Rams managed to get there as a result of it. And, now you are back in this situation where the next opportunity is currently in the lab, right? Somebody's trying to cook something up. Can you be amongst the teams to recognize it working quickly and then implement it? But this was the best opportunity to win a championship with scheme, I think, since the West Coast offense and Bill Walsh took over with the 49ers in the 80s. And just like then, this thing ran its course in about 5 or 6 years. The league has adjusted. Chief, you're going back to back here, buddy. A little football's finest coming up next. Where are you taking us?
A deep dive into yesterday's debacle next year in the nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk Belichick coming up at 5:20. Getting to the latest on that and kind of what the whispers that we're hearing. So that should be an interesting conversation as we wait to see here over the next couple of 2-3 days, maybe a week, where the Cowboys might pivot. Are they thinking about doing something bold and drastic to change the course of this organization, or do they think that they should run it back? Would you run it back? Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of Football's Finest.
Cannot run it back. Cannot run it back. This should be a clean house situation. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Now, we do have tomorrow at 7:20 during the Expressway with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. They have a bet for tonight's game, Eagles and Bucks.
Lovely.
If the Eagles win, then Bobby wins the bet, and Sean will have to consume if the Eagles win, then Bobby will have to consume the bomb hot sauce that we have sitting in the fridge. Walchuk and I did that when we were in the nighttime. That was brutal.
Oh, it's bad.
That was brutal. It wasn't little nitro gummy levels, but it was extremely close. So, or if the Eagles lose and the Bucks win, then it'll be Sean that'll be consuming that. So tomorrow at 7:20, I'm looking forward to seeing. And hopefully Sean loses that bet, because that means the Eagles lost, and we can at least take some solace in their misery as well.
That's probably the biggest nightmare. If the Eagles all of a sudden get this thing right,
they go on a run.
Go on a freaking run. We're sitting here like, oh, it happened again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm laughing to keep from crying. Hearing you say that is making me really, really upset, which is exactly the feeling I had during the entire duration of yesterday. 877-881-1053. What's the most embarrassing play of the day for you from a front runner standpoint? You know, which was it? The Musgrave one, where he's where I believe they had to go to some level of drone shot from the clouds in order to show where any Cowboy defender was. Because we all assumed at one point that the Cowboys didn't have anybody on the field. I was looking around going, oh, they're going to call this back. They weren't ready. The Cowboys were all on the sidelines or something.
Yeah, they stepped the ball early.
Well, speaking of not being ready, that was very embarrassing when Mike had to burn the timeout.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the substitution patterns.
And in the Ringer, they actually had a nice paragraph in their Cowboy sort of synopsis here, and they talk about just the lack of detail in the coaching from McCarthy to Quinn. Everybody's sort of getting called out here. But they talk about it's a season where Dallas dominated throwing the ball offensively. They were playing man coverage defensively throughout the year. They come out running the football, playing some zone. Love shreds Dallas with the zone, 8 of 10 for 135 yards. Now, he ended up crushing them versus man coverage too. So nothing about their defensive game plan actually worked yesterday. But it was one of many mistakes. I mean, at one point, Micah Parsons is dropping into coverage on a 3rd and 9, which makes all of zero sense. That, of course, led to a Packers conversion there. There was, of course, Sam Williams running into the punt returner on what should have been a fair catch. That draws the penalty, and then instead of it being a 9-yard line start for the Packers, they get to start at the 24-yard line. Then you have the Musgrave catching what is really like the game-sealing touchdown. He's as wide open as humanly possible. The Cowboys go ahead and shoot themselves in the foot in their comeback attempt with the 2-point conversion penalty, which is supposed to be your most buttoned-up, surefire, guaranteed play, 2-point conversion. Let's go ahead and do this thing. And then they fumble fart that one away, just not being buttoned up. And so they called him out for the detail stuff. And then something that I didn't even realize in real time, but so much of what the Packers did yesterday was after like timeouts and stoppages, where LaFleur and the Packers coaching staff have a second to sort of breathe here. What do we want to do? Okay, it's after a TV timeout, end of the first quarter. LaFleur draws up a 15-yard pass to Dubs, get you down to the 1-yard line, and then boom, they punch it in on the very next play with Aaron Jones. Green Bay's 4th drive, LaFleur used a timeout to drop the 39-yard catch and run to Romeo Doubs. McCarthy used the timeout later on the same drive. LaFleur drew up a 3rd and 7 touchdown pass to Wicks. And then even on defense, the Packers jumped a Prescott throw to Lamb for the pick 6 after the 2-minute warning. So 4 clock stoppages in the first half that went for 2 Packers touchdowns and set up a third, plus the 39-yard gain. So it was like every time Green Bay's coaches had a second to breathe, they knew exactly how to attack you.
They put a lot of attention to detail, I think, into figuring out how to beat Mike's team last year. And as a result of it, I think they know a lot of things about how to victimize the Cowboys. I am going to say it was very, very unfortunate that you had to take on Green Bay. They were in the midst of crapping away their entire season last year, and you went up there and had a 28-14 lead, and they made you look like Swiss cheese in the second half, didn't they? Yesterday was a continuation of that. It's like 6 straight quarters that they've owned you. And I just don't think it's a coincidence. I think, the Packers personnel, but also the coaching staff has a significant advantage. If I'm the Cowboys and I'm getting ready to play the Packers again, I guess I kind of like my chances, but we got to try things a lot different and assume we know nothing about beating this team, because we don't.
No, Matt LaFleur apparently has had revenge that he wants to get on Dan Quinn, because Quinn passed up the opportunity to elevate him to offensive coordinator when Shanahan left to San Francisco. He hired Steve Sarkisian instead.
Yeah,
and
that's the kind of stuff that keeps you up at night. Like Alec Medford's going to stay up at night, seething with what Peyton Russell said. And it's those kind of motivations that allow individuals to do great things. I think Alec Medford's the greatest rising star now that Peyton Russell did that to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's his origin story right there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to start wearing a mask around his joint.
Yeah. He got little Boyd.
Yeah.
I saw this TikTok earlier. This dude, he was like, they used to call me Twig Arms. And they showed a video of him in high school. It was pathetic how skinny his arms were. And now he's freaking yoked. Yep. He said that's been burning in my mind for 20 years. Look at me now. And he's a monster.
Yep, I see it all the time on the Jenny Jones show all the time.
Right, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so some people
From
have
geek
that.
to freak.
You take that. Some people can take that and use it as fuel.
Yeah.
And I think those are the best of us. I saw this from our guy John Owning. On plays with motion, the Cowboys defense posted the 3rd worst success rate among all defenses this season. For as awesome as Dan Quinn has done over the course of his tenure here, that is extremely damning because when you're going up against the best offenses in the league now, that's what you're going up against. Yeah. And when he goes up against a Shanahan or a LaFleur or a McDaniel, any one of these new age offenses, the Cowboys are 0-6, and you see them get crushed quite a bit. And just how lost everyone looked defensively yesterday was absolutely maddening. And the personnel groupings, and maybe that's just it was what it was, your roster. You don't have big enough players, but my gosh, dude, they're running heavy personnel at you. And the thing that was annoying to me the most, too, is it's not even like, so they're running the heavy personnel, and you're like, okay, I guess that means we're gonna give them the run here. But you would like to think that with the defense that Dan Quinn was rolling out with all these DBs on the field versus heavy packages, okay, you're going to give up the run, but you're going to be locking down on any type of passing plays.
Yeah, like you've got guys to cover those tight ends.
And that was absolutely not the case.
No.
It was just that we're going to let them run on us, and then we're also going to allow them to throw it all over the yard. Jordan Love's going to look perfect. A 99 QBR. A 99 QBR. He gave his team a 99% chance to win. And he was good even when you pressured him. Jordan Love was absolutely dealing yesterday. He got plenty of help from his rushing attack, plenty of help from the sideline with his coach dialing it up, but he's under pressure on 7 of his attempts. He completes 5 of them for over 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. Some of the throws that he was making, whether it was wide open dudes in zone, okay, or there's plenty of times man coverage. Hey, Deron Bland, you kind of got decent coverage here. This is just a better throw. Stephon Gilmore, sorry, you're kind of right there in his hip pocket. Doesn't matter. I'm Jordan Love. I'll throw it off my back foot fadeaway style, and I'm going to put it right where it needs to be. That's a touchdown. We're up 20-0.
Yeah, the difference in his accuracy from beginning of the season to this point is pretty amazing, with his ability to just stick it right on there. Like, I know a lot of the Cowboys wide receivers yesterday were covered. I think a big part of the difference is other quarterbacks can be like, oh, you're covered. I'm just going to fire it right into his shoulder pad right there. He's going to get the ball before anybody realizes it's out of my hand.
The ball placement, no doubt. And then the 3rd touchdown pass he had, he changes the launch angle. Like where his arm was and where he threw that ball was just special, right?
Stafford had a no look yesterday that might be the greatest no look pass I've ever seen.
Stafford was unreal last night.
Amazing at the no look. Yeah.
Well, the Packers. So I saw this. I know Sean was asking about it this morning, like just the separation. How much separation were the wide receivers for the Cowboys or for the front runners getting, and how much separation were the Packers getting? And the league average separation is just under 3 yards, 2.95 yards. Romeo Doubs, his average separation was over 5 yards. So 2 yards, over 2 yards above the league average of separation. Of course, Musgrave, I'm sure it's a little bit skewed with the huge touchdown play that he had, but he was almost 10 yards of separation on the day. And one of those plays was, I couldn't for the life of me understand, I think is in the first half of the game, it's a 3rd and 4. Musgrave, the tight end, is lined up out on the boundary as a wide receiver. It is 3rd and 4. Deron Bland, a corner, is lined up on the tight end. And Deron Bland is lining up 8 or 9 yards off of the player.
Yes.
Which made for the easiest, hey, guess what? Jordan Love, all I'm going to have to do is the tight end here. I'm going to just go to 4 yards, the first down, and I'm going to turn around. And guess what? I'm going to be wide open. It'll be the easiest first down you've ever converted. Because for some reason, Dan Quinn and these DBs decided that when they had their starting corner on the boundary versus a tight end on 3rd and 4, they felt the need to be 9 yards off the player. I mean, that's a game plan problem. That's a your coach is bleeping you problem.
I think I saw Bland gave up 137 yards yesterday.
Yeah, and that's a player problem. And that's your players bleeping you. And you got bleeped by everybody yesterday. Your players sucked and your coaches sucked. And I don't know how many of them actually should be returning. All of your free agents, when we do the old yeller, they should all be gone. Don't need to see you anymore. Dan Quinn, please go get the job in Seattle. Tyron, I watched Tyron give up 2 sacks yesterday. Tyron Smith, what did you do to help? I don't know. Dak Prescott, maybe he's holding on to the ball a little bit. He either doesn't see anybody open or he just is gun shy. And there's times where Dak's rolling out of the pocket and you're just like, do something here. Take off and run, throw it away. It's 3rd down. This is a pretty big play here, and Dak is just going to allow the defender to just run right and just go ahead and tackle him and sack him for a 9-yard loss. He refuses to throw the ball away.
He never does. That's the one thing about Dak. Like, Dak will not just throw the ball away and live to fight another down. The sack that he took to make it 4th and 11 was just now.
That's the play I'm talking about. Yes.
Now you're out of field goal range.
Okay, I would argue you're not there,
and you can't even go for it though. You know, you're in fringe territory.
You are.
And with Aubrey, we've seen him bang home like 60-yarders, so maybe you have that conversation. But at least if you want to go for it, it's a 4th and reasonable to where you can do it. Now it's 4th and 11. We're kicking the punt team.
One of the worst plays of the day for Dak. It was terrible. You can't take a sack there. I will say you're down 14-0. You have a kicker who's banged home 60-yarders. I mean, why wouldn't you give him the chance at the 58-yard field goal? You're down 14-0. You get some points here. So that's something that you could question McCarthy for, I guess. Now, we talk about the separation that the Packers receivers had. The Cowboys receivers, again, league average is just under 3 yards. 2.95 yards is average wide receiver separation in the NFL. CeeDee Lamb was slightly below that, 2.93. Jake Ferguson was slightly below that at 2.1, and Brandon Cooks was a good old-fashioned bagel, 0 yards average separation. So your wide receivers did not help you yesterday. I would argue your play design didn't help you either to help get these dudes the easy button opportunities here, get these dudes open. And then your quarterback was inaccurate and just not good. And it looked like he was looking into a sea of 15 defenders, and it was extremely brutal and annoying to watch.
I mean, I think his best throw of the day was that in-breaking route to Gallup, and boy, he had to thread the hell out of that needle. You know, there weren't a lot of great opportunities for him. It'll be interesting to see, how much they approach it. I mean, nobody played well yesterday. Nobody coached well yesterday, but this team did good things, and Tyron Smith was a second-team All-Pro, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't want to start a total rebuild after this, do you, Chief?
I mean, can you rely on Tyron Smith to be healthy next year like he was this year? I don't think so.
Absolutely not.
I mean, okay, so the projected salary for him is 1 year and $10 million. If that was all it took to retain him.
Sure. What's the succession plan? Are you willing to kick Tyler Smith out when Tyron's injured? There's plenty to discuss there. But, I mean, everybody was bad yesterday from top. I mean, it was just everybody was bad, both sides of the ball, and the defense was putrid. Yeah. But and some folks are sort of alluding to the fact on Twitter, I'm seeing it a ton. Like, man, the offense started to get going there in the second half, and the defense just never gave him a chance. Like, dude, give me a break. The offense never got going. At no point did you feel like, okay, this is what I'm used to seeing from this this year's Cowboys offense.
Yeah.
At no point. Everything in the second half was a defense that was playing with a huge lead, allowing you to throw the ball at the line of scrimmage or 4 yards down the field.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Just
Dak,
follow stats.
We'll give you all the 5-yard receptions to CeeDee Lamb that you want. No one really cares here. At no point did your offense get going. It sucked for 4 quarters, and your defense was terrible as well. McCarthy should not be returning. Dan Quinn should not be returning. Dak Prescott, because of the status of his contract and his 1 year remaining, probably has to return, but in no way should you or would you ever have confidence in him in a playoff game, a big game. So that's it. It's unfortunate. But you have got to do something here. Is it Belichick? I'd probably rather go can I get Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions? Can I go get this Bobby Slowick fella who knows what he's doing with offenses in Houston right now with the Texans? I can't in a million years imagine Jerry would actually do that.
No.
So at least do the next best thing and go get Bill Belichick. But do not run McCarthy and Dan Quinn back out here.
Or a Vrabel or a Harbaugh. So we're out on Dan Quinn.
Yes.
As the head coach.
Absolutely.
No more. And you know what sucks is 40 million viewers watched that ass whooping yesterday.
I mean, I'd love having Dan Quinn here. I think, his history with helping this offense troubleshoot, with bringing in Kyle Shanahan, I wouldn't mind it at all if, Dan Quinn had a shot to do this. I think you're limited a lot, especially on defense, to the quality of the personnel that the front office gives you. You have no linebackers. Of course you can't stop the run.
Yeah. I mean, I think, though, against the elite teams, and we're seeing it, if you're going to play against Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay or some of these teams that run the high motion.
They did well. They did well last 2 games against the 49ers in the playoffs.
They did. The last 2 games in the playoffs. Still lost.
Yeah, this last one was a disaster.
But the most recent one, I mean, his numbers against the teams with motion, and he doesn't seem to have any answer for that. I don't know. It's going to be hard to hire him after that game.
Yeah, and the hypothetical that the offense was just your issue and you lose the game and your defense gave you every chance, but your offense sucked. Okay, McCarthy's definitely got to go, and maybe Dan Quinn could be that guy. Yeah. That was not the case.
No, the offense was terrible, and they played a huge role in the Packers being able to score 27 points in the first half. That wasn't all on the defense. There was a pick six, there was another turnover, and there is you holding the ball for 3 or 4 minutes and then punting. You're giving your defense no chance at all to get stops. What'd you run in the first quarter? Like 8 plays? It was.
They had 0 passing yards in the first
Lamb didn't have his first reception until the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really tough, and I'm here for looking at the defense as well. But yeah, if I had to choose right now, do I want Mike McCarthy or do I want Dan Quinn? I'm still of the mind that I think either one of those guys can be part of a good coaching staff. What they did this year, evolving, troubleshooting, having success. I think if you have a front office that's committed to actually improving the roster, I think next year could be really good. But I imagine they're going to look at it like, hey, let's draft our balls off and find 3 guys that are going to make the all-rookie team, 2 of them Pro Bowlers, and we'll be in this thing. Hey, the Expressway, there's odds for next Cowboys coach if it's not McCarthy. Who would you like to see? And what if Belichick is realistic? We'll kick that around next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else.